The eighth rebirth. Xiao Chan couldn't open her eyes. Someone lightly patted her bottom. A voice said, "Your Majesty, why isn't the princess crying?" "How could that be?" "Bring her here." The empress, weak from childbirth, anxiously looked at the baby wrapped in cloth. The midwife handed the child over. Seeing the baby's calm face, the empress worried she might be unable to cry. She gritted her teeth and gently pinched the baby's arm. Unable to open her eyes or move, Xiao Chan was speechless for the first time. The empress grew even more anxious when the baby still didn't cry. Her voice trembled. Why isn't she crying? Could she be ill? Quickly call the Imperial doctor. Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. You must take care of yourself, the nanny advised softly. The empress raised her voice. I said, call the doctor. A maid hurried to obey, but the nanny stopped her. Your Majesty, if word spreads that the princess is unwell, others might use it against you. Your position as empress could be in danger. The empress had been chosen by the court, not by the emperor's affection. The nanny feared that if the emperor learned the princess was sick, he might grow distant. I said, call the doctor. The empress's eyes turned red as she shouted, clearly ignoring the warning. Seeing her determination, the nanny had no choice but to let the maid go. But once the doctor was summoned, the emperor would surely hear of it. The emperor cared deeply about the princess. If he learned she might be unable to speak, the consequences could be serious. News of the empress calling for the doctor quickly reached the emperor. Knowing she had just given birth, he went to her palace without hesitation. He arrived at the same time as the doctor. Greetings, Your Majesty. See the empress first, he ordered. The emperor entered the chamber with the doctor. Outside, the servants bowed deeply. Inside, the nanny's heart tightened with worry. He looked toward the doorway. A bright yellow color caught his eye. The palace maids and attendants inside immediately bowed. The empress, lying on the bed, was so anxious that she didn't even notice the emperor. She looked straight at the imperial physician beside him and said urgently, quick, check on the princess. Seeing the empress so worried, the emperor also walked over and sat by the bed, asking, what's wrong with the princess? The empress choked up as she looked at him. Your Majesty, our daughter. She's not making any sound. Her trembling voice made the emperor's heart ache. He gently held her and comforted her. It's all right. The physicians are here. Even if she can't speak, she's still the most honored princess. No one will ever mistreat her. The empress clung to him, her tone full of guilt. It's my fault. I must have done something wrong while carrying her. Nonsense, the emperor said softly. I know how much you care for her. Don't worry. After calming the empress, he turned to the physicians. Well, why can't the princess make a sound? The physicians discussed quietly among themselves before the chief physician stepped forward. Your Majesty, the princess is perfectly healthy. Then why didn't she cry when she was born? The nurse tried to make her cry, and even I pinched her, but she made no sound. The empress asked anxiously. We truly do not know, the physician replied. The empress looked helplessly at the emperor. The emperor smiled. If she's healthy, then it doesn't matter if she doesn't cry. He reached out his hands. Bring her to me. The nurse carefully handed the baby to him. The emperor held the tiny princess in his arms. Though she was just born, her delicate face already hinted at future beauty. He gently touched her cheek. It was soft and smooth. Just as he was about to speak, the baby suddenly let out a small awe. The emperor froze, then looked at the empress. See? She can make a sound. The empress was stunned. But earlier, no matter what I did, she wouldn't cry. The nurse added, yes, Your Majesty. Her Majesty was so worried she didn't even rest after giving birth. The emperor looked at the empress's pale face and softly stroked her cheek. It's all right now. The princess can make sounds. It seems she's simply calm by nature and doesn't like to cry. The empress gently stroked her child's face, her expression soft. The emperor's eldest princess seems to like her father more than her mother. Even when I pinch her little cheek, she doesn't cry, but once she's in His Majesty's arms, she starts making happy sounds. Hearing the hint of jealousy in her tone, the emperor chuckled. She's just been born, and you're already competing with me for her affection. The empress leaned weakly against his shoulder. Your Majesty, I'm tired. Then lie down and rest well, he said. The nurse stepped forward and helped the empress lie down. Soon, the empress fell asleep, exhausted. The emperor, amused, gently pressed the princess's tiny face, teasing her. Little Xiao Chan let out another impatient ah. The emperor burst into laughter. It seems my eldest princess has quite the temper. I like that. Eunuch Da, issue a decree. The empress has given birth to a daughter, a blessing from heaven, and a sign of prosperity for our nation. Let the whole country celebrate and rejoice. Since it is the end of autumn, all taxes shall be waived for 1 year. Yes, your Majesty. The emperor, overjoyed at the birth of his daughter, granted a year of tax exemption. Gifts poured into the palace of eternal spring like flowing water. When the empress awoke, the nurse, smiling brightly, came to congratulate her. The empress smiled as she gently touched her daughter's face, happiness shining in her eyes. As long as His Majesty loves her, that's enough for me. The emperor surely adores the princess, the nurse replied. Has the princess been fed? The empress asked. This. The nurse hesitated, at a loss for words. The empress's face darkened. How could you not notice if the princess hasn't eaten? The nurse quickly waved her hand, summoning several wet nurses. Your Majesty, it's not that we didn't try. We've already had the wet nurses bathe and be examined by the Imperial physician before feeding, but the princess simply refuses to open her mouth. One by one, the wet nurses tried to feed the baby in front of the empress. No matter how they coaxed or patted her, even when they touched a drop of milk to her lips, the little princess kept her mouth closed. The empress grew anxious. For the princess's health, the nurse explained, we made sure everything was clean and proper, but still, she won't drink. Bring warm water, the empress ordered. I will feed her myself. The nurse quickly tried to stop her. Your Majesty, that's not proper. The empress's face turned stern. Not proper? Would you rather let the princess go hungry? The nurse dared not argue further. The palace maid was ordered to bring hot water and add more charcoal to keep the room warm, so the empress wouldn't catch a cold. The old nurse personally helped the empress clean herself. Only then, under the guidance of the wet nurses, did the empress carefully hold the little princess and bring her close for feeding. When her lips touched the warm skin, Xiao Chan hesitated. She really didn't want to do it. It felt so awkward. But what could she do? She couldn't speak. She couldn't resist. And she was hungry. She had never felt so helpless before. Be good, little one. You must eat, or you'll get sick. Mother worked so hard to bring you into this world. She would be heartbroken if anything happened to you. The empress lowered her head lovingly and gently tried to feed Xiao Chan. But the tiny baby in her arms refused to open her mouth. The empress grew anxious, and tears fell onto Xiao Chan's face. Xiao Chan blinked as she heard the old nurse say worriedly, Your Majesty, you've just given birth. You mustn't cry, or it will harm your eyes. In ancient times, many women lost their lives during recovery after childbirth. Xiao Chan sighed inwardly. Forget it. She was just a baby now. She had to accept her fate. So, she closed her eyes and finally began to feed. After a few hesitant tries, she managed to drink a little. She's eating. The princess is eating. The old nurse exclaimed in surprise. The empress's face lit up with joy. Xiao Chan paused, then continued to drink a little more. At last she accepted it. It's fine, she thought. When she grows older, she can refuse. News that the empress was personally feeding the princess soon reached the emperor. After finishing his duties, he hurried to the empress's quarters. He arrived just as she was feeding the baby. The empress, with her head lowered and eyes full of tenderness, looked simply like a loving mother worried her child might go hungry. The emperor's gaze softened as he looked at the little princess in her arms. Her tiny rosy lips moved gently. She was adorable. Greetings to His Majesty, the old nurse said first, quickly kneeling. Everyone in the room followed suit. "Your Majesty," the Empress said, turning slightly to the side with the baby in her arms. It wasn't that she was afraid of being seen feeding the child. She was just embarrassed because her clothes were a bit untidy. "Everyone leave us." The Emperor waved the attendants away and sat down by the bed. The Empress saw his gaze fall on her chest and blushed deeply. "Your Majesty, please don't look. You're making me shy." The Emperor only smiled and gently touched her shoulder. The Empress trembled slightly. "Xiao Chan, what kind of couple is this?" She almost lost her appetite. Xiao Chan quickly turned her head away and stopped drinking milk. The Empress playfully scolded the Emperor. "See, Your Majesty, you've disturbed the princess while she was feeding." The Emperor laughed and took the baby into his arms. "Our little princess already has quite a temper. She's just been born, yet she's already so spirited. I fear even I, her father, will have to give in to her someday. Your Majesty, forgive me. I spoke carelessly just now," the Empress said, her face showing worry. As a princess, if she lost her father's favor, her future would be uncertain. The Emperor noticed her concern and gently poked the baby's cheek.
Once, twice,
Thrice. The Empress wanted to stop him but sensed the mood and dared not speak. Until, the baby cried out loudly, clearly annoyed. The Emperor chuckled. "See, Empress? Isn't her temper big? I only poked her a few times, and she's already protesting." The Empress looked helpless. "A few times? That was more than 10. Look at her little face, all red. Poor thing." The Emperor smiled. "Since our daughter seems quiet, I'll name her Chan, graceful as the bright moon, and may she grow to be lively and full of words." The Empress's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing her name. A name given at birth, proof of special favor." Now the Empress truly believed the Emperor's affection for their daughter was genuine. The Empress personally fed the child. When the Emperor came to the Changchun Palace, everyone expected him to scold the Empress for breaking palace rules. But instead, news spread that the Emperor had stayed the night there. The Empress had just given birth and could not serve him, so what could he possibly do there? Precisely because he did nothing. Everyone understood. The Emperor truly cherished the Empress and adored the princess. He showed his affection openly. Every day, whenever he had time, he would visit the princess, poke her little cheeks, and only stop when she cried out in protest, satisfied at last. But this joy only lasted for a month. A month later, when the Emperor poked Xiao Chan's cheek again, she didn't make a sound, even though she was clearly impatient. Instead, she stared straight at the Emperor's face, as if trying to make him feel embarrassed. The first day, she didn't respond. The second day, still no response. The third, fourth, fifth, and even the sixth day, nothing. The Emperor grew stubborn and decided to keep trying. In the end, powerless to resist, Xiao Chan finally gave a half-hearted little awe. The Emperor burst into laughter again, clearly amused. He was delighted, though everyone in the room, including the Empress and the palace attendants, could only sigh helplessly at his playful behavior. After visiting Changchun Palace for 37 days straight, since Xiao Chan's birth, the Emperor stopped coming for a long time after that reluctant awe. From the conversations between her nurse and the Empress, Xiao Chan vaguely learned that during the harsh winter, heavy snow had caused famine, and many people had died of hunger. Some even spread rumors, saying that the princess was born under an unlucky star. When the Emperor heard this, he punished those responsible and stopped the gossip. The next time Xiao Chan saw him was at her 100th day celebration. Instead of avoiding the event because of the rumors, the Emperor held a grand banquet in the palace and invited many officials and their families to celebrate. Throughout the banquet, he held Xiao Chan in his arms, his affection clear for all to see. Xiao Chan stared at his handsome face for a long time. When it came time for the traditional grabbing ceremony, she reached out and picked up the ring the Emperor had placed before her. The Emperor laughed joyfully and kissed her several times, delighted by her choice. Everyone was astonished and secretly praised the little princess for her cleverness, choosing the Emperor's ring, a symbol of power and authority. After the celebration, the emperor began visiting Changchun Palace more often. Each time, he would hold Xiao Chan for a while. Sometimes she looked at him with a blank face, sometimes she gave a faint smile, and sometimes she simply pretended to sleep. Even though she didn't always seem pleased, the emperor still loved holding her. The empress tried to persuade him, saying, "Your Majesty, you are busy with state affairs and already look tired. When you have free time, you should rest instead of coming all this way just to hold the princess. The eldest princess is so sweet and lovely. When I hold her, my worries fade, and I sleep better. Now that she's 4 months old, it's time to choose a teacher for her," the emperor said. The empress froze. "Your Majesty, she's only 4 months old and can't even sit yet. You already want to choose a teacher for her? The eldest princess is bright. She must be taught early, so her talent won't be wasted." The empress felt uneasy. The emperor had such high hopes for the princess. What if she couldn't meet his expectations? But the emperor ignored her worries. He carefully selected several teachers and even chose a few children of similar age from the court officials' families to study with the princess. His eagerness for her to grow into a capable person soon spread through the palace. Many whispered that the emperor loved the princess too much. At the same time, every family began to make their own plans. In winter, the princess was wrapped in thick clothes like a little ball. When spring came and she was 5 months old, her clothes became lighter and she could sit steadily. Visitors came to see her and praised her endlessly. Xiao Chan already knew that her father, the emperor, had many consorts, but for now, she was his only child. Because of the emperor's affection, the empress worried that someone might harm her. So the princess was surrounded by many attendants and guards. The emperor even sent 2 of his own trusted men to watch over the empress's palace, making it as safe as a fortress. When Xiao Chan was 6 months old, she refused the empress's milk and began eating soft food instead. With the royal physician's careful diet, she grew stronger and faster. At 8 months, she held onto the railing and tried to stand. At first, she always fell back down, which made the empress so worried that she quickly picked her up and wouldn't let her practice. Looking at the woman who stopped her from being independent, Xiao Chan could only accept it for now. At night, she secretly practiced by herself. Sometimes, she would look at the candlelight and sigh. These difficult days were almost over. By 9 months, Xiao Chan could walk. The emperor laughed with joy and said again and again, "My daughter truly is clever." Xiao Chan couldn't understand why he was so amazed. How could leaving early be considered clever? But she didn't want to speak. She was afraid he would become even more proud. September, Xiao Chan could now walk. September, the emperor invited a teacher for her. Xiao Chan. Did her father not understand the meaning of forcing growth? Inside the room, Xiao Chan sat properly and quietly. The teacher lectured in front of her, morning and afternoon. After several days, Xiao Chan finally sighed in frustration. Hearing her helpless sigh, the teacher froze. The nanny froze too. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" the teacher asked. The nanny also asked worriedly, "Are you thirsty, hungry, or in pain?"
Xiao Chan replied, "No."
The nanny was shocked. "Your Highness, you spoke?" Seeing the nanny's surprised face, Xiao Chan was speechless and looked at the teacher. The teacher also stared at her in amazement. Once again, she had made her father proud, and he would surely be delighted. When the emperor heard that Xiao Chan could speak, he came to Changchun Palace that very day. He held her in his arms and asked her to call him father. Xiao Chan politely said, "Dad." "Say, Father Emperor." "Dad." "Say, Father Emperor."
Dad.
"Empress, is the princess doing this on purpose?" The empress said, "I don't think so. Maybe she only knows one word. One word? But she knows that Dad means Father Emperor." The empress thought, "I didn't teach her that. So she's doing it on purpose. Good, good, my daughter truly is clever." The palace servants couldn't understand the emperor's way of thinking, but they were happy to see how much he adored the princess. The first time she called him Dad, the emperor was overjoyed and rewarded her generously. The next evening, when he had free time, He came again to hear her call him Dad. But this time, the princess said, "Father Emperor." "Say Dad." "Father Emperor. Didn't you call me Dad yesterday?" "Father Emperor." The Emperor sighed. "Empress, were you this mischievous as a child? She's only 9 months old and already likes to tease me?" The Empress felt a little embarrassed. When she was young, she had been very well behaved. "Your Majesty, when you were a child." "The way I was as a child?" The Emperor thought for a moment. Was he really that mischievous when he was little? He couldn't remember. If the child didn't take after her mother, then she must take after her father.
Oh well.
A bit of mischief was fine. It was his child, after all. His clever child. Xiao Chan's intelligence made her teacher secretly proud. When she was only 10 months old, he began teaching her how to hold a brush. Xiao Chan held the brush and looked up at him, as if asking with her eyes, "Do you really think this is a good idea?" But the teacher didn't care whether it was too early or not. He wanted to devote all his energy to teaching the princess. Such a bright child was rare in the world. She must not be wasted. Under his persistence, Xiao Chan began practicing how to hold the brush and write. Her small hands were still clumsy, but she was diligent, so she learned quickly. The teacher was delighted with her progress. Every time he left her lessons, he did so with a smile on his face. When the Emperor asked about the princess's studies, the teacher praised her endlessly. The Emperor was pleased to hear it. Soon after, another teacher was appointed for the princess. The new teacher, Master Zhou, hadn't yet figured out how to teach her effectively. After 3 days, he still hadn't managed to get the princess to even touch the brush. He felt quite defeated. When the Emperor asked about her lessons, he could only bow his head and admit his failure. The Emperor frowned. "If Master Su could do it, why can't you? If you can't, then find a way. If you delay the princess's learning, I will not forgive you." Scolded by the Emperor, Master Zhou decided to observe Master Su's lessons in secret. And indeed, he discovered something useful. The princess was a little lazy. She needed both gentle coaxing and patience. When the princess refused to practice, Master Su would keep reciting lessons over and over, like a monk chanting scriptures, until she grew tired of hearing it and finally picked up the brush. Learning from this, Master Zhou began doing the same, talking non-stop whenever the princess refused to write. He went on and on until even the palace maids grew restless. Only then did Xiao Chan, unable to bear the noise any longer, finally start writing. When she was 11 months old, Teacher Su and Teacher Zhou had already established a steady teacher-student relationship with the princess. The Empress was found to be pregnant again. Just when everyone thought the princess would lose favor, the Emperor's attention toward her remained unchanged. When Xiao Chan turned 1 year old, she already had 4 tutors, in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. According to reliable sources, these 4 tutors often gathered to discuss, actually plot, how to teach her, actually deal with her. At 1 year old, Xiao Chan was serious and proper, a graceful little child. Whenever the Emperor saw her calm, expressionless face, he couldn't help but pinch her cheek. The little princess would frown to show her displeasure, but the more displeased she was, the more amused the Emperor became. So, when the Emperor picked her up, she would reach out and pinch him back. At once, all the servants knelt in fear. The Emperor, pinched for the first time, scolded her sternly. "How dare you pinch me?" Xiao Chan, fearless, boldly pinched the other side of his face. The attendants trembled in fright. The Emperor glared at her, trying to scare her. However, not only was the 1-year-old unafraid, but his face hurt even more. How could such a tiny child have so much strength? The Emperor secretly thought he should find her a martial arts teacher to make good use of that energy. On New Year's Eve, the Emperor held another grand banquet in the palace, inviting many officials. At the same time, the children he had previously selected were brought into the palace. They were gathered together, waiting for the princess to choose her study companion. At the banquet, everyone's eyes were on the princess, who was being held in the Emperor's arms. She looked like a little porcelain doll, delicate and beautiful. Xiao Chan didn't look at the other children. Instead, She looked at the emperor. In her past lives, she had always come and gone freely. But this time, she had become a baby and had to learn everything from the start. Who knew when it would end? It was terribly boring. The princess may look around and choose someone she likes to be her study companion, said the emperor. Xiao Chan glanced at the group, all tiny, timid children, and found them annoying. So, she closed her eyes in disdain, rested her head on her father's shoulder, and went to sleep. The emperor saw this and did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Everyone may leave. Since the princess doesn't wish to choose now, we'll talk about it when she's older." At the New Year's Eve banquet, Xiao Chan once again drew everyone's attention. After the banquet, Xiao Chan thought she could finally have a few quiet days. But on the first day, the emperor tested her studies. On the second day, he took her out of the palace in disguise. The capital was lively. Children played happily, and the vendors' cheerful calls filled the streets, making people feel the peace and joy of prosperous times. The emperor held Xiao Chan's hand and said earnestly, "Remember, princess, making the people smile is the true way of a ruler." Xiao Chan said nothing but looked up at him. He gazed ahead, no one knew at what, but the faint smile on his face showed quiet satisfaction, perhaps with his own rule. At noon, the emperor brought Xiao Chan to the general's mansion. The old general, his beard already gray, greeted them with great energy. While the emperor and the general chatted, the emperor asked the general's two grandsons to show the princess around. "I want candied hawthorns. I want candied hawthorns." A loud voice came from nearby. Xiao Chan looked up and saw a chubby little boy running toward her, stumbling as he went. Seeing that he was about to bump into the princess, her attendant quickly stepped in front of her. The general's eldest grandson, Fu Yanli, worried his younger brother might get hurt, hurried forward, grabbed the boy, and scolded, "What are you making a fuss about?" The little boy shouted, "I want candied hawthorns. Big brother, buy them for me. All you think about is eating. Your teeth will go bad," Fu Yanli said. The boy licked his teeth and argued confidently, "They're fine. I can still bite." Fu Yanli, annoyed, tapped his brother's head and pulled him before the princess. "This is the princess. Greet her properly." The chubby boy looked at the princess, blinked his bright eyes, and knelt down. "Greetings, your highness." Because he was so round, when he bent down, he lost his balance and rolled halfway like a ball. Xiao Chan couldn't help wondering why she had to watch something so childish.
She didn't want to.
So, without saying a word, she turned and left. The chubby boy looked unhappy and muttered, "Why did she leave without telling me to rise?" After the emperor and the eldest princess had lunch and rested for a while at the general's mansion, they returned to the palace. That very night, one of the concubines lost her child. All the evidence pointed to the empress. The empress herself was also expecting a child. When the grieving concubine accused her loudly, the empress became so upset that she began to feel unwell. Just as Xiao Chan was about to go to bed, someone deliberately led her to the scene. "Why is the eldest princess here? Who allowed her to come?" The emperor's face darkened with anger when he saw her. Xiao Chan stepped forward and gently placed her small, fair hand on his. Seeing that the emperor's anger eased a little, she let go of his hand and took the empress's instead. The pale-faced empress comforted her softly. "I'm fine, my dear. Don't worry. Someone, please take the princess back." A maid stepped forward to carry her, but the little girl gave her a cold look. Her calm, yet commanding presence made the emperor pause in surprise. "That's enough. The empress and the princess should return together. Don't keep the princess up too late," the emperor said. Everyone was shocked. Was the emperor taking the empress's side? The empress herself was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. After bowing to the emperor, she took the princess's hand and prepared to leave. The grieving concubine cried out angrily, "Your Majesty, are you protecting the empress? I was also carrying your child. How can you treat me like this? It's not fair." Her cries made the empress stop in her tracks. Xiao Chan looked up at her, then glanced around the room. All the other concubines were watching the empress, with mixed expressions. Though none of them spoke, The emperor's apparent favoritism and the evidence against the empress made them believe she was guilty. If the accusation was confirmed today, the empress's authority over the harem would be lost. Understanding what the empress was thinking, Xiao Chan gently pulled her back to her seat. The empress looked at her, and Xiao Chan pressed her down to sit. "Princess?" The emperor frowned at her. Xiao Chan turned her gaze to the maid kneeling on the floor and asked coldly, "You said my mother ordered you to give Lady in the medicine?" The maid nodded nervously. "Why, yes, your highness. It was the empress who told me to do it." "Tell me in detail what happened when the empress gave you the order, where, when, who was present, and how the medicine came to be." The princess pressed on with her questioning. The palace maid immediately grew flustered. Xiao Chan looked at her and said again, "Using medicine in the palace is a crime that can destroy an entire family. I'm sure you remember clearly when the empress gave you the order. Since you remember so well and have already pointed her out, why can't you speak when asked for details? A plan full of flaws, yet used to harm the mother of a nation. Such a crime deserves the harshest punishment." Though she was only 1 year old, the little princess's serious expression was truly intimidating. Everyone present was startled by her. The frightened maid's panic made the emperor notice something was wrong. His face darkened. "Listen to the princess. Please forgive me, your highness. I was wrong. I was ordered by someone else. Please spare me." The maid, terrified by the mention of punishment, knelt and begged for mercy.
Who ordered you?
Xiao Chan asked coldly. The maid immediately pointed at Consort Chui. "It was Consort Chui. She told me to put the medicine in Lady An's food to frame the empress." Consort Chui's face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground, pleading, "It wasn't me. She's lying. Your Majesty, please believe me. Take them away and punish them," the emperor ordered. Moments later, the sounds of punishment came from outside. Xiao Chan frowned. The emperor lifted her onto his lap and gently covered her ears. "Foolish servants. Couldn't you take them farther away? If you frighten the princess, I won't forgive you." Eunuch Da quickly went out and ordered the punishment to continue farther away. The noise faded. Xiao Chan relaxed her brow. Lady An, seeing that the emperor cared more about the princess than her own suffering, felt deeply hurt and began to cry quietly on the bed. "Enough! Stop crying," the emperor said impatiently. After scolding Lady An, he lifted the princess into his arms. "Come, my dear princess, it's time to sleep. Father will take you back." On the way back, Xiao Chan was about to fall asleep on her father's shoulder when he said softly, "Today, my little princess spoke quite a lot to protect her mother." Xiao Chan ignored him and drifted off to sleep. Returned to the palace after placing Xiao Chan on the bed, the emperor followed the empress to the main hall. "Your Majesty, Lady An has lost her child. Should we grant her a higher title to comfort her?" "There's no need. Just send her some gifts. As for you, as long as you've done nothing wrong, I will not blame you. Take care of your health and don't make the princess worry. I still have state affairs to handle, so I'll take my leave. Farewell, Your Majesty." On the way back to the Imperial study, the emperor instructed Eunuch Da, "Tomorrow, bring the princess to the Imperial study." "Yes, Your Majesty," Eunuch Da replied. The next day, after finishing her breakfast, Xiao Chan saw Eunuch Da arrive right on time. She followed him to the Imperial study. Xiao Chan soon understood why the emperor had called her. He assigned 4 masked guards to her. "These 4 will stay by your side to protect you. When you grow older, I will choose new ones for you," the emperor said.
Eunuch was secretly astonished.
Such an honor was usually reserved for the crown prince, yet the emperor had given it to the princess. Xiao Chan glanced calmly at the 4 guards and said, "Thank you, father." The emperor did not announce this matter publicly. It was because of Lady An's recent tragedy that he decided to assign guards to his daughter. His clever little princess needed protection from those who might wish her harm. Even at just 1 year old, she had already helped clear the empress's name. No one dared to question her intelligence anymore. Because of this, Xiao Chan's lessons became more demanding. Before, she only needed to attend classes, but after the new year, she also had homework, and the emperor even assigned her a martial arts teacher. Seeing the tiny girl practicing stances made the nursemaids tear up with pity. The empress, too, felt distressed and thought the emperor was being too strict. After much hesitation, she finally spoke to him about it. But his reply was firm. I have my own plans for the princess's education.
Do not interfere.
Unable to persuade him, the empress could only arrange for the royal physician to check the princess's health regularly. The small kitchen was ordered to prepare nourishing soups every day to help the princess royal recover her strength. But the one everyone worried about, Xiao Chan, was not actually tired. After all, she had the soul of an adult. However, being strictly taught every day made her start to wonder if her father, the emperor, was training her to be his successor. The royal family had no shortage of heirs. A month after consort N's miscarriage, another concubine became pregnant. With consort N's tragedy still fresh in memory, the empress took strict control of the inner palace. She punished several concubines for small mistakes and even had many maids and eunuchs beaten, which kept the palace quiet for several months. During that time, it was said that the emperor greatly favored Lady Li, who had a voice as sweet as a songbird's. Lady Li was fortunate and soon became pregnant after 2 months of the emperor's affection. But Lady Li did not seem very wise. One sunny day, the Princess Royal's tutor took her to the gardens to paint. After finishing her lesson, she was sitting down for tea when Lady Li appeared gracefully before her. Your servant greets the Princess Royal. May your highness be well, Lady Li said. The princess glanced at her and saw her pretending to hold her belly as she bowed. Was she trying to show off in front of her? You may rise, the princess said calmly. Lady Li stood up, looked at the tutor, then at the princess, and was about to speak when the princess interrupted. If there's nothing important, you may leave. I still have lessons. Yes, Lady Li replied, bowing again before turning to go. But as she stepped down the stone stairs, she suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. Everyone nearby was startled. After a moment of panic, Lady Li began to cry. It hurts. My stomach hurts. Lady Li, are you all right? Princess, how could you allow your maid to push her? She's carrying the emperor's child. Lady Li's maid shouted, accusingly. The maid who was blamed immediately knelt and said, Your Highness, I didn't push her. All eyes turned to the princess, who calmly lifted her cup and took a sip of water. After swallowing, she stood up, clasped her hands behind her back, and slowly walked toward Lady Li. Lady Li shrank back in fear, hiding in her maid's arms. The look of fear made it seem as if the princess were some kind of monster. The maid holding Lady Li scolded the princess, saying, Your Highness, please don't frighten Lady Li just because you are the Empress's daughter. If anything happens to the child in her womb, I will report it to His Majesty and seek justice for her. If an ordinary child of just over a year old were scolded like that, they would surely cry or be frightened. But the princess only glanced coldly at the maid and said, You dare to speak so rudely to your superior? Lan Huai, slap her. Lan Huai, who had been wrongly accused of pushing someone, immediately stood up, grabbed the maid holding Lady Li, and slapped her hard. Lan Huai did not hold back, and the maid's face quickly turned red and swollen. Lady Li's expression changed, but she refused to beg for mercy. She closed her eyes and pretended to faint, thinking that since she was expecting a child, the princess would surely be alarmed. But even after she lay on the ground with her eyes closed, the sound of slaps continued, and no one came to help her. Mr. Zhou, the tutor who taught the princess painting, grew worried and said, Lady Li is expecting a royal child and has fainted. It would be best to call the Imperial doctor. He feared that if the emperor learned of this, he would blame the princess. After all, Lady Li was carrying a royal heir. If something went wrong, not only the princess but even the empress might be implicated. The empress herself was also close to giving birth, and if anyone accused her of harming another royal child, even if the emperor did not believe it, he would still be troubled. Mr. Zhou was thinking only of the princess's safety. But the princess replied calmly, If Lady Li is well enough to walk around, then the doctor must have said her condition is stable. If it is stable, she will not lose the child so easily. But if the doctor said her condition is not stable and she still came out wandering, and even fell in front of me, then I have reason to suspect she meant to harm me. Lady Li, lying on the ground with her eyes closed, suddenly felt uneasy. Mr. Zhou was puzzled. Even if Lady Li had planned the scene, shouldn't the princess still show concern for the royal child? What if it was a prince? The princess then said, Maying, take some people and search Lady Li's palace carefully. See if anyone has been spying on my movements. Yes, Your Highness, Maying replied. Lady Li, still lying on the ground, was now completely terrified. Her maid fainted on the spot after being slapped. The maid who had been sent out had not yet returned. Instead, the empress arrived with a group of consorts. What happened? The empress asked Lan Huai seriously, frowning. Lan Huai was about to explain. Beauty gasped and pointed at Beauty Li, who was lying on the ground. Why is Beauty Li lying there with her eyes closed? Isn't she expecting a child? The empress glared at Beauty and someone. Take Beauty Li back to her palace and call the Imperial doctor. The maids were about to move forward when the princess stopped them. The princess said, Beauty Li likes to rest on the ground. Let her sleep for now. There's no need to rush. Princess? The empress frowned in disapproval. Beauty and also tried to persuade her. Princess, even though you are the empress's daughter, you shouldn't act willfully. Beauty Li is carrying the royal heir. If something happens to the child, even the emperor will not forgive it. Since ancient times, emperors have valued their heirs above all. Although the princess was also of royal blood, she was still only a princess. Even the empress thought that if the princess were involved in harming the royal heir, the emperor would never forgive her. These people were simply jealous that the princess was favored by the emperor. They wanted to drive a wedge between father and daughter, but she would not let them succeed. Thinking of this, the empress made a quick decision. Someone, take Beauty Li back and call the imperial doctor. The princess looked at the empress for a long moment before saying, Don't move her yet. If we move her carelessly, it might make things worse. Let's have the doctor come here first. The empress found this reasonable and ordered the doctor to be brought to the garden. Before the doctor arrived, Maying returned to report, Your Highness, I went to Beauty Li's palace to check. In recent days, she has been sending people to follow your movements. The princess replied lazily, showing she understood. Tutor So looked at her young face, still round with baby fat, yet showing a calm and mature expression. He couldn't help but smile. Maying's report caught the empress's attention. Why would Beauty Li be investigating the princess's whereabouts? Lan Hua reported, The princess was just studying here when Lady Li came to pay her respects. Since the princess had lessons, she asked Lady Li to leave. But unexpectedly, Lady Li turned around, fell to the ground, and then accused me of pushing her. The princess suspected she did it on purpose, so she sent Sister Maying to investigate whether Lady Li came here with bad intentions. It turned out to be true. How dare she? The empress grew furious when she heard that Lady Li had tried to harm the princess. Lady An quickly spoke up, Your Majesty, please don't believe only the servant's words. Lady Li was just checking on the princess's whereabouts. How could that be called an attempt to harm her? The empress frowned and replied, If she didn't mean harm, why would she spy on the princess? She's expecting a child. Shouldn't she be resting in her palace instead of following the princess around? Explain that to me. Unable to answer, Lady An fell silent. While they argued, the imperial physician arrived to check Lady Li's condition. The results showed that her pregnancy was stable, with no signs of miscarriage. The empress, still stern, ordered, Take Lady Li back to her palace and take good care of her. All the servants involved are to be punished with 30 strokes. If anything like this happens again, they'll be sent to the labor house. Lady Li was carried away. The other consorts soon took their leave as well. When everyone was gone, the empress gently touched the princess's head and said, Chanbao, I know you're clever, and your father values you greatly. But when it comes to matters of the royal heirs, you must step back a little.
Step back.
In Xiao Chan's mind, there was no such thing as retreat. Because of Lady Li's incident, Her lessons were delayed by 2 hours that day. Just as she finished studying, a voice came from outside. "Your Highness, His Majesty is in Lady Li's palace and has asked for you." So Lady Li had gone to complain. Xiao Chan stayed calm. The Empress, however, grew anxious and wanted to go with her. But the messenger stopped her. "His Majesty said the princess should come alone. The Empress is expecting and should not tire herself." The Empress could only give Xiao Chan a worried reminder. "Chan Bao, don't argue with your father. He was the emperor, the ruler of the nation. To defy him would bring no good outcome. Under royal power, they were father and daughter. Above royal power, they were ruler and subject." In Lady Li's palace, after Lady Li tearfully complained to the emperor, she quietly waited for the princess to be punished. When the princess entered the room, a flash of coldness passed through Lady Li's eyes. "Father," the princess greeted properly. The emperor nodded and reached out his hand. Xiao Chan walked over and placed her small hand in his. The emperor gently lifted her and set her on his lap. Seeing this, Lady Li grew uneasy. The emperor didn't seem like he was about to punish the princess at all. "Lady Li just told me," the emperor said, looking at the child in his arms, "that you allowed a servant to push her. Is that true?" The princess looked calmly at Lady Li. Lady Li quickly spoke up, pretending to be frightened. "Your Majesty, look at the princess's eyes. They're so scary." Her voice was sweet, but Xiao Chan frowned. "She used her position and her unborn child to harm me. Lady Li's character is not worthy of raising a royal heir." Lady Li's face changed, and she shouted angrily, "Princess, what nonsense are you saying?" Her sharp voice was harsh, completely different from her usual gentle tone. The emperor's gaze turned cold. Lady Li quickly tried to look pitiful again. "Your Majesty, I never meant to harm the princess. I only heard that she was as lovely as snow and wanted to see her for myself. I asked someone to find out where she was so I could visit her, but the princess, she..." Her voice broke as she lowered her head and wiped her tears, looking deeply wronged. But she didn't notice that the emperor wasn't even looking at her. He was gently patting the princess's head. "Our princess's cleverness is something not everyone can match." The princess grew impatient. "Father, because of Lady Li, I haven't finished my lessons or had dinner yet. If you didn't call me here to punish me, may I go eat now?" The emperor frowned. How dare the servants let our princess go hungry? He turned to the guards. "Lady Li has shown no respect and offended the princess. She will kneel for 2 hours. The palace servants who failed to correct her will each receive 30 strikes." Lady Li froze in shock. Wasn't she the one who complained? Why was she the one being punished? She was carrying the royal heir. How could she endure kneeling for 2 hours? Would the child even survive it? Lady Li was completely panicked. She clutched the emperor's robe as he turned to leave and pleaded, "Your Majesty, what have I done to show disrespect? Why must you punish me so harshly?" The emperor, holding the princess in his arms, looked down at her and said coldly, "Since the princess entered the hall, did Lady Li follow the proper etiquette?" Lady Li froze. She had been too pleased that the emperor was about to punish the princess and had forgotten to bow. But she was only a concubine, while the princess was the empress's daughter, a true royal. It was only right for the emperor to punish her for such disrespect. "Your Majesty, I know my mistake. Please forgive me this time. I am carrying your child. If you think being pregnant gives you the right to act out of line," the emperor said, then as the princess said, "You are not worthy to bear my child." Lady Li's face turned pale. She quickly knelt and begged, "I am willing to accept punishment." The emperor gave a short nod, satisfied, and left with Princess Xiao Chan in his arms. When they returned to the palace, Xiao Chan had already fallen asleep against his chest. After all, she was only a little over a year old. Her daily lessons were many, and her tutor gave her extra work. It was impressive that she had stayed awake this long. The empress, who had been waiting anxiously, sighed in relief when she saw the emperor and the princess return safely. As soon as the princess arrived, Lady Lanhua ordered the servants to prepare dinner. The family of 3 sat down together. After dinner, while Xiao Chan went to wash up, The emperor said to the empress. The princess has many lessons. Make sure the concubines behave themselves and do not disturb her studies. Yes, your majesty, the empress replied. Lady Li, who had been favored and was expecting a child, had tried to provoke the princess and then complained about her. The entire harem had expected the princess to be scolded and the empress to be blamed. But instead, news spread that Lady Li had been punished to kneel for 2 hours. That very night, she suffered a health scare. Fortunately, she was strong and recovered quickly, otherwise, she might have lost the baby. After that, she became much more cautious. Her favor with the emperor, however, was gone for good because of her scheming. Meanwhile, some began to question the princess's special treatment. She was only a princess after all. Why did the emperor care for her so deeply? Xiao Chan paid no attention to their doubts and focused once again on her studies. Master Zhou wanted to take the princess out to paint from life, but he didn't want to delay her studies. So he discussed it with several other tutors and planned a short trip. Although the princess was still young, none of the tutors ever treated her like an ordinary child. They didn't hesitate to present their idea to the emperor. At first, the emperor disagreed, but after thinking about the princess's intelligence, he finally approved. He ordered a group of Imperial guards to escort her. The princess quietly left the palace, dressed in plain clothes, with her attendants following. Even in simple clothing, the group still looked grand. After all, ordinary families could never travel with dozens of people. They set out in the morning and arrived at Lane Temple by nightfall. Zhong, zhong, zhong. The sound of the temple bell rose into the clouds, as if reaching the heavens. After entering Lane Temple, Master Zhou didn't rest. Instead, he set out brushes, ink, and paper, asking the princess to paint. He said with a smile, "Every moment is different, every scene unique. We must not miss it." The princess gave him a quiet glance, but her soft, childlike look carried no real authority. Master Zhou wasn't the least bit afraid. Seeing that he wouldn't give up, the princess sighed and began to paint. It wasn't strange that Master Zhou was so eager. The princess was the most gifted painter he had ever seen. When others were still sketching outlines, she could already capture the full shape of things. When others were refining lines, she was already adding depth and spirit. While others were still drawing, her work already carried meaning and life. That was why Master Zhou was so determined to bring her out. She had already painted every corner of the palace, and he wanted to see how she would capture the world beyond. Lane Temple stood high on the mountainside. Under the moonlight, the temple glowed with lanterns and incense smoke. From below, it looked as if people were praying for divine protection. From above, it seemed as though the gods were watching over their faithful followers. When the princess finished her painting, Master Zhou eagerly picked it up and studied it carefully, a wide smile spreading across his face. The princess paid no attention to his joy. She went to the room prepared by the temple, washed up, and quickly fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, she was awakened. After bathing and dressing, she offered incense and bowed to the Buddha under the watchful eyes of Master Su. Master Su reminded her not to forget to pray for peace and prosperity in the Xiao kingdom. Little Xiao Chan, only 1.5 years old. Master Su, watching from the side, couldn't tell if she truly prayed, but she looked very sincere. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly. After the offering, the group set out again, heading toward the mountain peak. Lane Temple stood halfway up the mountain, but Master Zhou insisted on reaching the very top. No one knew what was there, but he was determined to go. The path to the summit could only be climbed on foot. The guards wanted to carry the princess up, but her martial arts teacher was present and insisted she walk on her own little legs. Halfway up, the princess looked at him with quiet resignation. Unable to hold back his laughter, the teacher finally picked her up and carried her to the top. When everyone reached the summit, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The view was breathtaking. The princess was gently turned to face the scenery. Master Zhou pointed to the prepared brushes, ink, and paper, reminding her to paint. Expressionless, She sat down and began to draw. When the scene before her was fully captured on paper, Master Zhou frowned slightly. Something felt off. As he studied the painting, the martial arts teacher leaned over and muttered, "Why does this painting feel a bit fierce?"
What? Master Zhao frowned.
Realizing he might have spoken out of turn, the teacher chuckled awkwardly. "Just joking. How could a little princess's painting carry any fierceness? It's beautiful." Master Zhou said nothing, only looked more closely, and then suddenly understood. There really was a hidden intensity in the painting. He was shocked. Could it be that the princess was displeased with this trip and expressed it through her art? No, this was serious. So, Master Zhou quietly gathered the other teachers to discuss the matter. While they whispered among themselves, the eldest princess ate a few pieces of pastry, then, enjoying the cool breeze, took another short nap. When she woke up again, she was already at Lane Temple. The temple was crowded with worshippers, and the heavy scent of incense made her head ache. After resting for a short while, the princess ordered everyone to return. Her impatience made things difficult for Master Zhou and the others. After all, whether going up or down the mountain, they had to walk. Except for the martial arts instructor, the rest were scholars, and after hours of walking, they were completely exhausted, especially after 2 days of this. Fortunately, they also wanted to return to the palace quickly to see the emperor, so they endured it. By the time they arrived back at the palace, it was already late. For some reason, none of the tutors gave lessons that day. Did Master Zhou not want to teach? He did, but at that moment, he wanted even more to show the emperor a certain painting filled with a chilling sense of hostility. When the emperor saw that the painting, which should have been full of grace, carried such strong aggression, his brows furrowed deeply. His daughter, the eldest princess, was only a year and a half old, yet her painting revealed such dark emotions. If this was not properly guided, what if she grew up to be a tyrant? She was so intelligent. If she became a cruel ruler, the Xiao kingdom would be doomed. "Master Su, what do you think?" the emperor asked. Master Su thought of the princess's usual calmness, then of the painting's hidden hostility, and shivered. A child only a year and a half old, already showing such darkness in her heart. How frightening. "Your Majesty, perhaps the princess has simply been too tired lately?" he suggested. The emperor nodded in understanding, then turned to Master Zhou. "Master Zhou, although the princess is talented in painting, you shouldn't make her paint so many in one day." Master Zhou was speechless. Was it his idea? Would he dare? She was a princess, and though he was her tutor, he was still a subject. He had originally planned to teach her slowly, step by step. But once the emperor learned of her talent, he ordered all her tutors to be diligent and never slack off. Now, the fact that the princess could already paint with such depth at only a year and a half old was entirely because of the emperor's own insistence. He had done something wrong himself, yet in the end, someone else had to take the blame for him. Did he really think being the emperor made him so great? And those paintings by the Princess Royal, the emperor had kept them all. He couldn't even secretly keep 1 or 2 for himself. Master Zhou thought to himself that he should find a chance to ask the Princess Royal to give him 1 or 2 paintings. Once he got them, he could proudly show them off everywhere. "Master Zhou, did you hear what I just said?" The emperor noticed that Master Zhou was distracted and raised his voice. Master Zhou quickly came back to his senses. "Yes, Your Majesty, I heard you."
"Good."
"Except for Master Su, the rest of you may be a little more lenient. Don't push the Princess Royal too hard." As the tutors left the Imperial study and walked back together, one of them asked, "Master Su, the Princess Royal is still so young, yet the Emperor wants us to teach her so carefully. What do you think his purpose is? The Xiao Kingdom doesn't even have a prince yet. If the Princess Royal grows up to be more capable than a future prince, won't that cause trouble?" "The future is for the Emperor to decide," Master Su replied sternly. "You'd better not speak carelessly. If such words reach the Emperor's ears, you'll be in serious trouble." After being scolded, the tutors all fell silent and went their separate ways. Master Su took a carriage back to the Grand Tutor's residence. "Father, I'm back," he said as he entered. Grand Tutor Su, his beard already graying, was still reading under the lamplight even though it was late at night. Seeing his son return, he put down his book with interest and asked, "A few days ago, you said you were taking the Princess Royal out to paint from nature. Why are you back so soon? You left yesterday and returned today. It's only been 2 days." Master Su sat down and explained, "We hadn't planned to return so soon, but the Princess Royal finished 2 paintings, so we hurried back." 2 paintings? Grand Tutor Su was intrigued. The Princess Royal was still a child. What kind of paintings could she have made to surprise his well-trained son so much? The first painting shows the Thunder Sound Temple at night. From below, it looks as if the people are praying for the gods' protection. From above, it feels as though the gods are watching over their followers. Master Su still felt deeply moved when he thought of the 2 paintings. So young, yet able to create such depth and meaning, Grand Tutor Su said with growing curiosity. "No wonder the Emperor is so fond of her. And what about the second painting? We went to the mountaintop." Master Zhou asked the eldest princess to paint again. It was meant to be a picture of glowing clouds and misty valleys. If the painting turned out well, it would reveal her state of mind. How was the eldest princess's state of mind? Her heart seemed broad, yet there was hidden danger within. Grand Tutor Su looked doubtful. The eldest princess is only 1.5 years old. How could her painting show hidden danger? Master Su nodded. The old tutor thought for a moment. "The Emperor is wise. He saw the princess's cleverness and wanted me to teach her. But I thought, she is still a girl, and I once taught the Emperor himself. If I teach her now, it might bring her trouble. A tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be broken by the wind. So I recommended you instead. You were personally taught by me and are one of the best scholars. Having you teach the princess is not to belittle her. But I have thought about it. If she truly is that clever, yet already shows signs of aggression at such a young age, she could become dangerous if not guided carefully." Master Su defended her. Perhaps the Emperor's eagerness for his daughter's success has caused this misunderstanding. The old tutor said nothing, though he disagreed in his heart. A child of 1.5, even if tired, would only be fussy or restless, never truly dangerous. In the palace, after washing up, the eldest princess was reading a book in her inner clothes. Outside came the call, "His Majesty has arrived." The princess looked toward the door, stood up and bowed. "Greetings, father." Seeing the tiny, serious child before him, delicate and lovely, the Emperor could hardly believe that her painting could hide any sign of danger. Yet, as he thought about it, he realized his daughter was indeed unlike other children her age. She was far too perceptive. When she helped clear her mother's name, her courage and wit surpassed that of many adults. The Empress, as the mother of the nation, was cautious and tactful. Even she had not expected her daughter's clever way of turning the situation around. "Father?" The little girl frowned slightly and called again when she saw him lost in thought. The Emperor came back to himself, bent down, and lifted her onto his lap. "Why are you still reading so late? You're only 1.5 years old. You must sleep on time, or you won't grow tall." The eldest princess directly exposed the Emperor's thoughts. "Isn't it father who told the teacher to be strict with me?" The Emperor. Why did she have to say it so bluntly? He coughed lightly. "My dear princess, are you thinking of hurting someone?" He waved his hand. Eunuch Da placed a painting on the table. It was the landscape the princess had painted on the mountaintop, a picture of sunrise over the valley. It should have been a beautiful and grand scene, yet hidden within it was a sense of danger, making the whole painting feel dark and tense. The princess looked at the painting and said calmly, without any attempt to hide her feelings, "Teacher Zhou annoys me. I wanted to hurt him." The Emperor's mouth twitched. His 1.5-year-old daughter actually had such thoughts. She had wanted to harm Teacher Zhou, but she restrained herself and poured that emotion into her painting instead. After confirming his daughter's feelings, the Emperor gently guided her. A ruler must not harm the innocent. The princess replied softly, Teacher Zhou is still alive. The eldest princess, at such a young age, can already control her anger. I am impressed, said the emperor. The princess was speechless. She didn't understand why her father came just to say such useless things. After chatting with her for a while, the emperor took the painting and left. After that, the princess's lessons became much easier. In mid-August, the empress gave birth to a prince. The newborn cried loudly the moment he was born. The emperor held him for a short while, then found him too noisy and left. At first, only the emperor thought he was noisy. But soon, the princess did too. Her little brother cried when he was hungry, when he wasn't full, when no one held him, when he was wet, or when he was startled. He cried almost all the time, and he was very hard to calm down. The princess had sharp hearing and lived in the empress's palace. At night, his cries echoed through the halls, keeping her awake. The first night she managed, but from the second day after the prince's birth, she was filled with irritation. When teacher Sue asked her to practice writing, her strokes carried anger. When he asked her to read, her voice turned cold. When he taught her lessons, she stared at him with a chilling gaze. Master Sue. When it was time to change shifts, Master Sue quickly pulled aside Princess Chang's chief maid, Meiying, and asked, Is the princess in a bad mood? Not only was the princess upset, but Meiying was also feeling troubled. Still, she answered patiently, The second prince was just born and cries a lot. The princess hasn't slept for 2 nights because of it. Has this been reported to the empress? Master Sue asked. The empress just gave birth. If we tell her, it might worry her too much, Meiying replied. Master Sue agreed that made sense. After all, babies cry by nature. He's just been born. He can't understand if you tell him to be quiet. The princess had suffered for 2 days and ended up taking her frustration out on the tutors. That day, when the tutors reported to the emperor, all of them looked gloomy. The emperor asked what was wrong. Master Sue presented the princess's calligraphy. Master Zhou handed over her painting. Master Qi submitted a record of their chess match. Masters Qin and Wu had nothing to hand in, but their faces were equally grim. The emperor looked through the papers one by one. Without exception, each piece carried a sense of anger and danger. His brows furrowed. He looked up and asked, What's going on? Is the princess upset? If she were in a good mood, she would never have written such fierce words, painted such dark scenes, or played such a ruthless game of chess. Even just looking at them made the emperor uneasy. Master Su stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I asked the princess's maid. She said the second prince's constant crying kept the princess awake for 2 nights, which made her irritable. The emperor nodded in understanding. I see. You may all leave. Since the second prince was newly born and the empress needed to care for him, the emperor immediately gave an order. The princess was to move into his own palace. Eunuch Da hesitated and advised softly, Your Majesty, is this appropriate? The emperor replied, There's nothing wrong with it.
Do as I said.
Yes, Your Majesty. And so, Princess Chong moved out of the empress's palace and into the Qianqing Hall. This event quickly drew attention. The entire palace was stunned. The noisy crying finally stopped. The eldest princess was at last able to sleep well. She could now study with a calm mind. When she saw the empress and the little crybaby again, the empress had just finished her confinement period. She brought the baby to visit. After a month, the baby looked soft and fair, with big dark eyes staring straight at the eldest princess. The empress gently taught him, Look, this is your royal sister. You must listen to her in the future, understand? After teaching the little prince, the empress took the eldest princess's hand and apologized. My dear, you've been troubled this past month. I heard that your little brother's crying kept you awake at night. But he's still a newborn and I couldn't do much. When he grows older, I'll have him apologize to you properly. Then she mentioned the princess's birthday. In a month you'll turn 2. Is there anything you'd like? Tell me, and I'll find it for you. The eldest princess shook her head, saying she wanted nothing. The empress was about to speak again. Manhwa. The little crybaby started crying once more. His wails echoed through the palace. The empress instinctively turned to look. The baby's face turned red from crying, and no one could calm him. Helpless, the empress picked him up and gently comforted him. His cries softened a little, but didn't stop completely. The eldest princess frowned and clenched her tiny fists. She thought, a baby that small probably wouldn't get hurt from a light pat, right? After all, I was fine when I was born. She wanted to scold him, but she never got the chance. The empress hurriedly carried the baby away. It wasn't that she loved her son more than her daughter, but this was the emperor's palace. If the emperor heard that the second prince cried endlessly again, he might grow even more displeased with him. The emperor's fondness for the eldest princess over the second prince puzzled many. No matter how clever the princess was, she was still a girl. And no matter how much the prince cried, he was still a boy. The future of the Xia kingdom would depend on its princes. By reason, the emperor should favor his sons more than his daughters. Yet, even with doubts in their hearts, no one dared to question him, unless they no longer wished to live. When the eldest princess turned 2, she received many gifts. Mei Ying carefully recorded each one. For the princess's birthday, the empress asked the emperor how it should be celebrated. She wanted to hold a banquet and invite some guests to make it lively, but the emperor refused. After the morning court session that day, he took the princess out of the palace again in plain clothes. The two of them walked through the busy streets, looking around with curiosity. The emperor even sent someone to buy her a skewer of candied fruit. But the princess neither ate it nor took it. The emperor gently placed it in her hand, and only then did she reluctantly take a bite. It was overly sweet on the outside, and so sour inside that it made her cheeks ache. Displeased, the princess held the candied fruit up to the emperor's mouth. He shook his head, refusing to eat. But she insisted, so he took a small bite and frowned. "It doesn't taste good," he said. Indeed, it didn't. The princess quickly handed the skewer to Lan Huai. "Today, I'll take you to the Western market," said the emperor. "My lord, that's not wise," Eunuch Da quickly interrupted. "The Western market is chaotic. You are of noble status. What if something happens? Why not go to the Eastern market instead?" The Eastern market was more orderly and much safer. But the emperor ignored the advice and went straight to the Western market with the princess. Though the Imperial city was full of nobles, most of its people were commoners and servants. In the northern part of the Western market, some were sold cheaply, including the children of disgraced officials, branded for life as lowborn. Despite the city's splendor, many still sold their sons and daughters to survive. When the emperor and the princess appeared, a crowd quickly gathered around them. They were people desperate to be bought, but the imperial guards kept them at a distance. Even so, their eyes followed the emperor and the princess, eyes filled with longing for life itself. "Chanbao, do you think these people suffer?" the emperor asked. Xiao Chan shook her head. "Oh." The emperor stopped walking, frowning slightly. As a ruler, if one cannot understand the people's hardships, one is not worthy to be king. Eunuch Da, who had served beside the emperor for decades, watched quietly. The emperor's test left him deeply shocked. The emperor had begun testing the princess's potential to rule when she was only 2 years old.
But why?
Did he believe that her intelligence alone made her worthy of being a ruler? Eunuch Da was astonished, but even more worried. The princess's recent answer had not pleased the emperor. In fact, he seemed slightly displeased. That was understandable. If one cannot understand the people's suffering, one cannot truly see them. And if one cannot see the people, how can one govern the nation? Without that ability, she would not be fit to rule. Otherwise, the Xiao kingdom would be in danger. When the emperor questioned her, the princess explained, "In my view, hardship means struggling to rise again and again after falling, giving one's all yet still failing. That is true suffering. But those who never resist, who simply accept their fate and drift along, when they fall, it is not suffering, but the result of their own choices." The emperor was stunned, then asked, "If you were the ruler, how would you deal with such people? Why should I deal with them?" The princess replied. The emperor frowned. Because I wish for them to live better lives. She asked again, and how do you know they are not already living as they wish? The emperor's brows tightened. Looking around, he saw the people in ragged clothes, thin and weary. How could that be called a good life? She said, officials seek power through schemes, and you, father, rule for the people's peace. Those who cannot survive will do anything to live. As long as people have desires, they will strive for them. But those who refuse to try, no matter how you help them, they will still fall back. A temporary hardship is not frightening. Accepting it without effort is. These people may be struggling now, but one day, some among them may rise high when given a chance. The Xiao kingdom is vast, and there are many places beyond the reach of law. To build a prosperous era is not something that can be done overnight. The emperor, who had been testing her, was completely stunned. He did not know that the princess still had one more thought unspoken. Even if there are refugees now, there will always be people who struggle to live, even thousands of years later. Having achieved his purpose, the emperor ordered the return to the palace. Once back, the princess quietly went to read her books. The emperor summoned several highly respected officials to discuss state affairs in the study. After the grand eunuch informed the officials of the princess's words today, they were all surprised but also gained some understanding. They realized that the emperor truly intended to make the eldest princess the crown princess. Master Su, the tutor, thought carefully and then spoke. Your Majesty, the eldest princess is clever. We understand that you want to give her important responsibilities. However, she is still young, and no one can predict her future. I believe that, to protect her, we should keep her hidden for now, the emperor nodded. The tutor makes sense. I wanted you to teach the princess. What do you think now? Old master is getting old. Teaching the princess every day might be too tiring. Perhaps I could teach her 3 days a month. Agreed. To respect her teacher, the princess would be taught by the old master for these 3 days. The emperor specially ordered the princess to visit the Su residence in person. Since the old master was old and not in good health, he couldn't handle too much activity. If he came to the palace to teach the princess, it might cause trouble. The princess might become a target for others' envy and criticism. The princess did not complain. Her father was paving the way for her, and she was happy to accept it. Half a month before the Lunar New Year, the eldest princess arrived at the Su residence and met the old master. The old master had white hair and looked kind and gentle. Greetings, Grand Tutor, the princess said politely. She was calm and confident, not arrogant or shy. The old master nodded. He was even more courageous than when the emperor first saw him. Princess, what do you think about the emperor asking me to teach you? The old master asked with a smile. The Grand Tutor is wise and respected, and he is your Majesty's teacher. The emperor trusts you to teach me because he believes I have the ability to be a good ruler. Although she had heard that the princess was clever, she was still surprised. The old master was shaken. Did you think of that yourself? Or did someone tell you? The princess raised an eyebrow and replied confidently, Time reveals true character. I don't need to explain myself to the Grand Tutor. The old master was silent. What a proud little girl. A few days ago, the emperor took the crown princess to the Western market. The crown princess made a remark, and the Grand Tutor wanted to ask her about it. He also questioned how those people in the Western market who were forced to sell themselves just to survive could ever rise to power. Is it just wishful thinking for them to soar upward? In ancient times, there was Chunjiu, who snatched dog food when young, yet by the age of 10, he was wealthy. There was also Zhongsheng, the son of a rebel, who defied the odds and became a powerful official. Having something, losing it, gaining it again, these contrasts make things precious. Things that are easily gained are not valuable. Those in the Western market, today I can help them out of trouble, but tomorrow if they want to survive, they must fight hard. If they are just slaves today and need help, what if enemies invade in the future? Would they rely on the enemies for support? Leaders must understand the truth and know the people's feelings, but there is a saying, the weak are prey to the strong fight everywhere. The weak must find their own way to survive. The Grand Tutor was shaken. Unwilling to give up, he asked again, "But what if the strong bully the weak?" The crown princess replied, "Then the ruler is not strict enough." At their first meeting, the grand tutor was deeply shocked. That same day, he didn't teach her anything else. He only gave her a book and told her to rest. "Father," Mr. Su entered from outside. Seeing the grand tutor's worried expression, he felt concerned. "Did you hear what the princess just said?" The grand tutor tried to calm himself. Mr. Su nodded. "Yes, I heard." "What do you think about her words?" the grand tutor asked. "The crown princess is not kind-hearted," Mr. Su replied. The grand tutor nodded. "Yes, she is not kind-hearted. Although she is not kind, she has a long-term vision and the ability to be a good ruler. No wonder the emperor values her so much." The first day the crown princess arrived at the grand tutor's house, she stayed in her room. It wasn't until the second or third day that she spent the whole day in the study with him. The grand tutor often pointed out her writing and told her stories, asking her to share her opinions after listening. One of the stories was about Wang Lishu, who couldn't pay taxes because his family had many members. The princess consort only thought for a moment before sharing her opinion. When women from noble families in Xiao country become pregnant, they are exempt from paying head taxes, and their husbands are exempt from a year's worth of labor. As for the oral and calculation taxes, they are not significant. If they still cannot afford the grain tax, then we should investigate whether the family is intentionally avoiding taxes or truly cannot pay. If they are avoiding taxes, their children should be taken away to work off the debt. If they genuinely cannot pay, then a thorough investigation is needed, whether due to natural disasters, poor harvests, inadequate farmland, or farming issues. Is it only him who is like this? Or do all the local people behave the same? If only he is, then local officials should help him through this difficult time. If all the villagers are like this, then it shows that local officials are neglectful, hiding behind the emperor's distance. They should send inspectors across Xiao country to root out corruption and restore the people's trust. After sharing her view, the grand princess bowed and left the grand tutor's residence, riding a carriage back to the palace. The next day, the grand tutor also took a carriage to the palace. The emperor saw him and asked, "What has the grand tutor taught the princess consort over these 3 days?" The grand tutor recounted everything he had taught her during that time. The emperor was deeply shocked. He asked, "Now do you admit that the princess consort has the ability to be a ruler? Being a ruler is not a game. Although the princess is clever, ruling is a lifelong task that requires perseverance and dedication. She must face criticism from officials and the people. I've heard that she gets angry easily and might even have violent thoughts. If she becomes a ruler, she cannot just kill people over a few disagreements, right?" The grand tutor spoke seriously. But unexpectedly, the emperor chuckled. "Your Majesty," the grand tutor frowned. The emperor replied, "She is only 2 years old and not yet a ruler." The grand tutor frowned deeply. "The princess consort is clever. If she is truly capable of ruling in the future, I will choose her as the crown princess to succeed the throne. If someone more talented appears later, I will also consider appointing them. I will not hand over the kingdom just because I like her intelligence." The grand tutor nodded. After more than 10 days of routine life, the palace prepared for New Year's Eve again. On New Year's Eve, fireworks lit up the sky over the Imperial city, beautiful beyond words. Below the sky, the emperor sat with fine wine, watching his consorts perform their best acts of entertainment. The eldest princess found it boring after a while. She turned her gaze and saw her crying little brother curled up in her nanny's arms, staring at her intently. She looked at him for a moment, feeling a bit annoyed. Otherwise, she might have been tempted to scold him. But she remembered he was only a little over 2 months old. Today was New Year's Eve. Making him cry would only trouble their mother. So, the eldest princess decisively withdrew her gaze, resisting the urge to scold him. However, just as she looked away, the crying little brother suddenly burst into loud tears, drowning out the music and dance performances. The beautiful dancing consorts also got distracted by the loud crying and accidentally twisted their ankles. The lively New Year's Eve was completely interrupted by the crying baby. Some consort spoke with a hint of amusement. The second prince really loves to cry. He hasn't gone more than a few hours without crying today. Unlike the eldest princess, who didn't cry even when she was just born and was beaten. Not to mention, the eldest princess and the second prince have quite different personalities. The second prince is delicate. The empress not only has to soothe him, but also handle many affairs in the palace. It's exhausting. Everyone looked over. They saw the empress holding the crying second prince, gently patting him. But the baby kept crying. The emperor frowned, took him in his arms, and asked, "Why is the second prince crying? Why was he crying?" No one knew for sure. The emperor looked at the little baby with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It wasn't that he disliked the prince the empress had given him, but after seeing the eldest princess and then this tiny baby, he felt a bit disappointed. "Your Majesty, today is New Year's Eve. I thought it would be lively for the children to celebrate and get some lucky money. That's why I had someone bring him here. He might be crying because he's sleepy. It's better to let the nanny soothe him to sleep, so your mood isn't spoiled." The emperor nodded, handed the baby to the empress, who then passed him to the nanny. After the nanny took the baby away, the emperor said, "The second prince is still young and needs careful care. If the empress is too busy, she should focus on him. As for palace affairs, they are not urgent. Just promote a few more trusted people." "I understand, Your Majesty." She watched for a while longer. Then, the eldest princess stood up to leave. As soon as she reached the palace, her official steward personally brought her New Year's gifts. The eldest princess opened a bracelet. She looked up at the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor explained, "This is a four-eyed Bodhi bracelet. It has 36 Bodhi beads, symbolizing seeing the big through the small. The red bead is a top bone relic sent by the emperor as a New Year's gift for the princess. Thank you on behalf of my father, the emperor." Yes, the day after New Year's Eve, the empress asked the eldest princess to come over. She was busy with her tasks. She only said a few words when inviting her, and they had lunch and dinner together. Her tearful younger brother stayed with her all day. He cried with her in the morning. He cried with her in the afternoon. When he was tired and sleeping in the middle of the day, he let the princess have some quiet time. The next day, the emperor personally tested the princess's studies. She achieved results that pleased him very much. On the third day, the princess, following the emperor's wishes, went to give gifts to several teachers. The emperor even allowed her to walk around outside alone. She sent gifts to the other teachers, then personally visited the Grand Tutor and Mr.
Su.
The emperor respected the Grand Tutor very much. So the princess naturally wanted to show respect to him. When she learned that she would be out for a walk, the Grand Tutor accompanied her. On the street, the Grand Tutor said, "A new year brings new hope. When people are smiling, it shows the country is doing well. Last winter, heavy snow caused many deaths. I wonder how this year will turn out. Just the heavy snow causing deaths only shows that the people are too poor. Everyone knows that, but becoming rich is even harder. The princess once read in a book that to become rich, you must first build roads. Build roads." The Grand Tutor frowned. "Good roads make it easier for people to see doctors, sell grain, or find work. With money, they won't starve or freeze during winter, and many illnesses and deaths can be avoided." As the princess said, "Building roads is a good idea, but the treasury can't afford it, so the Xiao country not only has poor people but also a poor treasury." The princess stroked the Bodhi bead in her hand without saying anything. The Grand Tutor asked again, "What are your thoughts on the treasury funds, princess?" The crown princess looked back at the common people and asked the Grand Tutor, "Grand Tutor, how much silver is in the treasury now? I don't know all the income and expenses." "Are you asking about this because you're in a hurry?" The Grand Tutor, "What should I do if I get teased by my 2-year-old disciple?" The Grand Tutor remained calm and smiled. "In a few days, I will have someone bring all the records of the treasury for the princess to see. After she looks at them, we can discuss further." The crown princess didn't say he didn't treat her like a child. She just nodded in agreement. By noon, the Grand Tutor and the princess had lunch at a restaurant. The restaurant had singing performances and storytellers. The storyteller first talked about the Flower Kingdom. It was said that the Flower Kingdom had a princess who naturally smelled like flowers, and her scent made all the flowers bloom. Because the ancestors of the Flower Kingdom believed they were descended from a flower fairy, the princess was very loved after she was born. Now, everyone in the Flower Kingdom talks about it. They say that with the protection of the flower fairy, the weather is good, and the country is peaceful and prosperous. The storyteller spoke very vividly, as if he had seen it himself. His eyes shone with admiration, and his words made many guests feel envious. After talking about the Flower Kingdom princess, he mentioned the 8 princes of Menuan. He said that in May, the princes could sit. In August, they could stand. At 1 year old, they could race horses. At 2, they could shoot arrows through a small hole from 100 steps away. And at 3, they could hunt big game. The storyteller described everything with enthusiasm. The guests cheered in admiration. "Someone go," the princess softly called. "Yes, my lady. Go find out about the storyteller. See if he is from Xiao country. If he is, punish him severely." Understood. Why does the princess want to punish the storyteller? The grand tutor asked. Xiao country is vast and rich, but they only praise other countries. Such flattery and foreign admiration should be punished. The grand tutor explained, the storyteller's vivid storytelling is a way to earn his keep. If he keeps praising other countries like that, then he might as well stop eating and starve. The grand tutor. In the afternoon, after wandering around some more places with the princess, they took a carriage back to the palace. When the grand tutor returned to his residence, he looked very tired. Master Su asked him, "Father, why are you so exhausted? What did you do with the princess?" The grand tutor chuckled softly. "Father is getting old, and he doesn't see eye to eye with the young princess. But the princess makes very good points, so father feels a bit tired." Master Su couldn't help but laugh along. After the New Year's holiday, the princess's lessons resumed. During the following months, the palace welcomed a new prince and a new princess. Lady Ru was blessed with the 3rd prince. Lady Mei was blessed with the 4th princess. The emperor only visited them once after they were granted gifts. The empress's 2nd son was named Xiao So. Among the 4 heirs, the eldest princess still received the most favor. When the princess was 2.5 years old, the grand tutor took her to meet the Minister of Works. The Minister of Works oversees the 6 ministries, which handle many affairs. The grand tutor had been negotiating with him for half a year about the Treasury, hoping he would teach the princess. But the minister was too busy and refused. Reluctantly, the grand tutor mentioned it to the emperor. Only then did the minister agree, saying the princess could look at the records of the 6 ministries whenever she wanted, but he wouldn't personally teach her because he was too busy. He explained that if he delayed even a quarter of an hour, it could harm the country's stability. The grand tutor understood and didn't insist. Allowing the princess to freely visit the 6 ministries was already a sign of respect. A young girl and a boy stood side by side at the Ministry of Revenue's entrance, looking at the sign. The grand tutor first asked softly, "Where to first?" The princess replied, "To the Ministry of Revenue, to see the grain. Grain is the foundation of people's lives. With enough grain, everyone has no worries." At the Ministry of Revenue, the princess first examined the land holdings across different regions. The total area of Xiao country is about 500 million acres, with 80% of the land used for planting crops. Each acre yields about 100 jin of grain, so the total harvest is roughly 40 million acres. The population is 40 million people, with an average of 1,000 jin of grain per person. Children under 3 years old make up about 90% of the population, and pregnant women are exempt from head taxes for a year. Taxes account for about 40% of the total grain production. The amount sent to the Treasury is about 160 million jin. Note: this part is fictional and exaggerated for storytelling purposes. Please forgive any inaccuracies. Xiao country has 5 granary warehouses, each storing less than 200,000 shur of grain. If each warehouse holds 200,000 shur, then over 40 million shur should be stored in total. But when the grand tutor and the princess looked at the palace's grain records, they found that even 1 million shur was not enough. There was far less than expected. So, where did the remaining 30 million grains go? Are you sure, Princess Chong, that you didn't make a mistake? The Grand Tutor looked thoughtful. Don't blame the Grand Tutor for doubting. They had only been to the Ministry of Revenue for a day. And Princess Chong immediately found such a big problem. This is really shocking. Maybe I made a mistake in my calculation. After all, officials in different places often withhold supplies, and it's normal for only a small part to remain.
What's normal about that?
This involves corrupt officials daring to embezzle grain taxes 30 million? Even if 1,000 generations of their families were punished, it wouldn't be enough. If what I calculated is correct, then the embezzled grain tax is quite valuable. Converted into money, it could build a long road. The Grand Tutor looked serious. I will report this to the Emperor. Princess Chong left the Ministry of Revenue and returned to the palace. The Grand Tutor went to find the minister. The minister looked up from his leisure and asked, "Is there a problem, Grand Tutor?" The Grand Tutor didn't answer but asked back, "Have you encountered any difficulties lately?" The minister frowned. "Why do you ask that?" The Grand Tutor remained silent, his gaze shifting to others in the room. Seeing this, the minister waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Only the two of them remained. The minister spoke, "You can say what you need to now." The Grand Tutor walked over and sat down. "Today, I and Princess Chong went to the Ministry of Revenue." "Nonsense," the minister interrupted sharply before he could finish talking about embezzlement, standing up angrily. The angry minister stared at the Grand Tutor for a long moment, then sat down calmly, with a serious face. "Princess Chong is young, and the grain tax involves a huge amount. The Ministry of Revenue has many officials. It would take months to count everything. She managed to finish in a day?" The minister questioned Princess Chang's ability. "Sir Minister, I think you're not questioning Princess Chang's ability now, but rather asking someone to investigate thoroughly. Because of this matter, whether or not anyone is involved in embezzlement, I will report it to the Emperor." The minister understood the Grand Tutor's intention. He first wanted to get ahead by sending people to investigate. If there really was a problem, he could try to fix it. But if the Emperor found out later and he sent people to investigate, his official position might not be safe. He might even face exile, or worse. In that moment, the minister broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated but asked the Grand Tutor nervously, "Grand Tutor, is it really possible that the princess has found a problem?" The Grand Tutor only replied, "The princess is more clever than you think." The Minister of Works looked serious and bowed to the Grand Tutor. "Please trouble the Grand Tutor to help me handle this for a few days. I will investigate it myself." He quickly arranged his work and then gathered his men to go to the transportation warehouses in different regions. Let's not talk about the hundreds of millions of grain sent to the Treasury. First, the Minister of Works wanted to check the grain in each regional warehouse. If those grains were fine, then the remaining hundreds of millions could be used to punish corrupt officials. But if there was a problem with the grains in the warehouses too? Riding on his horse, the Minister of Works felt a chill run down his back. If the grains in the warehouses were also problematic, his entire family would be doomed. On the first day after the Minister of Works left, the Grand Tutor did not report this matter to the Emperor. The next day, he took the princess to the Ministry of Revenue. He asked her, "Princess, do you think the Grand Tutor's effort to help the Minister of Works for a few days was wrong? Has the Minister of Works gone to verify the truth?" The princess asked back. "Yes, he has. Although he doesn't fully trust your ability, this matter is serious, so he must be cautious. Allowing the Grand Tutor to help him shows that the Minister of Works is a capable person. The Minister of Works oversees 6 departments. Only someone extraordinary can handle it. The Xiao country is full of talented and resourceful people. The Minister of Works is probably not the only one." The Grand Tutor. Yesterday, the princess looked at the grain tax situation. Today, she was examining the financial income and expenditure of various regions. The taxes in Xiao country come from salt and iron trade, transaction taxes, customs duties, tolls at checkpoints, and taxes from mining gold, silver, and copper. From last year's records, the Treasury received 4.8 million taels. Calmly, she put down last year's records and looked at the records from 2 years ago, which showed a total of 5.1 million taels. "Bring the records from 3 years ago," the princess said to the attendant. The attendant from the Ministry of Revenue immediately searched and brought the records of the past 3 years to the princess. Seeing this, the Grand Tutor guessed that the princess had probably noticed something again. Sure enough, after reviewing the records, the princess spoke in a chilling tone. Last year's tax silver was 4.8 million. 2 years ago it was 5.1 million, and 3 years ago it was 5.4 million. Going further back, it was 5, 7 million, 6 million, with a decline of about 300,000 each year. The Crown Princess looked up at the Grand Tutor. Grand Tutor, do you think this is just a coincidence? The Grand Tutor looked serious and couldn't answer. The Minister of Revenue, standing nearby, listened to the princess's doubt and explained nervously, the taxes do indeed vary each year. Vary? The princess looked up and glared at the Minister of Revenue. He was only 2.5 years old. But that look was very commanding. The Minister of Revenue swallowed hard and lowered his gaze in fear. It's getting late. Grand Tutor, you should rest and have lunch, said the princess, then stood up and left. The Grand Tutor followed a few steps, thought for a moment, then took the account books and headed straight to the Imperial study. Before discovering the silver tax issue, the Grand Tutor could still negotiate with the Minister of Works for a few days. But now, it seemed the silver tax had problems again. He dared not delay any longer and took the account books to the Imperial study, mentioning the grain and tax issues along the way. The Grand Tutor means that not only did the Crown Princess find problems with the grain tax, but she also discovered issues with the silver tax, the Emperor said sternly, his face dark. After the Minister of Works learned about the grain tax, he personally went to check the transport warehouses, but regarding the silver tax, if what the Crown Princess says is true, 30,000 a year, over 5 years that adds up to 150,000. Amazing! The Emperor was so angry at the large number that he couldn't speak. The Grand Tutor also felt this was very serious. This was just the princess's estimate. What if the actual corruption was worse than estimated? Send for Inspector Gung Mingqiu. After lunch and rest, the princess was informed by Lan Huai. The Grand Tutor sent a message. He says you've been tired these days and suggests you rest tomorrow and skip classes. In just a day and a half, the Ministry of Revenue had found problems with both the grain and silver taxes. The Grand Tutor was worried that if it took another day and a half, all 6 departments of the Ministry of Revenue would find issues. That would cause chaos in the court. So, he decisively gave the princess a day and a half off. Once the Minister of Works and Gung Mingqiu finished investigating the grain and silver taxes, he would resume lessons. The princess was given a holiday. The empress then sent someone to bring the second prince. 8-month-old Xiao Chan was already crawling. As soon as he arrived at the princess's palace, he pushed away his nurse and wanted to go to the ground. The second prince, who had been eating solid food for a few months, has become chubby and plump. The nanny only held him for a short while, and it was already quite tiring. As he struggled, the nanny almost couldn't hold him. Fearing he might fall from her arms, she quickly put him on the ground. As soon as he touched the floor, the second prince, like a lively little worm, excitedly crawled around. Eventually, he reached the foot of the eldest princess and looked up at her eagerly. The eldest princess looked at his chubby face and reached out to pinch it. The second prince, hurt by the pinch, immediately burst into loud tears. Eldest princess, please don't. The nanny was very frightened, squatting down to stop the princess. But the eldest princess didn't stop pinching his cheeks. Instead, she pinched the other side of his chubby face and said, "What have you been eating? You're almost like a pig. How can the eldest princess say such things about the second prince? That's not proper." The nanny quickly rescued the second prince's face. The second prince, rescued, threw himself into the nanny's arms, crying sadly. Oh, the second prince is upset. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. The nanny is here. The nanny gently comforted him with a tender voice. Feeling the warmth, the second prince buried his head tightly in the nanny's embrace, his eyes still glistening with tears as he sneakily looked at the eldest princess. Noticing his gaze, the nanny pointed at the eldest princess and explained, "This is the eldest princess, the second prince's older sister. Both of you are born of the empress. The nanny spoke with skill. First, she reminded the eldest princess that she and the second prince share the same mother, so no matter how many other princes and princesses are in the palace, she cannot favor others over the second prince. Second, she encouraged the second prince to be happy with the beloved eldest princess, so she wouldn't upset her. In the evening, the empress held a banquet and invited the eldest princess to join. She also sent someone to invite the emperor. At the dining table, the second prince happily ate the special porridge prepared by the imperial kitchen. After finishing a bowl, he looked eagerly at the nanny, clearly still hungry. The nanny then ordered someone to serve another bowl. After 2 bowls, he burped happily and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The eldest princess looked at his round belly and chubby face and asked the empress, "Which doctor is responsible for the imperial porridge for my brother?" The empress smiled and said, "It's Dr. Luo." "Why do you ask?" The eldest princess then wondered, "Is mother planning to let my brother keep getting fatter? Did he become so fat that he struggles to walk and breathe easily?" The empress smiled and said, "Your younger brother eats a lot, so he gained weight. Once he is a bit older, I will control his diet to prevent him from overeating, and he will naturally become thinner." "Does he eat that much?" the crown princess asked skeptically. The emperor immediately understood her meaning. "Are you implying that the second prince's meals are suspicious? It's just 2 bowls of porridge, not enough to make him this fat. Let the court chef check if his meals contain anything unusual." The empress knew her daughter's cleverness and felt a little worried after hearing her words. The emperor's face darkened as he ordered, "Send for the court chef." Before the court chef arrived, the palace of Changchun Palace became lively. News came that the 4th princess was ill and wanted the emperor to visit her. The emperor did not leave immediately but asked the crown princess, "Do you want to see your younger sister?" "Father, you go first. I will wait until the court chef examines the second prince, then I will go with him." Hearing this, the emperor agreed. "In that case, I will wait a little longer." While the empress anxiously waited for the emperor, the court chef hurried to Changchun Palace. He first checked the pulse of the second prince, then examined his meals. Only then did he say, "Your Majesty, Empress, the second prince's porridge contains chicken blood vine." "Chicken blood vine? What happens if it is added?" the empress asked nervously. The court chef replied, "Chicken blood vine is a blood-activating and stasis-dispelling herb. Overdose can cause poisoning." "And what about the second prince now?" the empress asked urgently. "He shows signs of poisoning." "Poisoning?" The empress's face turned pale. "How is that possible?" "Grandpa, personally investigate this," the emperor ordered with a stern face. "Yes." Grandpa left with his men. The emperor then looked at the flustered empress and asked the court chef, "Can the poison in the second prince's body be cured?" The court chef nodded. "Yes, it can be cured. Fortunately, it was caught early and hasn't harmed his body yet. If we delay further, even if we manage to detoxify him, his health may still suffer. If unlucky, the second prince might not survive." "Not survive?" The empress was so frightened by these words that she fainted. The emperor, though calm, looked very unhappy. "It's good if it can be resolved. From now on, you must personally watch over this matter and make sure the second prince is well taken care of." "Yes, I will follow your orders." Someone wanted to harm the second prince, and the emperor's good mood was gone instantly. However, he still took the crown princess and the court lady to the palace of the beautiful lady. After they left, the empress held the second prince, tears in her eyes. The maid, with a pale face, spoke. Fortunately, the crown princess is clever. She noticed something was wrong with the second prince, or else. The maid thought about how she, as the personal maid, hadn't noticed the poisoning of the second prince. Feeling guilty, she knelt and apologized. "Empress, it's all my fault. I didn't realize the second prince was poisoned. Please punish me." The empress gently pinched the adorable face of the second prince, her eyes red. "It's not your fault. The second prince grew up in front of me, and I didn't notice that someone had put chicken blood vine in his food. Those people are very cruel. Fortunately, the second prince has a clever older sister. Otherwise, thinking about the possibility that her son might have died early, the empress felt a sharp pain in her heart, like being cut by a knife. On the way to the palace of the beautiful lady, The emperor asked the crown princess, "How did you notice that the food for the second prince was not right?" The crown princess replied, "In the afternoon, I was free, and my mother asked the maid to bring the second prince to play with me. He spent the whole afternoon crawling on the ground. He's lively, which is normal, but he only ate 2 bowls of food all afternoon. Given his energy use, he shouldn't have grown as big as a pig." Pig. The emperor's previous displeasure was interrupted by the word pig. The crown princess looked up at the emperor. "Doesn't he look like a piglet?" "I think he looks exactly like one." The emperor's face darkened, and he twitched his mouth. "Your brother is a pig. Have you ever thought about what you are?" The crown princess confidently answered, "I am human. They're siblings. Her brother is a pig, and she is a human? Is that even logical?" The emperor was speechless. Behind them, the court lady overheard everything. She knew the crown princess was favored, but she didn't expect that she would call her brother a pig, and the emperor wouldn't say anything harsh. The court lady didn't understand the emperor's feelings. Even the emperor, as a father, was angry. She called her brother a pig? So, her father, the emperor, and her mother are also foolish? But this matter can't be argued about. After all, she considers herself a person. She isn't involved enough for others to scold her. If he goes out of his way to criticize her, isn't that just asking for trouble? Moreover, he genuinely likes this clever eldest daughter. Since she's used to cold treatment, he doesn't want to scold her. And she only said something about her younger brother's mistake. As the eldest princess, it's okay for her to teach her younger brother. The emperor comforted himself with these thoughts and then entered the palace of the beautiful lady. "Your Majesty." As soon as they arrived, the beautiful lady eagerly threw herself into the emperor's arms. A few steps away, the fragrance reached the eldest princess's nose. She sneezed 3 times in a row, unable to hold back. The emperor, smelling the strong scent, frowned and asked, "Have you been soaking yourself in perfume powder?" The beautiful lady was annoyed because of the princess's sneezing. Seeing that the emperor also disliked her scent, she quickly explained, "Your Majesty, I haven't used any perfume powder. The 4th princess is sick. She saw several doctors, but didn't get better. I've been worried and haven't burned incense for a few days." The emperor was displeased with her lying and entered the room with a stern face. Inside the palace, the 4th princess was wrapped up very warmly. Now that summer was approaching, the second prince was only wearing a shirt and a jacket. But the 4th princess wore a shirt, a jacket, and was also wrapped in a blanket. Her small face was red, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. The emperor glanced at the courtyard. The steward stepped forward and first lifted the blanket. "What are you doing?" The 4th princess caught a cold and needs to sweat it out under the blanket. The beautiful lady angrily stepped forward and covered the blanket again. "Just sweating it out doesn't require such a thick blanket. It might cause the princess to get too hot. Thick blankets can trap heat and harm her internal organs." "Which doctor told you this method?" the steward asked angrily. "This is a method from my hometown," she replied weakly. Seeing her lack of confidence, the steward sneered and looked at her, then lifted the 4th princess's blanket again. "Go get some hot water to wipe her down." Following the steward's orders, the 4th princess, whose face was flushed, quickly cooled down within half an hour. The 4th princess, having just recovered from her fever, looked very weak and pitiful. Lady Li Mei gently picked her up and went to the emperor, pleading, "Your Majesty, please hold the 4th princess. As the true dragon's son, you are protected by dragon energy. If you hold the 4th princess more often, she will also be blessed with good fortune and health." Although the emperor knew that Lady Li Mei's words were just a way to seek favor, he still picked up the 4th princess. After all, she was his child. If he could protect her, he was happy to do so. Seeing the emperor hold the 4th princess, Lady Li Mei was pleased. She secretly glanced at the eldest princess with a look of contempt and pride. The eldest princess originally didn't want to pay attention to her. But seeing her father holding the 4th princess and comforting her, she spoke again. "Father, the weather is warmer now. The 4th sister has many palace attendants around her, so she shouldn't have caught a cold. Could it be that the attendants are neglecting her? If so, They should be punished. After the eldest princess finished speaking, the palace servants caring for the fourth princess trembled and knelt in fear. Lady Li Mei's face changed drastically as she retorted, "It's normal for people to fall ill. When the eldest princess speaks, she always blames the servants for poor care. Isn't that overreacting, Lady Li Mei? I am helping the fourth sister punish the bad servants. Do you not want me to help?" the eldest princess asked softly. This made the emperor suspicious, and also caused Lady Li Mei to feel uneasy. "I didn't mean it that way. I believe that servants' lives are also important. The eldest princess shouldn't treat people's lives lightly." The eldest princess raised an eyebrow. "Treat people's lives lightly? If there are truly evil servants harming the master, punishing them with death is not too harsh. Why does Lady Li Mei distort the truth to protect the bad servants? Anyway, since Lady Li Mei doesn't need my protection for the fourth sister, Your Majesty, it's getting late. I will take my leave." "Yes," the emperor replied coldly, his eyes dark and stern as he looked at Lady Li Mei. Lady Li Mei trembled with fear. The eldest princess turned and left with her people. As soon as they stepped out of the palace gates, they heard a stern voice from inside the room. "Come here, take all the servants who care for the fourth princess and have them thoroughly questioned." The emperor was angry. The palace servants who cared for the fourth princess had not yet been taken away. They all panicked and confessed quickly. The fourth princess had only a slight cold before, and after the imperial doctor prescribed medicine, she was already feeling better. Beauty Lady Li, after the fourth princess recovered from her cold, would always order the palace maids to give the princess a bath late at night. Late at night due to the cold. The fourth princess caught a cold again because she couldn't withstand it. Beauty Lady Li sent someone to call the imperial doctor and continued to order the palace maids to give the princess a bath late at night. As the princess's condition worsened, Beauty Lady Li falsely accused the doctor of being useless. When the details were known, the emperor was furious, stripped Beauty Lady Li of her title, and sent her to a remote place. Meanwhile, the fourth princess was placed under the care of Lady Chen. Lady Chen had no children of her own, and now that Beauty Lady Li was demoted and the princess was young, she was naturally happy to become her guardian. To celebrate, she specifically went to Changchun Palace to ask the empress for advice. The case of the second prince's illness was also investigated. It was found that the chef responsible for preparing the meals wanted to earn a reward by secretly boiling chicken blood vine in the water for the second prince's porridge. Grandpada, the eunuch in charge, checked the chef thoroughly and found that the chicken blood vine was bought by him, paid for with his monthly allowance, and there was nothing wrong. As a result, the chef was executed, and the matter was left unresolved. The next day, the eldest princess was free. The empress sent many jewelry and even gave 10,000 taels of silver. Even the eldest princess looked at the wet nurse with more respect. The wet nurse explained, "The empress said the eldest princess is very clever and doesn't need to worry. She sent some gold, silver, and money, so if the princess needs anything, she just has to ask." "Thank you, mother. I will definitely pass on your words." When the wet nurse returned to Changchun Palace, she conveyed the message to the eldest princess. The empress, holding the second prince, sighed. "Sometimes, the eldest princess doesn't seem like a little child. She sees through some things better than adults." The wet nurse quietly praised. "That's right. The eldest princess is very clever. She even found out that the Ministry of Revenue was embezzling grain and silver taxes. If she weren't so smart, she might still be clinging to the empress's lap, asking for sweets." The wet nurse was happy about the young princess's intelligence. However, the empress looked a bit worried. After all, the eldest princess was only a little over 2 years old. She knew well the truth that prosperity is followed by decline. Beauty Lady Li died less than 2 months ago. The harem welcomed another prince. But the eldest princess had no time to visit, because she had daily lessons and simply couldn't find free time. Because of this, the Minister of Revenue returned with the tax records. There are 5 transfer warehouses in the Xiao country, each supposed to hold nearly 200,000 bushels of grain. But each warehouse has less grain than expected. In addition to the missing grain, Another 30 million bushels are unaccounted for. Knowing that returning to the capital would mean certain death, the Minister of Revenue spent an extra month and a half investigating all the corrupt officials involved, hoping the emperor would spare his family. He wrote a long report listing all the corrupt officials. The emperor was furious and immediately imprisoned the minister. The officials involved were also executed and their families destroyed. Several days passed. The princess went to the Grand Tutor's residence. The Grand Tutor was waiting for her in the garden. A chessboard was set up in front of him, unfinished.
"Princess, please sit," he said.
She sat down. He signaled for her to make a move. They started playing chess. After a while, nearing the end of the game, the Grand Tutor asked, "Princess, the Minister of Revenue wants to see you. Do you wish to meet him?" The princess replied with a question. "Do you think I can decide his fate?" The Grand Tutor hesitated slightly. Actually, he didn't believe the princess could decide his fate, because the amount of grain tax involved was very large this time. Although the emperor favored the princess, this matter concerned the stability of the court. If the young princess, relying on her favor, tried to interfere, all her previous privileges might be lost. The Grand Tutor said no more and only played a few more games with her before sending her back to the palace. After she left, he went to visit the Minister of Revenue in prison. "Grand Tutor?" The minister looked hopeful. He had asked someone to request the Grand Tutor to plead for him with the princess, though he knew it was unlikely to work. Still, he held on to hope. What if the princess was young and soft-hearted? The Grand Tutor saw the hope in his eyes and asked, "Do you know that the Ministry of Revenue not only has problems with grain taxes, but may also have issues with silver taxes?" The minister's face turned pale.
"I've heard about it," he said.
Before returning to the capital, someone had given him secret news. It was said that the emperor sent Gungmingqiu to investigate the silver taxes. Seeing the minister's pale face and diminished hope, the Grand Tutor knew things were grim. The Grand Tutor sighed. "Now Gungmingqiu hasn't returned yet. The emperor only imprisoned you. If Gungmingqiu comes back, there will really be problems with the tax revenue. The Minister of Works probably has no way out now." He staggered and suddenly knelt before the Grand Tutor. "If I am to face death, I hope the Grand Tutor can speak a good word for me. Please don't involve my family. I will do my best," replied the Grand Tutor. After leaving the prison, the Grand Tutor met the Minister of Works' wife. She looked exhausted but brightened when she saw the Grand Tutor. "Grand Tutor, is my husband still alive? I'm not sure either." "Please wait for news," he said. The Minister of Works had been in prison for less than half a month when Gungmingqiu returned. He also brought evidence that could condemn the Minister of Works to death. Previously, according to the Ministry of Revenue's records, they estimated the stolen tax silver was only 15 million. But in reality, it was much more. 5 years earlier, the tax silver was 62 million, with 2 million stolen. When nothing was exposed, those involved started stealing even more each year. The second year, over 5 million was stolen. The third year, over 8 million. The fourth year, 11 million. The fifth year, 14 million. In 5 years, they stole a total of 40 million. These huge numbers told the emperor that the Minister of Works had failed in his duties. They also made it clear that the Minister of Works would likely face a death sentence. News of this reached the Minister of Works family. They were filled with despair. His wife desperately went to see the Grand Tutor, hoping he could plead for her husband. When the Grand Tutor arrived at his residence at dusk, he looked tired. Seeing her, he sighed. "Madam, you're here again." She knelt before him, crying almost unconscious. "Grand Tutor, please, I beg you, save my husband. I will kowtow to you, serve you like a beast, just save him." "Madam, I can't save your husband because I don't have the power. The amount of grain tax and silver stolen is enormous. I can only speak for the Minister of Works, but I might also get involved. Please don't make things difficult for me." Desperate, she sank to the ground and stayed there for a long time before leaving the Grand Tutor's residence. "Father, has the Imperial decree to execute the Minister of Works been issued?" asked Mr. Su. The Grand Tutor shook his head. "Not yet, but I think it will be in the next couple of days. The Minister of Works faces a difficult death sentence. The position of Minister of Works is now completely vacant. While everyone is watching that position, the emperor is struggling over whether to execute the Minister of Works himself or his entire family. He consults with a few senior officials about this matter. Most suggest confiscating the family's property and ending their lineage. Seeing that the emperor seems to agree, the Grand Tutor reluctantly pleads for mercy for the minister's family. The emperor's expression clearly shows displeasure, but he does not lose his temper in front of the officials. Instead, he frowns and dismisses everyone. The Grand Tutor knows that the minister's family is probably doomed. The minister was negligent. Although there is no clear evidence that he was involved in corruption, it's better to punish wrongly than to let go. The emperor will not forgive the minister's family. The Grand Tutor sighs and is about to return to his residence when a servant calls him, saying the emperor requests his presence. When the Grand Tutor arrives, the emperor is playing chess with a crown princess. He bows and says, "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you and the crown princess." The emperor ignores him, clearly upset because of the plea for mercy for the minister. The Grand Tutor speaks calmly, teaching that rulers should lead with kindness and virtue. If he is lacking anything, it is firmness. That is why he pleaded for mercy. But he is not a fool. He knows the minister was indeed negligent. He would rather be wrongfully punished than see the emperor lose authority or make an example of someone. However, the families of the minister's household are also lives. This kind-hearted Grand Tutor has softened his stance. "Father, Mother previously gave me a sum of 100,000 taels of silver and some jewelry. I want to sell the jewelry for silver." The emperor asks as he makes his move, "Your mother gave you 100,000 taels of silver. Why do you want to sell the jewelry?" The crown princess replies, "The Grand Tutor told me that heavy snow in winter will cause many deaths. I said before that to become rich, we must build roads. The 100,000 taels mother gave isn't much, but it's a start. Winter is coming soon, and if I keep the silver, it will just gather dust. Its true purpose is to help the people find new hope." The emperor is stunned. He remains silent for a long time. The Grand Tutor also looks at the crown princess in surprise. In the past, when she spoke, he thought she was clever, but just talk. Now, she has actually taken action. The Princess Chong was thoughtful, so I, the emperor, was happy to decide to choose a capable official to handle this matter. The princess refused my suggestion. Building roads is hard and thankless. I worry others might not do their best. Father, you don't need to assign someone else. Just appoint the Minister of Works. The emperor immediately frowned. The Minister of Works made a big mistake this time. The whole household must be punished. It was clear he didn't want to give the Minister of Works a chance to survive. Father, killing one Minister of Works might strengthen the royal authority, but if the road is built properly, it will benefit the people and could make the country more prosperous. Even if the Minister of Works is not executed, the royal dignity will not be harmed. Moreover, the minister's household has no other options but death. If suddenly they find a way to survive, they will surely seize the chance to do their best. Also, I have a personal reason. The 10,000 taels allocated for the road cannot last long. I want the Minister of Works to find ways to earn more money. No one in the court is more suitable for this task than him. If he fails, and the family is destroyed, no one will question your decision, Father." The princess's words shocked the Grand Tutor repeatedly. They also made the emperor pause and then make a decision. Executing the entire family of the Minister of Works might make him seem ruthless and cruel. That was the reason for his hesitation, whether to kill just the minister or the whole household. Unexpectedly, his princess had already thought of this. He patted her head and smiled. "My clever princess, very well, I agree with your suggestion. Grand Tutor, go and summon the Minister of Works to see me. I will go at once." When the Grand Tutor arrived at the prison, the Minister of Works' wife was saying goodbye to him with their children. They were crying loudly. The Minister of Works held back his tears, which fell when he saw the Grand Tutor. He hurriedly wiped his eyes and said, "Grand Tutor, you've come to see me off." "The Minister of Works is lucky," the Grand Tutor said mysteriously. He told the guards, "Open the cell. The Emperor wants to see the Minister of Works." The minister's wife anxiously asked the Grand Tutor, Grand Tutor, does this mean my husband won't be executed? Wait for news. The Grand Tutor replied briefly, then took the minister into the palace. On the way into the palace, the Grand Tutor finally spoke. Originally, the emperor planned to wipe out the minister's family, but luckily, the Princess Chong pleaded for you. Really? The minister was shocked. He never expected that the young princess could truly save him. It's not that simple. The princess cares about the common people suffering in winter and wants to build roads. The emperor initially planned to select officials from the civil and military officials to handle this, but the princess specifically requested you. Minister, this is your only chance. If you don't do well, your family's future is bleak. The minister nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. Although building roads is difficult, it is at least a way out. He will hold tightly to this chance. The Grand Tutor took the minister to the Imperial study. The minister knelt there for an hour. Finally, the emperor spoke. The case of grain and tax silver is very serious. You, as the minister, have been unaware of this for 5 years. Executing your family would not be too harsh. But since the princess needs you, I will spare your entire family for now. If you fail to build the roads, you know the consequences. I understand, the minister said seriously, kneeling on the ground. Take him to see the princess. The emperor waved his hand. The Grand Tutor took the minister to see the princess. The princess was practicing calligraphy in a pavilion. When she finished a piece, she looked up at the servant. The servant ordered people to bring a box over. Inside were gold, silver, jewelry, and banknotes. This is all the princess's wealth. Building roads will cost more than this, but since the minister has served as a minister of the 6 ministries, he should have ways to earn money. I will think of a way to earn money, the minister said seriously. Go back now. Yes. The minister stood up and left. The Grand Tutor looked at the princess, who was still focused on her writing, and followed the minister. On the way back, the minister sincerely thanked the Grand Tutor. Thank you for speaking up for me. I didn't do much. I just mentioned you in front of the princess. If she didn't need you, even if I pleaded with the emperor, it wouldn't change the fate of your family, but because you mentioned me in front of the princess, she remembers me. Thank you, sir. The minister bowed deeply. Don't thank me yet. First, think of a way to complete the princess's task. After the Grand Tutor's carriage took the minister back to his residence, he left. The minister dismounted and respectfully saw off the Grand Tutor, then turned around to face the anxious, hopeful eyes of everyone in the household. Tears welled up in the minister's eyes as he stepped inside, first embracing his mother. Mother, I am sorry to have made you worry. Just being alive is enough. Just being alive is enough, the old lady said with tears of joy, very emotional. After the family's excitement, they sat down to discuss the details. They learned that the entire family was able to escape danger because the second princess, only 2.5 years old, was protected. The family was very grateful to the second princess. They also heard that the princess wanted the minister to help build roads to earn money. Everyone in the household agreed, without objection. The old lady said, the more we do to build roads, the better. The emperor won't be upset, and he won't forget the opportunity the second princess has given us to survive. The minister nodded and said, my son has thought it over. Besides you and the children under 12, everyone else will go help build roads. The strong ones will assist with construction. The weaker ones will help find ways to earn money. As for the women, since road work involves washing and eating, they can help with meals. My son is a man with a past, so even if we try to find good marriages for them now, it might take some time. What do you think, mother? The minister's mother asked everyone present. What do you all think? We will follow Dad's arrangements, they replied. We also follow the Lord's orders, they said. Seeing that no one objected, the minister hesitated before speaking again. Mother, we still have some family savings. I want to. Mother understands. You want to use the family savings to help build roads. I have some savings myself. When I tidy up later, I will let you take it all, she said. Thank you, mother, the minister replied. Although only the old lady spoke, in the end, everyone in the household pooled their money to support the minister. Even the minister's grandson, who was less than 4 years old, learned that his grandfather was short of money, and he took out his saved New Year's money. The minister did not refuse, because even a little more money could help make things go more smoothly. The minister had served as a government official for over 10 years, and after expenses, he had saved several thousand taels of silver. When his mother, 2 brothers, their wives, and nieces and nephews pooled their wealth and jewelry, plus the jewelry and banknotes sent by the second princess's people, the total was nearly 300,000 taels. The minister's household also owned some land and shops. The elderly lady suggested not selling the items, but saving those that could make money. Once they earned enough, they would send the money to the Minister of Works. The Minister of Works agreed. While everyone was discussing where to go first and when to set out, someone came to deliver a message. "Sir, someone from the palace has arrived." The Minister of Works was surprised and quickly went out to meet them. Seeing Mammy Jean, the Minister of Works was surprised and asked, "I didn't know Mammy Jean was here. Did the Empress have something to tell me?" Mammy Jean opened the box she was holding, revealing a stack of silver notes. "I heard that the Princess Chong asked you to repair the road. The Empress specially took out 100,000 taels and asked me to deliver it to you. She also told me to remind you not to let down the princess's good intentions." The Minister of Works took the silver notes and nodded, saying, "Please tell the Empress that I will do my best." He was a man who was close to death, but because of the Princess Chang's words, he was spared his death sentence. The officials watching the Minister of Works heard that the Empress had sent him 100,000 taels. They couldn't sit still. The first to act was the palace ladies. When they heard about the Empress donating money to repair the road, they rushed to her palace to donate money, gold, and jewelry. Mammy Jean had to make another trip. After the palace ladies donated, the Grand Tutor also sent someone to the Minister of Works' residence. Now the officials no longer hesitated. They sent money and valuables to the Minister of Works' house. To prevent accidents, the Minister of Works ordered that every coin received be recorded carefully. When the Emperor heard about this, he was less displeased and sent a team of Imperial guards to protect the money. The Minister of Works felt more at ease seeing the guards. After all, he now had 700,000 taels in cash and silver. He couldn't afford any loss, otherwise his entire family would be in danger. In the end, the Minister of Works decided to head straight to Ganzhou. Ganzhou's terrain was broken and very remote, with high mountains, deep valleys, and dense forests. Traveling by land took a day per stop, and water routes were blocked by cliffs and caves, making boats useless. Because of poverty, this place had once been known for cannibalism. After the court executed some people here, the rumors of cannibalism disappeared. However, many people still died of starvation, especially 2 years ago when many perished. The conditions here were very harsh, making it a difficult place to settle. But if someone could make a name for themselves here, not only would their family be excused from punishment, but they might also be promoted to officials. After the matter with the Minister of Works was settled, the second prince turned 1 year old. With the help of the Imperial doctors, he lost some weight. The little boy, now thinner, looked delicate and learned to walk. Whenever the Emperor visited the Chongqing Palace, he would hold onto the Emperor, showing his big teeth and smiling while drooling. He looked a bit silly, but the Emperor didn't mind. He would pick him up and joke, "Oh, who's this silly little boy? Just happy to laugh." Giggling, giggling. The silly boy thought the Emperor was playing with him, and he laughed happily. His laughter sometimes made the Emperor smile. The second prince smiled like a little fool in front of the Emperor. But when he turned to face the Princess Dowager, his smile would disappear immediately. He would cling to his nursemaid, hiding behind her, secretly peeking at the Princess Dowager. Even though the nursemaid had told him many times, the Princess Dowager was his real sister, born from the same mother, so he didn't need to be afraid. Still, he was shy and timid. Once, the Emperor joked, "My Princess Dowager is so stern that even her younger brother is afraid." That's good. It keeps them in line, so they won't dare to cause trouble in the future. The Empress always felt this remark was meaningful, but she didn't dare think too much about it. The second prince's first birthday was not a big celebration, because the Empress was worried about the corruption involving grain taxes and silver taxes. And there were officials donating money to repair roads behind the scenes. A grand celebration might attract gossip. So, they prepared a simple meal, inviting only the emperor and the princess dowager. The emperor was clearly pleased with the empress's thoughtfulness. He immediately gave the second prince many birthday gifts. But he gave even more to the princess dowager. The princess dowager had previously given all her gold, silver, and jewelry to the minister of works. As the father and as the ruler of the country, the emperor couldn't let his proud princess dowager's pockets be empty. He gave her rewards first. Then the empress followed with her own gifts. Suddenly, the princess dowager's purse was full again. Soon, Xiao Kingdom entered winter. The princess dowager celebrated her third birthday. On her birthday, her teacher gave her a day off. She changed into new clothes and left the palace. If anyone else in the palace wanted to go outside, they had to ask for permission multiple times. The favored eldest princess left the palace without needing permission. Anyone who knew about her departure would quietly share the news with the emperor. The emperor did not stop her because he trusted her intelligence and didn't worry. In winter, the cold air was sharp. The eldest princess dressed elegantly and was not affected by the cold. However, the slaves in the marketplace wore thin clothes and could easily freeze. Meiying didn't know why the princess went to the marketplace, but she knew the princess was capable of big things. Trusting Meiying, the princess bought 10 children under 8 years old. She turned her back to the children and said, "I will have people teach you reading, martial arts, and math. In 3 months, I only want 3 of you to stay. The others can go back home. Little Jizi, servant here, this task is yours." Yes, little Jizi and Meiying were both people the emperor assigned to serve the princess. Originally, Lan Huai was the princess's top maid. But after Meiying joined her, she and Lan Huai became the princess's top maids together. The emperor trusted the princess to use his people. Little Jizi was quick and efficient. He rented a house in a remote place and hired an old man, a martial arts master, and a clerk. He wanted to avoid the princess thinking he was not doing well. He also told the 3 teachers to teach quickly, strictly, and see results in 3 months. Because little Jizi gave them a lot of resources, they agreed without hesitation. The 10 children chosen knew that the next 3 months were crucial for staying close to the noble. They worked hard to stand out. The emperor, learning of the princess's plan, was impressed. He thought, "My eldest princess is smart. Even at a young age, she's already training her people." He remembered how he used to be happy just for memorizing an extra poem for his father. A month after the princess's birthday, it was New Year's Eve again. Fireworks lit up the sky. The palace welcomed several new young masters and mistresses, including 2 new princesses and 4 princes this year. The second prince babbled happily. He was finally able to speak. She always laughs happily and shows her white teeth to everyone. Princess Ranjia, the third prince, is quiet and polite. He is more mature than the second prince, and at the age when the second prince calls the emperor father, he can already say it too. Princess Chun, the fourth princess, is shy. If someone teases her, she will shyly hide in someone's arms and smile. Very adorable. Compared to the silly second prince and the shy fourth princess, the third prince seems a bit smarter. Tonight is New Year's Eve dinner and a palace banquet. Only the emperor and the palace women are present. The women from different palaces try their best to entertain the emperor and make him smile. In the end, the emperor leaves with a beautiful lady. Before leaving, he gives red envelopes to all the princesses and princesses. He gives especially many to the eldest princess. Knock, knock. The knocking on the door wakes the eldest princess from her sleep. She puts her hand over her eyes and says somewhat annoyed, "What is it?" Outside, Meiying's voice replies, "Your Highness, the emperor has had an accident." The eldest princess opens her eyes and says, "Come in." Meiying enters and explains, "Tonight, the emperor stayed in Concubine Chen's palace, but just now, news came that he suddenly woke up and vomited blood in his sleep. Go check on him." Meiying helps the eldest princess get dressed neatly. They head to Concubine Chen's palace. When they arrive, Concubine Chen is kneeling on the ground, looking anxious and scared. Yuan Zheng is giving the emperor acupuncture in the courtyard. The empress and a group of palace women are waiting anxiously nearby. After Yuanzheng finishes the acupuncture, the eldest princess asks, "How is father?" "He's only slightly poisoned, causing his qi and blood to surge," Yuanzheng explains. "Is it possible to find the poison source?" the eldest princess asks. "We can try." Yuanzheng nods and gives a look to the other doctors. The doctors begin searching in Concubine Chen's palace. Soon, they find medicine inside the pillow of Concubine Chen. The doctors confirm it is the poison that caused the emperor's poisoning. Concubine Chen is very frightened and quickly protests, "No, it's not me. I didn't harm the emperor. I didn't put this poison there." She climbed in fear to the emperor and begged, clutching his clothes, "Your Majesty, please believe me. I really didn't harm you. Please investigate again. You will find other evidence." The emperor's face darkened with anger, and he felt a moment of fear. He was annoyed by her plea and kicked her hard in the chest. "I haven't visited your palace for a long time. I only came today because I saw the fourth princess was cute. You say someone is harming you, but how is it so coincidental? You are unharmed, but I am in trouble." Chen Jieja panicked. "It really wasn't me. I swear I didn't do it." None of the palace maids present betrayed her or begged for her. They all looked at Chen Jieja with cold eyes. Desperate, Chen Jieja suddenly changed her approach and grabbed the eldest princess. The small princess was almost knocked over and fell to the ground. The empress frowned and tried to step forward to stop her. But the emperor shouted sharply, "Chen Jieja," he warned her to stop her actions. The eldest princess also looked angry, steadying herself and glaring coldly at Chen Jieja. "Eldest princess, I really didn't poison anyone. I am innocent." Before she finished speaking, the eldest princess was taken away by Meiying. Chen Jieja collapsed onto the ground in despair. Someone, Chen Jieja, just as the emperor was about to punish her, everyone heard crying. A palace maid carried in the fourth princess. Seeing how pitiful the fourth princess was crying, Chen Jieja immediately stood up, went forward, and took her into her arms to comfort her. The palace maid explained, the fourth princess woke up and cried because she didn't see Jieja. She tried to soothe her, but it didn't work. Afraid she would cry herself sick, she was brought here. Since the fourth princess was placed in Chen Jieja's care after being carried in, Chen Jieja handled everything herself. When the emperor was not around, she even slept with the fourth princess by her side. So, when the fourth princess woke up and didn't see Chen Jieja, she cried out of fear. Now, held in Chen Jieja's arms, she was no longer afraid. Her crying gradually stopped. She clung to Chen Jieja's neck, burying her face in her shoulder, and fell asleep peacefully. After the fourth princess was asleep, Chen Jieja handed her back to the palace maid. The maid took her and left. Chen Ji looked back at the fourth princess with sadness, then knelt down and looked at the emperor with a sorrowful face. "Your Majesty," the emperor showed no mercy. He calmly glanced at the palace ladies present and announced the decision about the fourth princess's future. The fourth princess will be entrusted to. Everyone listened quietly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the emperor. "Father," the emperor frowned and looked at the eldest princess. The other palace women also looked at the eldest princess. Ignoring their different gazes, the eldest princess asked Qin Jiyu, who was kneeling, "You say you were falsely accused. I will ask you directly. Have you changed your pillow?" Qin Jiyu nodded immediately. "Yes, I did. Yesterday, during the fourth princess's nap, she wet the bed, so I changed everything inside and out." Grandpada, the eldest princess looked at Grandpada. Grandpada glanced at the emperor, who showed no sign of stopping him. He quickly ordered people to investigate. All items in the palace, even a single needle, are recorded. Grandpada is close to the emperor, so his investigation was thorough. The culprit could not hide. After a while, the results came back. It was palace staff from the Ministry of Internal Affairs who had put poison in the pillow, intending to harm Qin Jiyu. Unexpectedly, it accidentally harmed the emperor. Grandpada wanted to question the palace staff about who ordered them, but they refused to speak. So, Grandpada ordered them to be imprisoned for further investigation. Qin Jiyu was innocent and did not need to die. The fourth princess also no longer needed to be passed around. The palace ladies withdrew. The emperor returned to his palace. On the way back, he asked the eldest princess, "Why did you stand up for Qinjiu?" The eldest princess replied, "I didn't stand up for Qinjiu. It was your majesty's wish for me to foster good relations with my younger sister." The eldest princess's words were true. Earlier, the fourth princess was ill. The emperor called the eldest princess to visit her. It was a plan to help her gain protection in the future. The eldest princess was very clever and understood his meaning. The emperor nodded in agreement, feeling once again how smart the eldest princess was. The fourth sister trusts Chen Jiyu very much, which shows that Chen Jiyu genuinely cares for her. If something happens to Chen Jiyu, the fourth sister might be handed over to someone else. But if she is passed around, will the new caretakers be as attentive? Or, if she is moved from person to person, there's a risk of damaging her reputation. Father Emperor, perhaps you wouldn't like her either? Would you dislike her? The emperor was unsure. After all, he is the supreme ruler. He prefers to believe what is true rather than what is false.
He has his kingdom to protect.
He doesn't trust rumors and gossip. He also carefully considers what is best for the royal family before making decisions. Although he thinks this way deep down, he still pretends to scold the crown princess, saying nonsense. But after the scolding, he didn't say much and only told her to rest early. The crown princess returned to her palace. The emperor rubbed his aching forehead. Grandpada, worried, asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Should I ask the imperial doctor to prepare some soup?" The emperor shook his head. The matter with Chen Jiyu needs a thorough investigation. Take this chance to check all the servants in the palace. I don't want this to happen again. Understood. It was New Year's Eve, a day meant for happiness. But the emperor, returning to his palace, couldn't sleep at all. The steward draped a large cloak over him. "Your Majesty, are you troubled by something?" The emperor sighed. "I'm just thinking, if everyone in the palace were as clever as the crown princess, maybe there wouldn't be so many worries." Really? But Grandpada thought differently. He believed that when the crown princess fights fiercely, she can be deadly without anyone noticing. The day after New Year's Eve, the emperor tested the crown princess's lessons. The next day, the crown princess visited the grand tutor and presented New Year gifts. On the third day, while in the palace, Chen Jiyu came with the fourth princess to deliver gifts and thank her. The fourth princess looked at the crown princess eagerly. The crown princess glanced at her and said, "Father Emperor values his children. Chen Jiyu should be grateful to herself. If you don't treat the fourth princess sincerely, even if you are falsely accused, I won't save you." Although her words were harsh, Chen Jiyu was still very grateful. Because of this, she openly aligned herself with the empress. After the new year, she grew closer to the empress day by day. The second prince was even closer to the fourth princess than to the eldest princess. After the new year began, the emperor became busy again. He had little time to visit the harem for 10 or 15 days. The grand princess's tutor, the grand tutor, became more and more profound in his teachings over 3 days in a month. Meanwhile, the grand eunuch in charge ordered a thorough investigation of all the palace servants. Many people were dismissed or executed. For a while, the palace was filled with fear and tension. In the second month after the new year, the eldest princess went to the western market again. She personally selected 10 young servants. After choosing them, she went to the small house bought by little Jizi. Today was the day for the first 10 children to take their exams. There were 3 rounds of tests. From the 10 children, the best 3 were chosen. The other 7 begged to stay, but little Jizi sent people to send them back, without hesitation. Choose 3 out of 10, same as 3 months. The eldest princess then left with a new group of 10. On the way out, little Jizi asked her, "What should we do with the 3 who stayed?" "Send them to the academy." The princess nodded. She got into her carriage. Little Jizi was about to leave with the 3 remaining children. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the carriage. "Don't think that just because you stayed, you can relax. If others surpass you later, you'll have to go back where you came from. After last year's tax and grain case, this year's grain and silver taxes were collected smoothly. Last year, the former Minister of Works was dismissed. At the beginning of the year, a new minister took his place. As soon as he took office, he launched a thorough investigation into the affairs of the 6 ministries from previous years. Fortunately, aside from the grain and silver taxes, the other ministries had no major issues. Otherwise, the old minister would have been exposed, and his family would have faced severe punishment. At the start of the year, the emperor took some time to discuss the education of the eldest princess with the grand tutor. Originally, the emperor wanted her to study at the Imperial Academy with children from noble families. But he was worried that this might delay her progress. On the other hand, if she didn't interact with other children, the emperor feared the clever princess might look down on them and refuse to have companions. After discussing with the grand tutor, the emperor decided that the princess would go to the Imperial Academy 3 days each month. 3 days would be enough for her to observe and evaluate the students there. The long princess wouldn't find it boring, nor would it interfere with her studies. In the country of Xiao, only children of officials above the 4th rank could enter the Imperial Academy, and only male students. Although the princess was favored by the emperor, he allowed her to attend the academy for just 3 days, which caused some officials to oppose it. They believed this set a bad example. The emperor responded to the opposition by ordering 50 strokes with a stick. Some officials even threatened to speak out against him, risking their lives. The emperor, however, threatened them with poisoned wine, giving them a choice: drink it or stay silent. The officials chose to stay silent. After all, risking death just to keep the princess from attending the academy was not worth it. The official who advised the emperor was named Do Xian, a 4th-rank official. His grandson, Do Yuan, was studying at the academy. Do Yuan resembled his grandfather, very strict and serious. If someone broke the rules, he would stare at them like a ghost until they fixed their behavior. Because of this, he had no friends his age. Even the teachers sometimes got annoyed by his strictness. But no one dared to embarrass him, since his father was an official who advised the emperor. Offending him could mean trouble for his grandfather. On the first day the princess entered the academy, brave children came to befriend her. The timid ones didn't dare approach. Some looked down on her. And there was Do Yuan, who believed that besides studying, other activities were a waste of time. He didn't want to deal with a group of children. The princess didn't mind. During her 3 days there, she followed whatever the teachers said, without any airs. The teachers liked her very much. By June, the guards sent a report back to the emperor about the progress in Guangzhou. The roads in Guangzhou had improved significantly. Guangzhou was an important route for the country. Before, when the roads weren't repaired, transporting goods there was slow and costly. Now, the people of Guangzhou saw the improvements and willingly joined in building the roads. When the former Minister of Work saw this, he gave those willing to repair the roads 3 coins a day. The amount was small, but it provided extra income for those villagers who had no work at the moment. Once the news spread, more villagers joined in repairing the roads. As a result, the roads in Guangzhou were repaired more quickly. At the same time, merchants from other places hurried to Guangzhou. Changes in Guangzhou were just around the corner. The emperor was very pleased when he saw the detailed report. During the morning court session, he praised the Princess Cheng openly in front of all officials. Because of the emperor's praise, more people gathered around Princess Cheng. Even if she didn't want to pay attention, the children around her would ask her opinions from time to time. They asked her who wrote the best characters, who recited better, who studied more seriously, and who was stronger. The children didn't notice the cold look in Princess Cheng's eyes. Mei Ying truly saw it all. Princess Cheng's mood during her 3 days at the Imperial Academy was as cold as winter. In June, Princess Cheng was 3.5 years old. She found a chance to visit the West Market again. There were fewer children in summer than in winter, but she easily picked 10 children. This also showed the situation in Zhao's country. The second group of outstanding children was selected. The remaining 7 children were still sent away. Xiao Zhizi then sent the 3 chosen children to the academy. The third group of 10 children was also sent for training. In July, the teachers at the Imperial Academy organized a fall outing for the students. The outing was scheduled during Princess Chang's study time. The Emperor specially sent the Imperial Guard to protect the students. During the outing, many students competed to see whose kite flew the highest. Others raced to see who was faster. Some students even challenged each other to wrestling matches. Princess Chang saw two students trying to climb trees. The teachers were very frightened. They had to coax and persuade the children to come down. Some students secretly went to the river to fish. The teachers hurriedly pulled them back to the shore. Princess Chang thought this might be the teacher's last regret about the fall outing. The master was anxious all day. At dusk, he prepared to organize people to leave and check the number of everyone present. Oh no, 2 people were missing. The master hurriedly counted again, trying to see who was absent. After counting, he became even more worried. Xiao Chan, Fu Yanqi, and the crown princess were all gone. Xiao Chan, the eldest son of the Marquis Fu Yanqi, the youngest general and the most beloved crown princess of the emperor. At first, the master didn't notice the crown princess, because she had been very well behaved after arriving at the destination, either sitting under a tree drinking tea or reading a book. While others ran around for a while and then returned, she stayed still for a long time. So, everyone thought she was safe. But unexpectedly, this well-behaved crown princess also disappeared. The emperor's most favored and cleverest princess. If anything happened to her, everyone present today would be in trouble. Hurry, send the Imperial guards to find her. Everyone was so anxious they were pacing. A small group of Imperial guards was sent out to search, and the remaining students from the Imperial College were sent back. Meanwhile, others began to search the mountains. After half an hour of mountain search, more guards arrived. Among them were the Marquis, the old general, and the personal guards from the Marquis's household. The head of the Imperial Guards, Shui Gang, was ordered by the emperor to bring the guards to find the crown princess safely. The empress, upon hearing about the princess's disappearance, was extremely nervous. Even though she knew the emperor had sent guards, she couldn't sit still. But the emperor was not very worried about the princess. After all, he had given her 4 secret guards, and Meng was quite capable. It wouldn't be easy for a small team of guards and 5 people to take the princess away. The reason the crown princess disappeared was really just a coincidence. The servant of Marquis Xiao Chan said they wanted to avoid the guards and go crab catching, which surprised everyone. Fu Yanqi was having a long-lost reunion with the crown princess when he heard this. He quietly carried her and followed. The proud crown princess, who didn't want to bother with Fu Yanqi, simply thought. No one expected Fu Yanqi to suddenly carry the princess on his shoulders. When Meng realized what was happening, Fu Yanqi has already run quite a distance. Meng, who was close to him, was so frightened that she quickly stepped forward and took the princess back from Fu Yanqi's shoulders. Young Master Fu, how dare you treat the princess like this? That is very disrespectful. Fu Yanqi looked up with furrowed brows, clearly not understanding what was so disrespectful. The princess, held in Mei Ying's arms, looked down at Fu Yanqi with a sharp gaze. She wanted to slap him and kick him, but she thought it would be ungraceful to argue with a child. So she just endured it. That's not her usual style. She patted Mei Ying. After Mei Ying put her down, she pushed Fu Yanqi. He sat on the ground, confused and stunned. Then the princess's foot stepped on his face. Huh? Fu Yanqi's innocent and silly eyes showed a big question mark.
Princess, please show mercy. Fu Yanqi attendan, hurriedly begged.
The princess's gloomy eyes looked at Fu Yanqi's foolish face, then she withdrew her foot in frustration. It's no fun to fight with a fool and not even win. Once her foot was off, Fu Yanqi immediately got up, looking confused, and turned to look in the direction Xiao Chan was leaving. He saw Xiao Chang's attendants carrying him away quickly. Xiao Chan, Xiao Lu, Xiao Ying, look. Xiao Chan is being carried away. Xiao Chan? Xiao Lu? Xiao Ying? The 3 people called out looked at Fu Yanqi with dark faces, then followed his finger to see. Xiao Chang's attendants were running fast, carrying him. Xiao Chan, probably feeling uncomfortable, was shouting, "Put me down. I don't feel well. Quickly put me down," but the attendants paid no attention and kept running through the grass, bouncing Xiao Chan so much that he started crying and shouting, "Dog servant. I told you to put me down. I don't feel well. You dare disobey me? When I get back, I will have my father cut you down." Xiao Chan, still shouting, didn't realize the danger was approaching. "Young master, Xiao Cheng's attendants might have betrayed him. Xiao Cheng is in danger," Fu Lu said.
Danger?
"Then let's go save him," Fu Yanqi said without hesitation and ran off. He was clearly chubby, but he ran very fast. Fu Lu's hands tried several times to catch him but missed each time. Fu Lu, his young master in a past life, must have been a slippery fish, which is why he's so hard to catch now. Meng sighed. "I heard that the third young master of the general's residence was born on the frontier. By age 2, he was already a little hero there, causing many troubles. The general and his wife were so worried that they sent him back to the capital to be raised by the old general. Now it seems the old general might also be unable to teach him." The eldest princess looked at Xiao Chan, who was about to disappear, frowned, and said, "Qianli, follow him. Don't let Xiao Chan die." Qianli, Shuangren, Jinyan, and Xueshou are the 4 secret guards given to the eldest princess by the emperor. Qianli chased after him like the wind. The other 3 silently protected from the shadows. After giving the order, the eldest princess looked at the thick, thorny bushes taller than her and reached out to Meng. "Let's go after them." "Yes." Meng nodded, picked up the eldest princess, and quickly followed behind Fu Yanqi. Fu Lu ran after Fu Yanqi for a long stretch before finally catching up. When he caught up, Fu Lu wanted to carry Fu Yanqi. But Fu Yanqi, feeling himself a man, refused to be carried, even as the thorns scratched his face and bloodied it, and his clothes were torn in many places. He didn't want Fu Lu to carry him. But how could Fu Lu just let him go? He threatened directly, "If you don't let me carry you, I'll knock you out and carry you back." Fu Yanqi sized up Fu Lu, who was over 2 meters tall, and compared their strength.
He couldn't win.
If he couldn't win and wasn't allowed to be carried, he would be taken back forcibly. Could he still save Xiao Chan then? So, the brave Fu Yanqi, flexible and adaptable, was carried into his arms by Fu Lu, and they continued to chase Xiao Chan. After about 3/4 of an hour, the 4 of them arrived at the carriage left on the official road. Xiao Chan was thrown into the carriage, silent. The attendant, anxious, hurriedly drove the carriage away. "Stop! Stop!" Fu Yanqi shouted loudly, about to chase after them. Fu Lu grabbed him. "Young master, you're still young. Following won't help." Fu Yanqi frowned in disagreement. "One more person means more help. As someone from the general's residence, how can I just watch and do nothing? We are not cowards. Besides, if I can't do it myself, isn't there you?" Fu Lu, who was relied upon, sighed. "Young master, I told you to get into the carriage." Fu Yanqi immediately chuckled. "I knew my little 6 wouldn't be the kind to stand by and do nothing in a crisis." After praising little 6, Fu Yanqi waved to the Princess Chang. "Xiao Chan, you and Xiaoing are girls. You're not cowards. Just wait here. Xiao Lu and I will go save someone." Princess Chang, Meng, the praised little 6 shivered as a sudden coolness ran down his back. In the end, to prevent people from saying that Princess Xiao of the Xiao Kingdom was a coward and to maintain the dignity of the Xiao royal family, Princess Chang followed Fu Yanqi onto the carriage. Outside the carriage, Meng and Fu Lu sat. Fu Lu was driving the carriage. Meng left traces behind so the Imperial guards could find them easily. Inside the carriage, Fu Yanqi sighed. "Xiao Chan, you're a girl. Why are you running around with us?" Princess Chang looked at him with a faint, sharp gaze and questioned, "Aren't you a coward?" Fu Yanqi patted his chest proudly. "Of course I'm not a coward. I want to become a general like my grandfather and father, fighting on the battlefield. How could I be a coward? All right, after we go back, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself." "Huh, I don't need you to give me a chance." Princess Chang ignored him, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. Seeing she was about to doze off, Fu Yanqi pouted. then moved to kneel on the ground of the carriage, resting his head between Fu Lu and Mei, and asked, "How's the situation now?" Fu Lu replied, "Don't worry, young master. We're following along." Fu Yanqi looked at the distance between their carriage and the one ahead, then asked disdainfully, "Little Six, can't you drive a carriage?" "All you see are the shadows of theirs," Xiao Lu said. "Little Six can't. You probably can, right? Want me to let you try?" Fu Yanqi couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, so he snorted coldly. "Fine, you step aside. Today, I'll show you my carriage driving skills." Fu Lu twitched his mouth but didn't move. Instead, Fu Yanqi plopped down between Fu Lu and Mei. He grabbed the reins with one hand and the whip with the other. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed fiercely against the horse's rear. The horse was startled and immediately bolted. The two sitting on either side, Mei and Fu Lu, nearly fell out of the carriage. Fortunately, both of them had good skills and managed to stay steady. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from the carriage. Mei was startled and asked, "Princess, are you all right?" Inside the carriage, the injured princess opened her eyes and softly replied, "I'm fine." For Yanqi, who was unaware of his own limits, was only focused on catching up with the carriage ahead. He didn't care about the safety of the three people inside. Sitting beside him, Mei finally understood why he was called the Little Overlord at only 6 years old. He only wanted to catch up with the carriage in front. He didn't care if the princess inside was hurt. He didn't worry if the carriage might fall apart. He was just a crazy little kid. Driving the carriage like that, he really shortened the distance quite a bit. The princess inside the carriage was jolted and had a cold face. But she endured it, though it was only on the surface. In her mind, she was thinking about how to tame the crazy horse. As the distance was quickly closing, Fu Lu spoke, "Young master, instead of catching a rebel's follower, why not go straight to the hideout?" "Didn't the general teach you that?" Remembering the general's teachings, Fu Xiao, who was excited about heroism, immediately retorted, "I haven't forgotten. I was thinking of slowing down after closing the distance, or else I might lose him." "All right, we're close enough now. You drive." Fu Lu silently took the reins and whip. Fu Yanqi crossed his arms and sat in the middle, pretending to be cool. At first, he acted very serious. But the carriage in front was too fast. They had been running for several hours. Fu Yanqi's patience was still enough, but his strength was running out. Soon, he leaned back and fell asleep inside the carriage. The princess looked at him sleeping soundly at her feet. When she moved her foot, she accidentally stepped on his face. "Ugh," Fu Yanqi muttered unhappily, turning his head away and still sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed. The princess. Night fell completely. The carriage still didn't stop. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage finally came to a halt. The princess, who had fallen asleep, opened her eyes. She saw Fu Yanqi sticking out his buttocks, looking into the distance between Fu Lu and Mei. Through the gap in the lifted curtain, the princess looked over. In the distance was a relay station. At this moment, many people had surrounded the relay station tightly. "Why are there so many people?" "Xiaoing, is there any problem with the trail you left?" Fu Yanqi is only 6 years old, but he calls Mei Xiaoing very naturally. Mei looks at the chubby, cute face of the little boy and rolls her eyes silently. If he didn't look so adorable, and if he weren't the young master of the general's family, she would have grabbed him and given him a few smacks on the bottom. As the personal maid to the eldest princess, she has never seen such a disrespectful little kid. Although she doesn't like being called Xiaoing, Mei still says, "The trail I left during the day isn't very clear, but it will be clearer at night. If they catch up, it won't be a big problem." Fu Yanqi nods. "That's good. Then we can wait and see, but before that, we must ensure Xiao Chan's safety. I will ride the carriage to follow and protect him. You all hide quietly and wait for the right moment." Fu Lu, Mei. The princess behind them looks at Fu Yanqi's forehead. She can't help but feel annoyed and kicks Fu Yanqi on the backside. Fu Yanqi stumbles forward, almost falling. Fortunately, Fu Lu quickly catches him. Safe again, Fu Yanqi turns around and questions the princess. "Princess, what are you doing?" I kicked you, the princess replies coldly. I know you kicked me. Why did you do it? Fu Yanqi asks. The princess coldly says, if you want to kick, then go ahead. Fu Yanqi is furious and finally says through gritted teeth, father was right. Only petty women are hard to raise. You're just a difficult woman, Fu Lu. Maying. After making this sharp remark, Fu Yanqi arrogantly continues, though you're hard to raise, I am a proper young general. I have the capacity of a general and don't bother arguing with you. Important matters come first. Humph. Fu Yanqi hums softly and looks into the distance. He sees that the people who surrounded the inn earlier are now all riding horses. Fu Lu speaks up. This isn't good. If they ride away with Xiao Chan, we won't be able to catch up in the carriage. Fu Yanqi responds, Little Six, I don't want you to take risks, but as a member of the general's household, you can't lose face or courage for the family. You go and deal with those people. I will go and snatch Xiao Chan back from them. Once I rescue him, you find a way to escape. Fu Lu looked at nearly 20 people seriously and asked, if I can't escape and get killed, what will happen? Fu Yanqi immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry. If you die, I will burn more gold ingots, build a big house, and even have someone make a beautiful paper wife to burn for you. That way, you won't have a wife while alive, but you'll have one after you die. Fu Lu said, young master, thank you so much. Fu Yanqi replied, you're welcome. Maying rolled her eyes at the two unruly people and looked at the princess. The princess said, drive the carriage over. Yes. Fu Lu responded without hesitation and drove the carriage toward the inn. Fu Yanqi was surprised. Just drive over like that? Isn't that risky? What if they get scared and run away? Fu Lu said, young master, you're not as clever as the princess. Don't give any more ideas. Just listen. Fu Yanqi was unhappy and retorted, nonsense. I might be only 3 years old, but I'm smarter than that. Don't look down on me. Fu Lu asked, then, young master, explain why the princess told us to drive the carriage straight over. Fu Yanqi couldn't give a good reason. He looked arrogantly at the princess and signaled with his eyes. Tell me, why are we doing this? The princess simply ignored him. Mei Ying secretly chuckled in the dark. Following the princess's advice, Fu Lu drove the carriage toward the inn. The group that was about to leave heard the noise and looked over cautiously. Seeing only one carriage, they relaxed a little. Seeing that none of them looked afraid, Fu Yanqi whispered to Fu Lu, why aren't they afraid of us? Fu Lu smirked and asked back, we are 4 people, 2 kids, 1 woman and me, a man with no weapons. How could they be afraid? Fu Yanqi suddenly realized. No wonder the princess wanted Fu Lu to drive the carriage directly. It was because they were old, weak, sick, and disabled. Fu Lu stopped the carriage in front of the group. As soon as the carriage stopped, about 10 of the nearly 20 people surrounded it. Seeing their aggressive attitude, Fu Yanqi immediately shouted like a firecracker, what are you doing? Trying to rob me? Mei Ying's mouth twitched as she looked at Fu Lu, silently asking with her eyes, is it really good for your young master to be this arrogant? Fu Lu understood her look and nodded knowingly. Then he spoke with the same bold tone, my young master is Fu Yanqi, the youngest son of the general. Are you planning to make enemies with the general's household? If so, we'll gladly accept your challenge.
Mei Ying.
The princess thought, like master, like servant. Fu Lu's words drew the others' attention. They exchanged glances, their hands moving to the hilts of their swords. The tension grew. A fight could break out at any moment. Mei Ying's expression turned serious. If a battle really started, she could only protect the princess. As for the 2 men beside her, if they died, she thought, she would at least burn some paper offerings for them. Maybe even a house and a kind wife in the afterlife. Just as Mei Ying was ready to act, Fu Lu spoke again. Young master, if we start fighting, you should leave with the hidden guards and call for the old general's help. Fu Yanqi replied, then you make sure to stay alive.
Fu Lu nodded.
Understood. The 2 of them talked as if no one else existed, making everyone around them frown in disbelief. Even though the attackers suspected Fu Lu might be bluffing, they didn't dare take chances. They split into 2 groups. One group carried Xiao Chan out of the carriage and placed him on a horse to take him away. The remaining 10 surrounded the carriage, ready to fight. Xiao Liuzi.
Fu Yanqi shouted.
He pulled out a slingshot from somewhere and aimed at their eyes, shooting small stones with precision. Fu Lu moved at the same time, leaping forward and kicking 2 men down in quick succession. 2 horses were now free. Fu Yanqi pulled the princess out and shouted, "Get on the horse." Meng moved quickly to help the princess, but Fu Lu was faster and lifted her onto the horse first. Without hesitation, Meng jumped onto another horse. Fu Yanqi swiftly mounted behind her. The 4 of them spurred their horses forward, chasing after Xiao Chan. Their pursuers followed closely behind. Fu Yanqi gave a proud snort and turned around. "Let me show you how accurate I am." Pebbles flew from his slingshot one after another. Every stone was aimed at the other's eyes, making the other person's face twist in anger. The distance between them was also successfully increased. Fu Yanqi looked proud and said, "You'd better not follow us, or I'll make all of you blind for the rest of your lives." His words weren't entirely false. Among the 8 people who followed, 2 were hit in the eyes by Fu Yanqi and fell off their horses. The remaining 6 also slowed down because they were trying to dodge the fast-moving stones. Fu Lu, who was riding the horse very fast, asked, "Young master, how many did you hit?" Fu Yanqi proudly replied, 2. "Only 2? You're over 2 years old, and your skills have regressed 4 years? Fu Lu questioned. Fu Yanqi, with a dark face, shifted the blame. "That's because Xiao Ying's riding skills aren't as good as yours. Otherwise, I would have defeated them all." Meng, who was blamed, said nothing. Although being blamed was annoying, Fu Yanqi's words actually made some sense. Meng could ride, but his riding skills weren't as good as Fu Lu's. Fu Lu had been in the frontier for many years and was an excellent rider, especially after being assigned as Fu Yanqi's personal guard by the general. Fu Lu worked hard to improve his riding to protect Fu Yanqi's life. Although the 2 didn't look very formal, they had great teamwork. Just after Fu Yanqi used a slingshot to knock down 2 people, Fu Lu helped by kicking the others down and quickly moved back to lift Fu Yanqi onto the horse, carrying the princess. If Meng hadn't been sitting in front of the horse, Fu Yanqi originally planned to ride the horse with Meng. Although Fu Yanqi was only 6 years old, he learned to ride very well while escaping in the frontier. When Meng wanted to ride the horse, Fu Yanqi was calm and continued shooting, blocking others from catching up. He had been practicing shooting for many years and was almost perfect. Otherwise, with Mei Ying's riding skills, it was possible someone could catch up. Although Fu Yanqi played a big role, Fu Lu still said sharply, "Young master, your words are wrong." The general said that even if your companions are weak, it's not an excuse. The real reason is that you can't break the situation. Fu Yanqi, annoyed by the criticism, shouted, I know. Shut your mouth, or if you die, I won't burn a wife for you." It's unclear whether Fu Lu was really afraid of dying and not getting a wife, or if he was just upset because Fu Yanqi was angry. He truly shut his mouth and stopped speaking. 2 horses chased after them for a while. Soon, they saw a group of people ahead. Fu Yanqi started shouting again. "Xiaoying, stay steady, don't ruin my reputation." After shouting, he leaned to the side, took out a small stone, and shot it with a slingshot. The stones aimed at the horse's rear, specifically the horse's butt and eyes. When the horse ran, its tail would lift and sway. Young Master Fu, who learned some tricky tricks, aimed the stone at the horse's rear and shot it. The horse hit was suddenly frantic, kicking its front legs and trying to throw the rider off. But these people were skilled at riding, holding tightly to the reins and not falling off. Just as they seemed to be stabilizing the horses, young Master Fu shot another tricky stone at the horse's rear again. The horse immediately bucked wildly in pain. It bumped into the horse next to it. Both horses and their riders fell to the ground together. The rider's face turned pale with anger. They ignored their horses and drew their swords, aiming to cut down Fu Lu and Meng Jia's horses. Fu Lu watched the shining swords and the horses rushing forward, shouting, "Young master, can you handle this?" Fu Yanqi, doubted by others, didn't speak but showed his ability through actions. The stones first targeted the people on Fu Lu's side, shooting out in the dark, almost invisible. One of them was caught off guard and was hit in one eye. He let out a scream of pain. Fu Lu rode past him, passing the obstacle. He dealt with the person blocking his way. Then, Fu Yanqi shot another stone at the opponents on his side. As expected, the stone hit one of them in the eye again. The person screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Meng Jia, who was running a bit slower, also overtook the opponent who was screaming. The timing was just right. In the darkness, the princess, who saw everything clearly, raised an interested eyebrow. After dealing with the 2 people blocking the way, Fu Lu caught up with the 8 people ahead. Under the moonlight, he could faintly see Xiao Chan on the leading horse. But judging by his quietness along the way, he must be unconscious at this moment. Fu Lu only glanced at Xiao Chan at the front. For people who were following behind slowed down their speed. They all drew their swords on horseback. They aimed at the 4 people with Fu Lu. Fu Lu immediately shouted, "Princess, tighten your horse's belly and hold the reins tightly." As soon as he spoke, he kicked the sword coming at him and then kicked one of the horses in the belly. The horse, annoyed, let out a loud neigh. In its anger, it and the rider fell to the ground together. At the same time, Fu Lu used the momentum to jump onto another horse. The man on that horse swung his sword at him, but Fu Lu dodged the attack. He grabbed the man's wrist. Then, with his other hand, he struck the man's head. The man hit on the head, stiffened, and fell to the ground. Fu Lu seized his sword. Meanwhile, Fu Yanqi's slingshot accurately aimed at one of the men. Another man, holding a sword, tried to attack Meiying. Meiying tilted her head to avoid the sword. The man tried to slash again. But before he could, a sword shot through the air and pierced his body. Fu Lu had just defeated the man near Meiying and then jumped back onto the princess's horse. Fu Yanqi's stones couldn't hit the target. He changed his aim to the horse's eyes. The horses were attacked in the eyes. They reared up and threw the rider off. 4 people were taken out. Only 4 others remained ahead. Fu Lu and Meiying quickened their pace to catch up. In less than half an hour, they closed the distance again. Seeing Fu Lu and his group unharmed and close behind, the others stopped and pointed their swords at Xiao Cheng's neck. "If you dare to follow again, I will kill him right now." Faced with the threat, young Master Fu shouted, "His grandfather is a prince. If you kill him, why bother bringing him alive? If you're afraid to kill, just don't. Stop pretending. I advise you to let him go and run away, or you'll be dead." Young Master Fu's arrogance angered the others. They didn't believe his words and immediately threatened back. "You think I'm afraid? Watch and see if I dare or not." The man's voice was sharp as he raised his sword, aiming to cut Xiao Cheng's throat. Almost at the same time, a copper coin, a gold leaf, and a stone shot out and hit the man trying to kill. Fu Lu threw out a copper coin. Meiying threw out a gold leaf.
Fu Yanqi threw a stone.
All 3 attacks hit the man's wrist at the same time. The man, grabbing his sword, instinctively loosened his grip and dropped the weapon. In that instant, Fu Lu stepped forward to attack him. Meiying was worried that Fu Lu alone might not handle it. She quickly dismounted to cover his back. Both of them were skilled fighters. The remaining 4 men were no match and quickly scattered to escape. Once it was safe, Fu Lu carried Xiao Cheng down from his horse and checked his pulse. From his pulse, he seems fine. To be safe, we should go back and find a doctor. The group mounted their horses again. Just as they were about to leave, they heard urgent hoofbeats. They turned to look back. From afar, they saw someone riding quickly toward them. As the rider approached, Fu Yanqi dismounted and went to stand behind Fu Lu, who also got off his horse. Seeing that Fu Lu might take the blame, Fu Yanqi's mouth twitched, and he knelt first out of acceptance. Fu Lu greets the old general. The old general, with a serious face, ignored him and looked past him at Fu Yanqi, who looked innocent behind him. Then he dismounted and joined Shui Gang and old Wang to greet the princess. "Long Princess, are you all right?" Shui Gang asked worriedly. The Long Princess sat calmly on her horse, showing no fear. "I'm fine. Let's go back." Yes. When they returned to the palace, it was almost dawn. The empress, seeing the princess exhausted, sighed in relief, and told her to rest immediately. Her teacher, upon hearing she had been hurt, gave her a day off. By the time the princess woke up again, it was noon. The emperor specially set aside time to have lunch with her. From Mei Ying, the emperor learned what had happened. He didn't blame Mei Ying for her failure, but told her that her priority should always be the princess's safety. Mei Ying naturally accepted the order. At lunch, the princess asked the emperor for someone. "Father, in the past, you allowed me to choose a companion to study with. Now I have someone in mind." The emperor asked her, "Who is it?" "Fu Yanqi." The emperor frowned and said, "Fu Yanqi? I heard that he is a little troublemaker. Since he returned, the general's residence has been chaotic every day, and the old general is worried sick about him." Indeed, the old general was very worried about Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi had only been back for 2 years. The old general's hair had turned half gray. At this moment, at the general's residence, Fu Lu and Fu Yanqi were kneeling in the ancestral hall. Next to them, Fu Yanli looked cold and asked Fu Yanqi, "Do you know you were wrong?" Fu Yanqi knelt straight and said nothing, clearly unwilling to admit fault. Fu Yanli then looked at Fu Lu. Fu Lu's eyes flickered and said, "Young master, please admit your mistake soon. My legs are about to give out from kneeling." Fu Yanqi rolled his eyes at him. "You're much younger than me, and your legs haven't given out yet. How could they? Listen to me, just endure a little longer, kneel for 3 days and nights." Fu Lu. Fu Yanli's mouth twitched even more. Fu Yanhui saw his older brother's helplessness and smiled. Actually, third brother is not wrong. He was just saving someone. Fu Yanqi, already proud, lifted his head high, looking very confident. Seeing Fu Yanhui encouraging Fu Yanqi's arrogance, Fu Yanli was so angry he glared at them. Fu Yanhui calmly said, "But the grandfather is right to make him kneel and apologize. After all, the grandfather cares about him. At such a young age, he dared to go so far to save someone. Fu Lu is quite capable." If Fu Lu hadn't been skilled, and something had happened to third brother, the grandfather would feel guilty for not protecting him. So, third brother, you should also care for the grandfather. He's getting old, and you shouldn't make him worry so much. Fu Yanhui spoke earnestly. But Fu Yanqi immediately refused. "You're talking nonsense." Fu Yanhui, Fu Yanli, Fu Lu. Grandfather, as the old general, he is strong and brave. My little matter isn't a big deal to him. Don't try to persuade me. I won't admit my mistake. If I want to kneel until I die, the grandfather will naturally give in and let me get up. Hearing that his third brother wanted to outdo their grandfather, Fu Yanli really wanted to smash his head to see what was going on in his mind. How could he be so unfeeling, insisting on overpowering their own grandfather? Clearly, my grandfather's punishment and anger are just his way of caring for me and wanting to keep me safe. But what about him? He insists on opposing my grandfather, stubbornly making things difficult. Unable to persuade him and frustrated, Fu Yanli and his brother Fu Hui, seeing Fu Qi so stubborn, decide to leave in anger. Reluctantly, Fu Lu watches their backs and pleads with Fu Qi, "Young master, I don't want to kneel." Fu Qi replies, "That's fine. Tell your grandfather that you won't kneel anymore, and he probably won't make you kneel." Fu Lu sighs quietly, accepts his fate, and kneels down. Just kneel. Anyway, kneeling won't kill him. Fu Qi is determined to kneel for 3 days and nights to show the old general some respect. But before he reaches 3 days and nights, the old general arrives at the ancestral shrine. He offers incense to the ancestors. The old general, with a serious face, says, "Get up." Fu Qi lifts his head proudly and confidently stands up. The old general looks at him and says, "Go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, go to the palace. The emperor has ordered you to be a companion to the princess." Companion to the princess? To be a tutor for the young lady. Fu Qi frowns. He considers himself destined to be a general, so how can he be a tutor for a princess? The old general is displeased with his grandson's attitude. He glares at Fu Qi and says, "You grew up on the frontier, wild and unruly. Even your grandfather can't tame you. But now, the emperor wants you to be a companion to the princess. If you continue to act carefree and reckless, I can only let you cause trouble and harm everyone in the general's house. His serious words confuse Fu Qi. He is wild, yes, but he has never harmed anyone. So, his grandfather's claim that he would destroy the entire household is impossible. The next morning, he confidently marches into the palace. The palace servants take him and Fu Lu to the main hall where the princess is studying. When the princess arrives, Fu Qi and Master Su already know each other. Master Su has heard of Fu Qi and learns that he will be the princess's tutor. He is not happy about it. The princess is intelligent and well-mannered, making her easy to teach. He fears that teaching such a mischievous boy like Fu Qi will be a long and difficult task. Princess, Master Su greets politely. The princess nods and looks at Fu Qi.
Fu Lu sees Fu Qi standing there, unmoving.
He gently poked him. Fu Yanqi then politely bowed and said, "Greetings, princess." The princess ignored his bow and said to Teacher Su, "Teacher, first test his learning progress. If he is too slow or too dull, you can help him improve. Don't let my companion reader embarrass me." Dull? Little Master Fu was called dull? He was about to get angry. But the princess looked at him softly and said, "Someone who calls himself Little Master wouldn't be as dull as a fool." Of course, Little Master Fu was not a fool. So, when Teacher Su tested his knowledge, he tried very hard to recall everything he had learned. Fu Yanqi returned from the frontier at age 4. He was sent to the Imperial Academy by the old general. But he was lazy, skipping classes or sleeping. He didn't learn much. After the test, Teacher Su looked at him with clear disappointment. The princess didn't look up and asked Teacher Su, "So, is Little Master Fu really a fool?" Teacher Su didn't answer. Fu Yanqi was unhappy and argued, "I am not a fool. I just didn't study before. If I liked learning, I could be a general or a grand tutor." No one, not even Fu Lu, believed this. The princess looked up from her book and said, "Since Little Master Fu is so talented, why not make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Fu Yanqi snorted. "I have a book here. If Little Master Fu can memorize it word for word within a month and write it out perfectly, I will believe he is very smart. If he wins, I will tell your grandfather that he doesn't need to go to the Imperial Academy anymore. Is that true?" Fu Yanqi's eyes lit up. "It's true. Lil Six, Teacher Su, you too can testify. I accept this bet. Where is the book?" "Give it to me." Meng took a book from her sleeve and handed it over. Looking at the thick book, Fu Yanqi's expression stiffened. But he thought there was a month, so he believed he could do it. However, when he sat down and opened the book, he was stunned. He read 10 lines at a time but couldn't recognize almost a single character. He looked up, wanting to argue with the princess. But Teacher Su was already teaching the princess. Fu Yanqi looked at Fu Lu and beckoned him with a finger. Fu Lu stepped forward and crouched down. Fu Yanqi pointed to the first character and quietly asked Fu Lu, "What is this character?" Fu Lu looked at the dark, blurry mark and replied, "Do you think I can read, young master?" Fu Yanqi, he couldn't get help from Fu Lu. He looked at Meng. Meng ignored him completely, as if he didn't see him. Feeling helpless, Fu Yanqi had no choice but to lean on the table and look at the princess. She was listening to Master Su's lesson. He didn't understand what was being said. Finally, Master Su finished his lecture. Fu Yanqi eagerly held his book and asked, "Master, what is this character?" Master Su was about to answer. But the princess spoke first. "Master Su, you've been tired for an hour. Go have some tea and rest." Master Su, being very clever, immediately understood her meaning. He smiled gently at Fu Yanqi and said, "I have other things to do. When I have free time, I will teach you to read." Master Su was about to leave. Fu Yanqi quickly grabbed him and asked, "When will you be free, Master?" Master Su hesitated and said, "That's not certain. Besides, even if I am free, you might not be. As the princess's companion, you have to learn everything she learns: morning classes, chess, afternoon music, martial arts. If you really want me to teach you, you can come to my house in the evening after you leave the palace." "How does that sound?" Fu Yanqi was stunned. I have to learn chess, music, and martial arts every day." Master Su nodded. "Yes, but the princess told me to memorize and write this book in a month." Fu Yanqi asked suspiciously. Yes, 1 month, after class hours, Master Su replied. Fu Yanqi looked at the princess in disbelief. Princess, is what Master Su said true? The princess replied softly. Otherwise, Fu Yanqi flipped through the book. The characters inside were not only obscure and hard to understand, but also many. Just memorizing and writing them would require great effort to finish in 1 month. If he also had to spend time learning other things during the day, he wouldn't be able to memorize and write everything in a month. Realizing he had been tricked, Fu Yanqi immediately threw the book down and angrily asked, Are you playing me? Master Su watched Fu Yanqi with interest. Daring to challenge the princess, he truly is brave and stubborn. Angered, the princess stood up and approached Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi held his head high, stood tall, and looked defiant, with a fiery gaze at the princess. In terms of height, Fu Yanqi was taller than the princess by more than a head. The princess disliked looking up at him, so she spoke with a commanding tone, Kneel down, but Fu Yanqi, a proud young master, would not simply obey. Both Mei Ying and Fu Lu were sweating nervously, worried about his stubbornness. Master Su was also thinking about whether to say something to ease the situation. But Fu Yanqi, who was worried, was ordered by the princess to kneel. Instead of kneeling, he rolled his eyes and snorted, showing his disdain. Even Fu Lu, who was concerned about him, thought he should learn a lesson. Perhaps his thoughts were heard by heaven. The next moment, the princess's hand rested on his young master's shoulder. Then, the proud young master of his family stood straight and then knelt on the ground. Fu Yanqi, who was forced to kneel, looked at the princess in surprise and asked, How did you do that? How could such a small girl have so much strength to make the proud Fu young master kneel? The princess did not answer how she managed it. She reached out her hand. Mei Ying stepped forward, picked up the book Fu Yanqi had thrown down, and placed it in her palm. The princess held the book and tapped it on Fu Yanqi's head. Today, I will teach you the first rule of being a companion. Obey. If within a month you cannot memorize and recite this book, I will have someone castrate you and make you a palace eunuch. A eunuch? Fu Yanqi's face instantly changed as he angrily shouted, How dare you? Dare what? The princess sneered and turned the book behind her back, then ordered, Mei Ying, take him away and castrate him. Yes, Mei Ying responded, grabbing Fu Yanqi and leading him away. Fu Yanqi, who wanted to become a general, could not be castrated and turned into a eunuch. No matter how much the young master struggled, Mei Ying held his arm firmly. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing her young master really being taken away, Fu Lu panicked and hurried to follow and rescue him. But after just a few steps, he was immediately subdued by the Imperial guards. Master Su looked at Fu Yanqi being dragged away, then at the Princess Chang. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to leave. The young Master Fu struggled for a while, but then stopped. He thought to himself, there's no way he would be castrated. After all, his parents, uncles, and aunts are all guarding the border. If he were castrated, how sad would they be? The emperor wouldn't let the Princess Chang hurt his parents' feelings. Once he understood this, Fu Yanqi let Mei Ying take him to the cleansing room. Auntie Mei, the old man in charge of the cleansing room, saw Mei Ying and quickly saluted. Mei Ying asked, Are you busy now? If not, the princess ordered me to bring someone for cleansing. Please arrange it quickly. The old man looked at Fu Yanqi's fancy clothes and then at Mei Ying. Seeing Mei Ying's meaningful gaze, he nodded. Rest assured, Auntie. I'll make it urgent. Bring the person here. With a command, 2 young eunuchs immediately stepped forward, one on each side, holding Fu Yanqi and pressing him onto the table. Fu Yanqi, who was held down, remained calm. But the moment the cold instrument was placed on his hands and feet, Fu Yanqi panicked. No way. Is the princess really going to make him a eunuch? He tilted his head, and the eunuch beside him had already raised a sharp, gleaming blade. In that moment of fear, Fu Yanqi felt a cold sweat. He looked down. He saw another eunuch removing his pants, exposing his little bird. This was his precious little bird. He used it to pee farther than others, and he was always the winner. He couldn't just let it go like that. When Fu Yanqi was terrified, the eunuch approached, holding the sharp blade. He was about to be cut. Fu Yanqi shouted loudly, "Little master is the son of a general. If you dare to castrate me, my father will definitely kill you." The eunuch hesitated for a moment, then looked outside at Mei Ying. Without hesitation, he raised the knife and moved closer. Fu Yanqi couldn't resist anymore. He begged, Xiao, I was wrong. I'll listen. Don't cut my treasure."
Mei Ying stepped in.
"Fu, little master, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but it's the princess's order. I dare not disobey. So I'll have someone give you some anesthesia. Once you take it, you won't feel any pain. Close your eyes, and it will be over quickly." Fu Yanqi didn't dare to close his eyes. They wanted to kill his precious thing. Without it, he couldn't become a general or a young master. His treasure must not be cut. Cannot be cut, cannot be cut. It's just listening to the princess's words, right? I can memorize a book. I can memorize it. Take me to see the princess, and I promise her myself. If she still wants to cut me after hearing, you can bring me again later. Fu Yanqi's face turned red with urgency. Mei Ying looked at him, frowning slightly, pretending to be thoughtful. "You make it sound reasonable. Yes, quickly, let me go," Fu Yanqi pleaded, looking at the eunuch. The eunuch looked at Mei Ying. Mei Ying spoke. "Fine, since he's the general's son. I'll give you some face. Anyway, you can't escape." She loosened her grip. As soon as she did, the eunuch immediately released Fu Yanqi from his confinement. Free at last, Fu Yanqi quickly got up and moved away from the table. "Let's go, Xiao, to see the princess," he said, not waiting for Mei Ying, and ran off. Mei Ying smiled slightly, took a gold leaf from her waist, and handed it to the eunuch.
"Good job.
Here, have some wine." The eunuch happily accepted it.
"Thank you, Auntie."
"Take care, Auntie." Fu Yanqi ran from the cleansing room to the princess's main hall and knelt down. "Princess, I was wrong.
Please give me a chance.
I will memorize the book carefully and listen to you." The princess ignored him. It wasn't until Zhou's lesson was over. By noon, during the meal, the princess finally told Fu Yanqi to get up. He got up stiffly and asked, "Princess, what about that book?" The princess glanced at the side. Fu Yanqi hurried over and took the book, then his eyes lit up. "Princess, do you know these characters? Could you teach me?" The princess ignored him and said, "Serve the meal." Fu Yanqi pouted and flipped the book back. One book turned over, and the difficult, obscure characters made him anxious just to look at them. He thought about who could teach him to read quickly, so he could finish memorizing. Lunch was served. The princess called someone. "Come and eat." Fu Yanqi quickly hid the book in his arms and sat opposite the princess. "Princess, you want me to be your reading partner, right? Is it because you admired my bravery when I saved Xiao Chan? You don't answer, but I know you like my handsome looks. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? I saved Xiao Chan earlier, and now you're asking me to be your reading partner? That's true. There are very few people in this world as brave as me." Clatter, clatter, clatter. While Fu Yanqi was chattering away, outside, the rain started to fall softly. The Princess Chong looked up at the sky. It was dark and gloomy, and suddenly, it began to rain. With great interest, he took the book from Fu Yanqi's hand. After only reading the title on the cover, he raised his eyebrows. It was a military strategy book. The old general returned the book to Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi took it and said, "Hurry up, no more delay. Find me the best teacher. I want to stay up late studying, and I have duty tomorrow." "Duty?" The old general couldn't help but smile. "The best teacher isn't available, but tonight, grandfather can teach you temporarily. Tomorrow, I will find a proper teacher for you." Fu Yanqi replied, "All right, let's start now." Old General Fu asked, "Not having dinner?" Fu Yanqi said, "What does it matter? One meal won't kill me. If grandfather is hungry, just prepare a few steamed buns." "I'll make do," the old general sighed. In the end, as young Master Fu wished, they prepared steamed buns. One person ate while teaching, and the other ate while learning. Young Master Fu's handwriting was strange. His horizontal strokes weren't straight, and his vertical strokes weren't upright. The characters combined into one, with no clear separation. Each character looked like a blot of ink. The old general asked, "Compared to the book, does your writing look similar? If the princess sees your handwriting, will she think you're trying to deceive her?" Deceive? If the princess thought he was trying to deceive her, wouldn't she have him castrated again? Fu Yanqi hesitated for a moment, then picked up his brush very seriously and carefully dripped a blot of ink. Young Master Fu was silent. The old general watched his grandson look frustrated and couldn't help but smile secretly. But despite the smile, he directly took Fu Yanqi's hand, dipped it in ink, and guided his brush, teaching him how to write. When writing, keep your hand steady, apply gentle pressure, and make decisive strokes. With the old general's guidance, Fu Yanqi managed to write a character that looked decent. This made him very happy, and he practiced late into the night. Still, the old general was worried he would be too tired for his duty the next day, so he forced him to go to sleep. It rained heavily all night. In the morning, while the princess was eating, someone came to report the grand tutor accidentally fell last night. Mr. Su sent word to say he's taking a day off. The princess agreed and also sent Lan Huai to the Imperial hospital, asking the chief doctor to visit the grand tutor's residence. Although Mr. Su took a day off, the princess still entered the palace hall. When she arrived, young Master Fu was already sitting there practicing calligraphy. The eldest princess glanced at him. The handwriting he practiced was exactly the same as in the book she gave him. The writing was okay, but the characters were hard to describe. Regarding the eldest princess's arrival, young Master Fu only took a quick look and then lowered his head to continue his own work. The eldest princess didn't mind his manners. Since Master Su didn't come, she read books by herself for about an hour. After an hour, Master Qin arrived. The eldest princess practiced playing the zither. The music was noisy, and young Master Fu was distracted, lost in the sound of the instrument. After a song ended, he finally snapped back to himself. The paper under his hand had been damaged by the ink brush. Quickly, he replaced it with a new sheet, took a deep breath, and continued practicing. At noon, Lan Huai returned to report. The grand tutor was badly injured and might need several months to recover in bed. The grand tutor was quite old. Not being paralyzed was already lucky. In the afternoon, the eldest princess played chess with the teacher. Young Master Fu still watched from the side. This time, the teacher gave him a simple chess book. Young Master Fu compared the moves and gradually understood more. After finishing the afternoon lessons properly, young Master Fu hurriedly left the palace. As he stepped out, the eldest princess's carriage left for the grand tutor's residence. That night, the grand tutor accidentally fell and twisted his waist. When the eldest princess arrived, Master Su was attending to him closely. Seeing the eldest princess, the grand tutor tried to sit up. She stepped forward and held him down. "Grand tutor, don't move. Be careful not to worsen your wound." The grand tutor sighed and lay back down. This fall came at a bad time. "I'm afraid it will delay the princess's studies." "Grand tutor, don't worry. Rest well. His Majesty is still young, and I won't need your teachings for a while." The eldest princess's words were straightforward. Since the emperor was still young, she wouldn't inherit the throne yet, so there was no rush for him to teach her how to be a ruler. The grand tutor was momentarily stunned by her frankness. After all, the emperor did have intentions for her to succeed, but that was only if no other princess or prince was more suitable. And now, the emperor hadn't officially named her the crown princess. She seemed so confident, but it might be a bit premature. However, the grand tutor didn't explain this to her. Instead, she politely spoke. "It's raining heavily outside. Princess Chong has already sent someone to check on you during the day. There's no need to make a special trip." Princess Chong said, "Father and the grand tutor both hope I will be a wise ruler." "I understand." So, she was just going through the motions. The grand tutor, understanding her words, was silent. He felt sad. He liked Princess Chong as a student. He was very pleased with her. When Princess Chong came to visit, he felt very comforted. But her straightforwardness suddenly made him feel uneasy. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a voice rang out. "Grandfather." Princess Chang looked toward the sound. She saw a handsome boy of about 7 or 8 years old, holding a bowl at the door. Master Su waved at the boy, saying, "Shu Jin, come quickly and greet the princess." Shu Jin carried a medicinal bowl and stepped forward to bow, saying, "Shu Jin greets the princess." Princess Chang nodded and looked back at the Grand Tutor. "Rest well, Grand Tutor. I will visit you again in a few days. Master Su, please take care of the Grand Tutor at the residence for now. When he feels better, he can teach me again." The Grand Tutor frowned. "That's not right. The Grand Tutor is fine. It's better for him to continue teaching the princess on schedule." Princess Chang raised her hand to stop his decision. "I don't mind waiting. That's settled. It's getting late, so I'll go now." Maying. Princess Chang headed outside, and Maying brought people in from outside the door. They placed boxes of gifts brought from the palace on the table. By the time Master Su realized what was happening, Maying had already left with her people. "These?" Master Su looked at the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor sighed. "So many valuable items. They either came from the empress or the emperor. Should we accept them?" Master Su asked. The Grand Tutor looked at the precious gifts. He wanted to refuse, but the words on his lips changed to accept them. Although Princess Chang was young, she carried herself with dignity. If he refused, he was afraid she would overthink. "Grandfather, the medicine has cooled. It's time to drink," Shu Jin said, holding the medicinal bowl. Master Su carefully took the bowl and gently fed the medicine to the Grand Tutor. Shu Jin also held a handkerchief, wiping the medicine from the Grand Tutor's lips from time to time. Master Su looked at his caring and obedient son with great happiness. After the Crown Princess left the Grand Tutor's residence, she saw that the rushing rainwater on the ground had already reached her ankles. The carriage hurried back to the palace. Once inside, the Crown Princess went straight to the Imperial study. The Emperor was still dealing with official reports. When he saw the Crown Princess, he asked, "How is the Grand Tutor?" "He is somewhat seriously injured, but not life-threatening. I have asked Master Su to stay at home and rest for a few days. Once he feels better, he will come to teach me again." The Emperor nodded and asked, "When I returned, the water in the Imperial city was already over my ankles. Has this happened before?" When the water is over the ankles, it usually means there is a blockage in the drainage system causing water to accumulate. Especially since the Grand Tutor's residence is on higher ground, the water there has already reached over the ankles. "And what about the lower areas?" The Emperor frowned and ordered, "Send someone to tell Shuigang to lead 5 teams to check on the flooding in the Imperial city. If there is a blockage at the sluice gate, clear it quickly. The flooding in the Imperial city is urgent. Neglect could lead to disaster." The eunuch hurriedly conveyed the Emperor's orders to Shuigang. Shuigang immediately mobilized 5 teams to patrol the entire Imperial city. The Crown Princess waited in the Imperial study for news from the Imperial guards. Many places in the city had blocked sluice gates. In the most serious spots, the water was already knee-deep. If not cleared quickly, it would cause great damage. Upon hearing this, the Emperor immediately issued another order. "Make sure Commander Shui handles this properly." After the messenger left, the Emperor looked coldly and said, "Send for the Water Department's official." The eunuch received the order and left. While waiting, the Emperor continued to work on official documents. After a long while, he looked up and said, "Crown Princess, come here." The Crown Princess stepped forward. The Emperor shifted slightly and moved his throne aside, leaving half of it empty. "Come sit next to me, father." The Crown Princess sat down as told. Just as she sat, the Emperor handed her a document. She didn't avoid it and opened it directly. It was a letter from General Fu at the border. The letter said that Menuan frequently has cattle and sheep crossing the border, and hundreds of people are racing horses at the border of Xiao Kingdom. General Fu suspected that the other side might be preparing for war. At the end of the letter, General Fu also mentioned military supplies. Winter is coming soon. The soldiers need to send their pay home. And the army also needs grain and supplies. During winter, without enough food and clothing, common people would starve and freeze to death. The soldiers would also die from cold and hunger. Without sufficient supplies, Even horses would suffer and die. Horses are very important in war, so they must be protected. Last year, we didn't pay the soldiers. If we don't pay them this year, they will start to complain. The soldiers should be paid. They protect our country, and as emperor, I can't let them worry about their families. But the emperor raised an eyebrow. But what? The crown princess looked at the official document and spoke, but the Mongolian people are threatening our country. General Fu shouldn't have tolerated it. What does the crown princess mean? The emperor asked. Yours and our land, Xiao country, should not be invaded. The Mongolian cattle and sheep like to cross borders. Let them become food for our soldiers. The Mongolian people like to race horses across borders. Let those horses become war horses for Xiao country's warriors. Animals raised in Xiao territory belong to Xiao. The emperor asked again, what if this leads to war? The crown princess asked back, what does Xiao country have to fear? Of course, they had nothing to fear. General Fu stayed on the border because he was trained by the old general himself. Don't even think about fearing. General Fu probably wants to fight, but he only wants peace. He plans to settle things peacefully. The crown princess is right. Xiao country's land should not be invaded. So, the emperor reviewed the official document, which read, Xiao country's land should not be invaded. General Fu must protect Xiao's honor and defend every inch of territory. Xiao does not want war, but is not afraid of it. As for supplies and grain, I will send people to deliver them before winter. I hope General Fu will guard the border well and not disappoint me. He stamped it with the imperial seal. Then, the emperor ordered it to be sent immediately. Later, the emperor also showed the crown princess many other official reports. But he didn't ask her anything more during that time. He did mention Fu Yanqi. I heard you almost castrated him. That was my intention. He's the general's son. Castrating him is an insult to the general. That was not right. It was just a strategic move during a confrontation. The emperor shouldn't take it seriously. The crown princess didn't really intend to castrate Fu Yanqi. It was just to scare him. Even if he refused to submit, he could still come down from the crossbar. But honestly, the crown princess wouldn't tell him that. Your Majesty, the water supervisor has arrived. Where was he when you found him? When I found him, he was at his concubine's house. She was blocking the water flow with someone and jumped into the river, hitting a rock. She has been unconscious for these 2 days. The eunuch dared not hide anything and told everything honestly. The emperor's face darkened immediately. As the water supervisor, a 5th-rank official of the court, he dares to keep a concubine? During heavy rain, the city was almost flooded. He is reckless and neglects his duty, only caring about his concubine and ignoring the safety of the imperial city. Make him kneel in the rain. When the rain stops and the rushing water subsides, he can come to see me. Yes, at the palace gate. The water supervisor's face was as pale as paper. The pouring rain drenched him from head to toe. The water supervisor is ordered by the emperor to kneel in the rain. When the rain stops and the water calms, he can come to see the emperor. The water supervisor entered the palace from outside. Along the way, he saw the rushing water. He knew something was very wrong. So, without begging for mercy, he immediately knelt down without hesitation.
He was an older man.
Kneeling there in the rain, looking so miserable. The crown princess waited in the imperial study until midnight, but did not receive any news from the imperial guard. The emperor then told her to go back and rest early. When the crown princess left the imperial study, the water supervisor was kneeling on the ground, trembling from the cold. She didn't notice his face and left quickly after a brief glance. In the pouring rain, the wind blew, bringing a chill. When she returned to her sleeping hall, her clothes were soaked through. Meiying served her, helping her wash and change into clean clothes. While combing her hair, lightning split the sky outside the open window, followed by a loud thunderclap. The shock made her heart race with fear. Meiying was startled. She hurried to close the window. Loud thunder continued to roar, as if the sky was about to collapse. After about 15 minutes, the thunder finally subsided. The storm was over. The crown princess finally fell asleep. The next day, around noon, she received news from the imperial guard that she was summoned back to the palace. The rushing water in the Imperial city was cleared away. But unfortunately, some family suffered. 5 people were injured and 3 died. When the emperor heard the news, he immediately imprisoned the water department officials, including his concubine, the concubine's son. The reason the water department kept a concubine outside the palace was because he had a fierce wife. This fierce wife bore him 2 daughters when he was old, and he never had more children. Old men having daughters often led to neglect and lack of affection, and he even considered taking a concubine because he had no son. This concubine was talented and managed to give him the son he longed for. He loved his son very much. He loved him so much that his son once went gambling and swimming with friends. He lost money and almost lost his life. After the concubine and her son were thrown into the dungeon, the concubine scolded and hit the water department official. No matter how he tried to comfort her, it was useless. Finally, the concubine caused a fuss. She forced the official to send a letter to the original messenger to rescue her son. But after the letter was sent out, no one appeared for several days. The official's wife wanted to ask for help to rescue her son. But her 2 daughters, upon learning the truth, refused to let their mother go to save him. The official's mother was furious when she found out her granddaughters didn't want to save their father. She scolded and hit them. To protect her daughters, the official's wife accidentally pushed her mother. The grandmother fractured her bone on the spot. In the chaos, she threatened that if the wife didn't save her son, she would report her to the authorities. Both of the official's daughters were about to marry. If she were taken away, they might never find good husbands. The official's wife had to go around asking for help. But the matter was serious. The emperor was furious. No one dared to help. Some even advised her. The emperor didn't imprison the wife, which is mercy. It's best not to ask for help again, or the whole family might be in danger. Do you know what happened during the heavy rain and flooding? 5 injured, 3 dead. If there had been no casualties, the wife would still try to help. But once there were injuries or deaths, no one could save the official. So, the wife decided to stop asking for help and gave up. The person waiting in the prison kept asking for someone but couldn't get an answer, so he sent someone to deliver a message. Because his son had a high fever that wouldn't go away, there was a faint sign of death. Finally, he waited for the wife of the prison officer. She brought a divorce letter. Divorce? You want a divorce? The prison officer couldn't believe it. He calmly asked, "Can I get a divorce? If it weren't for your affair with the other woman, I wouldn't have known that your son is about to get married after so many years of marriage. Men having multiple wives and concubines is common," the officer said without showing any apology, even while in prison. Instead, he thought that after this crisis, he would record his son in the family tree. The prison officer's wife was not angry. She looked at him calmly and said, "Yes, men having many wives is common. So, when big trouble comes, couples often go their separate ways. Sign the divorce paper." The officer looked at the divorce letter and then at her calm face. Anger rose in his heart. "Are you really going to leave me now?" She didn't answer directly but said, "This time, the rapid flood caused injuries to 5 people and killed 3. Who do you expect me to ask for help? I contacted all your friends, but no one can help you. Even Lord Zhang said that the emperor only imprisoned you and your mistress's son. If I try to help you again, not only I and your 2 daughters, but even your mother might get involved. It's your fault, not mine. You have no right to question me, not even once." Earlier, the officer still believed he could get out, maybe just be demoted to a commoner. But after hearing about the injuries and deaths, he knew he was doomed. He stood up, took the divorce letter from between the prison bars, bit his finger, and pressed it onto the paper. Just as he was about to press it down, he was suddenly held back by his mistress, who shouted, "Don't press it. If you press it, no one will help us anymore. Husband, look at our son. Do you want him to die in prison? The emperor hasn't issued the death order yet, so we can't give up. Please don't press it." The officer looked at his son lying on the ground and hesitated decisively. The lady of the Water Bureau coldly said, "You don't have to press charges. If you don't, at worst, you'll die, and I will remain a widow. Also, I forgot to tell you your mother became paralyzed because of your imprisonment. You should find a way to deal with it, and let someone else take care of her. I plan to take our 2 daughters back to my family. Upon hearing this, Du Shuici immediately became anxious. He grabbed the prison bars and shouted, "What did you say? What happened to my mother?" "Your mother is paralyzed," his wife repeated coldly with sarcasm. "How could she be paralyzed? She was fine before I left. That's something you need to ask yourself. You're her beloved son. I didn't give you a son, so she's been upset every day, her face not right, her nose not right. When you went to jail, she must have caused a fuss to the heavens." When it came to his biological mother, Du Shuici lowered his head. "After more than 10 years of marriage, wife, I beg you, please take care of my mother. As a condition, I will give you all my assets. Is that okay?" Before she could answer, his wife's concubine started shouting again, "No, no. All your assets belong to my son. How can you give them to her? You can't give her anything. You can't even sign a divorce paper." The concubine snatched the divorce paper and tore it into pieces repeatedly. Finally, she tore a large piece and threw it into the air. Du Shuici, furious, slapped her directly. "Ugh, ugh, ugh." The concubine squatted down, crying bitterly. Feeling compassionate, Du Shuici knelt down to comfort her, but just then, he saw his wife leave the prison directly. Thinking of his paralyzed mother, his 2 obedient daughters, and his wife's cold, emotionless eyes just now, Du Shuici's desire to comfort the concubine vanished. He sat slumped to the side, looking at his son, who lay pale and still unconscious. He wondered if this was retribution. For one son, he had lied to his wife for over 10 years. He had wronged his daughter for over 10 years. In the end, because he was obsessed with his son, his family was broken and he lost everything. The palace had been raining for more than half a month. The emperor, fearing accidents, ordered the Imperial guards to patrol the city daily. So, after more than half a month, no abnormalities were found. Princess Chong discovered the heavy rain and reported it to the emperor, saving the city. This news quickly spread among the officials. Few officials knew that the emperor was supporting the princess's influence. After the sky cleared, the prince brought Xiao Chan into the palace to thank the princess and the young man. When Xiao Chan entered the palace, he was still holding the prince's hand, looking very innocent and shy. Perhaps because he was frightened after being kidnapped, he was very different from the day he was taken away, when he was shouting and demanding his father to punish someone. The prince said, "Chung, thank the princess and Mr. Fu. If it weren't for their help, your father wouldn't have found you." Xiao Chan shyly thanked the princess and Mr. Fu, saying, "Thank you, princess." "Thank you, Mr. Fu." After thanking them, the prince left some gifts and took Xiao Chan away. It was only a few days after the prince expressed his thanks. The prince's residence sent a message to the emperor, inviting the princess to attend the birthday banquet of the prince's father, King Rui. The emperor was initially reluctant to let the princess attend because of this matter, worried it might delay her studies. But considering their family hierarchy, he still had to address King Rui as uncle. He also thought the princess should meet the officials and show her face. So he agreed to let her go to the banquet. King Rui had a large family, with many wives and children. The prince was the legitimate son of King Rui's wife, and Xiao Chan was the grandson. Many people were invited to the birthday celebration. While the princess was turning around, she saw the chancellor surrounded by people. In the next moment, she saw Mr. Fu. A timid voice called out, "Princess." She looked up and saw Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan looked into her eyes, then stepped forward and took her hand. The princess asked. Xiao Chan said, "Father asked me to take you to play." He led her to a group of children. Fu Yanqi was sitting with his back turned, playing with stones. There were 20 stones divided into 2 sides for a game. The goal was to hit the opponent's stones more times to win. Self-proclaimed Little Master and aspiring General Fu Yanqi quickly knocked out all the opponent's stones. The other boy was also a little troublemaker and refused to admit defeat. They played 3 times, and Fu Yanqi won all 3. Under the watchful eyes of many children, after losing 3 times, the boy seemed embarrassed. He questioned Fu Yanqi, accusing him of cheating. Fu Yanqi, who was winning honestly, refused to admit he cheated. He pushed the boy, who responded by pushing back. Fu Yanqi was not afraid, and immediately started a fight. Fu Yanqi is well-liked and has many followers. The other person seems to have a noble status, and they also have many supporters. When Fu Yanqi and the other person clash, their followers quickly step in to help, and the other side also assists. Suddenly, both sides start fighting fiercely. Xiao Chan wants to stop the fight, but doesn't know how. Because it's so chaotic, he almost gets hit a few times. The Princess Chong reaches out and pulls him back. Princess Chong, they're fighting, Xiao Chan says anxiously. The princess casually replies, let them fight. It's quite amusing to see a group of children fighting. The princess wants a group of children to fight, but others don't agree. Soon after, a group of adults gathers around. Quick, separate them. Servants and maids pull apart the people who are fighting. The princess glances at Fu Yanqi. It looks like he has won, but his face is scratched. You. How dare you hit my son? She shouts angrily. The princess looks up and sees a young boy standing beside a beautiful woman. The woman is pointing at Fu Yanqi, angry. Fu Yanqi is shouted at but shows no fear. Instead, he argues confidently, it's your son who said I was cheating, even though he's useless. He dared to say I was wrong. Serves him right. His words make the princess furious. Serves my son right? Well, I want to see if it's you or him who deserves it. Come, Chun, slap me. Chun is a strong maid. She hears the order and walks quickly to Fu Yanqi, ready to slap him. Fu Yanqi is a 6-year-old child. Though usually silly, he knows not to fight directly. He keeps retreating. His older brother Fu Lu quickly steps in to block him. Fu Lu is skilled in martial arts and very strong. He stands in front of Fu Yanqi, intimidating Chun, so she dares not act rashly. Seeing this, the princess becomes even angrier. Guards, catch him, she commands. The guards of the manor are all imposing and quickly surround Fu Yanqi and Fu Lu. Xiao Chan sees things are getting out of hand and quickly runs away to call for help. The onlookers, afraid of hurting innocent people, all step back. Some people couldn't stand that the princess was being so harsh to a child and advised, Princess, it's just a small fight among children. Just let it go. Yes, the young master doesn't seem seriously hurt, others agreed. Those who spoke in favor of the princess were well-meaning, but when she gave a threatening look, they dared not say more. She intimidated everyone. The princess signaled her guards to act. The guards moved to arrest Fu Lu. Fu Lu didn't want to be caught, so he fought back. Taking advantage of the chaos, the princess's guards tried to grab Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi was no pushover. He ran around wildly. Despite the guards' efforts, they couldn't catch him. Finally, one guard pressed a knife to Fu Lu's neck. Fu Yanqi didn't run anymore and surrendered. He was taken before the princess. The princess looked angry and raised her hand to slap Fu Yanqi. Stop, a loud voice shouted. Everyone looked up. They saw a boy about 15 or 16 years old walking over with a group of people. Fu Yanli quickly stepped forward, grabbed the guard's hand, and forced him to let go. Then, he kicked another guard and pulled Fu Yanqi behind him. Princess, my brother is only 6 years old. You're threatening and hitting him. That's too harsh. Harsh? Why don't you ask your brother why he was riding on the young master and fighting just now? Fu Yanli said to Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi, feeling unfair, explained, I was just testing him. He lost 3 times but accused me of cheating. I didn't know he was so sensitive about losing. If I knew, I wouldn't have played with him. There are so many people here who can testify, but you pushed the young master first, the supporter of the young master shouted. Fu Yanli looked coldly at the boy, and then at Fu Yanqi. Fu Yanqi didn't argue. He admitted he pushed the young master. Since you're at fault, you should apologize, Fu Yanli said coldly. Fu Yanqi clenched his fists, reluctant. But when he saw the knife on Fu Lu's neck, he lowered his head. Sorry, the young master snorted proudly. Seeing his smug expression, Fu Yanqi lowered his head, feeling very wronged inside. Fu Yanli comforted him by patting his head, then looked at the crown prince and spoke. Crown prince, my brother pushing you was his mistake. But if you couldn't handle it, you should have said so earlier. If you had spoken up beforehand, my brother wouldn't have beaten you. That way, you wouldn't have lost face in front of everyone and started a fight with my brother. Your mother wouldn't have shouted and caused trouble at King Rue's birthday banquet. What do you think? The crown prince's proud expression disappeared after Fu Yanli's words. Everyone around fell silent. The princess's face looked very displeased. She was about to get angry, but the crown prince beside her looked around at the people watching him and suddenly cried loudly, "Wah wah." Seeing the crying crown prince, Fu Yanqi's feelings of grievance and sadness instantly vanished. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Fu Yanli. Fu Yanli smiled at him and said, "Big brother doesn't want you to cause trouble, but he also doesn't want my brother to be wronged." With his brother's protection, Fu Yanqi was naturally happy. He first thanked Fu Yanli. "Thank you, brother." Then he looked proudly at the crown prince. The crown prince cried even harder. The princess's face showed obvious concern. Then her expression turned cold and fierce. She waved her hand, and guards surrounded Fu Yanli and Fu Yanqi again. The princess of the Marquis family, who came with Fu Yanli, saw this scene and frowned with worry, saying, "Princessin, is it really necessary for children to fight like this?" Princessin glared fiercely at Fu Yanqi, her eyes full of hostility. "My son won't tolerate being bullied. Is the Marquis's wife willing to break ties with my family over this?" The Marquis's wife didn't want to break ties with Princessin, but Fu Yanli and Fu Yanqi were the children of generals. Although their parents were far away at the border, the old general was still stationed in the Imperial city. If something happened to the children today at the Marquis's residence, she, as the Marquis's wife, would also be involved. So, she couldn't let anything happen to them. "Princessin, today there are guests at the Rue family's house. Today is King Rue's birthday banquet. It's not appropriate for such things to happen here." Princess Marquis's repeated objections made Princess angrier. But she suppressed her anger and coldly said, "Then I will have them taken out of the house to deal with." The county princess frowned and tried to persuade her, saying, Princessin, if you try to stop me again, I will have to ask you, how are you managing things? My son was hurt at your birthday banquet. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Princess and stubbornness made the county princess's face darken. "What does Princessin want? Do you really think of killing them?" Princessin sneered. "Of course I won't kill them. I will have someone give them 20 lashes. 20 lashes? Will they survive that?" the county princess questioned. "Whether they survive or not is their own problem. Catch them and take them away," Princessin ordered. Fu Yanli was young and naturally wouldn't let anyone hurt his brother. When the guards moved to act, he immediately fought back. But the princess's guards were many. He couldn't win against them. Seeing his older brother being captured, Fu Yanqi panicked. His eyes reddened as he stubbornly shouted, "It's just 20 lashes. I am willing to take 40. My brother has nothing to do with this. Please let my brother go. TSK, take him out," the princess said without paying attention to Fu Yanqi's protests. She directly led the heir out of the Prince Rue's residence. A large group of people followed. The county princess was very anxious. She ordered her people, "Go find Prince Rue and the county prince. Send someone to inform the general's residence." At the gate of Prince Rue's residence, Fu Yanqi and Fu Yanli were held with their hands behind their backs. A thick stick was ready to strike in the guard's hands. Someone who knew the general's family couldn't help but advise the princess, "Princess, the heir and third young master Fu are still young. 20 lashes are quite harsh. Why not let the heir hit third young master Fu a few times instead?" "Yes, princess. You wouldn't want to be known as ruthless, right? Besides, the heir can't take it. If you whip third young master Fu today, who would dare play with the heir in the future?" Faced with everyone's advice, the princess showed no sign of relenting. Instead, her face grew darker. She shouted angrily, "Hit them." Fu Yanqi stared at the princess with hatred in his eyes. Fu Yanli also kept a close watch on her, with a dark look in his eyes. The people present looked at the two brothers from the Fu family, filled with sympathy, worry, and some with glee. They also glanced at Princessin. showing disapproval and disdain. Despite their disapproval in their hearts, the guards still raised their staffs and struck forcefully. However, just as the staff was lifted, it was grabbed. I didn't feel any pain yet. Fu Yanqi turned around and saw Fu Lu holding the staff that the guard was swinging. Meanwhile, Mei was holding the staff near Fu Yanli. The lowly maid who dares to stop my princess's punishment. Catch them and hit them together. The princess angrily shouted, her face red and losing her composure. A group of guards quickly surrounded them, trying to catch Fu Lu and Meiying. Meiying looked at the eldest princess and called out, "Elder princess." She was asking whether to fight or not. But her call surprised many people. Elder princess? The one the emperor favors greatly, who is very clever and once saved the Minister of Works. Everyone looked in the direction of Mei Ying's gaze. Sure enough, they saw a cold-faced but regal and commanding eldest princess. Princessin frowned, and also looked over. Many people knew the eldest princess because of an important palace banquet. She always sat beside the emperor and was clearly favored. The eldest princess withdrew her gaze from Meiying and looked at Princessin. The moment their eyes met, Princess An's anger instantly disappeared, replaced by tension and alertness. "Princessin?" the eldest princess softly called. Princess An quickly bowed and replied, "Elder princess, as a member of the royal family, one should have tolerance," the eldest princess said sternly. Princess An's face changed slightly, and she was about to retort. But the eldest princess's gaze shifted to the heir. "As the heir, you dare not admit defeat. In the future, you will find it hard to uphold the family's reputation, and you are unworthy of being the heir." Under everyone's watch, the eldest princess's words made Princess An's anger flare. She shouted sharply, "Elder princess." Her voice was sharp and piercing. The eldest princess frowned. Meiying, slap her. Meiying, standing beside Fu Yanli, stepped forward confidently and slapped Princess An across the face. A crisp slap sounded, filling the silent scene. Princess An's eyes widened in shock. Although the eldest princess was the emperor's beloved daughter and deeply favored, she was also known for her strength and authority. But Princess An still refers to the Long Princess as her aunt. So, when the Long Princess ordered a maid to slap herself, it was really a blow to Princess An's dignity. Princess An was slapped. The guards at the Prince An's residence instinctively loosened their hold on Fu Yanqi and Fu Yanli. Fu Yanqi walked over to Fu Yanli and took his hand. He looked worriedly at Fu Yanli, showing his unease. Fu Yanli also felt uneasy. He never expected that things would escalate to this point. Not only did the Long Princess speak up to help, but she also ordered a maid to slap Princess An. If the emperor found out, would the Long Princess be punished? Everyone looked at Princess An with sympathy. She stared fiercely at the Long Princess, almost squeezing out a harsh comment. "Long Princess, you are very powerful. Today's slap, I will remember it." Humph. Princess An, after being slapped, lost face. She dared not look at the mocking eyes around her, nor stay to argue with the Long Princess. She is the emperor's favored Long Princess. If she dared to harm even a hair of the Long Princess, it would be a slap to the emperor's face. How could the emperor tolerate that? So, Princess An could only hold her son and leave quickly with her guards, making firm promises. At the gate of the Rue Prince's residence, the crowd saw Princess An leave and dispersed into the residence. Fu Yanli approached the Long Princess and bowed. "Thank you for saving me, Long Princess." Next to him, Fu Yanqi stared intently at the Long Princess. The Long Princess didn't even look at him and said to Fu Yanli, "Go back."
Yes.
After bowing, Fu Yanli also bowed to the Marquesas and then took Fu Yanqi's hand and turned to leave. Seeing the Fu brothers leave safely, the Marquesas sighed in relief and welcomed the Long Princess into her residence. "Long Princess, come in." The Long Princess refused.
No, imburat.
"I'm going back." The Long Princess wanted to leave, and the Marquesas dared not stop her. She could only respectfully see her off as her carriage departed. After the carriage was far away, she asked her companion, "Where are Prince Rue and the Marquis?" The maid, looking angry, replied, "They were stopped." The marquisess's face darkened, and she couldn't help but curse, "Ignorant fool." On the way back to the general's residence, Fu Yanqi and Fu Yanli's carriage met a hurriedly departing old general from the residence. The two carriages crossed paths, and this startled everyone inside the carriages. The veteran general was the first to lift the curtain and ask across, "How are you all?" Fu Yanli shook his head and explained, "We're fine. It's just the eldest princess helped us out by having a maid slap the prince consort's wife." The old general frowned and said, "You all go back first. Grandfather is going to the palace." Fu Yanli nodded and returned to the general's residence with Fu Yanqi. The old general's carriage hurried into the palace. When they reached the palace gate, he saw the carriage of the Prince of An. As he expected, the Prince of An's wife had gone into the palace to complain. The old general quickly got out of his carriage and hurried inside. The eldest princess had slapped the Prince of An's wife to save her grandson. He couldn't let her complain about the eldest princess. As soon as the Prince of An's wife entered the palace, she knelt outside the imperial study. She had prepared her words to complain all along, but she knelt outside the door for a long time, and the emperor did not summon her. Clearly, she saw a eunuch passing a message for her. Why hadn't the emperor summoned her yet? Could it be he was too busy? Just as the Prince of An's wife was puzzled, the old general entered the palace. Seeing her kneeling outside the imperial study, he sighed in relief and also knelt down. The Prince of An's wife saw the old general and immediately looked angry. The old general's good grandson just knows how to cause trouble. Someone was slandering her grandson? How could the old general ignore this? Although his grandson was a bit mischievous, his integrity was unquestionable. My grandson's behavior, whether he's a troublemaker or not, is clear to me. As for the Prince of An's wife, she uses her power to bully others. Her son's teachings are also questionable. The old general's retort made the Prince of An's wife grit her teeth in anger. She glared fiercely at the old general, secretly thinking she would report him as well later. While the two were arguing, a eunuch entered the imperial study again to deliver a message. The emperor had bowed over his memorials, looked calm. "Has the eldest princess returned to the palace? Go and invite her." The eldest princess had just returned and was about to read a book. When she heard the summons, she went to the imperial study again. Passing by the Prince of An's wife, she caught her cold, hostile gaze. But the eldest princess ignored her and looked straight ahead. Inside the imperial study, she bowed politely. "Father," the emperor beckoned her with a wave. "Come here." The princess dowager skillfully sat on the dragon throne beside him. "Let the people outside come in." The princess consort of the kingdom, summoned, entered the imperial study with the old general. By chance, she glanced up and saw the princess dowager sitting next to the emperor, which startled her inside. "Greetings, your majesty." The princess consort spoke softly, with a hint of sadness. Her face, recently hit by Maying, was turned slightly toward the emperor. She was ready to complain and accuse the princess dowager as soon as the emperor asked. The old general was also thinking carefully about how to avoid implicating the princess dowager and how not to get involved in the princess consort's accusations. But they did not expect that. They knelt before the emperor. The emperor did not ask questions. Instead, he asked the princess dowager. The water department was given poisoned wine. "These are the new officials appointed to the water department." Princess dowager, "Look, who do you think is more suitable?" The princess dowager took a record book listing officials' details and looked through it carefully. After reading, she did not choose anyone from the records but asked, "Are all these people successful in water management?" The emperor shook his head. "No," the princess dowager continued. "As the water department, not only must we manage the waterworks of the imperial city, but also oversee the entire Xiao kingdom's water resources. Recently, there was a heavy rainstorm. Although the disaster reports haven't reached the imperial city yet, floods cause many casualties every year in Xiao. I think, although the water department is a fifth-rank official, choosing the right person is very important. Instead of selecting from court officials, why not recommend from different regions? If we can find a capable water management official, perhaps the annual flood disasters in Xiao can be reduced. The emperor's eyes lit up and asked, "How should we do that?" The princess dowager said, "Let each region of Xiao recommend candidates. When these recommended people come to the imperial city, your majesty can pose a difficult problem for them to solve. Those who succeed will become the water department officials. My princess dowager is so clever. But unfortunately, some ungrateful people want to challenge her." The emperor gently stroked the princess dowager's head, but his words made everyone feel heavy inside. The heaviest feeling was from the princess consort of the Yin Kingdom. She had planned to accuse the princess dowager on her way here. But after the emperor's words, she became frightened. The old general was also surprised. The emperor not only warned the princess consort not to cause trouble, but also allowed the princess dowager to review the memorials and give suggestions. The emperor warned the princess consort. The emperor's face darkened as he asked, "Princessin, what is the reason for your visit to the palace?" The princessin hesitated, swallowing hard, and stammered, "Your Majesty, If the emperor hadn't warned her beforehand, she would have exaggerated her feelings of being wronged.
But now she dared not.
Nervous, Princess Anne's mind went blank, and she couldn't find the words to explain herself. The emperor looked at her with annoyance, then turned to the old general. "General Fu, what brings you to the palace today?" General Fu bowed and explained, "Today, my unworthy grandson, Fu Yanqi, had a small conflict with the crown prince. Perhaps he was too rough, causing the prince to get a few bruises. Princess and then wanted to punish my 2 grandsons with 20 strokes. Fortunately, the Princess Chong helped, or I fear I would have lost my grandsons. I came to the palace just to clarify the truth and prevent anyone from spreading false accusations about the general's household." Hearing this, Princess Anne's heart sank. In the next moment, the emperor, with a stern face, asked, "Princessin, is this true?" Princess Anne gritted her teeth and replied, "Your Majesty, I nearly lost my life when I gave birth, so I was overly nervous. But the Princess Chong already had a maid slap me, and the young master of the Fu family was not beaten." She subtly hinted to the emperor that the Princess Chong had ordered the maid to hit her, hoping to provoke the emperor's anger at the princess. But the emperor did not scold the Princess Chong as she expected. Instead, he reproached Princess Anne, saying, "As a member of the royal family, you lack tolerance, relying on your status to look down on others. I see that you are unworthy of being Princessin, and your son is unworthy of being the crown prince." Unworthy of being Princessin? Unworthy of being the crown prince? Is he trying to strip her of her title as princess and her son's title as crown prince? How can this be? Princess Anne's face turned pale. She hurriedly kowtowed and begged, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I was wrong. I was just too anxious earlier and acted too harshly. I usually don't behave like this. I promise I won't do it again. Please give me another chance." The emperor looked at her with displeasure and then turned to Princess Chong. "What do you think?" Princess Chong did not answer, but instead asked Maying, "Maying, where's the last thing Princess Anne said before leaving the Rue Palace?" Princess Anne trembled, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Princess Chong, then at Maying. Maying looked at her and said, "Princess Anne said, the eldest princess is very impressive. I will remember this slap today, The eldest princess raised an eyebrow. "If I understand correctly, does this mean we will settle the score later?" A cold sweat appeared on Princess Anne's forehead. She was trembling more and more while kneeling. "Settling the score later? Princess Anne, how dare you threaten my eldest princess? Do you want to rebel?" No, Your Majesty. I was just angry and spoke nonsense. It has nothing to do with Princess Anne. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive the eldest princess. I will never do it again." Princess Anne's head was banging loudly as she kowtowed. She was truly panicked at this moment. Since Princess Anne sincerely admits her mistake, I am not a person who cannot forgive. Princess Anne, go kneel outside the hall. When I am no longer angry, you can get up. Or, you can exchange your title as princess consort or your son's heir for this. As soon as the eldest princess finished speaking, Princess Anne immediately made her choice. I am willing to kneel outside the hall. Princess and had many concubines, and after having a son, she kept her position as princess consort. She couldn't lose her title, nor could she let her son lose his heir status. Otherwise, those lowly maids in the house would ride over her. So, she was willing to kneel. Princess and went outside the hall to kneel and be punished. The eldest princess looked at the old general. Old general, if you have no other matters, you may leave. The old general paused and glanced at the emperor. Seeing that the emperor did not blame the eldest princess for overstepping, he spoke. Old servant, I will take my leave. The old general left the imperial study. Princess and was kneeling straight and tall. Seeing the old general come out safe and sound, her face darkened, but she said nothing and lowered her gaze. The old general only glanced at her and then left the palace directly. Back at the general's residence, Fu Yanli and Fu Yanqi were eagerly waiting. Seeing the old general's carriage, they immediately went forward. Grandfather. The old general responded and returned to the residence. Grandfather, is the eldest princess all right? Fu Yanli asked. The old general did not answer Fu Yanli, but looked at Fu Yanqi. Tell me what really happened. Fu Yanqi openly shared his conflict with the crown prince. At the end, he said, my grandson believes he is not at fault, but if this causes trouble for the princess dowager, he is willing to go to the emperor and admit his mistake. Seeing that he still cares about the princess dowager, the old general comforted him. You're not wrong, and the princess dowager is fine. Don't worry. Really? Fu Yanqi was not very convinced. The old general recalled the scene of the princess dowager sitting with the emperor and fell silent for a moment before speaking. Aren't you her attendant? You'll find out tomorrow when you go to the palace. Thinking about it, Fu Yanqi realized he should bring some medicine into the palace, just in case the princess dowager was punished and made to kneel. He could then use the medicine to help her. Grandfather, can I go read now? The month was almost over, and he needed to make good use of his time. Yes, go ahead. The old general nodded. After receiving the answer, Fu Yanqi ran off quickly. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Grandfather, is the princess dowager really okay? Slapping the queen consort is no small matter, especially since the queen consort is also the princess dowager's sister-in-law. If someone with bad intentions uses this to cause trouble, the princess dowager might be accused of disrespecting elders. Fu Yanli thought deeply, feeling that this matter wouldn't end easily, especially since the queen consort was so meticulous and narrow-minded. The old general understood Fu Yanli's concerns. The queen consort left the Rui Wang manor and went to the palace to complain about the princess dowager. The emperor didn't blame her for slapping the queen consort, but allowed her to kneel as punishment. If the crown prince's family had more influence, this matter might have been settled quietly. After all, it was caused by the crown prince himself. They are in the wrong. If the queen consort's family doesn't push for a proper investigation, and considering the emperor's favor for the princess dowager, they might even punish the queen consort instead. Hearing the old general's analysis, Fu Yanli relaxed. He paused and then asked, Grandfather, why did the princess dowager choose the third brother as her attendant? Is it because she helps us at the Rui Wang manor? Maybe because he is her attendant. The grandfather doesn't know exactly why the princess dowager chose your third brother as her attendant. Maybe it's because he stopped the marquis's son from being kidnapped? As for her helping the military family, perhaps it's also because he is her attendant. But in any case, it's a good thing. Compared to Fu Lao General and Fu Yanli, Fu Yanqi didn't think so much. The next morning, she took the medicine from the palace and went to the imperial court. Fu Yanqi, whether on the frontier or back at the general's residence in the imperial city, was often beaten and made to kneel as punishment. So he had plenty of medicine in his hands. When the eldest princess saw him, she noticed that his arms and waist were bulging with something. Fu Yanqi looked at her carefully for a long time, and seeing she was unharmed and in good health, nothing like someone who had been punished, he asked suspiciously, Eldest princess, are you all right? The eldest princess glared at him and asked back, Does this princess look like she's in trouble? Fu Yanqi shook his head. Since the eldest princess was unharmed, she naturally didn't need his medicine. So, The bottles and jars he brought into the palace were taken back to the general's residence. On the same day, news spread that Princess In, after failing to accuse the eldest princess, was punished to kneel outside the imperial study for 2 hours. Everyone knew that the emperor favored the eldest princess. But the incident with Princess and kneeling made people see the emperor's favoritism in a new light. A few days after that, Master Su began coming to the palace to teach the eldest princess. This time, his son, Su Shujin, also entered the palace with him. Su Shujin greets the eldest princess. The young boy, dressed in black and white, was polite and refined, with delicate and clean features. When the eldest princess saw him at the Grand Tutor's residence before, she only glanced at him briefly. Now, looking again, she found his features overly delicate.
Master?
The eldest princess raised an eyebrow at Master Su, questioning his purpose in bringing Su Shujin into the palace with her gaze. Master Su spoke. Master is shameless, hoping to find a companion to study with Shujin. As a Grand Tutor, as long as Su Shujin was willing to work hard, his future was limitless. Master Su didn't need to lower himself to ask for a study companion for Su Shujin, but he still did. The eldest princess looked at Su Shujin. "You want to be my study companion?" Su Shujin bowed again and said politely, "Shujin wishes to be the eldest princess's study companion. I hope the eldest princess will give me a chance. You want to be my study companion? I can give you a chance."
How old are you?
Replying to the princess, Shujin is 8 years old. The princess nodded and said, "I will find 10 boys your age. I will ask a martial arts teacher to train you. If you can win first place within a month, I will keep you. If not, you can go back to where you came from." How does that sound? Master Su was surprised. Su Shujin was also surprised. After all, the Su family is known for their literary skills. But the princess asked Su Shujin to learn martial arts? It seemed like she was deliberately making things difficult. Master Su and Su Shujin didn't speak for a while. The princess asked, "Don't want to do it." She looked at Su Shujin, letting him decide. Su Shujin thought for a moment and nodded. "I agree." To see how capable Su Shujin was, the princess immediately arranged for 10 boys of his age to come. These boys were all illegitimate children of officials and nobles. Most of them had difficult lives and desperately wanted to improve their situation. When the 10 boys stood with Su Shujin in front of the princess, she said, "In 1 month, if any of you can excel in martial arts, I will make him my companion student." Many of the boys' eyes lit up. Fu Yanqi watched from the side, feeling upset and unhappy, but he couldn't quite understand why. Soon after the princess gathered the 11 boys, General Fu entered the palace. "Your Highness, I pay my respects." "General Fu, no need for formalities. You are old, and I didn't want to trouble you. But you have guarded the border for many years and understand warfare well. There are 11 children here. I hope you can find the best among them within a month." The general was surprised. "Does your Highness have any doubts?" "No, I do not," the general replied, lowering his head. "Then take these children with you. Come back in a month with the results." "Yes." The general took the 11 boys away. Only then did Fu Yanqi ask, "Princess, how many companion students are you planning to choose?" The princess looked at him coldly and said, "It's not your concern how many I choose." Fu Yanqi, already feeling upset, grew more frustrated at her indifferent expression. News about the princess choosing illegitimate children spread quickly. Many officials secretly complained in court about her causing trouble. The eldest princess was shown the family status of 10 illegitimate children. As an illegitimate child, having a certain level of respect in the household was already rare. But surprisingly, among these 10, 2 had gained more honor than the legitimate heirs. The 2 ministers who reported to the princess at court were the fathers of these 2 illegitimate children. "Maying, servant is here. Go and ask these 2 legitimate heirs if they are willing to send these 2 illegitimate children to the general's house. If they refuse, find 2 other willing children." "Yes, I will go now." At night, the emperor dined with the eldest princess. He asked her, "Su Shujin is talented and, given time, will surely inherit the position of the Grand Tutor. Why don't you test his literary skills, but instead have him learn martial arts? The father also says he is talented. Testing his literary skills is easy for him, so I want to give him a challenge. My companions will hold high positions in the future. I hope they can help bring peace through their writing and defend the borders through their fighting. The emperor was surprised. Aren't you afraid they might be too outstanding and difficult to control? Why would I need to control them? If I can support them to high positions, I can also make them easily fall. The eldest princess was confident she could crush anyone. But the emperor didn't know. Her arrogance and pride again shocked him. He knew his princess was clever, but he didn't expect her to think so far ahead. Was she overconfident? Or did she truly have that strength? After the shock, the emperor asked, I heard you only gave Fu Yanqi a military book and haven't paid much attention to him since. Why is that? Regarding Xiao Chan, Fu Yanqi has the courage and ability. He's from the general's household and has potential to be a good commander. If he can memorize that military book within a month, I will support his wish to become a general. I want him to be a general someday. If he can't memorize it in a month, I will start training other generals to replace Fu. I don't want the Fu family to fall apart and leave the country without anyone to rely on. The emperor was stunned. He was the emperor, but the eldest princess already regarded the country's future as her own. Although, he was indeed training her to become the empress. But she is less than 4 years old and has already started to govern the kingdom. Is that too early? And also, her father, the emperor, is less than 30 years old. Yet she has begun to take over ruling the country in his place. Where does that leave him? Is she not afraid that her father, the emperor, might suspect or be angry? Clearly, the emperor would not be angry. Instead, he asked the Princess Chong, someone has reported you in court. How do you think we should handle this? I remember that Inspector Gung Mingqiu is very capable. There are many officials in the court, and some are corrupt. We can learn from the previous minister's example. When we checked the court officials back then, we started with these 2 ministers. The princess said she was inspecting officials, but it was actually revenge. The emperor understood this well. But even so, he still ordered Gung Mingqiu to secretly investigate the ministers. The 2 ministers he was investigating were the ones who had reported the princess. Although the emperor ordered Gung Mingqiu to investigate secretly, the court officials were not fools. They quickly figured out who Gung Mingqiu was targeting. The 2 ministers under investigation knew they were in trouble. They were very busy trying to deal with it. One day, after the princess finished her lessons, a maid from the empress's side came to call her. The princess went to the empress's palace, called, Mother. Greetings, Mother, she said. 2 women standing nearby saw the princess arrive, and hurriedly stood up to bow. The princess glanced at them. Then she sat down and asked, Mother, do you need to see me about something? The empress pointed to the 2 women and said, These 2 ladies want to see the princess. Finally, the princess's gaze fell on the women. They immediately knelt down. One woman said, Your Highness, I am here on my husband's orders to ask for mercy. My husband says he shouldn't have questioned your decisions in court. He knows he was wrong, and I hope you will forgive him. He promises not to do it again. The other woman said, My husband is willing to send our commoner son to you, Your Highness. Please ask Lord Gung to stop bothering us. The princess remained silent, took the teacup handed by the maid, and drank it casually. The room fell silent for a moment. The 2 ladies were very anxious and looked nervously at the empress. The empress did not speak up for them. After all, she could not be the main supporter of the eldest princess. After a while, the eldest princess put down her teacup and said, Matters of the court are not to be taken lightly. Go back and tell your master that anyone who dares to oppose me will be investigated. Make sure they hide well. The 2 women turned pale and looked at the empress again. The empress simply ordered them to leave, saying, Escort the 2 ladies out. The maids forced the women to leave. After they left, the eldest princess stood up to leave. Just as she was about to move, a small figure ran in quickly. It was the 2nd prince, Xiao So, who looked soft and fair. He ran wobbling, with an anxious palace maid chasing after him, saying, 2nd prince, don't run. Be careful not to fall. He laughed proudly as he ran. But his smile froze when he saw the eldest princess, and it disappeared. Then, his legs refused to listen, and his left foot tripped over his right. He fell right in front of the eldest princess. She looked down at him with a sharp gaze. The second prince secretly glanced at her, then, ignoring the pain, quickly got up and hid in the empress's arms. The empress checked his hand and asked tenderly, "Did you hurt yourself?" The second prince, in pain, looked at the eldest princess and shook his head. "Mother, it doesn't hurt." The empress saw that her son was being stubborn and said to the eldest princess, "Your brother isn't afraid of mother, nor does he fear the emperor. But every time he sees you, he becomes timid and scared." The second prince didn't realize the empress was talking about him. He hid in her arms, occasionally peeking at the eldest princess. Anyone could see he was afraid. The eldest princess wouldn't bother to care if a child was afraid of her. After having dinner with the empress, she returned to her palace. Geng Mingqiu's methods of investigation were very clever. To find out about someone, he would start by asking their rivals for clues, then use strict measures to control and interrogate those who knew the truth, even allowing anonymous tips. In just a few days, the two officials looked exhausted and worn out. When the eldest princess saw the two ladies in the empress's palace, she roughly guessed what the two officials' fate would be. And in the end, her guess was correct. Two officials were imprisoned for corruption and false accusations. The other officials felt sad and became wary of the crown princess. Because of this, many ministers began recommending young family members to be companions for the crown princess. One of them was the grandson of the prime minister. The crown princess usually chose her own companions, but this grandson was sent by the emperor himself. The emperor told the crown princess, "Prime Minister Wen wants to send young Master Wen Ziyu as a companion for the princess." The emperor refused several times, but Prime Minister Wen insisted. This time, he even cried in front of the emperor. The emperor was helpless and agreed to let him come, saying if the princess doesn't want him, he will send him back. The crown princess looked at Wen Ziyu. He was dressed in red, making his pale face look strange. When Wen Ziyu saw the princess looking at him, he stepped forward, took her hand, and looked at her eagerly. The princess said nothing, just gently felt his pulse with her finger. Then her expression turned cold. "What does the Wen family mean by sending a sickly child to me?" the old eunuch exclaimed. "A sickly child." The princess didn't explain. She pulled her hand away from Wen Ziyu and coldly said, "Send him back." Seeing the situation was tense, the old eunuch quickly stepped forward and took Wen Ziyu. But Wen Ziyu seemed reluctant to leave and looked back at the princess with longing. The princess ignored him. He was forcibly pulled away by the old eunuch. In the imperial study, once Wen Ziyu was taken away, the old prime minister stopped pretending. His tears and runny nose disappeared. He sat down comfortably and sipped tea. The emperor saw his relaxed expression and looked at him unhappily, then lowered his head to handle official documents. About 15 minutes later, the old prime minister stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Your Majesty, since the crown princess has accepted Ziyu, why not let him stay in the palace? It will save trouble going back and forth. You know, Ziyu is not in good health. Stay in the palace?" He thought the palace was a place where he could come and go as he pleased. The emperor was annoyed, but thought that since the crown princess didn't refuse Wen Ziyu, he might as well agree. Just as the emperor was about to agree, a weak voice called out, "Grandfather." The old prime minister frowned and looked back. He saw eunuch De carrying someone into the room. When he saw the prime minister, Wen Ziyu immediately reached out to be held. The prime minister gently picked him up and asked the grand public official, "Grand public official? Why did you bring him back again?" The grand public official looked embarrassed and replied, "Your Majesty, the Princess Chang refused." Refused? How could she refuse? Ziyu is so obedient and cute. Why would she refuse? "Did you, grand public official, interfere on behalf of the emperor?" The emperor, feeling wrongly accused, frowned and said, "Prime Minister, do not slander me." The prime minister, feeling unfairly criticized, glared at the grand public official with dissatisfaction. The grand public official, feeling wronged, explained helplessly. The Princess Chang asked, "What does it mean that the Wen family sent a sickly child to her?" The emperor immediately frowned. The Prime Minister then shouted on the spot, "Your Majesty, how can you reveal that Xiao is a sickly child?" The Emperor massaged his forehead, glared at the Prime Minister, and asked the Grand Public Official with restraint, "Did you say that?" The Grand Public Official shook his head. "I didn't say that. If you don't believe me, you can ask young Master Xiao." But the old Prime Minister didn't ask Xiao. Instead, he knelt before the Emperor and cried bitterly, "Your Majesty, the grandson of the Grand Tutor, the son of the General, you allowed them to be companions for the Princess Chong. But when it comes to Xiao, it's different. You know, his mother died giving birth to him, and his father has also passed away. There aren't many people in the household who support Xiao, and while the officials are busy with government affairs, he has become a sickly child at a young age. I haven't asked for anything from you, just hoping to find him some support." The Princess Chong cares for Fu Yanqi as her companion, even slapping the princess in Wang. If Xiao could be protected by her, perhaps he could live until he grows up. Please, for the sake of his late father, let him be a companion for the Princess Chong. I beg you. The Emperor, feeling pressured, grew angry inside. But when he thought of the Prime Minister's son, his anger turned into helplessness. It's not that I don't want to, but the Princess Chang's companions are carefully chosen. She has 4 companions around her, including the Grand Tutor's grandson and the General's son. They are all her companions now, but nothing has been finalized. The princess is still testing them. If they fail the test, she won't choose them, and Xiao, the Prime Minister, also knows is not in good health. With his condition, how can he be a companion for the princess? The Emperor earnestly advised the Prime Minister to abandon this idea. He didn't realize that the Prime Minister's words went in one ear and out the other. He lowered his head. Chong Xiao blinked, silently signaling to Xiao to cry, when Xiao understood the Prime Minister's intention. After a moment of thought, tears filled his eyes, and he looked at the Emperor with a sad expression, calling out, "Uncle Emperor," a pitiful and sad, "Uncle Emperor." All the Emperor's words of comfort were swallowed back into his throat. He looked at Wen Xiao, tears shimmering in his eyes, and suddenly thought of his father. Years ago, before he passed away, his father had come to the palace to see the Emperor. He knew his time was short, so he asked to see the Emperor, hoping one day to protect his young son. That young son was Wen Xiao. After a gentle sigh, the Emperor made a decision. The eldest princess will not want Xiao as a companion. Since the Prime Minister insists on the eldest princess protecting him, I will grant him a marriage. When he grows up, he will be the eldest princess's consort. Does the Prime Minister agree? A consort? The old Prime Minister's face lit up with joy, and he quickly agreed. Your servant is willing. He was so happy, as if he himself was about to become a consort. Then, the Prime Minister, get up and wipe your tears and snot. You're old, but you shouldn't be so shy. The old Prime Minister naturally didn't mind finding a place to protect his grandson. He stood up, wiped his tears and snot, then began to instruct Wen Xiao. From now on, you are the consort-to-be of the eldest princess. You must listen to her well. Don't make her angry. If someone bullies you, tell the eldest princess. She will protect you. Do you understand? Wen Xiao nodded obediently, indicating he understood. Good. The old Prime Minister nodded with relief, then looked at Grandfather Da. Please, Grandfather Da, go again and take Xiao to the eldest princess. I will go back and pack his things to send him into the palace. Grandfather Da looked stiffly at the Emperor. The Emperor's mouth twitched, and he lowered his eyes in silent approval. Young Master Xiao, come with the old servant, Grandfather Da said, extending his hand. Wen Xiao obediently took his hand and followed him. The Prime Minister nodded with satisfaction and turned to report, Your Majesty, I will take my leave. The Emperor ignored him. The Prime Minister didn't mind. He walked quickly, feeling no soreness in his waist or legs. When Wen Xiao appeared again before the eldest princess, she gave Grandfather Da a silent, cold look. The Duke was very nervous and quickly explained, Princess, the Emperor has approved Prince Xiao to be your future husband. Husband? The princess frowned and said, A sickly child? How can he be my future husband? The Duke awkwardly glanced at Wen Xiao, seeing he was not upset, then explained, The emperor has already approved. If the princess has any questions, she should ask the emperor directly. I am only following orders. The princess glanced at Wenziyu. Wenziyu looked at her with big, bright eyes. It seemed he knew the princess didn't like him. This time he didn't try to get close. The princess looked away and told Meiying, "Arrange everything." Yes, Meiying responded and went to Wenziyu saying, "Young Master Ziyu, come with me." Wenziyu looked at the duke. The duke smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Wenziyu reached out his small hand to hold Meiying's. Meiying was surprised at first, then her heart softened. Although the princess was not yet 4 years old, she had never acted spoiled in front of Meiying. She was always calm, like an adult. But now, Wenziyu's soft, trusting little hand held hers. It gave Meiying a new feeling. She almost wanted to hug the adorable Wenziyu. But this excitement only lasted a moment in Meiying's heart, and she forced herself to suppress it. She was the princess's main maid. Of course, she had to stay strong against temptation. The emperor personally approved the marriage. Meiying had to make sure everything was perfect for him. She arranged for him to stay in the princess's side hall. And, because he was not in good health, she also arranged a group of palace maids and eunuchs to care for him. Later that evening, when the emperor had dinner, he saw the princess. The emperor was surprised. This was the first time the princess had come to invite him to dine together. At the table, the princess asked him, "What kind of favor was it that made you agree to let Wenziyu, that sickly child, become my husband?" Faced with her question, the emperor did not get angry but sighed. "Ah, it was a life-saving favor." The princess raised an eyebrow. The emperor continued, "When my father was still a prince, the son of the chancellor, Wenziyu's father, was a close aide to the emperor. He secretly protected me from many assassination attempts. Because of this, his health gradually worsened and he was often taking medicine. After I ascended the throne, I sent many top doctors to help improve his health. He also met a loving wife. Everything was getting better, but the chancellor's household became very chaotic. His wife held on until Wenziyu was born, then she died. He couldn't handle the grief and, after entrusting Wenziyu to the chancellor, his old illness returned, and he passed away. Although Wenziyu was loved by the chancellor, he still became a sickly child living in the Wen household. Long princess, do I owe a debt to Wenziyu's father? Perhaps, for the sake of the emperor, you could help protect Wenziyu." Although the Long princess ultimately did not agree out loud, her silence was a mutual understanding. After dinner, the Long princess headed to her private chambers. Halfway there, someone reported, "Your Highness, Lord Ziyu does not want to eat dinner." The princess asked coldly, "Why?" The servant replied, "I don't know. I asked Lord Ziyu, but he wouldn't say." She returned to her side chamber. The door was wide open. A group of palace maids and eunuchs were gathered in one corner. She looked inside and saw Wenziyu sitting silently in the corner of the wardrobe, hugging himself as if he was in a different time and space from everyone else. "What is going on?" the princess asked the maidservant attending her. The maidservant doesn't know either. "Aunt May told us to serve Lord Ziyu, but he didn't speak all afternoon. When it was time for dinner, we called him to eat, but he sat at the table for a while then ran into the wardrobe. We tried to bring him out and place him at the table, but he ran back into the wardrobe, ignoring us no matter how much we called." The princess grew impatient. She glared at Wenziyu and turned to leave. But just as she turned, Meiying lowered her head and whispered in her ear, "Lord Ziyu's condition seems unusual. Should I send someone to check?" Thinking of what the emperor had said, she nodded. Then she turned back and approached Wenziyu, saying, "Come out." Lost in his thoughts, Wenziyu heard her voice and looked up at her. Just when the princess dowager was getting impatient, he tentatively reached out his hand, asking her to hold it. The princess dowager frowned, took his hand, and pulled him out. They arrived at the dining table. A maid served food to Wenziyu. Wenziyu looked at the princess dowager while eating. He only ate a little and then shook his head, refusing to eat more. The princess dowager saw his pale, bloodless face and ordered, "Tell the Imperial kitchen to prepare a nourishing soup for him every day, in addition to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yes, take good care of him," she commanded. Then she stood up and left. Wen Ziyu watched her figure until she disappeared, without taking his eyes off her. Back in her palace, the Princess Dowager began reading a book. She read for about an hour. The person sent by Meiying had not returned yet. A palace maid who was caring for Wen Ziyu knelt before the Princess Dowager. "What's the matter?" Meiying scolded. The maid nervously explained, "Princess Dowager, please go see young Master Ziyu. He's covered in wounds." Wen Ziyu was the future husband. When the maid saw his body full of injuries, she was frightened and hurried to report. They dared not hide it, fearing that if the Princess Dowager found out about the scars, it would be their fault. They would not escape punishment. The Princess Dowager stood up and went to the side hall. When she entered, Wen Ziyu was sitting in a bath. Seeing her arrive, he blinked and stared at her intently. But her gaze was fixed on his body. His thighs, calves, arms, and chest had bruises and cuts. Meiying gasped in shock. All the palace maids and attendants present lowered their heads, trembling and afraid to look. Princess and Ziyu's back, the maid who had earlier gone to find the Princess Dowager, continued speaking. The Princess Dowager and Meiying moved behind Wen Ziyu. The moment they saw him, Meiying gasped sharply. His back was covered with large bruises and numerous cuts. Some had scabs, while others were oozing and rotting. At such a young age, almost no healthy skin remained on his back. Meiying found it hard to imagine what kind of abuse he had suffered to end up with such injuries. "Go and invite the court physician." The princess ordered someone to summon the court physician and also had someone wash and bring out Wen Ziyu. When the physician arrived, Wen Ziyu was already dressed neatly and sitting quietly nearby. The palace maid showed the physician all of Wen Ziyu's wounds. After examining him, the physician looked serious. "Young Master Ziyu's injuries are severe. He may not live long." "Not live long?" Everyone looked at Wen Ziyu with concern. But he only looked at the princess with innocent eyes as if he didn't understand what the physician meant by "not long." "Prepare the medicine." "Yes." The physician left to make the medicine. The princess looked at Wen Ziyu and said, "Go to sleep." Wen Ziyu blinked and obediently got into bed. After lying down, he looked at the princess again before closing his eyes. The princess sat for a while, then stood up and returned to her own chamber. The people sent by the plum blossom shadow returned, bringing back the truth about how Wen Ziyu was bullied at the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Wen and his wife were childhood sweethearts and married by order. After marriage, the Prime Minister took 2 concubines. The Prime Minister's wife was clever and strong-willed. The 2 concubines behaved well, and the Prime Minister only occasionally asked them to serve. She didn't cause much trouble until the Prime Minister met Wen Ziyu's grandmother. He loved her deeply, to the point that his affection for her surpassed that for his wife. The Prime Minister's wife couldn't accept this. She used all her means to torment people. In the end, that lady caused the death of Wen Ziyu's father. Wen Ziyu's father, from birth, was also targeted by the Prime Minister's wife, both openly and secretly. Her hatred extended from that lady to her son and daughter-in-law, and finally to Wen Ziyu. At the Prime Minister's residence, everyone from the Prime Minister's wife to the servants and maids secretly bullied Wen Ziyu. Prime Minister Wen initially tried to protect him, but later, he was overwhelmed. He even saw his own grandson stabbing Wen Ziyu in the back with a knife. The Prime Minister wanted to punish his grandson severely, but was stopped by his wife. There was even a moment when the Prime Minister considered divorcing his wife, but he was pressured by her and her son to the point of being forced to accept her and his grandson's threats. Knowing she couldn't protect Wen Ziyu, Prime Minister Wen, she went to the Prince Rui's residence and saw the princess consort slap the Duke of Wen. She then found a place for Wen Ziyu to stay. That was to serve as a reading companion for the princess. The princess dared to hit even the Duke of Wen. Behind her was the emperor. As long as Wen Ziyu had the princess's protection, he also had the emperor's support. Those who once wanted to bully Wen Ziyu no longer dared to look down on him. "The Prime Minister's house is too much." Meiying couldn't help but express her anger. The princess glanced at her and waved her hand to dismiss the others. Compared to Mei Ying's anger, the princess was very calm. After washing up, she lay down to sleep. But she didn't sleep for long. Suddenly, she heard a voice outside the door. "Princess, there is news from the side hall. Young Master Xiu is ill." The princess opened her eyes, got up, and opened the door, her tone cool. "If he's sick, send for the Imperial doctor." Maying lowered her head. "I've already asked someone to do that." The princess looked at Maying with a sharp gaze. She stared so intently that Maying felt nervous. Just as she was considering whether to kneel and apologize for disturbing the princess's sleep, the princess stepped toward the side hall. "That it hurts. So much. Don't cut. Grandfather.
Save me.
Save me." When Xiu was curled up on the bed, his whole body was trembling. He was sweating coldly on his forehead. He kept crying out for help. His voice was full of tears. That distressed sound carried a suppressed pain. Just listening to it made people feel heartbroken. A palace maid hurriedly said, "Madam, no matter how I call young Master Xiu, he won't wake up." "What should we do?" The princess frowned and sat by the bed. She forcefully pulled Wen Xiu's hand. Wen Xiu, with his eyes closed, cried out even louder as the princess was rough. "Help me.
Help me, grandfather.
It hurts so much. So painful." "Princess, the doctor has arrived." The princess moved aside. The doctor stepped forward to examine. Finally, he concluded he is usually afraid of being bullied, and under this fear, he is having a nightmare. "Sigh, my body is already badly hurt. If I keep having nightmares, I might only live a few more years. I have some calming medicine prepared. I hope it will help." The calming medicine was quickly made. The doctor in the courtyard forcibly woke Wen Xiu. When he woke up, Wen Xiu's eyes were full of tears. His hair at the temples was wet. The palace maid brought the prepared soup to Wen Xiu. "Young Master Xiu, this is calming soup. Drink it quickly." The soup was dark and bitter. But Wen Xiu didn't hesitate for a moment. He took it and drank it all without showing any emotion. After drinking, he lay down again. The princess stood up to leave. But before she reached the door, Wen Xiu suddenly ran to her side and grabbed her sleeve. The princess frowned, trying to pull away. But Wen Xiu held on tighter and spoke his first words to her. "Xiu, be good. Don't go." He held her sleeve tightly, his eyes full of pleading. Seeing his many injuries, everyone present, including the palace maids and servants, couldn't help but feel moved. In the end, the princess returned to her own chamber. But Wen Xiu followed her back. They lay on the same bed. Wen Xiu pressed close to the princess, holding her arms tightly, and slept until dawn. In the morning, the princess moved slightly and woke up. Wen Xiu woke up right after her. Maying helped the princess wash up. The palace maid beside Wen Xiu served him as well. When the palace maid brought the meal to the table, Wen Xiu didn't eat in his own palace, but went to the princess's chamber. The princess was eating when she saw him standing silently beside her and asked coldly, "What do you want?"
Speak.
Wen Xiu blinked hesitantly and said, "I want to eat with you." The princess looked at the palace maid. The maid immediately set the table. Wen Xiu obediently sat down to eat. After breakfast, the princess needed to go to class. Wen Xiu still followed her closely. She didn't stop him. She allowed him to enter the hall with her. While she studied, he didn't cause trouble, and then sat quietly by herself for a whole hour, not drinking a single sip of water. She sat obediently, occasionally glancing at the princess, then at Mr. Su, and sometimes at Fu Yanqi, observing the decorations in the hall. Fu Yanqi also looked at Wen Xiu several times, mostly silently reviewing his lessons. After Mr. Su finished his class, the Imperial kitchen brought a nourishing soup for Wen Xiu. Wen Xiu took 2 sips and was about to put it down. The princess, without lifting her head, instructed, "Finish it." Wen Xiu obediently held the bowl properly and slowly finished the soup. Just after he finished drinking, another teacher arrived. The princess ignored the teacher and asked Wen Xiu, "Can you recognize characters?" Wen Xiu nodded. The princess asked again, "Can you write?" Wen Xiu still nodded. The princess frowned and said, "Don't just nod, speak." Seeing that the princess was angry, Wen Xiu shyly took her hand and said, "I can recognize some characters and write a few." The princess relaxed her frown and ordered, Prepare brushes and ink for Ziyu. Let him write what he can and show it to me. Ziyu nodded. Remembering that the princess wanted him to speak, he then said, okay. While Ziyu was focused on writing, the princess began her lesson again. After an hour, Ziyu had written quite a few characters. The princess came to stand behind him, looking at his writing. Although his writing was not perfect, each stroke was clear, and the characters formed a short essay. Clearly, Ziyu was not a fool. Learning that his future wife was not a fool made the princess, who disliked taking care of children, feel much better. After resting for a while, the princess took Ziyu and Fu Yanqi to have lunch. Before the meal, Ziyu drank a bowl of medicine. Despite its bitter taste, he didn't frown and drank it quickly. During the meal, he only ate half a bowl and then put down his chopsticks. Fu Yanqi, on the other hand, ate a large bowl of rice with braised pork, gnawed on 2 chicken legs, and drank a bowl of soup. One ate as if poisoned, the other ate as if feeding pigs. They looked at each other in confusion, both puzzled by the other's appetite. Afternoon, the princess and the teacher were playing chess. The spot next to the princess, usually occupied by Fu Yanqi, was taken by Ziyu. In the past, Fu Yanqi always stood beside the princess. But when it was Ziyu's turn, the palace maid, worried he might get tired, brought him a chair. This different treatment made Fu Yanqi glance at Ziyu a bit more. But Ziyu ignored him. He sat close to the princess, watching the chess game seriously. After one game lesson, Ziyu didn't move his seat at all. The second lesson in the afternoon was martial arts. Fu Yanqi stood still with the princess. Ziyu looked at Fu Yanqi beside the princess, then looked at the princess herself. He then went to stand beside the princess, copying her stance. But after a short while, his legs trembled, his vision darkened, and he fell to the ground. The princess, standing still, frowned and quickly caught him. Ziyu softly leaned into the princess's arms. He was held securely by her. Princess, should we pass on the official position? Maying asked. The princess, hearing her steady breathing, replied, no need. Bring a chair. The palace maid brought a chair. She then stepped forward and helped Ziyu onto the chair to sit. Go check why the medicinal dishes from the kitchen haven't arrived yet. The palace maid hurried off to remind them. The princess stood in front of Ziyu and coldly instructed, sit here. As she turned to leave, she added, prepare some ink and brush for Ziyu to practice calligraphy. Before the palace maid brought the ink and brush, a bowl of medicinal food was delivered from the kitchen. Ziyu continued to watch the princess standing still, slowly finishing the medicinal food. After eating, he practiced calligraphy while watching the princess. The palace maid, noticing his gaze, secretly smiled. When the princess finished her martial arts lesson, the day was nearing dusk. Fu Yanqi was about to leave the palace. Before leaving, he looked back at Ziyu. He saw him affectionately close to the princess, as if she was everything to him. Fu Yanqi pursed his lips and asked Fu Lu, who is that young Master Ziyu? Quietly, Fu Lu, who had been observing Ziyu, explained, that's the emperor's chosen match for the princess, born of the prime minister's concubine. The emperor quickly issued an edict to give Princess Cheng the marriage proposal for Ziyu. After receiving the decree, the prime minister's wife was furious. She directly smashed everything in front of the prime minister. The prime minister just looked at her coldly, with no warmth in his eyes. You're a noble daughter from a big family, yet you can't even accept a child. If I had known today, I wouldn't have married you, he said coldly, tearing apart her dignity. She looked fierce, full of hatred, and shouted at him, not marrying me? You must have forgotten that we once loved each other. Yes, we loved each other. Even after I took a concubine, I still loved you. But you argued with her. She respected you so much, yet you exhausted her and her son and daughter-in-law. Now you're even targeting her only grandson. I should have given you a poison cup and ended you. You should be satisfied. Don't come here and cause trouble. Do you think you still matter in my heart? Decades of marriage only brought cold rejection. The prime minister's wife couldn't hold back her anger and staggered. But the prime minister didn't look back. He simply left. Now when Xiao was no longer in the house, he didn't need to pretend anymore. As he left the prime minister's residence, he ordered someone to take his things into the palace. The Princess Chong found time to see the prime minister. She also saw the gold, silver, jewelry, and silver notes he presented. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. The prime minister expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Princess Chong, for protecting Xiao." She looked indifferent. The prime minister's thoughts are strange. He thinks I can protect him? The prime minister smiled at Xiao. "Xiao, go out and play for a while. Grandfather will talk to Princess Chong." Xiao didn't listen to the prime minister. Instead, he looked at Princess Chong, seeming to follow her wishes. She said, "Go ahead." Xiao's eyes curved into a smile, and he left the palace. The prime minister was stunned. Just one day, and Xiao no longer listened to him? "Prime Minister, what do you want to say?" Princess Chong pulled him back from his daze. During King Rui's birthday celebration, the old minister took Xiao to attend. Princess An wanted to slap Fu's young son, and he was very frightened. The crown princess ordered a palace maid to slap Princess An, who dared not speak out in anger. Meanwhile, he was excited, his eyes shining. At that time, the old minister understood what the crown princess meant to him. Originally, he didn't plan for Xiao to be her companion or tutor. Xiao was often bullied at home, had a shy personality, and was not suitable to be her companion. One day, the old minister returned and saw Xiao lying on the ground after being bullied again, with dull eyes and numbness. The old minister thought that if he kept Xiao close, he would only ruin him completely. So, to keep Xiao alive, the old minister wanted to find a powerful protector for him. Only the royal family could do that. He asked the emperor to let Xiao be protected by the crown princess. Since the Fu family's young son was her companion, and she could slap Princess An for him, if Xiao became her companion, she would surely protect him. Having her protection meant, you wouldn't have to live every day in pain and suffering. The old minister couldn't protect his grandmother or his parents, and now he couldn't protect Xiao either. Only these worldly things could be exchanged for her kindness. He was weak and might not live many more years by her side. The emperor originally granted Xiao to the crown princess as her consort. Actually, Xiao also thought he might not live long. Since he wouldn't live long, the position of consort would eventually be vacant. That's why he abandoned his role as a companion and was granted as the crown princess's consort. A companion had to stay with the crown princess to defend the kingdom and couldn't leave easily. But a consort, even if he died, could be replaced many times. When Xiao didn't know the emperor's true thoughts, his grandfather, the chancellor, sent all of Xiao's belongings into the palace, including his grandmother, parents, and most of the chancellor's estate. When several large boxes were brought before the crown princess, she became truly wealthy. She became very rich. The chancellor returned home and started a new round of arguments. "Such boldness from the chancellor, moving all the treasury without a word," said the chancellor's wife, unable to hold back her sharp tongue. The questioned prime minister snorted coldly, showing disdain. "This official's belongings are for whoever I choose. I haven't taken a single coin from you. What right do you have to talk nonsense? If you want to end it, I can send you a formal divorce letter, so you can return to your family. Do you want to go back?" A divorce letter? The prime minister's wife was so upset by his words that she let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Zheng, the prime minister, looked at her coldly, then casually cleaned his ear and sneered. "Stop shouting like a shrew. If you ruin the reputation of this household, it's your fault. Over the years, if you had listened to me even half the time and not let Xiao suffer so much, I wouldn't have had to argue with you. Since you refuse to listen to me, I won't give you respect. And your son and grandson, since they don't respect me, I won't help them in the future. They think of you as the most important, but I want to see what this prime minister's wife can do for them." "Oh, you want to help them? Don't do it in my name. Starting tomorrow, everyone in the city will know I intend to divorce you." The prime minister truly kept his word. The next day, he loudly announced his intention to divorce. When asked why, he said it was because his concubine and his illegitimate son and his son's wife had been harmed. His grandson was also forced to be sent away to stay alive. People then thought of Wen Zheyu, who was betrothed to the crown princess, as a consort. Suddenly, the prime minister's wife's reputation was ruined. Her son, grandson, granddaughter, and even her family couldn't lift their heads when they went out. Her family directly sent people to question her, asking what was going on and why she was so unreasonable. The prime minister's wife, who had enjoyed fame for decades, was both angry and anxious. She was angry because the prime minister was willing to ruin everything over an illegitimate son. She was anxious because, once the rumors spread, her children, grandchildren, and family would all be affected. Meanwhile, the prime minister, upon hearing the news, moved into a brothel. His tactics were clever. First, he sent Wen Zheyu to be protected by the crown princess. Then he spread rumors that the prime minister's wife was heartless and cruel throughout the city. After that, he never returned to his residence. In this way, even if people wanted to reconcile, they had no right. Everyone in the court knew he wouldn't return to his home after staying in the brothel. Everything was going as he wished. But it didn't last long. A few young children knelt in front of the flower building. The wife of the prime minister forced her grandchildren to threaten the prime minister to return to the residence. The distinguished grandson and granddaughter of the prime minister knelt in front of the flower building, making a shameful scene. The prime minister's face immediately darkened. Does the prime minister not care about his own grandchildren? Of course he cares. Because he cares, Wen Zheyu developed an illness, with countless injuries all over his body. But his concern did not make these grandchildren regret their actions. Instead, it made them bully Wen Zheyu even more. They always thought they held a higher position in the prime minister's heart than Wen Zheyu. So this time, the prime minister wanted to make them see clearly how foolish and self-righteous they were. The prime minister's wife did not understand the prime minister's anger and frustration, so her wish to force him back to the residence ultimately failed. Moreover, the prime minister ordered someone to beat them up. They were beaten so badly, they had to leave. The children returning to the residence had bruised faces and noses. The prime minister's wife's son and daughter-in-law felt heartbroken. Their gazes toward the prime minister's wife also carried resentment. The prime minister's wife always spoke and acted decisively in the house. Seeing her grandchildren beaten, she cursed and scolded. In the past, the children and grandchildren in the house would follow her wishes. But this time, they ignored her entirely and went straight back to their rooms. The prime minister's wife's face immediately turned pale with anger. The third wife, about to speak but hesitating, said, "Third brother." The prime minister's third son looked at his wife. "What do you want to say?" The third wife hesitated before speaking. "Maybe we should talk to father and split up the family." The third son frowned, clearly disagreeing with the idea. The third wife did not give up but explained softly, "You are a son born of a concubine. The estate ultimately isn't yours. I didn't want to split the family either, but now that mother and father are at odds, we're caught in the middle and suffering. But think about your son." The third son looked at his son, who was nearby, with red eyes and a bruised face, silent. "Do you know why father is willing to tear things apart this time?" The third wife whispered again. The third son shook his head. The third wife leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Suddenly, the third son frowned and looked serious. "Are you serious?" The third wife nodded and said, "I secretly sent someone to find out about the doctor. Wen Zheyu is covered in wounds and looks like he won't live long. He's been tortured." Third son Wen slightly lost focus and asked, "So, father is tearing things apart just to get revenge?" When Sanlang's guess was quickly confirmed. The wife of the prime minister always thought he wouldn't ignore the prime minister's household. She guessed he was just threatening her. So she had Wen Daliang use the prime minister's name to seek benefits. At first, the other side agreed. But when the prime minister found out, he immediately punished the official who had promised. Once this happened, everyone knew. It was clear that the prime minister was truly tired of his first wife and didn't care about the face of his legitimate son. Wen's family lost all their dignity. Angrily, when Daliang returned to the house, smashing things in front of the Prime Minister's wife, then stormed out. The Prime Minister's wife learned what happened from the servants. She was so angry she fainted. From then on, the Prime Minister's household became very quiet. Meanwhile, when Sibling took this chance to find the Prime Minister and expressed his wish to split the family, the Prime Minister didn't refuse and agreed directly. He found an opportunity to return home, gathered everyone except the Prime Minister's wife, and announced the plan to split the family. Those willing to leave could do so. Those unwilling would stay in the house. The Prime Minister had 7 children in total. 2 sons and 1 daughter were born to the Prime Minister and his first wife. 3 sons and 1 daughter were born to 3 different concubines. One Ziyu's father, Wen Qing, had already died. 2 daughters were married off. Only 4 sons remained in the house. The Prime Minister proposed splitting the family. Both illegitimate sons agreed to leave. The second son of the first wife also wanted to split, but the second son didn't want to leave. He couldn't make the decision himself. He could only watch as the 2 illegitimate sons, with the money and silver given by the Prime Minister, along with their children and concubines, left the house. The Prime Minister's wife woke up from her faint and learned of this, then fainted again. As the situation at the Prime Minister's house reached its conclusion, Fu Yanqi also faced his own test. Near the eldest princess, he first nervously recited martial skills. The eldest princess didn't look at books or respond, so he didn't know if he was doing it right, but he kept going. Until he finished. The Princess Dowager did not speak either. He then felt it was best to sit down and write by himself. He spent several hours writing a few thousand words. After finishing, he carefully read it several times. Only when he was confident there were no mistakes did he submit it for the Princess Dowager to review. But she did not look at it. Instead, she simply said, "You may go back." Go back? Fu Yanqi didn't understand what she meant. But he still followed her words and returned to his residence. As soon as he arrived home, someone came to tell the old general, "The young master doesn't need to go to the palace for now." The old general frowned and asked Fu Yanqi, "Did you cause trouble in the palace?" Fu Yanqi found it strange. "Cause trouble? No, today I was memorizing a book. The Princess Dowager didn't even look at it and just told me to come back. I found it strange, right?
She could have said something to me.
I worked hard, staying up late to memorize, but she just ignored me and told me to leave. What kind of Princess Dowager is that? She's being unfair." Fu Yanqi sat on the doorstep, feeling wronged and kicking stones in the yard. Since he returned home, he had been jumping around and making noise. But this was the first time the old general saw him so upset. He sat beside Fu Yanqi and asked, "Do you want to be a companion reader for the Princess Dowager?" Fu Yanqi hesitated for a moment, then proudly said, "No." The old general didn't argue with his stubbornness. Instead, he said gently, "If you don't want to, then why be sad? Look, she hasn't cut you off completely. You can still be your little master. You don't have to go to the palace to be her companion reader. You're free." Free? Fu Yanqi felt a bit upset inside. Did he want to be free? He used to want that very much. But when he was at the Rue Wang mansion, the Princess Dowager only said a few words and spared him and his brother from 20 lashes. He admired her greatly. Although the Princess Dowager was noble and important, other princesses might not dare to do such things, even if they were noble. So, he knew deep down that he was willing to be the Princess Dowager's companion reader, because he admired her. As for why the Princess Dowager suddenly told Fu Yanqi not to go to the palace anymore, even the old general didn't quite understand her intentions at first. While the old general was confused, a carriage from the Luo family entered the palace. Lady Luo is the one who entered the palace. Lady Luo is the biological mother of the empress. Seeing her own mother, the empress feels happy. At the end of their talk, Lady Luo explained her purpose. Since the empress married the emperor, the Luo family has avoided making a fuss and hasn't hosted banquets for several years. Now, after some years, old Lady Luo wants to hold a birthday feast, but is worried it might trouble her granddaughter. So she sent Lady Luo to ask the empress if hosting a birthday banquet is appropriate. If it's not suitable, the Luo family will follow the Empress's decision. After understanding Lady Luo's intention, the Empress didn't reply immediately. Noticing her silence, Lady Luo hesitated and awkwardly tried to ease the situation, saying, "If it's not suitable, it's okay. Your grandmother will take your wishes into account." Before marrying the Emperor, the Empress was just a daughter of a minor family. Her biological parents were also from humble backgrounds, so she wasn't very favored at home, but also wasn't mistreated. The Luo family held modest official positions. When the Emperor chose her as Empress, it surprised many people. Even the Empress herself wondered if there was some hidden plan involved. She was worried and nervous for a long time. Not only her, but the Luo family was also scared. Having an Empress in the family would surely attract jealousy and resentment from others. They feared someone might cause trouble, so after the Empress entered the palace, the Luo family stopped hosting banquets. They were afraid someone might find a reason to criticize them. Originally, the Luo family planned to stay low-key. After all, besides the respect they received in the palace, they weren't particularly favored. But as the princess gained more attention and favor, the Luo family started to have some ideas. This is understandable. Before the family produced an empress, they often held banquets, sometimes every few days, sometimes once a year. But since the empress's arrival, they've been very cautious, and life has become less lively than before. The grandchildren in the family have grown up. They need to arrange marriages and seek careers. They can't just live comfortably because the family has an empress. If things were like that, the grandchildren might start resenting the empress. So, old Lady Luo decided to have Lady Luo ask the empress about her thoughts. Mother leaves first. I will try to find out the emperor's opinion. Rest assured, even if the emperor does not agree, I will ask the eldest princess to visit the grandmother at her house. The eldest princess is favored. Her appearance at Luo's house is also a sign of respect for the Luo family, making it easier for them to do what they want. Madame Luo is happy after hearing this. She quickly said, "Yes," happily, and left. After Madame Luo left, the empress asked someone to inquire when the emperor would be free. She wanted to arrange a meal with him, but the answer was that he was busy for several days. The empress is smart and knows that visitors from her family are not hidden from the emperor. She is not in a hurry or upset. After a few days without the emperor's free time, she prepared a table of food and invited the eldest princess and Wenziyu. Since Wenziyu entered the palace, the empress has not yet met him in person. Now, inviting him to dine together is reasonable. Wenziyu and the eldest princess arrived early at the empress's palace. Xiao So, who is not close to the eldest princess, is very close to Wenziyu. He happily follows behind him, calling him brother. Wenziyu ignores him, but he is not discouraged. He not only shares snacks with him but also takes sugar from his purse, peels it, and offers it to Wenziyu. Perhaps because the sugar is sweet, Wenziyu finally understands him. The two quickly start playing together. A maid sees them playing and teases. The second prince's sugar is usually treasured. I didn't expect that the first time he sees Lord Ziyu, he is willing to share. It seems he really likes Lord Ziyu. The empress smiles. Ziyu looks obedient and good-looking. The second prince has no playmates often. Now that he has found someone close in age, it's normal for him to like him. The maid nods and sighs. Lord Ziyu is very cute, but also a bit pitiful. The empress's smile fades a little as she listens. Don't say those upsetting things. If he hears, he might get sad. For dinner, the empress did not ask the emperor to join. But when it was time to eat, the emperor appeared himself. The empress and others quickly bowed to greet him. Wenziyu also cheerfully called out, "Emperor uncle." The emperor looked at Wenziyu and thought of his father. He couldn't help but reach out and pat his head, asking, "Is it good to follow the eldest princess?" Wenziyu nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, I like the eldest princess." The emperor smiled and said, "Good, I'm glad you like her, father." Xiao Su stepped closer to the emperor, opening his arms to be hugged. The emperor chuckled and picked him up. The second prince has grown quite a bit." The second prince grinned proudly and giggled. The group sat down at the dining table to eat. The second prince had a good appetite and was not picky. Whatever the palace maid served, he ate. Wenzeyu, on the other hand, refused to eat this and that, and in the end, he ate less than the second prince. After the second prince finished eating, he eagerly looked at Wenzeyu. As soon as Wenzeyu put down his bowl and chopsticks, the prince went over to pull him to play again. Only 3 people remained at the table. The empress looked at the nanny. The nanny understood and signaled the attendants to leave. Your Majesty, in a few days, my grandmother wants to hold a birthday banquet. I want the eldest princess to attend and meet her great-grandmother. What do you think? The emperor did not answer the empress directly, but asked the eldest princess, Eldest princess, do you want to go? The eldest princess replied, If I am free, mother wants me to go. I can make a trip. The emperor nodded and said to the empress, You go see the children. I will talk to the eldest princess about some matters. The empress looked a bit surprised and left with the nanny. From afar, the empress looked at the emperor, her brows showing some worry. Are you worried that the emperor won't allow the Luo family to hold a birthday banquet? The nanny asked softly. The empress sighed. Although my father is a concubine and not favored by my grandfather, my grandmother, as the head lady of the house, is often fair. Because of this, our family has not been involved in messy affairs like other households. The Luo family has been quiet for many years and has never asked for anything because I am the empress. Now my grandmother wants my mother to personally ask the palace for my opinion. If I cannot meet this request, I will feel too oppressed as the empress. Your Majesty, don't speak recklessly. Be careful, there are ears everywhere, the nanny warned, frightened by her words. Inside the courtyard, Duke Da dismissed the others. Only the emperor and the eldest princess remained. The courtyard fell silent. Does the eldest princess know what father wants to say? She asked. The eldest princess shook her head. The emperor continued. Does the eldest princess remember the Menuan people? The Menuan people challenged the Xiao kingdom. General Fu sent troops to deal with them. Afterward, the Menuan people were not satisfied and launched several sneak attacks, all of which were repelled by General Fu. The Menuan people lost face and heard somewhere that the crown princess suggested that General Fu retaliate. To celebrate the 50th birthday of the Menuan king, they invited the crown princess to attend. Father wants me to go. The crown princess immediately understood the emperor's intention. Yes, your father wants you to go. With your intelligence, you won't damage the dignity of the Xiao kingdom. I also heard that the Menuan people invited several other countries, probably hoping to regain face during this birthday celebration. But the journey is dangerous. Are you willing to go on behalf of the Xiao kingdom to show strength? The crown princess answered without hesitation, I am willing. Then I will make arrangements. The emperor discussed the plan with her in detail. Afterward, the emperor stood up and left. Passing by the empress, he said, Arrange the birthday banquet at the Luo residence as soon as possible. I will prepare a gift for the crown princess to deliver on my behalf. Since she is going, the second prince will go too. As the empress, you haven't been back for a while. This time, go and visit. Just don't make a fuss, to avoid gossip. The empress smiled and quickly agreed. Yes. The emperor nodded and left. As he passed by the empress, he asked, Madam, now you can rest assured. The empress indeed felt relieved but also wondered why the emperor was so eager to hold the birthday banquet. Since the emperor had spoken, she immediately ordered people to convey his wishes. News reached the Luo family. They quickly sent out invitations. In the past, the Luo residence was quiet and many who wanted to win favor couldn't find an opportunity. Now the Luo family took the initiative to send invitations. Those who wanted to curry favor were naturally happy to attend. On the day of Luo Old Madam's birthday, guests arrived in a continuous flow. Even though Luo Old Madam was prepared, she still felt a bit anxious due to the large number of visitors. The empress, along with the crown princess, the second prince, and the consort, arrived, making the celebration even more lively. The empress declined the formal greetings from the guests and entered Luo Old Madam's house with the crown princess, the second prince, and the consort. Luo's wife, along with her daughter-in-law and niece-in-law, hosted the guests. Once inside and seated, Luo Old Madam looked at the crown princess happily and said, So, this is the crown princess. Since the birth of the Princess Chang, Lady Luo had never seen her before. So, when she first saw the noble and favored Princess Chang, she felt a bit nervous. Great-grandmother, the princess nodded as a greeting. Even though the princess seemed distant and aloof, Lady Luo still excitedly and nervously responded with a yes. The empress did not say anything. She knew very well how cold and proud her own daughter was. Seer, greetings to great-grandmother, the empress said to the second prince. The second prince looked at Lady Luo for a long time, then showed his bright white teeth and cheerfully called out, "Great-grandmother." Yes, Lady Luo responded happily again. While replying, she also had someone bring the gifts she prepared for the meeting. Although today was her birthday celebration, it was also the first time she met her great-grandchildren. She couldn't come empty-handed. She not only brought gifts but also very expensive ones, including some for Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu smiled happily upon receiving the gifts. The Princess Chang, in front of the Empress, showed respect to Lady Luo and politely said, "Thank you, great-grandmother." Lady Luo had already sent people to find out about the princess's personality. So, after giving the gift, she had someone take the princess out to play. The second prince was also visiting the palace for the first time and was very happy. He was worried about the Princess Chang, so he held Wen Ziyu's hand, seeming to think that this gave him some protection. Since Wen Ziyu had known the second prince, they played well together. Seeing that the second prince relied on him, Wen Ziyu naturally wanted to get closer. They held hands and initially stayed near the Princess Chang. Soon, the second prince pulled Wen Ziyu away. The Princess Chang paid no attention to them and found a quiet pavilion to drink tea. Not long after sitting down, they heard voices from nearby. "The Empress looks very grand today, but these should be the young ladies. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anything wrong. You, as a daughter of the Luo family and fond of the Emperor, yet she took the lead and became Empress, causing you to remain unmarried. I love the Emperor with all my heart. If I can't serve him in this life, I would rather not marry. If the Empress has good intentions, she should ask the Emperor to make you a noble consort. That way, both the Empress and the noble consort would come from the Luo family, and the Luo family's honor would be unmatched." But the Empress wouldn't agree to that. "Miss, why not ask the Crown Princess? The Emperor favors her so much that if she asks, he will surely agree."
You're so silly.
Although the Crown Princess is favored, she is still a daughter. She can't interfere in her father's marriage affairs. Plus, her mother is the Empress. If she asks her aunt to become a noble consort, her mother might not forgive her. I think I'd better not cause trouble for her. I'll just not marry in this life. Miss, the Crown Princess is kind-hearted. If you ask her, she might agree. Maybe, for her, it's not a trouble. It's better than you never marrying and being talked about all your life. Sigh, don't push me. If I say I won't go, I won't go. The conversation ended. Mei Ying silently looked at the Crown Princess. The other person's plan was all aimed at the Crown Princess. It was really foolish. Just after hearing the sound of the plan being set, a young boy appeared in front of the Crown Princess.
Crown Princess, I'm Luo Su.
I'm your cousin. Grandmother asked me to play with you. What do you want to play? I don't need company. Play by yourself. That's not possible. If I leave, you'll be bored here alone. If I neglect you, Grandmother will be angry. Then sit down and don't talk. How can I keep her company if I don't talk? Luo Su thought the Crown Princess's words were strange, but he still scratched his head and obediently sat down, not saying a word. Not long after he sat down, the palace maid and eunuch serving Wen Ziyu hurriedly came to the Crown Princess, looking anxious. "Crown Princess, young master, Ziyu has had an accident." The Crown Princess frowned. What happened? He was beaten. Wen Ziyu was beaten. He didn't cry, just looked calmly at the others. Meanwhile, the second prince was crying loudly. The woman who hit Wen Ziyu wanted to slap him again. But there were too many palace maids and eunuchs around Wen Ziyu. They blocked her, so her second slap missed. This made Wen Ziyu's mother even more resentful of him. She hated that he, a commoner's son, had gained the favor of the chancellor. Otherwise, this position of the prince's wife should be held by her son. Madam Wen looked upset. Wen Ziyu remained calm. Compared to each other, everyone sighed. It was clear that Wen Ziyu had been badly bullied in the Prime Minister's residence. Bullied until he had no defenses left and dared not resist. As everyone sighed, the Princess Chang arrived. Wen Ziyu, who had been calm, suddenly looked wronged. Everyone saw him pucker his lips and tremble, then rush into the Princess Chang's arms. The moment he buried his head in her neck, Wen Ziyu trembled all over and tears fell. He was scared. He was very scared. But he couldn't fight back. He could only hold tightly to the Princess Chang, trying to drive away his fear. The inner attendant serving Wen Ziyu saw the Princess Chang approaching. He wanted to complain immediately, but someone was faster. The second prince pointed at Madame Wen and tearfully said to the Princess Chang, "Sister," she slapped Brother Ziyu's face. "She's so scary. Sister, I'm afraid." The second prince also looked distressed and leaned into the Princess Chang's embrace. While leaning, he made a sad whimper. The Princess Chang looked up. Her gaze fell on Madame Wen. All the anger and resentment in Madame Wen's body turned into calmness when her cold eyes looked at her. "If I remember correctly, Father has announced that Wen Ziyu is to be the prince's wife. Madame Wen, tell me, are you respecting the prince or yourself?" Madame Wen's face changed. She immediately bowed and begged, "Please forgive me, princess. It was Ziyu who pushed his cousin first. I couldn't help but slap him. It was not intentional. I hope the princess will see this clearly." Mrs. Wen, with a half-smile and half-frown, spoke. "As the wife of the prince's eldest uncle, even if I slap him, it's just a family matter. Ziyu, would it be all right if your great-aunt apologized to you?" She appeared to apologize outwardly, but her smile was cold and sinister. Ziyu's body trembled again in the princess's arms. He held her tighter. The princess frowned. Mrs. Wen wanted to make a big issue into a small one, and a small one into nothing. If it were anyone else, she might have succeeded. But she was facing the princess. The princess coldly said, "Mrs. Wen, because you bumped into the second prince, you are to kneel for an hour. As for Mrs. Wen, disrespecting me, the princess, will result in 20 slaps from Maying and 2 hours of kneeling." Yes. After hearing this, Maying stepped forward to carry out the punishment. Mrs. Wen panicked and shouted, "Princess, how can you slander me? I did not disrespect you." The princess looked calm and cold as she reprimanded, "You slapped the prince's face, which is the same as slapping mine. Since I was born, even my father, the emperor, has never spoken harshly to me. What are you, to slap my face? Maying, give her a good slap." As soon as the princess finished speaking, Maying grabbed 2 palace servants and held Mrs. Wen down. Then, with a strong slap, she struck Mrs. Wen's face hard. Young Master Wen cried out for his mother, wanting to help, but he was forced to kneel on the ground. The sound of slaps echoed loudly in everyone's ears. The princess pushed Ziyu away from her arms, so he could face Mrs. Wen. Ziyu was initially resistant, but seeing Mrs. Wen and young Master Wen unable to fight back, his resistance and fear gradually turned into excitement. It turned out they weren't so hard to defeat after all. When the nanny beside the empress arrived, Ziyu's emotions had calmed, and Mrs. Wen had already received her 20 slaps. Mei Ying's strikes were very harsh. After 20 slaps, Mrs. Wen's face was swollen and bloodshot. Not far from Mrs. Wen, someone joked to the chancellor, "Chancellor, your eldest daughter-in-law was slapped and made to kneel. Why don't you speak up for her?" The chancellor replied with a joke, "She's your niece. I won't speak for her. Lord Kong can go if he wants. Sigh, I am getting old and no longer understand the thoughts of young people. It's better not to cause trouble. If this is someone's plan and I interfere, I might be hated." That's quite a coincidence. I share your opinion. No one spoke up for Lady Wen. The maidservants around the Empress Dowager scolded Lady Wen, saying, "Lady Wen doesn't know who's backing her behind the scenes. She's been fighting and causing trouble even in the Empress's family. Young Master Ziyu used to be her nephew, but now he's the prince granted by the emperor. Lady Wen dares to hit the prince, which shows she doesn't respect the Princess Chang or the emperor himself. The maidservant wanted to blame Lady Wen even more. Realizing her intention, Lady Wen was very frightened and hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean it, Your Majesty. It was all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? The Empress has heard about it. Young Master Wen almost pushed the second prince into the river. Luckily, young Master Xiu stopped him. If not, do you think the Empress Dowager would forgive Lady Wen for trying to harm the second prince? Would the Emperor forgive her? Trying to harm a prince is a crime punishable by death. Lady Wen saw how serious the situation was and broke out in cold sweat, trembling as she explained, "It's all a misunderstanding." She wanted to explain further, but the maidservant didn't give her a chance. Instead, she took the second prince and Wen Ziyu away. Although they left, Princess Chong did not. She asked, "Is Inspector Gung Mingqiu here?" "Yes, Your Highness. I am here," replied Inspector Gung Mingqiu, who was nearby, bowing. "Whenever Inspector Gung is free, please investigate the officials in the court, especially Lady Wen's husband and her family." As soon as the princess finished speaking, everyone present gasped in shock. Lady Wen's face turned pale with fear. Terror swept over her instantly, making her tremble all over. "Understood, Your Highness," Gung Mingqiu replied, his eyes glinting as he looked at the person next to the Prime Minister. The man who had earlier joked with the Prime Minister, Mr. Kong, looked at Gung Mingqiu with a meaningful expression and immediately frowned. Why is the princess involving innocent people? Lady Wen deeply regretted her actions. She shouldn't have tried to show off at the Empress Dowager's banquet. She shouldn't have tried to prove her status. And she definitely shouldn't have openly hit Wen Ziyu. She should have quietly gotten rid of him. The princess couldn't find any evidence. Madame Wen was thinking darkly, with her eyes lowered. Meanwhile, the people around were dispersing to continue enjoying the birthday feast. The princess returned to old Lady Luo's courtyard. The doctor was examining Wen Ziyu's injury. "It's just a superficial wound, no big deal. The child is too fragile. It's better not to get hurt. Especially since this child's health seems..." The doctor was about to say more. The Empress stopped him. "Doctor, just prepare the medicine." Knowing that in a large family there are many private matters, the doctor didn't continue speaking. He handed over a jar of ointment and left with the person leading him. "Brother Ziyu." The second prince looked at Wen Ziyu's face with concern. Wen Ziyu shook his head to comfort him. "It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Compared to before, this slap didn't hurt at all. Moreover, this time, someone was there to stand up for him." Wen Ziyu looked at the princess. The princess looked at the Empress. "Mother, I have lessons." The Empress paused, surprised. Old Lady Luo also looked stiff. "It's still early. Mother, I will take Ziyu back to the palace first. When there's time, great-grandmother can invite Brother Su and the others to come play." Old Lady Luo's face lit up with a happy expression. She nodded. "Good." The princess left with Wen Ziyu. The second prince immediately looked upset. He followed the Empress listlessly. The Empress patted his head to comfort him. "After we have a meal at great-grandmother's house, we will return to the palace. In the palace, you won't be apart from Ziyu for a moment." "Why are you so reluctant today?" The second prince pouted and said nothing. He's still young, and since Ziyu protected him today, their bond is naturally special. As for the princess, old Lady Luo hesitated. "Grandmother, are you worried?" "Yes, I worry that the princess isn't having fun." "Grandmother, don't worry. The princess has heavy lessons, and if it weren't for grandmother's birthday, she wouldn't come to the feast. Given how much the emperor values her, he wouldn't let her attend if she didn't want to. This child has been calm and mature since she was young, almost like an adult. So, grandmother, don't treat her like a child." Apart from Lady Wen's surprise at the banquet, everything went perfectly. After Lady Wen was made to kneel and apologize, she and her son hurriedly left the Prime Minister's residence. At the Prime Minister's house, the young Lord Wen saw her return and immediately stepped forward to slap her. Lady Wen's already sore cheek throbbed again, making her frown in pain. Her son started crying again. Lord Wen was already annoyed, and hearing his son's crying made him even more irritated. Crying, crying, crying. Does he even have the nerve to cry? If it weren't for the fact that they all bullied Wenziu, this family wouldn't have become like this. Take him away, Lord Wen said impatiently, glaring at his son with visible anger. After his son was taken away, Lord Wen began to scold Lady Wen. Are you out of your mind? How could you slap the current prince consort at the Rome residence? Lady Wen kept her face serious and didn't argue, because she knew she had indeed acted improperly. I tell you, if you think this is the end of it, fine. But if you cause me trouble, I won't forgive you. Trouble? Lady Wen didn't think so. After all, she was still the wife of the Prime Minister's family. They shared honor and shame together. No matter how the Prime Minister might feel, he wouldn't let anyone ruin his legitimate son. But her maternal family, now, the head of her family was her younger uncle, who was always cold to her. He was also very ruthless. If the Princess Changwen angered him, Lady Wen wanted Mingqiu to investigate her younger uncle, hoping to make him angry and deal with the princess. But what was faster than her expectation was Gung Mingqiu investigated Lord Wen. This matter caused quite a stir. Everyone in the civil and military officials was worried that Lord Wen's investigation would be known. So much so that it reached the emperor. The emperor casually asked about it, and by chance learned about what was happening in the Rome residence. He found out that the second prince was almost pushed into a dangerous situation, and the prince consort was slapped. The emperor was furious. Using the excuse that Lord Wen was disciplining his wife, he directly dismissed Lord Wen from his official position. And as Lord Wen's father, the Prime Minister, he didn't say a single word to defend his son. The young Master Wen, who had lost his official position, was furious and eager to go home. As he passed by the Prime Minister, he overheard someone asking him, "Prime Minister, your legitimate son has been dismissed from his post. Are you really unaffected?" The Prime Minister chuckled softly. "It's fine. His mother is so capable that she will surely find a better future for him," someone advised the Prime Minister. Although young Master Wen listens more to his mother than his father, he has reached his current position thanks to your help. Since he is your legitimate son, you won't really ignore him, right? The Prime Minister sighed and said coldly, "The child is grown up and has his own ideas." As Confucius said, "I am old and don't understand the thoughts of young people anymore. It's better not to cause trouble. If this is part of someone else's plan and I interfere, I might be hated. Lord Confucius, is the Prime Minister learning your coldness? If he wants to learn from me, what can I do?" Everyone laughed loudly and left, joking around. No one noticed the face of young Master Wen, which was dark with anger. Young Master Wen returned to his house with a serious face. As soon as he arrived, someone from the Prime Minister's wife's side called him over. He went over with a grim expression. The Prime Minister's wife sat proudly, acting as if she was the head of the household, and asked, "I heard about the situation at the Luo residence. Is everything okay?" Young Master Wen said nothing, his face growing darker. The Prime Minister's wife thought he was upset because she had complained about her, so she continued, "That was your wife. You shouldn't be too harsh, especially in front of servants. How could you slap her and humiliate her? Humiliate her." Young Master Wen's eyes darkened. They had caused so much trouble, ignoring his dignity. Now, she still dared to ask him to save face? The Prime Minister's wife didn't understand his expression and kept talking. "Your father, too. He let the princess long bully his daughter-in-law. He simply," before she could finish saying, "crazy," young Master Wen suddenly shouted, "Enough!" His shout stunned the Prime Minister's wife, who looked at her son in confusion. At this moment, Wen, filled with anger, no longer cared whether the person in front of him was his obedient mother. He immediately started criticizing and questioning, "You should just be a good wife and mistress of the house. If you did that, the family would be peaceful. But you insist on fighting and arguing, forcing Dad to give up on us. Now, my official position has been taken away. Are you happy?" The concubine lady was momentarily stunned by young Master Wen's words. She stammered, "What are you talking about?" But young Master Wen didn't explain. Instead, he turned and left angrily. It wasn't until the concubine lady learned from her son's personal servant that the emperor had dismissed her son from his official position that she collapsed on the spot. Dismissed from his post?
Impossible.
He was still the legitimate son of the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister really not care about him anymore? After a long time, she quietly asked, "Where's the Prime Minister? Did he ask for mercy for my son?" The servant looked complicated. "He told his colleagues that you, madam, are so capable that you will find a better future for your son." The concubine lady's vision darkened. A better future? Without the Prime Minister, how could she, as the lady of the household, help her son find a better future? Seeing her expression, the servant quickly and quietly withdrew. After a while, the concubine lady regained her composure and asked the maid, "Has the Prime Minister come back?" The maid replied, "Madam, the Prime Minister hasn't returned to the house for a long time." She gasped, "He really doesn't want this family anymore." The Prime Minister's residence had become a complete joke. Not only was young master Wen dismissed from his position, but Inspector Gung Mingqiu also occasionally sent him to jail for questioning. Young master Wen was on edge every day. His close attendants were all nervous. His wife suffered a lot of scolding and beating. His son cried every day. The entire Prime Minister's household was in chaos because of young master Wen's unrest. At least second young master Wen still had his official position. But even so, he was having a hard time, because both he and young master Wen were the Prime Minister's children. Their bad reputation affected him too. This caused him to be marginalized in official circles. Life in the government was tough, and at home, it was chaotic. Second young master Wen also didn't want to return home. His wife caused trouble, sending people to follow him and check if he had a mistress outside the house. Second young master Wen was annoyed by her. She openly refused to return for the entire night. Madam Wen then went to the Prime Minister's wife with a sarcastic attitude. The eldest son's mood was unpredictable. He often beat his wife. The eldest daughter-in-law cried and begged her to take charge. The second son was rarely at home. His wife made sarcastic remarks and criticized him behind his back. The grandson cried and caused trouble, sometimes fighting with others. This made the Prime Minister's wife suffer from headaches every day, and her existing illness worsened, causing her to fall ill again. However, this time, none of her son, daughter-in-law, or grandson came to visit her. Now everything has developed to this point. They all blame her and criticize her. The Prime Minister's residence became a joke. Not long after, people forgot about it. Then, there was much discussion about the eldest princess going on a diplomatic mission to Menuan. As the most favored princess, everyone was surprised that the emperor would send her to Menuan to celebrate the king's birthday. The birthday was scheduled for the end of the lunar month. Menuan is cold and windy. People who are not from Menuan cannot withstand the cold there. The young princess, going on this mission to Menuan, could she really return alive? The empress learned about this and felt heartbroken. She wanted to speak to the emperor several times, but he never gave her the chance. Realizing she couldn't change the emperor's decision, the empress then approached the princess. "Princess, are you really going to Menuan? The king's birthday celebration is a trap, and it's dangerous for you to go alone. Menuan is cold and harsh. You shouldn't go." The empress loved her daughter deeply, which was understandable. But she said, "Mother, as the eldest princess of Xiao country, if I refuse this invitation, Xiao country will be looked down upon by Menuan. I must go this time, not only for Xiao country's reputation but also for our people and soldiers. They guard the borders bravely and fearlessly. As their leader, I cannot hold them back. I expect to be gone for about 3 to 5 months. I will send Zayu back, so please help me, mother." The birthday of the Menuan king was at the end of the lunar month. Considering the winter roads were difficult to travel, the emperor and ministers decided to leave in early September. By mid-August, the eldest princess had completed the final training for the 11 children of General Fu.
No surprises.
Su Shujin took the top spot among everyone. The eldest princess looked at Su Shujin kneeling on the ground and asked, "If one day I ask you to harm your family, what would you do?" Su Shujin immediately frowned and said, "The eldest princess would not kill innocent people." His meaning was that if his family was innocent, the eldest princess would not kill them. If his family was not innocent and she wanted to kill them, he would not stop her. The eldest princess responded with an ambiguous, Since you have taken the top spot, I will keep my word and let you be my companion. As for you all," before she finished speaking, one person spoke up, "Eldest princess, I am willing to serve you. Please give me a chance. I also want to serve you." 10 people in total. 4 of them were willing to serve the eldest princess. Among them, 2 had lower status than commoners in the household, and their fathers were eventually imprisoned. The eldest princess kept 4 of them. The remaining 6 were sent out of the palace. Including the 9 selected slaves, the princess now had 15 children. Before leaving for the Menuan kingdom, the eldest princess gathered all 15 and sent them to the Imperial Academy. Fu Yanqi looked at the large characters, Imperial Academy, above and felt annoyed. "Why are we here again?" General Fu teased him. "If you don't want to go in, you can tell the princess." Fu Yanqi naturally wouldn't say that. He glared at his grandfather with a resentful look and willingly stepped through the gates of the academy. Since the princess told him he didn't need to enter the palace, he waited every day, waiting for a letter from the palace, calling him to be a companion to the princess, until he received the princess's order. She told him to join 10 other students at the academy for lessons. Because the princess planned to admit 15 people, the dean gave these 15 a separate courtyard outside the 4 halls and 6 chambers. Their teachers were all appointed by the princess herself. Their arrival made many at the academy realize that these 15 had a bright future ahead. Except for Fu Yanqi, who was a bit restless, the other 14 were very serious. "If I don't work hard, I believe I will be rejected by the crown princess because of how outstanding these people are." After finalizing the list of 15 students, we quickly arrived in early September. Before heading to Menuan, the emperor asked the crown princess to meet the officials accompanying her. He emphasized the importance of Lord Kong. Lord Kong looked at the crown princess with a meaningful smile and said, "Greetings, your highness." The crown princess ignored his malice, nodded slightly, and accepted. Before departure, Wen Ziyu held on to her, unwilling to let go. The empress gave a look, and the maid forcibly took him away. The crown princess got into the carriage, without hesitation. Those traveling with her to Menuan were carefully chosen for their strong martial skills. The crown princess didn't know that Lord Kong was aware of this. The emperor had given him a strict order. If the crown princess survives the trip to Menuan, he will survive too. Although the emperor issued a deadly command, Lord Kong was not worried. Not far from the imperial city, he ordered the camp to be set up for rest. Except for the crown princess, Lord Kong was the highest-ranking person. Naturally, his orders were to be obeyed. After setting up camp, Lord Kong had a bonfire built and, with interest, arranged for hunting and roasting game. Inside the carriage, the crown princess smelled the delicious aroma outside but kept her eyes on her book without lifting her eyelids. Until Lord Kong, holding a fragrant roasted leg, approached the carriage door and asked, "Your Highness, are you hungry? Would you like some wild game?" The crown princess looked up at Lord Kong with a sharp gaze, but said nothing. He deliberately misinterpreted her silence and nodded. "Oh, I forgot. You are a princess of noble blood and can't eat unclean food, or you'll get a stomach ache. Since the princess can't eat, I will do it for her." Lord Kong sat at the carriage door, pretending to enjoy the delicious smell, tempting the crown princess. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed in tempting her. Instead, he found her calm and unresponsive, which made him bored. But he didn't give up. He ordered someone to bring a nest of baby rabbits to her and said, "Your Highness, aren't these rabbits adorable? Later, I will have someone prepare spicy and flavorful dishes." Shadow of the plum tree. The Princess Dowager said, "Since the gentleman is so kind, please also send some to me." Master Kong replied. In the end, the Princess Dowager enjoyed spicy rabbit meat. But not from those little rabbits, because the bones were too thick. The Princess Dowager didn't expose Master Kong the first time they camped, because the Princess Dowager ate a lot of spicy rabbit meat. She decided to leave quickly. While traveling, the weather was just right. Master Kong rode his horse over to the princess's carriage and asked, "Princess, the weather is nice. Do you want to ride a horse? If you don't know how, that's okay. I can teach you." But if you're afraid, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Mei frowned slightly. It wasn't her imagination. Master Kong was really teasing the princess. The princess put down her book and stepped out of the carriage. Outside, the weather was good. It was getting cooler, with a gentle breeze that made people feel refreshed. "Bring the horse here," she ordered. Someone led the horse over. Just as Master Kong raised an eyebrow, the princess quickly got on the horse. The horse, taller than her, was surprisingly well-behaved under her. Very obedient. What? She was sure she wouldn't ride for long. She would get back into the carriage soon. Master Kong thought so. But the princess, feeling the breeze, leaned forward and fell asleep on the horse. She would definitely fall off. Master Kong stared intently at the princess, always ready to catch her if she fell. But he watched until his eyes hurt, and the princess never fell. Instead, after a nap, she woke up feeling refreshed, like a young calf unafraid of tigers. But it was still too early. In a little while, she would be tired and her legs would hurt. Master Kong waited and waited until night fell and they set up camp. The fire blazed higher. The princess sat beside him and asked, "Master Kong, do you still have rabbit meat to make spicy rabbit dishes?" Master Kong: "A hallucination." A hallucination. How could someone be so different from his niece? His niece would cry all day after eating rabbits. But the princess, instead of crying, wanted to eat more? As young girls. Why are they so different? Also, his nephew, when he first got on the horse, cried more fiercely than his niece ate rabbit meat. Why didn't the eldest princess cry and instead sleep on the horse? Feeling a bit unbalanced, Lord Kong's eyes flickered with an idea. Spicy rabbit meat is hard to make. How about I prepare a snake soup for the eldest princess? A snake. Wouldn't every girl be afraid of that? And she's still a young girl. Snake. The eldest princess looked confused. Lord Kong thought she was scared. Immediately, he ordered someone to catch a snake. The people below thought Lord Kong was being unreasonable, but they dared not disobey Shangguan's orders. So, several people went into the forest to catch snakes. They caught several and brought them to Lord Kong. With a creepy smile, Lord Kong picked up one and deliberately scared the princess. "Eldest princess, look at this fat snake. It would be delicious in snake soup. Do you dare to try it?" The snake in Lord Kong's hand kept twisting. Mei, standing nearby, felt goosebumps all over her body. Lord Kong even pressed the snake against the princess's face. Mei couldn't help but want to speak out and scold Lord Kong. But just as she opened her mouth, she saw the eldest princess reach out and grab the snake from Lord Kong's hand. Lord Kong. The eldest princess stroked the snake and asked Lord Kong, "Lord Kong, have you heard of sashimi?" Lord Kong looked puzzled. "What's sashimi?" "Raw fish is sashimi. This snake is so fat. Eating it raw should have a special flavor. How about I and Lord Kong try its original taste?" "Raw eat." Lord Kong stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the princess. "Eat it raw? Is she joking?" Under Lord Kong's doubtful gaze, the eldest princess calmly said, "Is there a problem?" "Lord Kong, are you afraid?" Her challenge made Lord Kong suddenly clear-headed. "No problem. But I prefer snake soup. Bring it down and make snake soup. The rest, distribute to everyone." Without waiting for the princess's order, Lord Kong decided to cook the snake soup himself. The princess didn't argue with him and accepted his cautiousness. Not to mention Lord Kong wouldn't eat it raw. Even the princess herself wouldn't eat it raw. She was only giving back what she received, just scaring him. Even at her age, she dared to tease her. Now she wanted to see who would end up teasing whom. Finally, the snake soup was prepared and brought in. The chef from the Imperial kitchen accompanied it. The snake soup smelled very delicious. The princess held her bowl, taking spoonfuls to her mouth. Lord Kong watched the spoonful of snake meat by the firelight, reluctant to eat it. He comes from a good family. He was raised to be pampered and admired. To him, snakes, things that crawl on the ground, are very dirty. He wouldn't even think about eating it. Just seeing it in his bowl made him lose his appetite, no matter how hungry he was. The princess finished her bowl of snake soup and asked Lord Kong, Lord Kong, why aren't you eating? Honestly, your suggestion was good. This snake soup is delicious. It's fresh, so please eat it before it goes to waste. Lord Kong swallowed hard, feeling pressured by the princess and unwilling to admit defeat. He resigned himself, fighting nausea, and swallowed the snake soup bite by bite, until his bowl was empty. Only then did the princess stand up. I look forward to what else Lord Kong will eat next time. Remember to invite me. Her footsteps faded away. Lord Kong handed his bowl to his attendant. He quickly covered his mouth with one hand, holding back his gag. Sir? The attendant asked worriedly. Lord Kong waved his hand, swallowing hard. This small bowl of snake soup wouldn't make him give up. He was a ruthless and cunning man. He couldn't be defeated by a little girl. Back at the carriage, Maying was making the princess's bed. While making it, she asked, Is Lord Kong teasing the princess? Are you not angry, princess? The princess sat nearby, indifferent. This trip to Menuan is very important. The emperor trusted Lord Kong to lead the way. He must be extraordinary. I always give some leeway to talented people. Besides, his teasing isn't a big deal. It even makes this trip more fun. Just watch and don't worry. Maying didn't understand what was fun about it. But since the princess spoke, she had no choice but to agree. She finished making the bed. After helping the princess wash up, Maying watched her lie down to sleep. The princess slept peacefully until dawn. Lord Kong thought all night about how to make the princess cry. The next morning, both sides faced each other across the table. Lord Kong brought a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of the princess. Princess, this is the Earth Dragon porridge prepared by the chef on my orders. Please eat it while it's hot. Earth Dragon? The princess looked at the porridge, then raised her eyes to Lord Kong. Lord Kong smiled mischievously. Princess, do you not know what an Earth Dragon is? It's just a worm in the soil. Although it's a bug, it is also a good medicine. This medicine helps improve blood flow and relax the channels. When we travel, blood circulation can be poor and joints may ache. The Earth Dragon can help with numbness in the hands and feet caused by blood stasis. When combined with rice, it is gentle and nourishing. I had the chef prepare it early this morning. Princess, you shouldn't waste it. The princess lowered her eyes, stirring the porridge with Earth Dragon inside, but did not refuse. Instead, she calmly took a bite. Then her eyes lit up, and she asked, Is there more? Lord Kong thought she liked it and froze for a moment, then said awkwardly, There is more. The princess nodded. Bring another bowl of porridge. Lord Kong, you are kind. Please eat some yourself. Lord Kong's expression stiffened and he refused. No need. I am not hungry. That won't do. Lord Kong rides horses every day, and he's not young anymore. It's easy for blood to flow poorly, and joints to ache. Besides, I notice Lord Kong's face doesn't look well. So, I think this rice and Earth Dragon porridge is more suitable for you. You shouldn't refuse. The princess was firm. This made Lord Kong's face change several times. Next to them, Ming held back her laughter, trying not to smile. The chef quickly brought the Earth Dragon porridge. Lord Kong looked at the worms in the porridge, all showing resistance. He was about to speak again to refuse. But the princess stirred her porridge and stopped him. Lord Kong, please eat quickly. We need to hurry on our journey. I see it might rain soon. After saying that, the princess scooped another spoonful of porridge and put it in her mouth. She chewed slowly, as if savoring something delicious. Lord Kong couldn't help but recall the disgusting scene from last night, worms wriggling among dry branches and rotten grass. He finally couldn't hold back. He gagged loudly. The princess paused with her spoon, about to put it in her mouth, then put it back in the bowl. After dry heaving, Lord Kong met the princess's gaze. Lord Kong didn't have time to feel guilty before hearing the princess softly ask, It seems that Lord Kong doesn't like this porridge. If you dislike it, why did you give it to me to eat? Why don't you eat it yourself? Are you teasing me, Lord Kong? Teasing? Yes. He was teasing. But could he admit it? Although he held a high official position, he was teasing the beloved princess of the emperor. If she went back to complain, would the emperor forgive him? No, your majesty. I would never dislike it. I just didn't sleep well last night, so I didn't want to eat. But since the princess graciously offered, I dare not refuse. The princess said, then eat quickly. Lord Kong smiled and scooped some of the dragon root porridge into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he felt like vomiting. But seeing the princess sitting in front of him, staring at him intently, he quickly swallowed. He finished the bowl of porridge. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His face turned pale. The princess asked knowingly, Lord Kong, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look worse? Lord Kong forced a stiff smile and shook his head. It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. I will rest properly later, and it will be fine. The princess nodded. In that case, Lord Kong, you should hurry and continue your journey. Lord Kong ordered the march. The princess returned to her carriage. Maying, who was nearby, asked, Princess, how can you eat the dragon root porridge without changing your face? I find it quite disgusting. Disgusting? Didn't Lord Kong say it was good stuff? The princess calmly took out a book to read. Maying looked at her delicate, beautiful face. Then she remembered how the princess ate the porridge without showing any disgust. Finally, she couldn't help but shiver. The princess was so ruthless. If there's nothing else, go out and see how Lord Kong is doing. He's getting old, and he shouldn't tire himself on the road. If he shows signs of vomiting, quickly call the Imperial doctor. Mei Ying's mind turned quickly. She immediately understood the princess's intention. So she rode her horse to follow beside Lord Kong. The attendant Zhou asked, Miss Mei, why are you following my master's carriage instead of taking care of the princess? Mei smiled and said, the princess said that Lord Kong's face looks bad. She asked me to watch over him. If he shows signs of vomiting on the way, I should call the Imperial doctor as soon as possible. On Friday, he looked awkwardly at Lord Kong inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lord Kong was holding his mouth tightly with his hand to avoid laughing at the princess, trying to suppress waves of nausea. He understood from the beginning. He realized that the princess had seen through his trick. But she remained calm and turned his plan around to trick him instead. She succeeded. He was disgusted by his own idea. However, Lord Kong couldn't understand why she could stay so calm, even though she was only 4 years old. Could it be that royal people are naturally brave? Fortunately, Lord Kong's nausea didn't last long, and he fell asleep. He slept very deeply. He was awakened by the sound of rain. He lifted the curtain and looked outside at the heavy rain. Lord Kong asked, How long has it been? Why didn't you find a place to take shelter from the rain? Sir, there is a small town not far ahead. We should arrive in about 15 minutes. I have already sent someone ahead to inform the village head to prepare accommodations. Good. Speed up. Yes. On Friday, he rode his horse forward and shouted, We will reach the town in about 15 minutes. Everyone, hurry up and get moving. When the group arrived at the town, the village head was already waiting with people. Is the lodging arranged? Friday asked. Yes, sir. The town is simple, so I borrowed a house from a wealthy family. Everything is ready. I will show you the way. The house wasn't big, but it was clean. Friday helped Lord Kong out of the carriage. Lord Kong then approached the princess's carriage and said, Princess, the rain won't stop. Tonight, we will stay in the town. We will leave when the rain stops. The curtain was lifted. The princess came out. The village head, being far away, couldn't see her face clearly. He only glimpsed a corner of her clothing and saw her noble aura. But he only dared to glance at that corner and immediately lowered his eyes. Inside the house, the rain was falling even harder. The princess and Lord Kong sat in a pavilion. The princess said, Before such heavy rain, earth dragons love to come to the surface. Lord Kong's relaxed expression suddenly stiffened. The princess dowager said, Maybe eating the earth dragon porridge has really improved Lord Kong's complexion. Lord Kong. He gazed at the rain curtain before him. For the first time, Lord Kong felt he had met a mischievous little girl. The princess dowager didn't insist on the earth dragon porridge or bother Lord Kong about it. After dinner, she returned to her room to rest. Lord Kong, who had slept all day, couldn't fall asleep. He looked at the rain under the eaves for a long time, thinking, I wonder when this rain will stop. I hope it doesn't delay our journey. Sir, the other officials accompanying you request to see you. Lord Kong, impatient, said, See them? Tell them to go back to sleep. During this trip to Menuan, Lord Kong originally didn't want to come, especially since the emperor had given him strict orders to protect the princess dowager at all costs. But as a servant, and because the emperor demanded it, he came. He was also the main person in charge of this trip. A group of officials waited for his decision, and there was a princess of noble birth who needed careful attention. Lord Kong couldn't help but feel annoyed with the people around him. That was his patience. He lay on the bed with his hands under his pillow, listening to the rain. Before he knew it, Lord Kong had fallen asleep again. When he woke up the next day, he stretched comfortably. Just as he was about to call Zhou Wu, he saw the princess dowager sitting in his room, flipping through a book. Hearing the noise, she didn't look up and said, Lord Kong is sleeping so soundly. Lord Kong's mouth twitched. He glared at Zhou Wu beside him. Zhou Wu looked aggrieved. He also wanted to wake the lord, but the princess dowager didn't allow it. Originally, he was loyal and only obeyed his master's orders. He wanted to muster courage to disobey the princess dowager and wake the lord, but her fierce gaze made him give up. Princess dowager, why did you come to my room and not let anyone wake me? I feel quite rude. It's okay. We still need Lord Kong's help on this trip. Let him sleep a bit longer. It will help him recover. After all, Lord Kong is getting on in years. Regarding age, I am in my prime years. I cannot be considered old. Long princess, please don't say I'm old, or I will feel sad. Lord Kong pretended to hold his chest. His furrowed brow looked like he was truly in pain. The long princess was not disgusted by his teasing or the food. Instead, she felt a bit nauseous because of his acting. But she kept a calm face, not giving Lord Kong a chance to see her discomfort. Otherwise, I can guarantee he would lose face and make her feel sick again and again. The rain outside has lessened. Staying here is just waiting. Lord Kong, why not go for a walk with the princess? Lord Kong then looked at the princess's simple outfit. Her hair had no decorations. Her clothes were not as fancy as yesterday. On her wrist, she only wore a few wrapped prayer beads. The bright red bone relic inside the beads shimmered strangely under her white wrist. Rainy days make the roads slippery, not good for traveling. The princess has a noble status. If she bumps into something, it might delay her plans. No problem, let's go, she said. Lord Kong then looked at Zhou Wu. Go arrange it. Yes. Even though it was raining, people still filled the streets. Many wore raincoats and bamboo hats, selling their hard-to-store belongings. Shops in the town were open. Even in the rain, these people did not stop working for their lives. They reached a place selling wontons. The princess sat down and ordered 2 bowls. The owner, seeing her beauty, not only added extra wontons but also put in a boiled egg. Lord Kong looked at his own bowl of wontons and the princess's bowl with the egg. His initial dislike grew stronger. Why are the 2 bowls so different? He placed his bowl in front of the princess. Then the owner was about to leave. The princess spoke. If the owner isn't busy, why not sit and chat? The owner was surprised at first. Then, under the princess's gaze, she brought a nearby stool and sat far away, saying, Honored guest, do you have questions? Not really. I just happened to pass by and saw this place is quite peaceful. I wanted to ask if it's a good place for rest and recovery. Rest and recovery? The shop owner looked at the princess carefully. Then she glanced at Lord Kong, who was dressed quite well. I can see that both of you don't seem to come from ordinary families. There's no real need for you to stay in this small town to rest. Although the town is quiet and peaceful, it's quite remote. If you're here to rest, it probably means you're not in good health. The town's doctors can handle simple pains, but for more serious issues, they're not enough. So, this place isn't suitable for recovery. The princess nodded and asked, Are the local people self-sufficient in food? How is your village head? Things weren't easy a few years ago, but since the end of last year, life has gotten much better. I heard that some high officials in the Imperial city investigated many corrupt officials. As for our village head, he's a good man. The villagers trust him. If someone is short of food, he helps find ways to farm more land. Even my shop was started after my husband died, with help from the village head. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to raise my children or even find a place to stay. Mother. Two children, not much different in age, ran inside from outside. They rushed into the shop owner's arms. She wiped the water from their heads and smiled helplessly. Sorry to trouble you, young master. The children are a bit naughty. The princess said it's okay. She picked up a spoon and ate a wonton. Her gaze fell on the bamboo basket the children had taken off. Mother, these are eels I caught with my brother. We'll keep 2 for ourselves to eat, and the rest we can sell to the nearby restaurant, okay? The shop owner smiled. Good. You caught them, so you decide. Be good now, go play, and let me talk with the guests. The older boy looked at the princess after hearing this. His eyes just fell on her when she looked up at him. In that moment, their eyes met. The boy's face turned red. He grabbed his brother and ran away. His brother shouted anxiously, Big brother, slow down. I'm going to fall. Oh, this child, the shop owner said with a helpless yet loving smile. The princess asked, Is that your son? He looks quite grown up. Has he started his lessons? The shop owner shook her head. Lessons cost a lot of silver. It's already hard for me to provide food and drink for them, let alone save money for their future marriages. I simply can't afford to send them to school. Shop owner, 1 bowl of wontons, please. A guest entered the shop holding an umbrella and ordered a bowl of wonton soup. The shop owner's wife politely excused herself and went to prepare the wontons. After she delivered the wontons to the guest, the princess and her companions had already left. All that remained was some silver on the table and a bowl of wontons that hadn't been touched much. The shop owner's wife looked outside, saw no one around, and then took the silver. She also put away the barely touched bowl of wontons to eat later herself. On the street where the shop owner's wife couldn't see, the princess spoke. At first, Lord Kong seemed to dislike that bowl of wonton, but later he ate it all. Lord Kong wiped his lips and thought, compared to snake soup or earthworm porridge, this wonton is a real delicacy. But he wouldn't say such timid words in front of the princess. He simply replied, I was hungry this morning, so I ate. The wonton was simple, but it tasted good. The princess, when she was sent to the Menuan region, was still concerned about the people's lives. Truly a caring princess. Since Lord Kong knows my purpose, why not tell me where your attention was when the shop owner's wife spoke earlier? If I'm not mistaken, it's because of Mingxue. The princess paused, looked up at Lord Kong, and asked, If you were Lord Kong, how would you ensure that poor children in Xiao country could learn? Lord Kong frowned and shook his head. That's not easy. The princess didn't say more, raised her umbrella, and continued walking forward. After walking a while, she spoke again. As one of the emperor's trusted officials, you know about Menuan's earlier provocation at our border. If I'm right, the relations between countries have been quite tense these years. Lord Kong remained silent, indirectly admitting that the princess's words were correct. The princess didn't wait for him to speak and added, In this world, no matter what kind of relationship, the weak fear the strong. Menuan dares to provoke Xiao country because they think Xiao is weaker. No matter what illusion they have about Xiao, it doesn't matter. What matters is strengthening oneself. When your strength reaches a certain level, even if they start a war, it will only lead to their own destruction. Lord Kong's calm heart stirred, and he asked thoughtfully, So, princess, do you mean that to strengthen Xiao country, we need to let children learn? If only the students of the Xiao kingdom could learn basic manners, they might be able to act as skillfully as Lord Kong, even when teasing the current princess, without causing any harm. Lord Kong. Caught in the act, Lord Kong looked very embarrassed. Perhaps the princess misunderstood. I did not tease her. Even if he had, she might have turned the tables and teased him instead. The princess didn't bother to argue whether Lord Kong had teased her or not, because her attention was elsewhere. Her gaze was fixed on something else. Lord Kong saw her fingers playing with a 4-eyed Bodhi seed, but her eyes were looking into the distance. He followed her gaze and saw a man pulling a woman by her hair in the rain. The princess was watching this scene with a blank expression. Although she looked emotionless, Lord Kong noticed her hand rubbing the Bodhi seed, which gave him a feeling that something was wrong. The princess cared about this matter.
It was easy to guess why.
From her questions at the noodle shop about the owner's life, it was clear she was paying close attention. Lord Kong gave Zhou Wu a meaningful look. Zhou Wu understood immediately and stepped forward to ask what was happening. Zhou Wu carried a sword and looked imposing. The man looked at Zhou Wu with suspicion, but he still held tightly to the woman's hair. The woman was being dragged along, soaked through by the heavy rain. Her messy hair and wet clothes made her look very miserable. "Sorry to let you see this, sir. This is my wife. She left her children at home and is involved with another man. If I hadn't caught her in the act, she might still be unaware. So, are you trying to help her? Is she betraying her husband?" If the woman was unfaithful, Zhou Wu wouldn't interfere. But after hearing the story, he looked at the woman and asked, "Is what he said true?" The woman didn't speak but struggled to pull away from the man. Zhou Wu frowned immediately. He looked back at the officials and the princess in the distance, then asked again, "Is what he said true? If not, just tell me." The woman still didn't answer. Seeing this, Zhou Wu decided not to stay any longer and left directly. If the woman was innocent, and he helped her voluntarily, then she should come to him for help. Now, not paying attention to him might make him feel guilty. Since that's the case, he probably won't waste time helping anymore. The man saw Zhou Wu leave, sneered, and dragged the woman away. Zhou Wu then went to report to Lord Kong. Lord Kong sighed, saying, "So, she abandoned her husband and children and was unfaithful." Zhou Wu nodded. Both of them agreed that this was likely true. Otherwise, why wouldn't the woman dare to speak? The princess did not comment immediately, but slightly moved her umbrella to look at the sky and ask Lord Kong, "It seems this rain won't stop soon. Lord Kong, should we continue our journey?" Lord Kong shook his head. "Traveling in heavy rain is unsafe. We have 3 months. We can wait for the rain to stop and then leave. Then, since we're free, would the princess like to listen to a play?" "A play? This small town probably doesn't have a theater troupe. If we send someone to invite one, they might not come. The weather is clear now. Perhaps we can see a show if we meet one later. Why bother going far when there's a show nearby? Just now there was a performance." "Just now? That couple?" Lord Kong suddenly understood and said, "Does the princess not believe that woman abandoned her family and was unfaithful?" The princess looked at Zhou Wu. To understand the twists and turns in the story, you need to listen to it. Zhou Wu looked at his master, Lord Kong. After some thought, Lord Kong said, "Go and investigate first." Zhou Wu nodded, disappeared in a flash, and followed the direction the couple left. After an hour of investigation, Zhou Wu returned to the house. In front of Lord Kong and the princess, he revealed the truth. He confirmed that the man and woman on the street were indeed a married couple. The woman had indeed been unfaithful, but the reason she was unfaithful was because her husband, seeking a better future, had sent her to bed with another man. Moreover, that man used the money earned from her to marry a widow as his second wife. He even made his child call the widow mother. When the woman's child refused, the man made her affair public. As a result, her parents cut ties with her, and her child followed her husband's wishes, calling the widow mother. The woman did not beg for love or plead. Instead, she gave up and willingly threw herself onto Mr. Li's bed. She gave up completely. Her husband was unhappy, but he dared not oppose Mr. Li. So, there was that scene on the street. After hearing the full story, Lord Kong said, "I thought official circles were dark, but I never expected that even in such a small place, there are such dirty thoughts." Zhou Wu didn't speak. He looked at the crown princess. The crown princess looked calm, as if she was more accepting of this unfair situation than Lord Kong. This made Zhou Wu feel very strange. After all, the crown princess was quite old. Lord Kong had been in official circles for nearly 20 years and was still surprised. After the surprise, Lord Kong asked, "Crown Princess, should we punish this dirty person?" The crown princess looked beyond the pavilion. It was still pouring rain. The dampness made everyone feel uncomfortable. Aren't we supposed to watch the show? Their performance is quite interesting. The crown princess looked at Zhou Wu. In Zhou Wu's confused eyes, she said, "Let them come in front of me and Lord Kong again to repeat their act." Zhou Wu was stunned. He looked at Lord Kong. Lord Kong also looked a bit stiff. Because of the crown princess's strange taste. Although her strange taste made people feel sick, Lord Kong still nodded in agreement. But more than that, Lord Kong wanted to know how this scene would end. The crown princess wanted to watch the show. Zhou Wu had to make arrangements. He first went to find the village head. He explained the lady's wishes. Then, he gathered the relevant people with the village head. He made his intentions clear. The widow looked at the noble lady, her expression numb, standing there as if she hadn't heard what was said. Noble lady didn't mind using her marriage as part of the show. After all, her marriage was already rotten and dirty. But she didn't mind. Mr. Li was bothered. He was a well-known figure in the small town because he had 2 coins, and he didn't want to use his private affairs as entertainment. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, his eyes flashed with anger as he looked at Noble Lady. Noble Lady was already wary of Mr. Li because he was rich. Now he was angry and glaring at me. I was about to get angry at Zhou Wu to show my sincerity. But just as I was about to curse him, Zhou Wu drew his sword and held it against his neck. The village head immediately trembled with fear and sweat ran down his face. He hurriedly leaned close to Li Yuanwai's ear and whispered a warning. "Li Yuanwai, do you know who he is?" Li Yuanwai glanced at him. From the village head's expression, I saw fear. The village head was able to become village chief because of some connections. But even this clever village head looked terrified now. A deep, instinctive fear. Seeing this, Li Yuanwai felt a chill run through him. Who could make the village head so afraid? Just as Li Yuanwai was wondering, the village head nervously spoke. "He is an official from the Imperial city. An official who can order your head to fall." Order your head to fall? Li Yuanwai's face turned pale. He was just a minor landowner with a little money and only had influence over the poor villagers who couldn't afford food. But compared to someone from the Imperial city, the village head added. He then said to Zhou Wu, "Sir, they are just villagers from the town, not experienced. They don't know that a noble wants to watch a play. Please allow me to explain a little." Zhou Wu calmly sheathed his sword. The village head gathered Li Yuanwai, the noble, and the widow together. Seeing that the noble's wife remained still, he pulled her over and whispered a warning. "I don't know why the noble knows about your matters, but now that it has come to this, you'd better do as the noble wishes. Turn your story into a play and perform it for him. Otherwise, no one can save you." The noble's wife looked at the village head's fear, and then at Zhou Wu, who was nearby.
He knew Zhou Wu well.
After all, he had lived in this town for decades and had rarely seen anyone so imposing, wearing a sword. Even the officials in the county office only had a few with waist swords. Without much persuasion from the village head, Li Yuanwai agreed to perform the play. Once he agreed, the noble's wife also agreed. So, Zhou Wu waited for the 4 of them to rehearse for half an hour. Then he took them to his house. Li Yuanwai and the others had already guessed from the village head's words that the noble was someone important. When they saw the thick layers of cold, intimidating protection, they still shivered with fear and swallowed nervously. A group of people followed Zhou Wu into the house. With each step, a strong pressure pressed down on them. Everyone carried a waist knife, staying close together. Their fear made them imagine that the cold, sharp knives might strike at any moment. By the time they stopped with Zhou Wu, they were almost bending over. Li Yuanwai swallowed nervously, lowered his head, and secretly glanced at the village head, thinking that the village head's words were still too cautious. Even though these people were dressed in plain clothes, they all carried waist knives and looked very imposing.
There were hundreds of them.
This was no longer just a group of ordinary people. They looked like high-ranking officials who could only be seen among the nobility. While Li Yuanwai and the others were feeling terrified and anxious, Zhou Wu asked for the opinions of the 2 masters. "Master, the people are here. Should we start the performance now? Master Kong looked at the princess. Seeing that she said nothing, he nodded in agreement. Zhou Wu turned around and said, "You all, start the performance." The show began. Guansheng met a widow. The widow had fair skin, beautiful features, a graceful figure, and captivating eyes. She only glanced at Guansheng once. Guansheng seemed to be enchanted, his heart completely drawn to her. Seeing his generous gestures and her difficult life, she initially wanted to refuse, but was gradually won over by him. Guansheng, after winning her over, didn't get tired of her. Instead, he loved and liked her even more. He even thought about giving her the best life, including the idea of marrying her to gain honor and support her. The widow left the stage. Next was Guansheng's wife. But Guansheng's wife stood there numb, not moving at all. It was as if she had lost her soul. Li Yuanwei patted Guansheng's wife on the shoulder. She still didn't move. Li Yuanwei grew anxious and patted her again. She still didn't move. Guansheng became impatient. He went forward, grabbed her, and dragged her to the center, just like when he pulled her on the street before. Guansheng's wife was dragged to the center, still unmoving. Guansheng, anxious, tightly held her arm and whispered threateningly, in front of the noble, "How dare you cause trouble? I will kill you." Death? Sister Guisheng, who was numb, suddenly regained consciousness. But instead of being threatened and singing well as Guisheng wished, she glared angrily at Guisheng and suddenly went crazy. "Kill me? If you want to kill me, just do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm not afraid. You want to kill me? Do it now if you dare. If you don't, you're a coward. A coward who's useless his whole life and likes to be a cowardly turtle. Oh, you're just a cowardly turtle. In this world, real men don't send their wives to others' beds. Haha, cowardly turtle, cowardly turtle. Haha." Guisheng was shocked that Sister Guisheng suddenly lost her mind. He was very frightened. His eyes darted around in fear, then quickly released her arms and covered her mouth. But Sister Guisheng, once freed, didn't sit quietly. She started struggling wildly. She scratched at Guisheng's face with her nails. Her nails weren't deep, but she dug into his flesh fiercely. Guisheng, in pain, instinctively let go of her. Once free, Sister Guisheng became even more frantic, shouting and hitting Guisheng's face. "Coward! It's your fault. You should be cut into 1,000 pieces, dismembered and ground to dust." Guisheng, feeling the pain from her scratches, grimaced. His reason suddenly vanished. Filled with anger, he raised his hand and slapped Sister Guisheng hard across the face. With a sharp slap, she fell silent. Zhou Wu, standing nearby, frowned slightly and looked at the two masters. Seeing they didn't move, he turned his gaze back to Guisheng and Sister Guisheng. Just as he looked over, Li Yuanwei stepped forward and pushed Guisheng aside. He was close enough to hear Li Yuanwei's suppressed anger. "Singing is enough. Why are you hitting people?" Guisheng's face twitched, and he almost looked ferocious as he lowered his voice to question, "Didn't I sing well?" Li Yuanwei's cold eyes stared at Guisheng, then softened when he looked at Sister Guisheng. His voice became gentle and soothing. "Spring Lady, I know you're upset, but now isn't the time to cause trouble. Listen to me, finish your performance and leave here first, okay?" Spring Lady looked up after being persuaded. When her eyes met Li Yuanwei's, they were full of resentment and tears. Li Yuanwei felt heartbroken. He leaned slightly, gently comforting Chen Yang as he held her softly. His low voice quickly whispered in her ear, "Be patient. I will make him pay for this." Li Yuanwei quickly embraced Chen Yang, then quickly let go. But Chen Yang's wildness was soon calmed down. Guisheng saw this and added a look of mockery to his fierce expression. He didn't have time to say more. Suddenly, Chen Yang seemed like a different person. She stepped forward, took his hand gently, and asked softly, "Brother Sheng, you're back. Brother Sheng, you're back." Guisheng was first surprised, then suddenly remembered. This was how she always greeted him when he returned home after being away, before he was with the widow. Her way of calling him and welcoming him. She was always gentle and smiling, even when busy with other things. She would wipe her hands clean, come forward to hold his hand, lead him into the house, pour him some water, chat with him to ease his boredom, then go back to her chores. When he first married her, they were so sweet, their hearts soft like spring water. Others who knew about it praised him for his good choice and envied him for having such a good wife. When he was often praised and envied, he would stand tall and accept their admiration proudly. Suddenly, as he remembered the past and looked at Chun Yang's gentle face, Guising's expression became dazed. Weren't those times happy? While Guising was lost in thought, Chun Yang's gentle expression suddenly disappeared, replaced by sadness. She asked, "Brother Sheng, they say you have a relationship with Widow Wang. Is it true? Is it true?" "Yes, it is." But how did he answer back then? He searched his memory and finally found the answer. He said, "Don't listen to the rumors. It's just jealousy and envy from others, spreading lies to ruin us." He still remembered. After he explained, Chun Yang looked at him blankly for a long time. Then she nodded with a dry voice, "I believe, Brother Sheng." It seemed, since that time, Chun Yang often looked at him absent-mindedly. After he returned home, she wouldn't take the initiative to come and hold his hand or keep him company to ease his boredom. She wouldn't care about him in every little thing. Guising suddenly didn't want to think about it anymore, because he knew clearly in his heart. That time he lied to her. And she, holding the truth, asked him. But he told a lie. What might her feelings have been then? Gao Sheng suddenly felt his throat go dry. "You're supposed to say, 'Spring lady, today, I am in a bad mood. Can you have a drink with me?'" Gao Sheng's throat moved, about to repeat her words. Spring lady stepped in and took over the scene. She looked at Gao Sheng and nodded, saying, "Okay." Then she pretended to pour a drink, spilling it into Gao Sheng's arms. His wife was in his arms. Gao Sheng's expression became confused again. Once, she loved to be in his arms, holding his waist gently, looking up softly, kissing his lips and jaw. And he would hold her tightly, responding to her tenderness. But when did she stop holding him? It seemed that after he had a romantic encounter with Widow Wang, he became weak and pushed her away twice. Gao Sheng was lost in thought and didn't go on with the scene. Li Yuanwei stepped forward voluntarily, but Gao Sheng, lost in thought, didn't notice and still didn't react. Spring lady grabbed his hand and pushed herself into Li Yuanwei's arms. Li Yuanwei embraced Spring lady, his eyes burning with desire, and finally asked Gao Sheng, "Are you really willing to exchange your wife, Spring lady, for 1,000 taels? 1,000 taels, that's a lot of money. Ordinary people probably couldn't save that much in a lifetime. Trading his wife for 1,000 taels, is it worth it?" "Yes, it is." Losing his wife, he could marry again. But 1,000 taels, he might never save that much in his life. I am willing to trade. Just 4 words, just open my mouth, and I can say them." Gao Sheng looked at Spring lady and opened his mouth, saying, "I don't want to." Li Yuanwei frowned and reminded Gao Sheng, "Gao Sheng, you said it wrong. You should say, 'I am willing.'" Gao Sheng's heart suddenly became anxious. He remembered that after he gave Spring lady the drugged wine, she quickly lost consciousness. So he sent her to Li Yuanwei's house. At that time, he secretly thought that as long as Spring lady was not awake, he could let Mr. Li spend a night with her, then bring her back without her knowing. He believed that everything could be treated as if nothing had happened. But plans never go as expected. When he took her to Mr. Li, he said, "I am willing." She, unconscious, opened her eyes. She did not cry or make a fuss. She just looked at him with a mocking gaze, like she does now. How did he respond then? He did not panic, feel guilty, or think he was hurting her. Instead, he remained calm and generous, saying, "Spring lady, Mr. Li is willing to exchange 1,000 taels for a night with you. You should stay with him. Don't worry, I don't mind. After tonight, you will still be my wife." Spring lady still did not cry or make a fuss. Her eyes had a glimmer of tears. Gao Sheng did not soften or change his mind after she regained consciousness. He turned and left without hesitation. He did not see Spring lady reach out to grab him and then fall to the ground. She was weak and limp, lying on the ground, her hand hanging limply. Her head also drooped, and a tear finally fell and hit the ground. The real Xiao Chan had already left the scene. He could not see Spring Lady crying in despair. But the actor Xiao Chan was still there. He saw Spring Lady, broken with despair, when she looked up. He also saw her push away Mr. Li, who was trying to help her up, and crash to the side with all her strength. Xiao Chan was startled. He instinctively took a step forward. But Mr. Li was faster. He caught Spring Lady, ignoring her struggles, holding her tightly and soothing her urgently. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I won't hurt you." Spring Lady's struggles stopped because of his comfort. But she still looked at him cautiously. Mr. Li was not lying to Spring Lady. He truly did not hurt her. Instead, he helped her sit down and explained, "Spring Lady, this is my fault. I saw Xiao Chan sneaking around with Widow Wang several times. I was angry and made this joke. I thought you two had such a good relationship that he wouldn't want to send you away, but he didn't expect." Xiao Chan was so ruthless that he was willing to send his wife away for just 1,000 taels. "Sit for a while first. I will send someone to arrange a carriage to take you back. The 1,000 taels will be considered as an apology. You should live your life well." "Live your life well? Can I really live it well?" Li Yuanwai's comforting did not reassure Chun Yang. Instead, it felt like a slap across her face. She remembered Guisheng walking away without stopping at all and mocked, "Why go back? You bought a fleeting moment of happiness with 1,000 taels. If you don't ask for anything in return, you're willingly giving it away for free." Chun Yang's sarcasm made Li Yuanwai feel guilty. "Sorry, I really didn't want to hurt you, but I did." He paused and then said, "I remember when I first saw you, you had a good relationship with Guisheng. You walked on the street holding hands, only eyes for each other. I had never seen such a loving couple. Back then, you loved to smile. Your face was full of happiness, bright and shining. Every time I saw you, I thought of that bright, happy smile. When I asked someone to look at my future wife, I kept seeing your joyful face in my mind. After refusing to meet with you a few times, I realized my feelings weren't pure. But I also knew you were very happy. I didn't want to disturb you. I told myself that time would help me let go of these unwanted thoughts. But when I tried to tell myself to forget those desires, I saw Guisheng secretly enjoying himself with Widow Wang. I sent someone to tell you, hoping to save your relationship, but your feelings weren't saved. Guisheng still secretly met with Widow Wang more often than before, and you didn't show any reaction. I thought, if you knew the truth and still loved him so much, I felt angry. If he treats you like that, why do you still love him? If he can get your love like that, maybe I can try too. After all, he's with Widow Wang now. If you could leave him, maybe I could marry you." After revealing his feelings to Chun Yang, she showed no emotion, only coldness, and said, "I am tired." Li Yuanwai saw this and left quickly, leaving a message. The carriage was waiting nearby. She could leave at any time. But Chun Yang didn't go back. Instead, she went straight to Li Yuanwai's house and stayed there until dawn. She forced herself to relax and sleep well, then asked Li Yuanwai to take her home. She deliberately arranged for Li Yuanwai to take her home and run into Guisheng. She deliberately fell into Mr. Li's arms, allowing him to hold her. She intentionally looked at Mr. Li with a subtle gaze, creating the illusion to others that they shared a special bond. She was deliberately provoking Guisheng. Since he didn't mind her being close to other men, she thought, why not make everything more intense? Let's see who ultimately can't handle the pressure. Indeed, Guisheng was affected by her actions. But he endured it. Chun Yang didn't care whether he was holding back or not. Instead, she looked at Mr. Li with eyes full of affection and said, "Thank you for bringing me back. Be careful on the way home." Mr. Li smiled and nodded happily. At that moment, their closeness made Guisheng feel like an outsider. His face darkened uncontrollably. Chun Yang only turned around and ignored Guisheng when Mr. Li left completely, heading back to her room. But Guisheng grabbed her arm firmly. She looked at him coldly and asked, "Is there something you want?" Her cold look hurt Guixing, and he blurted out, "So you spent the night with him, and now you have feelings for him?" Chun Yang sneered and replied, "Maybe a little. Isn't he rich? And you find it hard to earn money? If that's the case, when you need money later, just ask me to come over. No need for any more tricks, and don't wait too long, or he might become as indifferent as you, and I won't be worth much anymore." After the incident with the trick, Chun Yang was completely disappointed in Guixing. But she still went on with her daily life. She simply ignored everything about Guixing. She no longer cooked meals for him, didn't greet him when he returned, didn't wash his clothes, and when he tried to touch her, she kept her distance, as if avoiding a plague. Guixing knew she was upset and dared not argue with her. Until one day, he saw her coming down from a carriage with Mr. Li on the street. She had a gentle smile, a tender expression, and eyes full of spring. After returning home, Guixing had a big argument with her. Chun Yang responded by taking out 1,000 taels of silver and handing it to him. She also said, "The 1,000 taels you have should be mostly spent on the widow Wang. I thought, rather than making you feel ashamed by asking me to go to Mr. Li's house, I might as well go myself." Don't say it, but my initiative made him feel quite good. He even took me to the gold shop to buy jewelry. Money is great, wearing gold and silver. After so many years with you, I never received a single gold bead. But with Mr. Li twice, he was willing to buy me jewelry willingly. No wonder you want to give me to another man for 1,000 taels. Wealth can blind people, which is normal. As for me secretly going to Mr. Li's house without telling you, don't be angry. These things happen once, and then they become familiar. It's not a big deal. Besides, wasn't it you who personally made all this happen in the first place? Spring Lady's calm was like countless ants gnawing at her heart. It hurt a little, but not to the point of despair. She was angry, but her fire was unjustified. He could only hold back his feelings, clutch the 1,000 taels, and hurriedly leave the house. He took widow Wang out to roam the streets freely, spending money everywhere, announcing to everyone that her relationship with Spring Lady was broken. Someone asked Spring Lady, "Isn't your relationship with Guixing quite good? Why is he so showy with widow Wang, disregarding your face?" Spring Lady looked at Guixing and widow Wang in front of her, her expression indifferent. "If I could control him, or if he still cared about me, you wouldn't have the chance to ask this. Since you asked, it means he no longer has feelings for me. If he's heartless, there's no need to worry about face." That person awkwardly left, shaking his head helplessly. This marriage was more painful than Spring Lady herself ever realized. The past became clearer and clearer in Guixing's mind. He watched as the two in front of him were about to kiss, suddenly filled with anger. He pulled Mr. Li apart and punched him in the face. He wanted to punch him again, but Spring Lady used all her strength to pull him back, frowning. "Why are you hitting him? This isn't something that happened between us. What you should do is take me away from the Li family, then grab my hair and drag me out into the pouring rain." Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. Guixing's eyes immediately turned red. He stepped forward twice, reaching to hold Spring Lady's hand. But she dodged and leaned toward Mr. Li. They stood side by side, affectionately, with cold eyes looking at her husband, while Guixing stood opposite them. In this moment, the world of the three people seems divided. Li Yuanwei and Spring Lady both look at Guixing as if they are a couple. Li Yuanwei says, "Guixing, since you like widow Wang, why not divorce Spring Lady? I will marry her and treat her well. You two loved each other before. Remembering the past, let her start a new life, okay?" Divorce? Starting a new life? Guixing does not want to. Spring Lady is his wife, and she should be for life. He frowns fiercely and pulls Spring Lady into his arms. Li Yuanwei frowns, worried that Guixing might hurt Spring Lady, and quickly reaches out to try to hold her. But Guixing keeps stepping back with Spring Lady. Finally, when Li Yuanwei cannot reach her, Guixing sneers, "Spring Lady is my wife. I won't divorce her. If you want to marry her, dream on." Li Yuanwei frowns, wanting to say something. But Spring Lady speaks first, "Divorce or not, what does it matter? As long as you want me and are willing to spend money, I can come to your house anytime. That way, After you marry me, if we lose feelings and get tired of each other, you won't have to bother driving me away. Spring Lady's self-deprecating words make Li Yuanwei feel sad. He wants to explain that he won't get tired of her and will treat her well forever. But he hasn't spoken yet. Instead, Guisheng makes a promise. Guisheng holds Spring Lady and urgently promises, Spring Lady, I was wrong before. Don't worry, I will never send you to anyone else again. Let's live a good life, okay? Can everything in this world always go as people wish?
No.
So, Guisheng did something wrong but wants to pretend nothing happened. Spring Lady won't let him have his way. She struggles free from Guisheng, looks at him coldly, and steps back. I can choose not to divorce and still live with you, but happily? Do you think you can tear my body and soul apart and I will still be happy with you? No, if you like being a scoundrel, I will let you be one for life. You like money, right? I will like money too, only money, because that makes me happy. She walked over to Mr. Li, boldly leaning into his embrace. I used to feel happy almost every day that I married you, but now, comparing you to Mr. Li, I see you are nothing like him. Your looks are not as good, your family background is worse, your mind is not as sharp, and even in bed, you are not as good as him. After their relationship broke apart, Chen Yang no longer protected Guisheng's reputation. Now, she openly insulted him in front of everyone. Feeling hurt, Guisheng angrily asked, If I am not as good as him, why did you always say you loved me so much? His question made Chen Yang silent. After a long pause, she sneered, You know I used to say I loved you with all my heart. If you knew that, why could you be so cruel as to send me to someone else's bed? Am I just an object? Someone you can use freely? Or a courtesan? Is it just about money that you can sleep with others without feeling guilty? Or do you think that even if you do the most heartless things to me, I can quietly endure it and still love you as before? If you really believe that, then why can't you accept me seeing Mr. Li a little more? Guisheng was speechless at her questions. Without empathy, one cannot understand what others feel. But once he truly empathized, Guisheng realized he couldn't accept what he had done to Chen Yang if the roles were reversed. He couldn't even accept it himself.
So, what about Chen Yang?
At that moment, Guisheng suddenly understood how wrong he had been. Chen Yang. Guisheng moved closer, wanting to open his arms and hold her. But Mr. Li, mimicking Guisheng, also held Chen Yang and stepped back repeatedly, avoiding Guisheng's approach. Guisheng's arms were empty, and he glared angrily. At the same time, he clenched his fists and struck Mr. Li. Mr. Li released his hold on Chen Yang and fought back. Right now, the two men, one hated the other for taking his wife. The other despised the other's greedy, ugly face. They fought fiercely, forgetting where they were. Chen Yang did not stop them. She looked at the fighting men, then turned to Widow Wang, who remained very calm. Widow Wang was not angry that Guisheng fought Mr. Li over Chen Yang, because she knew how deep Guisheng's love for Chen Yang once was. Because of this, she never thought about loving Guisheng. What she wanted was always for him to spend money on her generously. She never provoked Spring Mother in the slightest. She only hesitated when Guisheng showed genuine feelings, sometimes resisting and sometimes accepting. It was Guisheng's own disloyalty that caused the problem. Therefore, she felt no guilt. After being a widow for so many years, she learned to accept life as it was, believing this way she wouldn't get hurt. Widow Wang was confident, so when Spring Mother's gaze fell on her, she could calmly look back without fear. Guisheng was very close with Master Li, but Widow Wang and Spring Mother remained surprisingly calm. On Friday, Zhou looked at the two young masters. Both watched the fight between Master Li and Guisheng, their tea suspended in the air as they watched the scene unfold. After a long moment, Kong Darren was brought back to reality and sighed, This is much more exciting than the plays in the Imperial city. His words made the Princess Regent look away. Zhou also turned to scold Guisheng and Master Li. How dare you act out here? Do you forget where you are? After Guisheng and Master Li were separated, they glared at each other angrily. Not far away, the Princess Regent spoke, Kong Darren, if you find the play interesting, perhaps you could reward us. Kong Darren looked thoughtfully at the princess regent and asked, "What do you want as a reward?" Hearing about a reward, Master Li quickly knelt and begged, "Please allow Chun Yang to leave him." Hearing Master Li's request for Chun Yang to divorce him, Guisheng, who was unwilling, immediately knelt and said, "I do not agree to divorce. Chun Yang is my wife, and Sheng is my person. Even in death, she will be buried with me." As Guisheng spoke, the surrounding silence fell. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with mockery. Zhou, feeling disdain, glanced at Guisheng and asked Spring Yang and Widow Wang, "What do you two want?" Widow Wang looked up and said simply, "I only want silver." Zhou raised an eyebrow, surprised by her straightforward wish. Spring Yang then said, "I want a divorce." As soon as she finished speaking, Guisheng immediately shouted anxiously, "Spring Yang, you can't divorce me. Don't leave me. Without me, you'll have nothing." Spring Yang ignored Guisheng. She had lost everything long ago, and it was all because of him. Yet, he shamelessly wanted to keep her close and hoped she would forgive him. Seeing that Spring Lady was unwilling to listen, Guisheng begged Lord Kong, "Honorable sir, as the ancient saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to break a marriage. You can't let me lose my wife." Lord Kong, who was being begged, had not spoken yet. Feng Zhou couldn't hold back anymore. He sneered, "Even now you still complain about losing your wife. What did you do when you had her? You hurt Spring Lady so much and refused to let her go. Are you punishing her? Do you two have some deep grudge? Otherwise, how could someone as unkind as you exist in this world? You gave your wife to someone else and didn't even show basic care. And yet, you still call her your wife and shamelessly complain about not divorcing her, about not losing her. Do you even deserve to speak? In my opinion, you should live in loneliness forever, because you don't deserve any love in this world." Feng Zhou was angry, feeling as if he had been wronged himself. If it weren't for his social status, he would have gone up and beaten Guisheng to vent his anger. Feng Zhou was very upset. But Guisheng stubbornly insisted, "I know I was wrong. I will change. I will only stay with Spring Lady from now on and never hurt her again. If I break this vow, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die without a proper burial." He thought his sincere and firm vow showed his true feelings. He believed he still had a chance to make things right. But in the next moment, Spring Lady sneered. When Guisheng looked at her, she mockingly said, "You already made that vow before you married me." Guisheng loved Spring Lady at first sight. When he asked her to marry him, he also said, "I, Guisheng, will love and protect Spring Lady for my whole life. I will never hurt her. If I break this vow, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die without a proper burial." So, Spring Lady, do you want to marry me? Her past vows sounded like thunder in Guisheng's ears, blowing him away completely. Others always said we had deep love, like a pair of mandarin ducks. I used to clearly understand that we were deeply in love. I saw how much you loved me, so when you hurt me, it was even more painful, because I had once loved you deeply. Guisheng, let's divorce, okay? Guisheng stubbornly shook his head again. Zhou Wu couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and kicked Guisheng in the chest. "Even now, you still insist on your own way? With the law above us, how can you do whatever you please? If you refuse, I'll have someone beat you half to death and force you to sign." Zhou Wu's words were full of threat. But even so, Guisheng kept shaking his head. "No, I won't divorce. I won't. Chun Yang is my wife. No one can make me leave her. As long as I don't agree, I won't divorce." Zhou Wu gritted his teeth and turned to look at Lord Kong. Lord Kong said, "According to our laws, it is forbidden to sell or pawn one's wife. If done because of poverty, the offender is to be beaten 80 times and imprisoned for 2 years. If done because of moral misconduct, the punishment is 100 strokes and 3 years in prison. You sold your wife because of wrongdoing? Then your crime is even worse. 200 strokes and 6 years in prison." 200 strokes? 6 years? Guisheng was shocked and quickly looked up. Forget 6 years, just 200 strokes would kill him. My lord, such punishment will take my life. Guishan cried out in fear. Lord Kong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Death is expected. After all, your crime deserves it. Guisheng's face turned pale. Terrified, he begged for mercy. Please, my lord, spare me. I didn't know it was so serious. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once. Lord Kong smiled and ordered, Zhou Wu, he's too noisy. Silence him and carry out the punishment. Guisheng was tied to a bench, his mouth stuffed to keep him quiet. 2 thick rods came down hard on his back, one after another. The pain made his eyes widen and veins bulge on his forehead. At first, he bit down on the cloth and tried to endure it. But before 100 strokes were done, he began to lose consciousness. The punishment did not stop. 200 strokes, no more, no less. When it was over, Guisheng no longer moved. Prepare the divorce papers, Lord Kong said. Have him sign, then send him to the county jail. Explain everything to the county magistrate, so he won't think we overstepped. After the papers were signed, they were handed to Chun Nyang. She held them in a daze as Guisheng was taken away. On Friday, he personally delivered someone and specifically handed him over to the county magistrate, conveying Lord Kong's original words. The county magistrate was not very pleased at first. As the local official, he felt disrespected that someone was executed on his territory without his approval. He could see that he was unhappy. Friday told the village head, explained to the county magistrate, don't let him ruin himself. Yes. After seeing off Friday and the others, the village head wiped his sweat and explained to the magistrate, Sir, you don't know? An important person from the Imperial city passed through here, accompanied by hundreds of guards. That person was one of the close guards of the noble. The village head's words made the magistrate's heart race. What did you say? Hundreds of guards. As an official, he knew what it meant to have such a large escort. Someone with such a force could easily crush him like an ant. Why didn't you inform me about such a big event? The magistrate was so frightened he broke out in cold sweat, especially thinking about how he had just shown a bad attitude. The village head smiled bitterly. Sir, you didn't see the scene. I was so scared I didn't dare to spread the news. If it accidentally got out, it could cause trouble and my family and I might be in danger. The magistrate understood the village head's worries. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to tell others either. No longer dwelling on this, the magistrate said, Tell me everything that happened. The village head recounted everything he had seen over the past 2 days. The magistrate listened, his face twisting with anger, and kicked the unconscious noble to the ground. You beast, daring to sell your wife. You truly don't know your place. After understanding the full story, the magistrate realized that the noble had sent someone to warn him to serve his duties well. It was also an opportunity, not a punishment. Thinking of this, the magistrate sighed in relief. Go back and wait. If you need anything, send someone to tell me. I won't go to pay respects to the noble anymore, so he won't think I am flattering him or trying to curry favor. Yes, when the village had left the county office, the rain outside was still pouring heavily. Guiling was kept in the county jail, where his life was about to end. Widow Wang has become a widow again. Spring Lady has experienced rebirth. Mr. Li also has the right to pursue happiness, but no one knows the final outcome. After all, life is unpredictable, so the ending is uncertain. But people should not give up on the process of seeking just because of the outcome. Otherwise, life would lose its meaning. Joy, sorrow, love, and hate, all are emotions. On the 3rd day, the rainy weather cleared. On the 4th day, the sky was clear, with no clouds. A group of people began their journey. The village chief, who saw off the princess and others, finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Mr. Kong, who had been walking for a long time, hurried into the princess's carriage. The princess, holding a book and listening to the noise, looked up at Mr. Kong. He smiled and asked, Princess, the play you watched yesterday was very interesting. When it rains again, shall we find a place to watch another one? The princess didn't answer but asked back, Mr. Kong, are you not hoping that the people of Xiao country will be happy and healthy? Mr. Kong's expression stiffened. That's not what I meant. If you're bored, go find some snakes, earth dragons, or rabbits to add to your meal. If you can't find those, centipedes or scorpions will do. Teased, Mr. Kong hurriedly got into the princess's carriage, then looked gloomy and hurriedly got out. Seeing his gloomy face, Zhou Wu understood immediately. Sir, are you upset again because of the princess? Caught in the act, Mr. Kong snorted coldly. She's so small. How can she make me angry? I just don't bother arguing with her. A little brat, daring to tell me to find centipedes and scorpions. If I find them, does she dare to eat them? Send someone to bring some here. I want to see if she's really brave enough to eat them, or if she's just trying to scare me. I want to scare her so much she'll cry. Humph. Zhou Wu was speechless. He really wanted to remind the man that he was quite old. The princess is not even 4 years old now. There's no need to argue with her. Most importantly, he had already lost face many times and still hadn't learned his lesson. Mr. Kong was completely absorbed in the idea of scaring the princess into tears. So, when Zhou Wu's people set up camp at dusk and brought back a basket of centipedes and scorpions, he immediately ordered half of them to be boiled. Then, he carried the live centipede and scorpion together to the princess. He was mischievous and thought, if the princess cried, should he give her a candy to comfort her or scold her? As a royal princess, she shouldn't be so timid. He was confident his prank would succeed. Mr. Kong, who was quite old, felt no shame but instead became excited. He was so mischievous that even his usually calm face showed a sneaky smile. Friday disliked it and didn't want to watch. The princess was really regressing. She was getting worse and worse, carrying the centipede and scorpion, and strode forward. Princess, it's time to eat. Before she appeared, her voice was heard. Mr. Kong placed the bowl of centipede and scorpion porridge on the table. The princess immediately saw the conspicuous centipede and scorpion in the bowl. After placing the porridge, Mr. Kong's eyes stayed fixed on the princess's face. He wanted to see fear or shock on her face. But he was disappointed. The young princess's delicate face remained calm. She didn't even frown. When one plan failed, he tried another. Mr. Kong's eyes turned, and he directly took the tray from the guard and placed it on the table. On the tray, the centipede and scorpion were crawling everywhere. The tray's edges were low. Some even flipped out and crawled toward the princess's elbow on the table. Not only the princess, but Mr. Kong also found it a bit creepy. Previously, he was fully immersed in his prank, but now, seeing the tiny, innocent 4-year-old princess, he suddenly felt guilty. Although the princess was different from other children, she was still only 4 years old. He was quite old. Scaring a 4-year-old like this was really wrong. Feeling ashamed, Mr. Kong's conscience suddenly flooded him. He wanted someone to remove the centipede and scorpion from the table. But before he could speak, he was stunned on the spot. The 4-year-old princess extended her index finger, gently touched the back of a scorpion. Friday immediately shouted, "Princess, no." Meng also exclaimed, "Princess." Everyone knew that scorpions have a stinger at the tip of their tail. It is venomous. When a scorpion senses danger, it instinctively uses its venomous stinger to attack. The princess placed her hand on the scorpion's back. This gave the scorpion a perfect chance to attack her. Just as Zhou Wu and Mei Ying's hearts were almost pounding out of their chests, the scorpion did not attack. Instead, it lay on the ground. If its front claws hadn't been moving, everyone would have thought it was dead because of its unusual behavior. But the scorpion was not dead. It was alive. Its obedient behavior under the princess's hand was surprising. But the surprise didn't end there. The princess pinched the scorpion and placed it in her palm. The venomous scorpion, now in her hand, was as harmless as a rabbit. Mr. Kong's mouth twitched, and his expression became difficult to describe. Meanwhile, a centipede crawled along the princess's finger onto the back of her hand. Her fair, delicate skin contrasted with the creepy crawlies, making her look strange and unsettling. Old Mr. Kong felt his back go numb. How could this be? The result was that the princess, calm and relaxed, used her fingertip to pick up the centipede. She said, "Keep this centipede and scorpion as pets. I don't trust others to take care of them. So, Mr. Kong, please help me look after them. Don't let them die." Keep a centipede? Keep a scorpion? He, Mr. Kong, was supposed to raise them? Was she joking? In Mr. Kong's shocked eyes, the princess pressed further. "Mr. Kong, is there a problem?" Of course there was a problem. Mr. Kong bluntly and firmly refused. "Your Highness, as a princess, you are fearless of these creatures, but I am not. I cannot take care of them. Even if it means punishment for the princess, I still say no. I will not raise them." He didn't make things difficult for her again. Deep down, Mr. Kong was very annoyed. Thinking about past troubles, he decided to be sensible and refused to be tricked by the princess again. The princess didn't press him further. She only asked, "Mr. Kong, are you afraid they will bite you?" "Of course I am," Mr. Kong replied confidently. "Mr. Kong, you don't need to be afraid. They are very gentle. I can assure you they won't hurt you. Just take care of them." However, the princess's promise did not convince Mr.
Kong.
Lord Kong still refused, saying, "I don't believe the princess's guarantee." The princess raised an eyebrow. She looked at Lord Kong for a long moment, then turned to Zhou Wu. "Come here." Zhou Wu's expression immediately stiffened. In his heart, he thought, no way, no way. If the master doesn't want to raise them, then the princess will make him do it, right? Although he was suspicious, Zhou Wu still walked over. "Hold out your hand," the princess said calmly, but with a tone that left no room for refusal. Zhou Wu looked at Lord Kong, seeking help. Lord Kong's eyes flickered, indicating he couldn't help. After all, he had already refused the princess just now. If he refused again for Zhou Wu, the princess would probably get really angry. Without Lord Kong's help, Zhou Wu, feeling hopeless, could only extend his slightly trembling hand. When the princess placed a centipede and a scorpion on his hand, and he felt those strange sensations, Zhou Wu couldn't help but shiver. The scorpion and centipede on his hand almost fell to the ground because of his trembling. Fortunately, they clung to his skin and crawled up. Zhou Wu's face was serious, and he didn't dare move. After placing one scorpion and one centipede, the princess didn't stop. She caught all the live scorpions and centipedes on the table and put them on Zhou Wu. They immediately started crawling all over him. They climbed onto his face, eyes, nose, and neck. Some even crawled into his ears. Zhou Wu closed his eyes in despair, thinking about his last words. Suddenly, he realized he had no family except his master. He actually had no family? Zhou Wu's nose suddenly felt sour. He wasn't sure if it was because he had no family, or because his master couldn't help him and he was being bullied like this, which made him feel a bit wronged. His eyes, which were closed, warmed up. But he forced himself to suppress the warmth in his eyes and open them. The scorpions and centipedes on his body stopped moving. Zhou Wu only dared to glance with the corner of his eye, breathing as quietly as if he were dead. He was terrified. How could he raise scorpions and centipedes like this? The princess's expression turned cold. "Are you planning to raise them like this?" Zhou Wu wanted to cry, trembling as he asked, "What should I do with the little ones? You don't even dare to get close. How can you raise it, getting close?" Zhou Wu clenched his teeth and looked at Lord Kong. Lord Kong looked up at the sky. It was a bright, sunny day. "Zhou Wu, there's nothing he can do about a helpless master. In the end, the world still depends on him to face it." Although he's scared, Zhou Wu believes that the Princess Chong wouldn't let him die in front of her. Moreover, there are many Imperial doctors with him. Even if he gets bitten, he still has a chance to be saved. After motivating himself with courage, Zhou Wu took a deep breath and decisively grabbed one of the centipedes. The centipede was startled at first. Just when Lord Kong and others thought it would attack Zhou Wu, it suddenly calmed down, its body relaxing. It gently leaned its head on Zhou Wu's hand. It looked like it was showing affection. Zhou Wu shivered, feeling a surge of fear and goosebumps all over. But seeing that the centipede didn't attack him, he sighed in relief and gained more courage. He looked at Princess Chong, whose expression was calm and cold. Following her example, he used his fingertips to gently stroke the centipede. The centipede remained still, allowing him to pet it. Not only Zhou Wu, even Lord Kong, seeing how obedient the centipede was, asked doubtfully to the person beside him, "Centipedes, don't they attack people?" The person he asked looked confused, but with a deep suspicion in their eyes. Of course, centipedes can attack people. If they were harmless, Zhou Wu wouldn't have been scared and asked Lord Kong for help at first. Having not been attacked, Zhou Wu then reached out to pet another centipede. The second centipede was less gentle than the first. It had been still, but when Zhou Wu touched it, it started to move. It raised its upper body, with its head and torso supported up, as if about to attack. But instead of attacking, it suddenly hit Zhou Wu's hand with its body. It seemed to be saying, "Don't touch me. If you do again, I'll hit you." But it was small and thin, with no real attack power. Zhou Wu wasn't scared at all. Instead, he found it adorable and gently stroked its head again. The centipede quickly hit its head, supporting its upper body, with several eyes glaring at Friday's finger as if warning or confronting him. At this moment, Friday was no longer afraid, so he immediately challenged the centipede. He reached out and pressed his finger on its head, pressing down along with its upper body, pinning it to his hand. Lord Kong was shocked by Friday's reckless boldness. The centipede was also angered by Friday's daring attitude, but it still did not attack him. Instead, it angrily spread dozens of its feelers and quickly moved away from the area. Even Meiying, standing nearby, saw its intention. "I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide from you." "Hey, princess, it seems they really don't bite me." Seeing that he was bullying the centipede without it fighting back, Friday felt happy and mischievous, touching all the other centipedes. Once it was safe, he turned his attention to the scorpions. The scorpions also did not attack him. Friday suddenly felt excited, gathering all the centipedes and scorpions into his arms. Despite this, they remained obedient and did not attack. Friday smiled happily and asked, "What do scorpions and centipedes eat?" "They've been caught for a while. They must be hungry. What should I feed them?" "Everyone else." Just moments ago, they were terrified to death. And now, in the blink of an eye, they really started to treat him like the boss. As the boss, Friday took on responsibility. He wanted to raise his pets. So, while Princess and others were having their meal, he took a bunch of centipedes and scorpions, dug some soil, and caught earthworms. After feeding all the centipedes and scorpions, he also dug more soil and stored plenty of earthworms. He prepared food supplies for his pets. Feeling satisfied, Friday returned and ran into Lord Kong waiting for him. "Sir?" Friday asked with doubt. Lord Kong responded softly, his eyes shifting on him. He saw a bunch of scorpions lined up on his left shoulder. Behind that, a bunch of centipedes lined up on his other shoulder. Their appearance was quite frightening and a bit stimulating. "These are the tasks Princess asked you to do. You need to take good care of them." "Don't worry, sir. I will take good care of them. They are very cute." "Cute?" Lord Kong's mouth twitched, and after nodding, he said, "If you don't want to raise them, just tell me. I will speak to someone about it." Zhou Wuhao secretly cursed him. On the surface, he said, "No need to say anything. They won't attack the young ones. They're very obedient. The young ones are willing to be raised. They are easy to care for. One worm can feed several centipedes and scorpions." "Lord Kong, as long as you're happy." Zhou Wuhao was confused. Why did the Lord seem strange? The next morning, the group started their journey. They traveled day and night for 3 days straight. During these 3 days, the princess did not see Lord Kong. Meiying couldn't help but wonder. Before, Lord Kong used to tease the princess often. Maybe now she's too strong, and he's been beaten down so badly that he's afraid to show his face. The princess remained silent, flipping through her book. Meiying noticed that Lord Kong had developed a new interest, observing the centipedes and scorpions on Zhou Wuhao every day. For these 3 days, they seemed to be almost fused with Zhou Wuhao. No matter how he played with them, they didn't hurt him. While Lord Kong was tempted and curious, he still found them terrifying. It's true that centipedes and scorpions are poisonous. but they didn't hurt Zhou Wuhao. Lord Kong didn't think Zhou Wuhao was particularly impressive. He was convinced that the princess must have done something to them. But what exactly did she do? Lord Kong quietly asked the traveling Imperial doctor. The doctor couldn't explain either, only saying, some tribes have a natural ability to control animals. Maybe that's why. Control animals? Zhou Wuhao had been with him for so many years, and he knew he couldn't control animals. So, could the 4-year-old princess control animals? Control animals? For years old? Is that even possible? No way. Lord Kong's doubts grew. He didn't visit the princess for several days, feeling he needed to be quiet. He needed to think about his relationship with the princess. If she really could control animals, that would be too frightening. Such a dangerous person shouldn't be teased anymore. Otherwise, if he accidentally angered her and met the king of hell, he wouldn't even know he had a grievance. After traveling for 5 days straight, someone couldn't hold back and found Zhou Wu. They wanted to ask Lord Kong for his opinion and take a rest. The brothers were all tired. During these days, Zhou Wu had been immersed in the joy of caring for pets and forgot to make arrangements. When asked, he immediately conveyed the message to Lord Kong. Lord Kong had been preoccupied these days and also forgot to plan. Suddenly reminded by others, he decided to find a place to rest. Coincidentally, they passed by a mountain villa and expressed their wish to stay overnight. The villa's owners saw their imposing presence and dared not refuse. They arranged for them to stay. The villa was surrounded by mountains and had beautiful scenery. Inside, there were elegant pavilions and grand halls. Lord Kong was puzzled, thinking, why build such a luxurious villa in such a remote place? The woman hosting them smiled and said, our master prefers quiet and beauty, so he chose this place by the mountains and water to build the villa. Your master is quite wealthy, Lord Kong joked. He does have some assets, she replied. The group settled in. Besides the hostess, Lord Kong did not see anyone above the steward. Although it was someone else's land, Lord Kong, being a high-ranking official, had no intention of making connections or seeking favors. Moreover, they only planned to stay for 1 night to rest and leave the next day. The guards, led by Princess Chong and centered around Lord Kong, formed multiple layers of protection. Although they looked formidable and no one would dare attack, they were still cautious. As night fell, the entire mountain villa, nestled in the mountains, became quiet and slightly eerie. When Zhou Wu was close to Lord Kong, helping him wash up, his eyes kept flickering over him. Because when Zhou Wu was serving Lord Kong, a few centipedes and scorpions on him raised their heads, as if watching him. Lord Kong's heart pounded loudly. He felt annoyed and thought, I should have brought more guards. Frustrated, Lord Kong started to scold Zhou Wu. Even though Princess Chong asked you to take care of these creatures, you shouldn't always carry them on you. You're my person. Don't you know I don't like these? On Friday, after being scolded, Lord Kong looked very unhappy. He quickly said, I will find a box and cage to pack things later. Lord Kong paused his work. Friday then found a box and put the soil and worms from the basket inside, then also rested. Later, in the middle of the night, Friday heard urgent knocking on the door. He immediately turned over and opened the door. Guard Joe, there is a big fire at the back mountain estate. Friday frowned. He jumped onto the roof and looked toward the back mountain estate. The back mountain estate is where the owner lives. It is a few hundred meters away from their place at the front estate. From the roof, he could see the flames. The fire was very large. It seemed someone set it on purpose. Friday jumped down from the roof and asked, Did anyone go to put out the fire? The person replied, The commander has sent people, but we don't know the layout of the back mountain estate well, so we probably can't help much. Send 2 more teams, one to chase the suspect and see if they can find out who did it, and another to protect the estate owner. We are staying here, and if something happens to the estate owner and they are falsely accused, that would be bad. Yes. After giving orders, Friday knocked on Lord Kong's door. Lord Kong was sleeping soundly. He was woken up and looked annoyed. But when he heard about the fire, his anger disappeared instantly. He got up and dressed quickly. Lord Kong asked, Did anyone tell the Princess Chong? Friday was momentarily stunned and shook his head. Lord Kong didn't say much and dressed quickly. He went to find the Princess Chong himself. When Lord Kong arrived, the Princess Chong was already awake and about to head to the back mountain estate. It seemed she learned about it around the same time as Lord Kong. Although Lord Kong was in charge of this trip, the real master was the Princess Chong. And the escort was led by General Shuigang of the Imperial Guard. Shuigang was a trusted confidant of the emperor. Naturally, he prioritized the beloved Princess Chong. So, when the estate caught fire, it was normal to send someone to inform the princess. It was only a few hundred meters. By the time the princess and her group arrived, the fire was gradually being put out. Commander Shui was busy sending people to put out the fire. At the same time, he sent others to search through various rooms. His goal was to rescue as many people as possible. Although the estate was large, the back mountain had only a few rooms. So, the people sent out quickly found and rescued many individuals. However, the rescued people were unconscious. Master Kong immediately ordered someone to summon the Imperial doctor. After examining them, the doctor said, "They have been drugged. Wake them up immediately," Master Kong instructed. The doctor nodded and began to give injections. Soon after, the people on the ground woke up. One of them was the woman who had been attending to them during the day. She looked around anxiously, searching for someone. "Young master, where did he go?" she asked urgently. Master Kong looked at Shuigang. Shuigang asked the soldiers searching the rooms, "Have you checked all the rooms?" "Yes, sir. We've searched everywhere, but we haven't seen anyone else," they replied. Hearing this, the woman quickly asked, "Children, have you seen a boy?" "He lives next door." Shuigang looked again at the soldiers. One of the soldiers responded, "I saved you, but the room next to you is empty. I went in with my brother and came out together. When I left, I was holding you. When he left, his hands were empty. We looked at each other, and then he went to help elsewhere." The woman's face turned pale. "That's impossible. The room can't be empty. I put the young master to sleep myself before I went to rest. The room must have someone," she said, trembling. She stood up dazed and staggered into the next room. No one stopped her. The fire was out, so it was safe to enter. She entered the neighboring room. It was indeed empty, just as the soldiers said. Still, she refused to give up and searched the cabinets and boxes again. But she found nothing. Her vision darkened, and just before she fainted, she bit her own arm hard to stay awake. When she regained consciousness, she immediately ran out and knelt before Master Kong. "Sir, please help me find the young master. He's just a child. Someone must have taken him. Please save him," she begged, clutching his sleeve. Master Kong frowned and shot a glance at Zhou Wu. On Friday, he understood and explained, "I have already sent people to look for clues. If what you say is true, there will definitely be some signs. You should get up first and tell us more possibilities so we can help you find the young master quickly." Later, late at night, Lord Kong and the Princess Chong were listening to a show. This time, there was no main singer involved. But Lord Kong still sensed a clever and malicious plot behind it. The woman was just the manager of the estate, called Seven Lady. She was named Seven Lady because she was the seventh child in her family. Her parents were too lazy to give her a proper name, so they just called her Seven Lady. Seven Lady had a hard childhood. She was sold to a brothel at a young age. Her former mistress saved her and made her her personal maid. But her former mistress married a man who only wanted her money. After her mistress had a child, the man murdered her. Fortunately, her former mistress was prepared. She transferred all her money and property elsewhere. She also had her child taken away, refusing to give the man a single coin. But the man wouldn't give up easily. He sent many people to find the child, hoping to keep the child close and get her property. That child was the young master Seven Lady mentioned. She said during the day that her master liked quietness, just to cover up her true intentions from Lord Kong. How many people are in this estate? Do the servants know everything? Is there a secret passage? Could the child be mischievous? Is it possible he ran off? Lord Kong asked. Seven Lady replied, "This estate wasn't built by us. My young lady bought it." I don't know if there are secret passages. The child isn't mischievous. He's very quiet. Since he has no mother, he's very sensible and obedient. He can't be running around. If you tell him to sit quietly and not move, he can sit all day without a problem. If that's the case, then the child really was lost inside the house. Seven Ladies' voice started to choke up. As for the servants, they were carefully chosen, but now I can't be sure if anyone is involved. After all, the estate caught fire, and they had all been drugged and fallen into a deep sleep. She wasn't sure if it was someone from inside the estate or an intruder. "What's this man's occupation?" Lord Kong asked again. When talking about that man, Seven Ladies' eyes immediately filled with resentment and anger. "That beast is a useless fool who thinks he's better than everyone else. My girl was never going to marry him, but he has a brother-in-law who is an official. The official used his power to force my girl to marry that fool. My girl once told me that not only did that fool want her money, but the official also wanted her money too. Before she gave birth, she knew she wouldn't live long. But she was clever and quietly moved all her money and property away. When she died, that fool and the official got nothing. To keep the young master safe, my girl secretly sent me to hide him here and gave strict orders. He must not grow up and must not leave. I have always followed her instructions, never leaving the mountain estate or letting the young master go anywhere. But somehow, something still went wrong. Thinking that something might have happened to the young master, Seven Ladies' tears started to fall. Lord Kong saw how upset and trembling Seven Lady was and asked, "Who is managing your girl's property?" "It's me." Since my girl didn't trust others, she handed everything over to me. I also didn't trust anyone else, so I have been managing her estate. To do that, I needed a token of trust. When I took the young master away, the young lady gave me the token. So, you don't need to worry about your young master's safety. Just to get the token, the young master won't be harmed for now. Lord Kong didn't comfort Seven Lady. She looked hopeless and said with a sad face, "Sir, it's not that simple. It's a big world, and hiding someone isn't hard. But what if that beast hides the young master and tortures him? What if he uses the young master to threaten me into giving up the token, and the young master can't come back safely? If I can't take good care of the young master, even if I die, I won't have the face to see my girl." He couldn't offer any comfort. Lord Kong was also too tired to try. Zhou Wu pouted, unsure how to comfort her. Next to them, Meng spoke up. "Where does that beast live? And what kind of official is his brother-in-law?" Seven Lady replied, "In Huai Prefecture. His brother-in-law is the prefect." "Prefect? Isn't that a fourth-rank official?" Meng asked. Seven Lady nodded. "Huai Prefecture. I remember the governor there was named Yang Hua." Lord Kong looked puzzled. Qin nodded again. "Yes, that's Yang Hua. Yang Hua? That's interesting. Do you know him, Princess?" Lord Kong asked. The princess asked back, "Should I?" Lord Kong looked uncomfortable and said to her, "I heard that Yang Hua is known as an honest official. Your father has praised him many times." "Honest official?" Qin immediately looked upset and cold. How could he be honest? If he were honest, my daughter wouldn't speak about him like that. She said Yang Hua is a hypocrite with a kind face but a cruel heart, Qin said bitterly, clearly full of hatred for Yang Hua. If Yang Hua were here now, she might even attack him. "You say Yang Hua has a kind face but a cruel heart, and he's a fake gentleman. What proof do you have?" Lord Kong asked. Qin sneered. "My daughter said that Yang Hua not only forced young women into marriage, but also tried to harm her. Worse, he didn't spare handsome men either. When one handsome man couldn't take the abuse and wanted to go to the capital to report, Yang Hua's men threw him off a cliff, and he was never seen again. The women Yang Hua captured also died or disappeared, killed or hurt, because he has too much power, and no one dares to oppose him. My daughter's death was probably his doing. I wanted my daughter to escape with me and the young master, but she said if she tried to escape with us, none of us would make it out alive. She said only by sacrificing herself could she buy a chance for the young master. So, when you say Yang Hua is an honest official, you are definitely mistaken." Lord Kong didn't care whether he was deceived or not. It didn't matter much to him. but someone else might worry, like the princess. Lord Kong looked at the princess and asked, "What do you think, princess? Do you believe what Qingyang said?" She replied, "I don't believe it." Then she looked at Qingyang and said, "One-sided words can't be trusted. The common people calling him an honest official are only speaking from one side. And you saying he has a cruel heart and is a fake gentleman is also just one side. So you don't want to help me?" Qingyang asked anxiously. The princess looked at her coldly. "Hasn't someone already been sent to find him?" Qingyang suddenly fell silent, her expression showing a hint of sadness. After all, she stayed overnight with the princess and others. However, the princess's attitude was not very kind. Seven young lady couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She was not a fool. With such a large group, their status must be quite high. If the young master was truly connected to the prefect, then only these people could help her. But if they refused to help, how could she find the young master? Although she felt uncomfortable inside, Seven young lady understood clearly. Just staying for one night was enough. If they didn't help her, it was only natural. After all, they had just saved her. "It's getting late. Everyone, rest early," said Seven young lady, then hurried away. "Princess, aren't you going to help her find someone?" Lord Kong asked. The princess ignored him and simply left. The next morning, everyone set out on their journey. The mountain villa was now empty, except for the princess and a few hundred people. By noon, they encountered the group sent out last night. They received a clear message. Indeed, someone had gone toward Huai County last night. On their way back, they also ran into Seven young lady heading toward Huai County. It was obvious that Seven young lady wanted to go alone to rescue the young master. When Shuigang heard the news, he told Lord Kong and the princess separately. Shuigang also asked the princess, "Should we go to Huai County?" Since they were headed to Manhwa, they didn't need to go to Huai County. Shuigang's real intention was to ask the princess whether she wanted to help Seven young lady. It wasn't just about helping Seven young lady. After all, the princess was a member of the royal family. If Yanghua was truly a corrupt official, as Seven young lady said, then helping her would also be acting in accordance with the ruler's duties. They had left nearly 2 months earlier than planned. Even if they took some time on the road, they could arrive early in Menuan Kingdom. So, with plenty of time, they could investigate Yanghua's affairs, depending on whether the princess was willing to act in accordance with her duties. The princess did not respond immediately, but it seemed that fate was helping Seven young lady, because it started to rain. "Again, it's raining," someone outside exclaimed. The eldest princess heard the sound and opened the window to look outside. The sky was dim. Raindrops were falling. Look at this scene. It would be another continuous rain. Seeing the princess open the window, Shuigang spoke again. "Princess, it's raining. Should we go to Huai Prefecture to avoid the rain?" The princess naturally saw the rain. She closed the window and gave the order, "Go to Huai Prefecture." Yes, Shuigang led the way to Huai Prefecture. When hundreds of people arrived at Huai Prefecture, the city guards immediately reported the situation. The governor of Huai Prefecture learned about it. He quickly went to greet them, saying, "We didn't expect the princess and the officials to arrive. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive us." Mr. Kong smiled and said, "We didn't plan to enter Huai Prefecture, but the weather turned bad, so we came here to avoid the rain. The princess is very important, and if she catches a cold from the rain, it would be a problem for us servants." Yanghua nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir. Rain in autumn can easily cause colds. The princess is young and noble, so we must be careful. Now the rain is heavy, and we can't delay. I have arranged rooms and prepared food. As soon as the princess and the officials arrive, we can start the meal. I won't delay any longer. I will lead the way." Yanghua took the lead. The large group headed straight to the governor's residence. The once mighty guards at the governor's gate were immediately subdued by their presence. At the gate, Yanghua finally saw the princess get out of the carriage. She was delicate and beautiful. Her skin was white as snow. Her clothes were luxurious. Her expression was calm and indifferent. Although Yanghua was in Huai Prefecture, he had heard stories about the princess. They said she was very clever from a young age and loved by the emperor. They also said that a minister who was supposed to die was spared because of her, and she had stopped many officials' careers with just a few words. This time, Menuan invited her to celebrate his birthday because she had suggested to the emperor to keep General Fu's cattle and sheep crossing the border. While Yang Hua was lost in thought, her gaze suddenly fell on him. Her eyes were very calm and deep. Although she looked young, she had a commanding presence. Yang Hua's heart nearly skipped a beat instantly. He immediately felt panicked. As cold sweat spread all over his body, Yang Hua looked down and forced himself to stay calm, saying, "Long princess, please." The Long princess glanced at him and then withdrew her gaze, entering the governor's residence. As rumored, the governor is very honest. After all, this governor looks very simple and straightforward. Once inside the governor's gate, Yang Hua led his wife forward. "Long princess, this is my wife. If you have any instructions, please tell her directly." The Long princess's gaze fell on Yang Hua's wife's face. It was a very tired face, lacking the dignity of a fourth-rank wife, especially after her gaze shifted away. Her eyes flickered with fear and anxiety, and when she looked down, she trembled slightly, as if feeling guilty. "Long princess, the room has been prepared with hot water. I will take you there now." The room arranged for the Long princess was simple but clean. Yang Hua's wife waited nearby. Mei Ying personally served the Long princess for bathing and changing clothes. After bathing and changing, the Long princess's face became even more delicate. When she came out dressed properly again, Mr. Kong also finished bathing and was refreshed. Yang Hua, Mr. Kong, Yang Hua's wife, and the Long princess, after both men finished bathing, each took the others to the dining hall. The meal was served. A table full of delicious dishes. Among them were braised pig's knuckles, braised pig's trotters, braised pork, and stewed chicken and duck. Seeing Mr. Kong and the Long princess's eyes fall on the meat dishes, Yang Hua smiled and explained, "These are all raised personally by my wife. Long princess and the adults can eat with confidence." "Raised by your wife?" "As a fourth-rank official's wife, she personally raises these." Mr. Kong looked at Yang Hua with surprise. Yang Hua also smiled and looked at his wife. Yang Hua's wife's eyes flickered slightly as she explained, "The Lord is honest and always likes to save his salary to help the common people. But I, as his wife, don't want him to live too hard, so I thought of raising some livestock to add to our resources. Anyway, I have nothing to do in my free time. Your kindness is deep." "What a blessing for Lord Yang," Mr. Kong praised with a smile. Yang Hua also smiled and said, "Please forgive me, Lord Kong." During the meal, Lord Kong asked, "Does Lord Yang have wives or concubines?" The smile on Lord Yang's face froze for a moment. He looked at Lady Yang. Lady Yang's expression also slightly stiffened, but she quickly relaxed and gave a bitter smile. "Originally, the Lord had no concubines, but unfortunately, my own health was weak. After marrying the Lord, I had no children, so I decided to bring in 2 households for him. Because of this, the Lord also neglected me for a long time." Lord Yang sighed. "As the governor of Huai Prefecture, I am busy with official duties. I have no time to care about concubines or children. Even if I cannot have children, I can adopt." But she insisted I must have a concubine to honor the Yang family. I was truly annoyed for a long time. She refused to eat or drink and insisted I take a concubine, forcing me to agree. Then Lord Yang, "Did you have children with a concubine?" Lord Kong asked casually. "Yes, I have a son and a daughter." Lord Yang's answer made Lady Yang lower her eyes. A flash of sarcasm crossed her face, but was unnoticed by the princess. Lord Kong glanced at Lady Yang and said casually, "I suppose the children are raised under the lady's care?" Lady Yang did not reply. Lord Yang said, "Since the lady has no children and is unwell, when the children are born, they will naturally be under her name. After all, she is my wife. But she is often busy, and the education of the children is handled by the madam. Is that so?" "Then the household affairs are also managed by the madam?" Lord Kong asked in surprise. Lord Yang's expression stiffened slightly, Then he quickly recovered and said smoothly, "There is nothing major in this residence. Although the madam manages the household, the lady is still the mistress. The madam cannot surpass the lady." Lord Kong nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment, Lord Yang said, "It's getting late. If the princess and the lord enjoy the evening meal, why not rest early?" Lord Kong nodded. "That sounds good." Lord Yang accompanied Lord Kong and the princess for a while. Lord Kong waved his hand. "Lord Yang, your duties are busy. No need to follow. Go ahead and attend to your affairs. If there is anything urgent, I will send someone to call Lady Yang." After Lord Yang nodded and left, Lord Kong asked the princess, "What do you think of Lord Yang's first impression?" The princess returned his greeting. "How could that be? I think he speaks carefully and thoroughly, leaving no detail unnoticed. Whether it's his clothing or the simplicity of his household, everything matches the rumors. But he claims to love his wife deeply, yet he still takes a concubine. He says he cares for his wife, but she looks worn out. Someone who can't even take good care of his wife. I can't praise his character." Lord Kong frowned slightly. "But isn't her weariness because she's raising livestock?" The princess ignored him and headed to her room. Lord Kong and she went in opposite directions, then parted ways. Back in her room, Lord Kong ordered Zhou Wu, "Quietly investigate Lord Yang, especially his wife." "Yes," Zhou Wu replied and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the princess's room, Qianli, Shuangren, Jin Yen, Bloodhand, the princess summoned. 4 figures silently appeared and stood before her. "Investigate Yang Hua." The 4 received the order and quietly disappeared into the darkness. In the room, the princess lay down and fell asleep. At the pigsty, Mrs. Yang was sweeping pig manure, while the fat pigs around her kept grunting. They were wandering around her. But Mrs. Yang was not afraid at all. Instead, when a pig blocked her, she patted it. The pig understood and moved aside. Mrs. Yang then swept the area again, making it clean. Cough, cough, a cough sounded. Mrs. Yang ignored it and continued sweeping carefully. The cough sounded again, louder this time, but Mrs. Yang still pretended not to hear. Someone grew impatient and called out, "Madam." Mrs. Yang looked up and saw a woman dressed very elegantly. "Madam, come out," the woman said with a look of disdain. Mrs. Yang didn't respond and lowered her head to continue sweeping the pig manure. "Madam, if you don't come out, my sister will go get the master." The word master made Mrs. Yang lift her head. Holding her broom, she went out of the pigsty and headed straight toward the woman. As Mrs. Yang approached, a strange smell also seemed to cling to the woman. The woman covered her nose and kept stepping back. When she reached the open space outside, she began to mock sarcastically, "Madam, you're a woman, not a pig. Why do you smell like a pig? Have you been rolling in pig manure?" Faced with her cold mockery, Madame Yang clenched her broom tightly. "Are you sure you want to provoke me when the princess is coming to the house? Are you afraid of making me angry? I might go straight to the princess and complain." But the woman wasn't threatened. Instead, she sneered and asked, "Do you dare? Dare to cause trouble in front of the princess and expose everything about the master? If you dare, I don't mind being even more provocative." Her words exposed Madame Yang's weakness and made her feel a sharp pain in her heart. She didn't want to waste words with the woman. Turning around, she was about to continue cleaning the pigsty. But just as she turned, the woman suddenly pushed her hard on the back. Madame Yang was knocked down to the ground. Her palms and knees scraped the dirt, immediately bleeding. Even in pain, Madame Yang only frowned, looking at the blood on her hand. Then she stood up calmly and looked at the woman. The woman glared at her with a sneer. "Madam, you're really weak, so weak that people start to resent you." Madame Yang retorted, "If you say I'm weak, then what about you? I can't make him pay the price, so you go make him pay." You know I can't get close to the princess, but you have the chance. As his wife, if you dare to speak of his wrongdoings in front of the princess, she will definitely investigate him," the woman whispered, lowering her voice. Even though only the 2 of them were present, she deliberately kept her voice low, afraid someone might overhear and tell Yang Hua. If that happened, both of them would be finished. The woman's suggestion made Madame Yang fall silent. Seeing her like that, the woman thought she was unwilling to expose Yang Hua in front of the princess and looked disappointed. Your life has already been like this. Why don't you dare to fight for it? Are you so afraid of death? Faced with the question, Madame Yang remained silent. The woman sneered and gritted her teeth. If you don't want to, then just accept it. Live your life in misery. Angrily, the woman turned and walked away. Madame Yang watched her back as she left. She picked up the broom again and started sweeping the pigsty. The woman who had returned from Madame Yang's place met Yang Hua, who came to find her. Yang Hua frowned and asked, "Where have you been?" The woman felt a sudden jolt in her heart, but kept a serious face and said, "I want to talk with Madame about tomorrow's schedule for entertaining the princess, to avoid mistakes." But Madame was still sweeping pig manure in the pigsty. "Sir, I think during the princess's stay, it's better if Madame doesn't go to the pigsty. If the princess gets close and smells her, what should we do? We don't want to cause trouble for Sir." Her words made Yang Hua think she was right. He wanted to go warn her himself. But then he remembered the smell from the pigsty. He had other things to do later. So he said, "Go warn her to stay out of the pigsty while the princess is here. Also, warn everyone in the house not to go near the princess. If they do, I will deal with them." "I understand, sir." After seeing Yang Hua off, the woman went back to the pigsty. Madame Yang was still sweeping there. She kept many pigs. Usually, she ate and drank around the pigsty. If not for the sudden visit of the princess, she hadn't left this place in many years. She didn't want to leave either. In her view, pigs were easier to get along with than people. Seeing Madame Yang working seriously in the pigsty, the woman clenched her teeth and stepped forward, snatching the broom from her hand and throwing it far away. "Just sweeping pig manure. Does that make your life better, or lighten your guilt?" Madame Yang said nothing and didn't pick up the broom again. She sat down heavily nearby, watching the pigs root and eat. Seeing this, the woman also sat down beside her. They watched the pigs for a long time. The woman said, "Luo Nyang, you owe me, don't you?" "Oh?" Thinking of what had happened before, Madame Yang's calm expression flickered. Her eyes welled with tears. She choked out, "Yes," admitting she owed the woman. She truly owed her, and it had affected her entire life. Remembering the past, the woman looked at the pigs in front of her. The tears in her eyes were pushed back, leaving only determination and resolve. "Since you admit you owe me, then help me this once." Mrs. Yang looked lost in thought. "What do you want me to help you with?" At night, Lord Yang left his residence and went to the Liu family. The servants saw Lord Yang and led him to a room. Lu Tsong saw Lord Yang and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir," Lord Yang asked, "did you find the person?" Lu Tsong remained silent, leading him to the inner room with an air of mystery. Inside, a child was tied up, with his mouth covered, sleeping faintly on a bed. Lord Yang saw the child and was not very interested. He asked, "Where's the token?" Lu Tsong replied, "It's on him." "I didn't find the token, but I suspect it's in that servant girl's possession. Don't worry, as long as he has it, she will come forward willingly. When that happens, it will be easy to get the token from her." Lord Yang nodded. "Be discreet. Don't cause a fuss. The princess has just arrived in Huizhou. If this gets to her, both of us will be in serious trouble." The princess, Lu Tsong, was very curious about this noble figure he had only heard of in stories. But Lord Yang didn't want to say more. He just warned Lu Tsong, "Set guards at the city gate. As soon as the person arrives, handle this quickly. Remember, do it perfectly, without any mistakes." Lu Tsong sneered. "Understood." Lu Tsong was determined to secretly lure Lady Qi and force her to cooperate. But he didn't know that Lady Qi was already in the city. She had been close to Tang Xian since childhood, cautious and careful in her actions. With young Master Tang Jingxi already captured, she wouldn't dare to enter the city openly. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't be caught for nothing. That would not only fail to save young Master Tang, but also put herself in danger. Though Lady Qi was anxious, she knew she couldn't panic. Everything had to be planned carefully. As long as she stayed hidden, young Master Tang would be safe. But if she revealed herself, both of them could be killed to silence them. On this night of hidden currents and danger, the princess slept peacefully. The next morning, Lady Yang was already waiting for orders outside. When the princess saw her, she noticed she looked even more exhausted than the day before. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried bitterly. The Princess Dowager noticed her unusual behavior, but did not ask about it. Lady Yang was also lost in thought. Even when the eldest princess went to the dining hall, she didn't react. It was only when someone accompanying her called out, "Lady Yang," that she quickly followed. The breakfast was simple porridge, small dishes, and steamed fish. Mei first tasted the dishes. Only then did she serve the eldest princess. Lady Yang, sitting nearby, kept secretly observing the princess. She thought she was being very discreet, but she didn't realize that the princess had already seen through her. Mr. Kong finished a bowl of porridge and said to Lady Yang, "I notice Lady Yang looks more tired. Is it from overwork or worries?" Lady Yang, feeling caught, instinctively looked at Mr. Yang and replied, "Perhaps I didn't sleep well." "Thank you for your concern." Mr. Kong teased her. "Lady Yang, don't worry. Once the rain stops, we will set out. We won't stay long." Lady Yang immediately became anxious. "No need to say that, sir. The princess and you are kind enough to visit my humble home. I'm happy about that. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Once I rest, my face will look better." Mr. Kong nodded and joked again. "Mr. Yang, no matter how busy your official duties are, you should also care for your wife. In this world, true love is rare. If missed, it might never be found again." Mr. Yang awkwardly smiled and said, "You're right, sir." After breakfast, the eldest princess and Mr. Kong changed into casual clothes and left the residence. Mr. Yang whispered a few words to Lady Yang before catching up. The streets of Huai Prefecture were lively and busy. The guards accompanying them dispersed in different directions. The eldest princess held an umbrella. Her pretty face stood out sharply among the crowd. After strolling for a while, Mr. Yang spoke. "The rain is quite heavy. Princess Dowager and Mr. Yang, let's go back soon. This autumn rain is fierce. Be careful not to catch a cold and harm your health." The Princess Dowager didn't reply. But Mr. Kong said, "Although the princess is young, she cares for the people." Mr. Yang's reputation as an honest official has reached the Imperial city. Naturally, the princess wants to see how Mr. Yang governs. Pleased by the compliment, Mr. Yang modestly smiled. "Those rumors are just courtesy from the common people. The happiness of the people is thanks to His Majesty's wise rule. I dare not take credit." Mr. Kong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the princess. She saw her expression was calm as she walked into a restaurant. Inside, someone was telling a story. The princess looked for an empty seat and sat down. Mr. Kong followed and sat beside her. Mr. Yang and Mrs. Yang also took their seats. Mei asked someone to serve tea. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful woman who was raised carefully by her family. She had a childhood sweetheart, and they grew up happily together, deeply in love. But unfortunately, fate was not on her side. She was targeted by a powerful person who took her by force. Her husband was tragically killed, and her family was thrown into prison. Because of her family, she had to pretend to cooperate with her enemies and even marry her husband's murderer. The storyteller spoke very well. Mr. Yang sneered. "This storyteller will say anything just to get a meal." Mrs. Yang, who had been silent, spoke up. "How can you be sure he's telling the truth? I think it's strange that a storyteller would say such things. Maybe it's based on real events." Mrs. Yang's words immediately caught the attention of the princess and Mr. Kong. Since yesterday, when the princess and Mr. Kong entered the mansion, Mrs. Yang had been acting very nervous and timid, seeming afraid of everything. But now, she dared to confront Mr. Yang directly, even with a hint of mockery in her tone. Mr. Yang's expression stiffened for a moment because of Mrs. Yang's challenge. But he quickly recovered and sneered. "You spend all day with pigs, so how would you know what's true or false? You're just a woman with petty opinions." "Petty opinions? If you really had the ability, why would I be spending time with pigs?" Mrs. Yang shot back. Mr. Yang's face darkened. The tension between them made Mr. Kong glance at the princess. She still looked calm, as if she didn't notice their conflict. But Mr. Kong knew, with her intelligence, the princess could see Mrs. Yang's strange behavior. However, she showed no sign of noticing anything unusual. "Madam, I am sorry if I caused you trouble," Mr. Yang said softly, looking at Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Yang sneered. "I never said I suffered because of you. But you, just now, looked down on me, saying I spend all day with pigs. Are you implying I keep pigs just to serve you?" Bang! Madame Yang's words made Lord Yang very angry. He slapped the table hard. His action drew everyone's attention in the restaurant. The princess and Lord Kong also looked at him. Lord Yang's anger flared up, but after realizing he had done something inappropriate, he quickly calmed down. He pretended to sigh and said, "I was too emotional. I apologize to you." Madame Yang stayed silent. The princess withdrew her gaze and looked at the storyteller. The storyteller continued, "Earlier, I talked about how power can forcefully take a wife. Now, I will tell a story about a conspiracy to steal money using power. Once, there was an honest official. When the words, 'honest official,' were spoken, Lord Yang's cup suddenly shattered. The princess and Lord Kong looked at him again with interest. Lord Kong asked Lord Yang meaningfully, "Lord Yang, do you have something on your mind? Or is it that the teacups in this restaurant are not good? Why did your cup break just by you squeezing it?" Lord Yang twitched his mouth and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water off his fingers. "Maybe the teacup cracked because the tea was too hot." "Look, my hand is red." Lord Kong politely asked, "Be careful, Lord Yang. Don't burn yourself." Lord Yang nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Kong." The storyteller said mysteriously, "There was once an honest official whose reputation spread across the land. Everyone who saw or heard of him would praise him. But guess what happened next?" "What?" The storyteller smiled but said nothing. Someone impatiently threw a silver ingot onto the table. "Is this for a tip? Here's the silver. Just tell the story." The storyteller weighed the silver in his hand but didn't speak. Many others also threw silver coins, making the scene lively. Lord Yang sneered. "These storytellers just tell tall tales. They don't know the truth, and it's really frustrating. Who knows if it's true or not? But I am curious about this honest official. After all, Lord Yang's reputation as an honest official is well known." Yang Darren's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a calm face and said, "My reputation as an honest official is just a false name. I don't seek the people's wealth, so being called an honest official is too easy." Lord Kong smiled but said nothing. The storyteller continued to tell stories, receiving wave after wave of applause. Even when the audience grew impatient, he kept speaking. Once upon a time, the name of honest officials spread everywhere. But guess what? These so-called honest officials are actually very greedy. However, they didn't steal from ordinary people. Instead, they coveted a woman's inherited property. This woman's wealth, while not enough to rival a kingdom, was enough to last several generations. To get her money, the corrupt official conspired with others. When she was about to give birth, they murdered her, hoping to take her wealth and child. But the woman was prepared. She secretly transferred her property and her child away. When the official realized it, he got nothing. The storyteller paused after finishing. Some people, eager for more, asked anxiously, "Is that all?" The storyteller smiled mysteriously. "Of course not." "Then keep going." The storyteller fell silent. It was clear what they were waiting for. They should give more applause. So, a new round of applause and tips began. Next to Lady Yang, Lord Yang's face darkened uncontrollably. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence. But now, he was almost certain. The story the storyteller told was aimed at him. But who is the target? His gaze quickly fixed on Lady Yang. She not only didn't avoid his look but asked him, "Sir, you look upset. Are you feeling unwell? If so, you should go back and rest. Your wife can stay and accompany the princess and Lord Kong." Lord Kong withdrew his gaze from the storyteller and looked at Lord Yang. Lord Yang's face turned pale, but he didn't manage to hide it. It was all visible to Lord Kong. Lord Yang, if you're feeling unwell, you should go back and rest. This official and the princess don't insist on your company. Lord Yang chuckled awkwardly. I am not feeling unwell, but I am annoyed with this storyteller. He lies and deceives people. It's my poor management that has caused this. Please forgive me, Lord Kong. Lord Kong did not agree with Lord Yang's view. Instead, he asked the Princess Chong, Princess, what do you think of what this storyteller said? The Princess Chong stroked her cup and said casually, as an official of the court, abusing power and bullying others is unforgivable. He should be punished. Her gaze was fixed on the storyteller, but her calm words carried great weight. This made Lord Yang feel a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard, and his eyes flickered. Lord Kong saw Lord Yang's nervousness, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he smiled and asked the Princess Chong, then why, in the case of the Minister of Works, do you not want him to be executed? The Princess Chong replied without turning her head, the Minister of Works is simply not capable enough. He is not corrupt, nor does he bully others. I am willing to spare his life, so he can make amends. But if someone, as the storyteller described, forcibly takes a wife or harms others to steal property and causes death, then he deserves to die. Her gaze was on the storyteller. So she didn't see Lord Yang's difficult-to-control expression. But Lord Kong saw it. He also saw Lady Yang's nervous expression. She looked at the Princess Chong, her eyes full of hesitation, struggle, and tension. Lord Kong seemed to think deeply. He remembered Qin Yang's hatred for Lord Yang. If Lord Yang truly was a hypocrite with a kind face but a cruel heart, as Qin Yang said, then as her close companion, Lady Yang probably knew the most. Thinking about their recent sharp exchange, Lord Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps Lord Yang really was a hypocrite with a kind face but a cruel heart. But he wondered about Lady Yang. While Lord Kong was guessing about Lady Yang was full of inner struggle. She remembered her friend's words from yesterday. Since you admit you owe me, help me this once. She asked, what do you want me to do for you? I want to identify that scoundrel, her friend replied, but he is guarding me and won't let me get close to the princess. So, help me once. I want to see the princess and point out that man myself. Mrs. Yang asked her, what if the crown princess doesn't believe? You could lose your life. Her friend replied, if I lose my life, so be it. I've endured so many years in hiding, never had a chance to see my family once, and I don't even know if they're still alive. Instead of waiting around aimlessly, I want to take a risk. Even if the crown princess doesn't believe, even if I die on the spot, I accept it. She snapped out of her thoughts. Mrs. Yang suddenly stood up seriously. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lord Yang, she suddenly knelt in front of the crown princess. Lord Yang was startled. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Mrs. Yang's arm and sternly scolding her. What are you trying to do? Lord Yang scolded her while trying to pull her away. But Mrs. Yang suddenly lowered her head and bit down on Lord Yang's hand. Even though Lord Yang was not Mr. Kong, the visible veins on Mrs. Yang's forehead showed how hard she was biting. Perhaps because she was so fierce. Lord Yang felt a sharp pain and swung his fist. His fist was aimed directly at the crown princess's temple. With that punch, Mrs. Yang might not die, but she would become a fool. The crown princess's sharp eyes narrowed. She suddenly threw the cup in her hand. Before Lord Yang's fist could reach Mrs. Yang's temple, the cup hit him on the head. She was ruthless. The moment the cup struck his head, Lord Yang's vision darkened, and his punch froze for a moment. But even so, Lord Yang didn't let go. He stubbornly swung his fist again, aiming for Mrs. Yang's temple. Clearly, he wanted Mrs. Yang to die. Lord Yang's murderous intent made Mr. Kong feel a shock in his heart. He sternly said, Friday. In that moment, Friday flickered and caught Lord Yang's fist just as it was about to hit Mrs. Yang. Lord Yang, this is your wife. How dare you be so ruthless in front of the crown princess and the lord? Friday's eyes showed deep suspicion. Lord Yang's expression darkened. His lips curled into a sinister sneer. He looked at Mrs. Yang with a warning gaze but quickly calmed himself and said, I was worried she would offend the crown princess. That's why I got angry and wanted to stop her. I didn't mean to scare the crown princess and the lord. He changed the subject. He glared at Lady Yang and said, You, the princess, and the master are all reckless in front of the lady. Truly, you have no regard for anything. This remark might seem ordinary to most people, but a suspicious person could sense that he was threatening Lady Yang. Lady Yang was not afraid of the warning. She tried to pull his hand away from her fingers. However, Lord Yang gripped her fingers tightly and refused to let go. Lady Yang desperately wanted to break free. He had a vague feeling she was about to do something. So, how could he let go? He spoke first. Princess, Master, I need to speak with the lady about something. I will come back later to join you. Without waiting for the princess or the master to speak, he forcefully pulled Lady Yang to leave. Lady Yang knew Lord Yang was a fierce man. She knew that if she went out with him, it would be a dead end. Therefore, she could not go with him. So, she decided to give up and shouted on the spot, I won't go. I won't go. Princess, Master. Before she could finish accusing Yang Hua, he forcibly covered her mouth and dragged her away. Master Kong's face darkened, and he spoke again. Friday immediately stepped forward and tried to force Yang Hua to release Lady Yang. Once Yang Hua lost control, Lady Yang knelt in front of the princess and the master, saying, Princess, I want to accuse Yang Hua. Yang Hua, stopped by Friday, looked at Lady Yang with a grim face. The princess and Master Kong's eyes fell on Lord Yang's fierce face. At such a critical moment, Lord Yang's calmness could no longer be maintained. What crime do you want to accuse him of? The princess asked. Lady Yang replied, I want to accuse Yang Hua of kidnapping a common girl and harming the people. Oh, tell me more, the princess said calmly, with no sign of emotion. Yang Hua's aunt, who is now in charge, was once a close friend of mine. She was happy and content, but Yang Hua, driven by lust, disregarded her being a married woman and kidnapped her to his house to defile her. Not only that, Yang Hua also defiled her handsome husband. On the way to report to the Imperial court, he harmed her so badly that she fell off a cliff and died, leaving no remains. To this day, my close friend still doesn't know where her family is. Because of Yang Hua's power, she has to pretend to be friendly with him every day, suffering greatly. Lady Yang finished speaking. Lord Yang's expression visibly showed signs of anxiety and panic. His forehead was covered with sweat. At the moment Lady Yang finished speaking, he immediately knelt in front of Lord Kong and the princess to explain. Princess, sir, she is lying. I really don't know about any of this, he questioned Lady Yang. After more than 10 years of marriage, why are you hurting me like this? Lady Yang sneered. Hurt you? You admired Nyang's beauty and asked me to invite her over. I thought you were kind, wanting her to keep me company. But you secretly sent me away, trying to take her by force. She narrowly escaped that time. Afterward, you didn't stop. Instead, you openly entered the house to steal her. You took her into the house and, that very night, assaulted her. When her husband came to find her, you saw he was handsome and forced medicine on him, then assaulted him too. Many people in the house know about these things. Do you think you can deny or escape from this? Lady Yang's loud shouting drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. They all looked at Lord Yang with suspicion and doubt. Some whispered, what Lady Yang said sounds a lot like the story the storyteller just told. Yes, it seems similar. And what about the righteous officialator? Could it also be about Lord Yang? No way, Lord Yang is known as an honest official. Who knows? People can look honest but be different inside. But do you remember the number 1 young master of Huai Prefecture? Yes, the handsome young master Wang Jin? That's him. I heard he fell off a cliff on his way to the Imperial city and was found dead, right? Wang Jin's wife was his childhood sweetheart, also very beautiful. They got married and everyone in Huai Prefecture praised them. But not long after, Wang Jin fell off the cliff and died, and his wife disappeared. Some say she went to end her life. So, could it be that what Lady Yang said is true? Did Lord Yang really fall for someone and cause trouble? As more and more strange looks and doubts appeared, the questions grew louder. Lord Yang was angry and said, Nonsense. About Wang Jin, I only heard a little. Just hearing that you say I harmed him is completely untrue. You are falsely accusing me without proof. We are husband and wife. Why do you want to hurt me like this? Could it be that you spend all day with pigs and feel jealous of Madame E, thinking she lives better than you, and want to ruin me or turn me against her? Madam, why are you acting like this? We are husband and wife. Madame E is just a concubine. You really don't need to dislike her. It turns out jealousy is the real problem. I knew it. Lord Yang doesn't seem like someone who gets jealous easily. There are many beautiful girls in Huizhou. If he were really that kind of man, he wouldn't be so obsessed with a married woman to the point of causing trouble. Madame Yang, if you don't want to raise pigs, just stop. Why are you plotting against Lord Yang? A husband and wife should support each other. Your actions are too much. Yes, just admit your mistake to Lord Yang. In my opinion, Madame Yang is ungrateful. Lord Yang is such a good official, but she isn't satisfied. She even dares to plot against him. Lord Yang should divorce her. The woman's jealousy made Madame Yang furious. She shouted loudly, "Whoever wants to marry him, do you think he's a good person? Do you think I enjoy wealth and honor with him? Everyone says Lord Yang is a fair official with a good reputation everywhere, and that he loves his wife dearly. But no one knows he's a hypocrite, outwardly modest, but inside he's rotten and stinks." Madame Yang's loud voice frightened the woman. The woman shrank back and quickly avoided her. Seeing this, Madame Yang sneered coldly, her eyes shifting to Lord Kong. Did you not hear Lord Yang yesterday speak of deep feelings? Did he not say that I cannot bear children? That he wants to take a concubine? Lord Kong said nothing. He only frowned and looked at Madame Yang's desperate voice. Seeing her with red eyes, she endured again and again but couldn't hold back her tears, which finally fell. It's not that I gave him a concubine, nor that I cannot bear children. I have been pregnant twice, once because of him. Madame Yang's voice choked with emotion. She struggled to hold back her tears, pointing at Lord Yang with a look of deep resentment, as if she might burst into anger. Once because he was drunk and inexplicably beat me, causing me to have a miscarriage. The other time because he ignored my pregnancy and insisted on being intimate with me, which caused the baby to die in my womb. The baby? The baby died in her womb? Madame Yang's words made many people in the room feel a tightness in their hearts. At first, some envied Madame Yang for being the wife of a government official and looked at Lord Yang with disdain. But now, she angrily shouted, "You beast! You're a beast! Drunk and beating your wife, causing her to miscarry. Your wife is pregnant, yet you can't control yourself and cause her to lose the child. You're simply a beast. You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces and torn apart by horses." Regarding the child, people who once believed in Lord Yang now doubted him. There's a saying, filial piety has 3 faults, but not having children is the greatest. Madame Yang had been the subject of gossip for many years. No one expected that all of it was caused by Lord Yang. Ironically, he even boasted about his deep feelings, blaming Madame Yang for being unable to have children. This was truly too much. Just when everyone believed him blindly, Lord Yang suddenly burst into loud laughter. Everyone was stunned. They thought he had gone mad. But just as the laughter stopped, Lord Yang, with red eyes, asked Madame Yang, "You say I caused your miscarriage? That's nonsense. Clearly, it's because you couldn't resist the temptation to cheat. Originally, I wanted to ignore this matter, but since you're accusing me, I see no need to show you any respect." Accused of cheating, Madame Yang was furious and retorted, "You're talking nonsense." "When did I cheat?" Lord Yang sneered. "You think you can hide this? Now, immediately, we will send people to your family and to see Dr. Zhang at the Healing Medicine Hall. Your miscarriage was treated by Dr. Zhang, and your family was involved. I don't believe your family would falsely accuse me like you did." Lord Yang's words made Madame Yang's face turn pale instantly. Her confident demeanor vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Lord Yang, the cold smile grew deeper. "The Crown Princess, sir, you can send someone to her family to verify her claims. If what they say matches her words, then according to the crime she accuses me of, I am innocent and will accept my punishment." Mr. Yang was aggressive and unyielding. Mrs. Yang seemed more like the victim, more like someone falsely accused. Even Lord Kong looked at Mrs. Yang's pale face with sympathy. How can a woman fight against someone as cunning as Yang Hua? Mrs. Yang's defeated attitude made the onlookers doubt her again. She forced a bitter smile. Marrying you is forced. They fear you and won't protect me, their daughter. Yang Hua, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, a hypocrite and a villain. Even if I can't accuse you today, I will curse you to have a bad life. You've harmed me and cursed me. How could I marry such a wicked woman? Never mind. I owe you nothing. When I return home, stay out of trouble and don't cause more problems. I won't bother with this anymore. Not bothering? Mrs. Yang's face looked very grim. Everyone praised Mr. Yang for his generosity. Lord Kong looked at the crown princess. Seeing how chaotic things had become, he felt uneasy. She remained calm and steady. This made his heart stir again. Was the crown princess a fool in her past life? Otherwise, why did she seem so emotionless? No signs of feelings at all? Was Mrs. Yang not suffering enough? Not miserable enough? Or was Yang Hua not evil enough? Not bothering? Yang Hua, you are too naive. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked toward the sound. Behind the crowd, a woman dressed in mourning appeared. Missin? Isn't she Wang Jin's wife? Yes, that's her. Seeing Missin, Mr. Yang's pupils shrank. He wanted to step forward to stop her. But under everyone's watchful eyes, his legs seemed rooted to the ground. He couldn't move. Miss N's eyes were fixed on Mr. Yang. With each step she took, it was as if a sharp blade was approaching. Mr. Yang felt his skin start to sting. When she knelt before the crown princess, Mr. Yang's breath caught. A brief suffocation caused his whole body, even his bones and blood, to start aching faintly. Fear suddenly swept over him. Cold sweat spread across his body. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the panic that was spreading from deep within his soul. Princess, Your Highness, I, the servant, want to accuse Yang Hua of forcibly taking me and harming my husband. Please, Princess, Your Highness, help me seek justice. I am so wronged. Just those words, I am so wronged, came out. They were shouted hoarsely, painfully, and with despair. Listening to this, people felt deeply moved. At the moment they saw Nyang, Master Kong finally understood why Yang Hua wanted to force her. Because she was truly stunningly beautiful, especially compared to Madame Yang beside her. She looked like an immortal from heaven, untouched by mortal dust. Yet she was also irresistibly charming. Her delicate features, like mountain shadows, were captivating. Just one glance made people feel a strong desire in their hearts. And Nyang's appearance drew everyone's attention. She was really beautiful, with a flawless, delicate face, as if painted. Meiying had been in the palace for many years. She had seen many consorts and palace maids. But she had never seen such a stunning woman as Nyang. In just one look, she was sure in her heart that Yang Hua was unquestionably a bad person. And Nyang cried out her innocence. The Long Princess, who had not spoken before, looked at Lord Yang. Her cold gaze lingered on him for a long time before she asked Nyang, "What are you wronged about? Just tell me." And Nyang took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, and was about to speak and explain her innocence. But Lord Yang, trembling with fear, interrupted her first. "Your Highness, Princess, I, the servant, am guilty." Master Kong thought he was about to confess his crimes, so he asked him, "Guilty? What crime did Lord Yang commit?" The onlookers also looked curious. Could it be that what Madame Yang just said is true? Yang Hua forcibly took a girl and harmed the people? Now that Nyang is here, he knows he can't escape, so he wants to confess? To seek leniency. If that's the case, then Lord Yang deserves to die. Amid the discussion, Lord Yang pretended to wipe away tears and said, "I admit to the crime of sheltering." Sheltering? Master Kong frowned. Madame Yang and Nyang almost instinctively sensed something was wrong. Indeed, in the next moment, they heard Lord Yang say, "And Nyang killed her husband." The evidence is clear. My wife, Lu Nyang, forced me to cover for her and even took her back to the residence to care for her. Princess Chong, Your Excellency, I am guilty. I ask the princess and Your Excellency to forgive me. I had no choice. A deathly silence followed. Even Nyang and Lady Yang were stunned. They never expected that, even now, Yang Hua would go to such lengths to deceive the princess and Lord Yang, making them believe he was innocent. Although Lord Kong was experienced in official affairs, he was still stunned by Lord Yang's shamelessness. Princess Chong remained as calm as ever. She ignored Lord Yang's accusations against Nyang and said, "He is innocent. You can speak your side." Seeing that Princess Chong ignored his accusations, Lord Yang's eyes flashed with a dark, angry look. Nyang, seeing that the princess did not believe Lord Yang's words, quickly spoke up, "Your Highness, I am Lu Nyang's close friend. I want to accuse Yang Hua of forcing me and harming my husband. I ask the princess to seek justice for me." Although the princess gave Nyang a chance to speak and tell her story, she did not immediately believe her. She said, "Empty words are not enough. I will not assume Lord Yang is guilty just because you say so. You need to provide proof." "Proof?" Nyang whispered, looking confused. Where would she get proof? Yang Hua caused her husband's death, but she had no evidence. Yang Hua forcibly took her. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed at Lu Nyang, saying, "She is the proof." Lu Nyang knows everything. Everyone in the government knows that Yang Hua forced me to stay in the house. He used my family's lives as leverage, forcing me to be with him. I stayed for my family, but after all these years, I live in constant pain and hatred. I hate Yang Hua for destroying my happiness. Princess, I beg you to bring Yang Hua to justice. The official's wife was willing to testify that Yang Hua forcibly took her and harmed the people. She took responsibility for every word she said. Take responsibility? What responsibility? You, who were unfaithful in marriage and wore a green hat, have no right to blame others, Lord Yang shouted, criticizing her. Lu Nyang, who just said she would take responsibility for Nyang, was immediately insulted and questioned by Lord Yang. Lu Nyang's face darkened, and she glared angrily at Yang Hua. There was no trace of marital affection in her eyes. At this moment, Yang Hua was no longer as gentle and polite as he appeared on the surface. He was fighting and arguing with his wife, determined to clear his name. Nyang saw that Lord Yang was stubborn and refused to give in, so she directly suggested, "Princess Chong, many people in the household know that Yang Hua kidnapped me. I ask the princess to investigate carefully. I believe we will find evidence to prove my innocence. I didn't do anything wrong, but you insist on accusing me. If that's the case, Princess Chong, then summon the servants from the house. I am confident that the princess won't find anything because I am innocent." Lord Yang's words caused a lot of discussion among those present. If Lady Yang had previously accused Yang Hua, people would doubt her words. But now, when Yang opened her mouth, they no longer doubted Yang Hua. Instead, they discussed, "Yang Hua is confident that the servants can't say anything because he must have planned this in advance. If that's true, then Nyang's attempt to accuse Lord Yang will be difficult." Back then, Nyang married Wang Jinxi, which made others jealous. But unexpectedly, they all suffered because of one person. Yang Hua is truly a beast, worse than pigs and dogs. Just when everyone thought that Nyang and Luo Nyang were helpless against Lord Yang, the princess asked, "Yang Hua, I ask you once more, are what they said true?" Yang Hua looked coldly into the princess's eyes. He paused, then said firmly, "No. None of it is true. They are falsely accusing me." The princess nodded. "In that case, you must not be afraid of an investigation, right?" Yang Hua nodded. "I am not afraid. Princess, please investigate. Send for all the servants of Yang's house, and also summon everyone from Anne's, Lu's, and Wang's families." The princess's order made Yang Hua's expression stiffen, but he quickly regained his composure. Master Kong guessed that Yang Hua must have been prepared, which is why he was not afraid. If this matter really was exposed, it would be terrifying. A mere prefect could become the ruler of Huai Prefecture. Given enough time, he might even have the power to rebel. While waiting, Master Kong quietly asked the princess, "If we cannot convict Lord Yang today, what will you do?" The princess sipped her tea casually and said, "To punish someone, if there is no proof, find proof. If you can't find proof, create proof. Making a guilty person die is easy." Lord Kong's eyes suddenly brightened. So, even if Lord Yang is good at talking, he can't change his final death sentence. The princess didn't order him to be executed immediately, perhaps just to tease him. She wanted him to work hard to clear his name, only to find out he was already doomed. When the guards went to deliver the message, Lord Yang looked at Luo Nyang and Nyang with cold eyes. Today, Nyang and Luo Nyang dared to betray him. Once this matter is over, he won't forgive them. They will pay the price for betraying him. The restaurant was not far from the prefect's office. In just half an hour, the guards brought everyone who needed to be there. When they arrived, they saw the scene was tense. They knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing the dozens of people kneeling, the princess spoke. "I, the princess, am passing by here. Many people have told me about Lord Yanghua's crimes. You, who know him best, tell me, does he deserve to be punished or not? If he is guilty, tell me clearly. If he is innocent, say so. But if anyone dares to deceive me, don't blame me for punishing them." Her words about punishing those who deceive her made everyone silent, too afraid to speak. After some hesitation, Lu Tsong said, "It's because my sister once had an affair, but my brother-in-law covered it up to protect his reputation. My sister even had a miscarriage because of that affair. Dr. Zhang, who is known for saving lives, knows about this. It was Dr. Zhang who saved her when she almost bled to death. The adults should ask Dr. Zhang to come and explain." Lu Tsong's words, which matched Yang Hua's account, made Lord Kong fall silent. Many people present also remained quiet. The words of Lu Tsong, her own younger brother, were the same as Lord Yang's. That means Lady Yang's earlier statement was clearly a lie. Not only did the common people doubt Lady Yang was innocent, but even Lord Kong began to question whether she was truly innocent. Anton saw that Luo was being falsely accused by her own brother and was furious. "Lu Tsong, Luo is your own sister. For the sake of outsiders, you insult your own sister like this. Are you still human?" Lu Tsong was questioned, but did not feel guilty. Instead, he frowned and spoke firmly. "Annan, I help justice, not family. My sister did make a mistake, that's a fact. Don't think it's just me. Even my parents wouldn't cover for her or falsely accuse Lord Yang." At that moment, everyone's eyes turned suspiciously toward Lady Yang. Lady Yang's eyes were fixed on Lu Kong. Although she knew he wouldn't help her, hearing and seeing his coldness still hurt her deeply. Her face showed restrained grief and frustration. But Lu Tsong, who hurt his own sister, felt no guilt. Instead, he sternly scolded Lady Yang again. "Sister, you have good days, but you don't cherish them. Instead, you cause trouble. If you don't appreciate what you have and keep causing problems, no one will want to help you. Good days? Not appreciating what you have?" Luo's gaze fell on her parents. They looked at her coldly, without any concern. Their eyes were filled with disgust and anger. It was as if they were angry at her disobedience. As if they were angry that she had rebelled against them. Luo felt her heart grow cold. Is it true that women should be like chess pieces, controlled and moved at will, with their lives already decided and unchangeable? Do women not deserve happiness and the right to live well? Are women to be abandoned and ignored at will? Why? Even though they are her own family, they treat her like wild grass, discarded and ignored. But what about Lu Tsong, as precious as jewelry? Mother Luo, you're getting old. Lord Yang treats you well, and everyone can see that. Tell me, in Huizhou, who is as lucky as you to marry Lord Yang? Yet you refuse to appreciate it and cause trouble. If you're not obedient, from today on, don't be my daughter anymore. Do as you like, so I won't embarrass our Lu family, Father Lu said angrily. Mother Lu was even more cold and firm. Forget I ever gave birth to you, unfilial daughter. As the closest family member, no one stood up for Lady Yang or spoke a kind word for her. Instead, they all scolded and questioned her, leaving no respect. No wonder Lord Yang was willing to invite them. He knew what kind of people the Lu family was. He knew they wouldn't help Lady Yang. So, he felt confident. Master Kong looked at the others. Lord Yang followed his gaze and asked, Uncle In, today Miss In accused me, saying I forcibly took her and even killed her husband. Please tell the princess and the officials, is this true? Father In shook his head. That's not true. My son-in-law was on his way to the capital for exams and accidentally fell off a cliff.
His family knew about it.
As for my daughter, Mother Luo was worried about Wang Jin's death. She thought she might lose her mind, so she brought her into the prefect's residence. Both the In family and the Wang family know about this. Everyone looked at the Wang family. Wang father and mother nodded. Miss In looked shocked and froze in place. In an instant, everyone looked again at Miss In and Mother Luo. Their eyes were full of doubt, as if asking, why are they causing such a baseless fuss? Now, it was clear. They couldn't prove Lord Yang's guilt. And they couldn't stop this chaos themselves. Miss In didn't expect it to turn out like this. Since Yang Hua took her into the house, she had heard that Lord Yang kept her family and her in custody. Until just now. She saw their faces. They didn't look very good. At least, not terrible. It showed that they weren't deeply suffering from Wang Jin's death. They were living well. And Yang Hua didn't seem to have imprisoned them. It seems that only she, Luo Nyang, and the late Wang Jin are not doing well. What exactly is going on? And Nyang's eyes are blank, completely unaware and without any resistance. Master Yang takes the opportunity to say, Long Princess, Your Highness, you all heard it. I did not forcefully take in Yang, nor did I harm Wang Jin. I don't know what is happening with them. They insist on accusing me with false charges. I ask the Long Princess and the others to speak for me and clear my name. The situation shifts again. Now the onlookers stop talking. They look at Master Yang, Luo Nyang, and In Yang, then their eyes fall on the Long Princess and Lord Kong. They want to see how the Long Princess and Lord Kong will resolve this mysterious case. Zhou Wu and Lord Kong also look at the Long Princess. At this point, it's clear that Yang Hua's guilt cannot be proven anymore, because neither her family nor her in-laws admit that her husband was harmed by Yang Hua. So, based only on In Yang and Luo Nyang's words, Yang Hua's guilt cannot be confirmed. But Lord Kong and Zhou Wu understand vaguely. Yang Hua is not innocent. He is just very clever, making everything seem perfect. Even if In Yang and Luo Nyang knew the truth, they could do nothing. Originally, Luo Nyang was the most qualified to accuse Yang Hua, but her relatives accused her of cheating on her husband. Thus, her testimony is no longer credible. Lord Kong sighs softly. It seems Yang Hua will be found not guilty. Just as Lord Kong feels regretful and sighs. Luo Nyang also looks hopeless. She glares at Master Yang and his group with resentment, then looks disappointed at her parents. Then, silently, she takes In Yang's hand. Fine. Even if she cannot prove Yang Hua's innocence today, she has fought for herself. Although she did not win, she has no regrets. And Yang snaps out of her daze. Feeling the warmth on her hand, she grips tightly, looking into each other's eyes, filled with relief and liberation. At this moment, the silent Long Princess looks at Lu Tsong and speaks. Lu Tsong, you sent someone to kidnap a child yesterday. Do you admit this crime or not? The sudden question from the princess made Lu Tsong pause for a moment, then instinctively looked at Lord Yang. He used his eyes to ask Lord Yang. The matter yesterday was so secret. How did the princess find out? Could it be that Lord Yang leaked the news? Lord Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His downcast eyes also showed confusion. How did the princess know about that child situation? Faced with the princess's unexpected question, Lu Tsong, who hadn't prepared a good explanation for Lord Yang, had to make up a quick lie. Kidnap the child? Your Highness, where do you get such an idea? Yesterday, I did bring back a child, but that child is my own son. Calling it kidnapping is not appropriate. Oh, the princess raised an eyebrow. Her eyes were deep and mysterious. Watching her expression, Lord Yang and Lu Tsong suddenly felt nervous. As they both felt uneasy, the princess took off the bracelet on her wrist, fiddling with it one by one. Some people think they can do things perfectly without mistakes. But Lu Tsong, since you say the child you brought back yesterday is your son, why did you tie his feet and feed him sleeping medicine? Why did you silence him? Her words made Lord Yang and Lu Tsong's scalps tingle and their bodies go numb. They quickly looked at each other, then hurriedly looked away. Lu Tsong's face was stiff, and after a long pause, he finally explained, "It's because there was a misunderstanding between my son and me. To prevent him from running away and getting hurt, I had no choice but to treat him this way. He is truly my son. If your highness doesn't believe it, I am willing to swear an oath with blood. Your son. So you can tie him up and silence him with medicine?" The princess asked calmly. "Your highness, forgive me. I was mistaken. I won't do it again," Lu Tsong admitted directly, not arguing. Since the princess had made it so clear, arguing further would be foolish. "Since you say the child you brought back yesterday is your son, where did you find him? How did you find him? Who did you send to get him?" The princess asked 3 questions in a row. This made Lord Kong's eyes show doubt. Why was she asking like this? Lu Tsong's mind was racing, trying to think of a reply. But before he could speak, the princess dowager then said, "Lu Tsong, I am asking you questions with the answers in my mind. If you dare to lie to me even a word, I will have your head fall to the ground." The princess dowager threatened. Lu Tsong started to sweat coldly all over his body. He secretly looked at Lord Yang. Lord Yang clenched his fists and gave him a warning look. Lu Tsong swallowed hard and forced himself to speak. "I picked him up from a relative's house. I sent someone to bring him back." "Really? From a mountain villa?" "The steward of the villa is called Seven Lady. When they picked him up, it was at night. You sent someone to drug the people there and then set the place on fire. Is that what you're saying?" Carefully, Lu Tsong's face turned pale instantly. His body trembled even more. The princess dowager spun the Bodhi seed and spoke softly. "Lu Tsong, you can continue to argue. I give you a chance. But the more lies you tell, the more evidence there is against you, and the worse your punishment will be. Think about it." Lu Tsong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suppressed his panic, and stubbornly said, replying to the princess dowager, "I don't know anything about drugging or setting fires. Maybe there's some misunderstanding." The princess dowager paused, touching the Bodhi seed, then pointed to a bright red top-quality relic and said, "Shuigang, take people." "Shuigang?" Lord Kong was stunned. Wasn't Shuigang staying at the prefect's residence? While Lord Kong was confused, Shuigang brought some people and pressed a few men to kneel beside Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong only glanced at them. His face suddenly changed. His eyes showed shock and fear. The princess dowager looked at the people Shuigang brought and said casually, "The main culprit, accomplices, the severity of the crimes. There's no need for me to explain in detail. You understand. If you are not the mastermind, then you kidnapped people from the villa, drugged the residents, and tried to burn them alive. These crimes are punishable by death. Do you understand? Under the threat of death? Who isn't afraid?" Among the people Shuigang brought, one immediately confessed as the mastermind, "Please spare me, noble one. I didn't intend to kidnap anyone. It was Lu Tsong who ordered me to do it. Everything I did was under his command." Lu Tsong, who was accused, was furious. "Nonsense. I only told you to bring my son back. When did I tell you to set fires? Stop falsely accusing me." The noble person was indeed instructed by Lu Kong. His late wife left behind a huge fortune, but unfortunately, she transferred it away. Lu Tsong searched for a long time before finding his son and the money that his wife had taken. He didn't want to openly ask others to do this, so he gave us some silver to kidnap someone, specifically to bring back his son and recover his wife's enormous wealth. "You're talking nonsense." "I didn't." Lu Tsong's face turned red with anger, and his eyes started to bloodshot. But now, it's too late for him to clear his name. One of the 3 people brought by Shuigang pointed out Lu Kong. Another person then said, "I have 100 taels of silver note from Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong bought sleeping medicine from me." Lu Tsong, who was accused, was about to speak and defend himself. But the princess dowager said first, "Lu Tsong, You should be very familiar with him. You just asked someone to invite him to testify for you. Now, this Dr. Wang, who is known for saving lives, is accusing you. How will you respond? Dr. Wang, who helps others with his skills. Master Kong looked surprised. Hearing this, the Princess Dowager called out, "Seven Sister." As soon as she said that, another woman appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Seven Sister, Lu Tsong's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Yang Hua also felt a chill run through his body. His gaze at the Princess Dowager showed fear. The Princess Dowager looked at Lu Tsong and casually said a name that made Lu Tsong's heart race, Tang Jingxi. A plainclothes guard brought out a young boy. It was the young master Tang Jingxi, who Lu Tsong had sent people to kidnap from the estate. Seven Sister quickly stepped forward and hugged Tang Jingxi in her arms. Lu Tsong and Yang Hua's hearts pounded, as if they might jump out of their chests. While Lu Tsong and Yang Hua were panicking, the Princess Dowager asked Dr. Wang, "Dr. Wang, you previously examined Lady Yang. What was the reason for your diagnosis?" Dr. Wang was so frightened that he told everything clearly. The little servant has seen Lady Yang for treatment many times. The two most serious times were when Lady Yang, who was pregnant, was beaten into a miscarriage, and when she was 7 months pregnant and was violently assaulted, causing heavy bleeding. The little servant almost couldn't save her. Because of that heavy bleeding, she was badly injured. She would never be pregnant again in her life. However, Lady Yang had warned the little servant not to tell anyone about this. The little servant didn't dare to go against Lady Yang, so when rumors spread that Lady Yang couldn't have children, the little servant felt guilty for not being able to prove her innocence. When she heard Dr. Wang's testimony, Lady Luo's tears fell quickly. She had suffered so much before. Now, she was finally innocent. Seeing this, Lord Yang suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. But the next moment, he quickly knelt up and argued, "You're talking nonsense. It's clear that Lady Luo's poor health caused the miscarriage." Dr. Wang sneered. Lord Yang broke 2 of her bones. If her health was bad, she wouldn't just have a miscarriage but would have died. During the second violent incident, when the little servant was treating Lady Yang, you hadn't even finished dressing, Lord Yang. You remember clearly, with these words, Dr. Wang completely cleared Lady Luo of the accusations of infidelity and exposed Lord Yang's previous lies. Lord Yang collapsed again, pretending to cry falsely, trying to turn the situation around. "I'm not a good husband, Lady Luo. I'm sorry." His hypocrisy made Lady Luo feel sick and disgusted. The princess also didn't listen to Lord Yang's lies. She directly ordered, "Bring him here." Lu Tsong lied to deceive me and harmed his own sister. He shall be sentenced to death, and the execution will be carried out immediately. Death. Everyone present was shocked. But no one begged for Lu Tsong's life. Lu's father and mother were so anxious their foreheads sweat, but they dared not speak a word. When Lu Tsong heard he was to be executed, he immediately started begging, "Your Highness, please spare my life. I didn't mean to do it. I was influenced by Yang Hua. He threatened me and forced me to slander my sister. He threatened to harm my whole family if I didn't help him. I had no choice." Yang Hua, hearing his reckless words, was so angry he jumped and shouted, "Lu Tsong, stop talking nonsense." At this moment, Lu Tsong was about to be sentenced to death. He was no longer afraid of Yang Hua and started shouting at him, "When did I ever speak nonsense? You liked my sister at first and pressured us to make her marry you. After she married you, not long after, you set your sights on Anyang. You wanted to get her, using your power to tempt her, but she loved Wang Jin deeply and didn't want you. You then asked my sister to invite her into the house, tricked my sister away, gave Anyang medicine, and tried to force her. But she preferred to die than be taken, smashing a vase to knock you out and escaping luckily. But you didn't stop there. Not only did you pursue her, but because Wang Jin was so handsome, you also liked him. You didn't care about gender. My sister had her first miscarriage because you couldn't get Anyang and forced her to invite someone into the house again. She refused, so you beat her until she miscarried. Isn't that true? If I'm lying, I swear on my life. If I say even half a falsehood, let me die without a proper burial. Yang Hua, do you dare to swear? Yang Hua's face turned pale, but he raised his finger confidently. What if I swear? I didn't do any of these. All of this is your one-sided story. Just now, you even accused your sister of being unfaithful. Nothing you say can be trusted. Lu Tsong sneered. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Someone does. Not only did you force Anyang away, cause Wang Jin's death, and make my sister miscarry twice, leaving her unable to have children, but you also forced Tang Xian to marry me. The reason I kidnapped Tang Jingxi was to get the token Tang Xian left for her, which would let me access her money and property. All of this was planned before you forced Tang Xian to marry me. Last night, you even entered my Lu house to warn me to handle this matter properly. Yang Hua, I can't deny the charges. Neither can you. If we're going to die, let's all die together. Yang Hua's face twisted with anger, his eyes glaring at Lu Tsong with a murderous look that couldn't be hidden. But Lu Tsong was completely fearless. When the death sentence was announced, he gave up all hope and faced it bravely. Being able to drag Yang Hua down with him before dying was worth it. If exposing Yang Hua could save him from death, that would be even better. But Lu Tsong sensed deep down that he couldn't escape. The tavern fell silent. No one spoke. This accusation had finally come to an end. In the end, Yang Hua still wanted to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the princess, Lu Tsong and Yang Hua are both to blame. They should be executed immediately. In front of everyone, the princess did not allow Shuigang to have any privacy. She directly ordered him to cut their necks. As for the others, those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned. Those who should leave left. After kowtowing to the princess, Seventh Sister left with Tang Jingxi. Tang Jingxi was quiet and looked very small. From his face, he didn't seem like a boy, but more like a girl. Luo Nyang, Lu's father and mother, wanted her to return home. Luo Nyang refused and cut ties with Lu's family completely. Lu's parents, having lost their son and now their daughter, felt like half their soul was gone, like walking corpses. And Nyang went home. Before leaving, she wanted Luo Nyang to go with her. Luo Nyang refused. She had raised many pigs. She wanted to sell them all. She wanted to go outside, see the world. In the past, she was trapped and couldn't escape. Now she had a chance. She wanted to see the wide world outside. As for Yang Hua's two children, they were not born by Nyang or Luo Nyang. They wouldn't care for them. Once the crowd dispersed, Master Kong asked the princess, "Princess, is this the moment you planned since arriving in Huizhou?" The princess calmly wrapped a string of Bodhi beads around her wrist and said, "I am the future ruler of Xiao country. If anyone dares to act recklessly on my territory, I will make sure they have no way out. As for the details, I don't need to explain to Master Kong." The princess's arrogance made Master Kong roll his eyes. Meiying, Zhou Wu, and Shuigang couldn't help but laugh. With Yang Hua dead, the affairs of Huizhou were temporarily handled by the governor. The princess and her group set out the next day. The sky cleared. The princess sat on her horse, which was very obedient. It walked carefully, choosing only flat paths. Compared to the horse under Master Kong, which often jolted him, it was worlds apart. Master Kong's sense of comparison immediately flared up. He patted the horse's rear and scolded it. "Why are you so stubborn? You know how to walk on smooth paths, but you refuse to. Do you think I, your master, am easy to please?" It's unclear whether the horse understood Mr. Kong's words or was just hurt from the slap. The horse suddenly neighed twice and then lifted its front legs, as if ready to throw Mr. Kong off its back forcefully. "Sir?" Zhou was surprised and tried to go forward to help. But he was too late. Mr. Kong was thrown to the ground by the horse, landing with a grimace, his old bones aching painfully. The princess looked at him quietly. After a long moment, she delivered a sharp remark. "Mr. Kong, aren't you good at riding horses? How come you fell? Besides, the ground is cold and uncomfortable. Get up quickly." Meiying thought, the princess really knows how to hurt someone. That remark probably made Mr. Kong bleed inside. Zhou Wu watched as Mr. Kong grimaced in pain, feeling wronged. His face was flushed with embarrassment, and he felt humiliated. His pride was hurt. He realized he might never be able to mock the princess again. Mr. Kong injured his waist and couldn't ride anymore. He had to lie quietly in the carriage and continue the journey. Now it was the princess's turn to tease him. At mealtime, she ordered someone to bring him worm porridge. Mr. Kong felt disgusted and didn't want to eat. The princess said it was to promote blood circulation and dispel blood stasis, forcing him to grimace and swallow the porridge. When it was time for medicine, she personally brought a bowl containing centipedes and scorpions. She insisted it was good for blood flow and forced him to drink it, making him feel sick. The princess also rode her horse and mocked him from beside his carriage. "Mr. Kong, the weather is nice. Do you want to come out and ride your horse? Oh, you hurt your waist falling off, so you can't ride. What a pity." Zhou Wu watched his master's frustrated face and, after holding back for a while, couldn't help but smile. Mei Ying couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Mr. Kong, feeling the sting of the sharp words, reflected, the princess's revenge and grudge-keeping are really strong. He had injured his waist for many days. They had suffered for many days. Every day, rare beasts were used as medicine and food. They had been lying down for nearly half a month, and he had become very thin. Seeing the exhausted adult, there was still a small amount of servant-master affection. Zhou Wu kindly suggested, "Sir, maybe we should find a place to rest. You can also take this chance to recover. You haven't looked in a mirror. You look quite frightening now. You're so thin, almost like a skeleton. Honestly, after so many years, I've never seen you look this bad." "Bad?" Master Kong inwardly snorted, unconcerned. His handsome appearance was undeniable. How could he look bad? Although Master Kong didn't believe he could be ugly, he was still curious about what Zhou Wu saw as bad, so he asked him to bring a mirror. But when he saw himself in the mirror, he dropped it on the ground with a loud clatter. It was shocking. Too shocking. Who was that ugly person in the mirror? It definitely wasn't him. Absolutely not. He was handsome, definitely not ugly. It wasn't him. Master Kong comforted himself and immediately ordered, "Find a place to rest quickly. I need to recover." Zhou Wu saw the panic in his master and quickly responded, "Yes." They stopped at a village for rest. When the villagers saw the large group arriving, they immediately sent someone to call the village chief. The village chief was an old man. He came out trembling to greet them. Before reaching them, he kneeled down first, saying, "I don't know why the noble guests have come. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Shuigang spoke. "A noble person passing through here wishes to stay for a few nights. Is that convenient?" Though he was asking, the imposing team and the natural pressure made it seem like an order. The village chief almost instinctively replied, Yes, it's convenient. I will arrange it right away." The village had limited conditions. To host the guests, the village chief arranged for them to stay at Aunt Chun's house. Aunt Chun only had herself and her daughter. The village chief asked them to stay temporarily at his house. Worried that the guests might find their place too humble, the village chief had someone clean the house thoroughly and even laid out new quilts that hadn't been used by his new wife. Although still simple, this was the best the village could offer. No matter how much they had, they couldn't produce more. There were 2 rooms at Aunt Spring's house. Lord Kong and the Crown Princess each had a room. At night, after a big meal, Lord Kong slept peacefully. But the Crown Princess couldn't fall asleep, because the village dogs were barking loudly. Seeing that the Crown Princess was still awake, Mei Ying said, "Crown Princess, I will send someone to take the dogs away." "Okay," the Crown Princess replied. After hearing this, Mei Ying immediately went to tell Shuigang. When Shuigang heard that the dogs barking disturbed the princess's sleep, he quickly gathered people and followed the barking sound. The closer they got, the fiercer the barking became. Shuigang frowned and sped up until he found the source of the barking. He saw a simple-minded man sitting on the doorstep, and the fierce dog was being held in his arms. The dog didn't seem to want to hurt him. Instead, its eyes were fixed on the house, eagerly wagging its tail and barking wildly. as if something inside the house was causing it to act this way. "Young man, can you calm your dog so it won't bark?" Shuigang asked. The man looked at Shuigang and the others curiously, then asked foolishly, "Who are you?" Shuigang narrowed his eyes. Before he could answer, the dog in his arms suddenly broke free and rushed into the house. The man was startled and hurried after it, shouting, "Da Huang, no," but Da Huang didn't listen. It ran into the yard and started pawing at the door. Shuigang gave a glance and with a quick move, kicked the door open. When the door was kicked open, they saw inside 3 men and a woman with a pale face. The door swung open, the 3 men were startled, and the pale-faced woman quickly ran behind Shuigang to hide. Shuigang was not stupid. The 3 men and the woman were in one room. He guessed what they might be planning. If something had already happened, he would definitely deal with these troublemakers on the spot. But now, they were dressed neatly, and nothing had occurred. So, he could only pretend nothing had happened. The 3 men, upon seeing Shuigang and his group, realized something was wrong. One of them immediately spoke. "Fourth sister, it's good to hear you're fine. Rest early. Big brother, second brother, and third brother have also gone back to rest. In the future, please don't let fourth brother call us in the middle of the night. Although this is a small place, we are all grown up now, and it's not appropriate. Do you understand?" The woman behind Shuigang didn't speak. She just shrank and lowered her head, her hands clenched tightly over her stomach. After giving the woman some advice, the 3 men nodded kindly at Shuigang and others, then calmly left. The simple-minded man who had been sitting on the doorstep earlier told the woman, "Fourth sister, go to sleep." Her face turned pale again. But the man seemed unaware that she was unwell and lay down on the bed to sleep. Meanwhile, Da Huang, who had been pushing open the door earlier, sat on his front limbs, staring at the woman with wide, worried eyes. Shuigang saw that the dog's owner was the woman and said, "My lady sleeps lightly. Your dog's barking is too loud and disturb her. If she hears you, please ask her to stop barking." The woman didn't speak. She only nodded timidly. Seeing this, Shuigang turned to leave. After a few steps, he looked back at the woman. He saw her crouching, hugging Da Huang, with a look of sorrow, as if embracing her only salvation. Shuigang paused, but in the end, he said nothing and left again. The barking stopped. The princess finally fell asleep. The next morning, she met with the energetic and clear-minded Lord Kong. To avoid eating worm porridge and centipede medicine, Lord Kong forced himself to be good and quietly arranged for the Imperial doctor to prepare medicine without centipedes. While eating a breakfast without worms, Lord Kong felt like a real person. He drank 3 large bowls in a row. After breakfast, the princess and Lord Kong, dressed casually, strolled around the village. The village was small with not many people. Their arrival quickly spread through the village. But no one expected that among this group was a delicate girl, as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Many people's eyes fell on the princess. The princess's eyes flickered slightly as she quickly looked at one of the men. The man noticed her gaze and was startled, then immediately lowered his head. Shuigang looked in the direction of her gaze. He saw the face of a girl he had met last night. Last night's event, Shuigang had not yet told the princess about what happened. Without evidence or witnesses, he couldn't bring it up to her. In late September, during the busy harvest season, the princess was walking through the fields with Lord Kong. The adults were busy gathering crops. The children were picking rice stalks and digging for eels to improve their meals. After watching for a while, the princess's attention was caught by a girl. The girl was very thin, but her belly was large, and she carried a basket of rice on her back. She was walking toward their direction. The weight on her back bent her waist. She was holding her belly with her hands. She was pregnant. Judging by her belly, she seemed to be 6 or 7 months along. But because she was so thin, the princess guessed she was about to give birth. The princess stared at the girl without blinking. When the girl approached, she moved aside to let her pass. The girl noticed someone was there. She looked up. She saw the princess's delicate face and her flawless, fair skin. She had never seen such a beautiful girl, such fair skin, and couldn't help but look a little longer. The envy in her eyes created a stark contrast between hardship and happiness. After glancing at the princess twice, the girl nodded and then, with difficulty, carried her rice basket and left. Lord Kong watched her back and frowned, saying, "How old is she? 10? 11? Zhou Wu said, "Sir, in such poor areas, some people look younger than they are because they don't eat well." Meng said, "With such a big belly and carrying such heavy loads, how can her baby be doing?" Zhou Wu sighed. If there was a way, they would also want to live a good life. While the three of them were talking, the girl, who was walking away with her basket, suddenly stopped. Soon after, the princess saw from afar her pants started to get wet. Her face changed slightly and she called out, "Meng." The plum shadow also sensed that the woman was not feeling well. She quickly moved forward. Zhou Wu took the basket from the woman's back. Meng helped support the woman and asked, "Are you about to give birth?" The woman said nothing, only looked at her wet pants and tears fell down her face. "Take her back to find the Imperial doctor for delivery," the princess immediately ordered. "Yes," Meng said, carrying her and heading back. The princess and Lord Kong also turned to leave. A piercing scream echoed loudly, one after another. Zhou Wu and others frowned at the sound. The princess said to Shuigang, "Find the village chief and ask her husband to come." Shuigang went to do as told but soon returned, saying, "The village chief said she has no husband." The princess frowned sharply. "Call the village chief here." Shuigang remembered the village chief's evasive look earlier and quickly called her over. The princess's expression turned cold as she asked, "Do you know who he just brought back?" The village chief nodded. "Yes, it's Miss Tian from Aunt Tian's family. She has no husband." The princess narrowed her eyes, showing a dangerous look. The village chief hesitated tremblingly for a long time before honestly answering, "No." "Then how did the baby in her belly come about?" the princess demanded. The village chief, sweating coldly on his forehead, replied, "I don't know." "So?" The princess's eyes turned icy. "She has been defiled." The village chief was so frightened he dared not speak further. The princess twirled her Bodhi seed, her eyes deep and dark. Everyone felt the oppressive pressure from her. Just as everyone was catching their breath, the princess asked again, "How old is she?" The village chief hurriedly answered, 11 years old. 11 years old? Kong Darun and others were shocked. 11 years old and giving birth? That means she was defiled at age 10? So, the princess's gaze suddenly fixed on the village chief. "Do you know who the father of the child in her belly is?" The village chief was so frightened he knelt down immediately. "Your Highness, I don't know. Perhaps you should send for Aunt Tian to ask." The princess did not send for Aunt Tian. Instead, she waited for the woman to give birth. But after a short while, the Imperial doctor ran out and reported, "Your Highness, the girl can't hold on any longer. It looks like she might not survive." The eldest princess frowned and asked, "Can she survive?" The Imperial doctor shook his head. "The girl is too young and weak. She can't give birth naturally. Even if forced, she would likely bleed to death." The eldest princess looked coldly and walked inside. Mr. Kong hurriedly stopped her. "Your Highness, you can't." She looked at him with a cold gaze. The coldness in her eyes was so intense that it made Mr. Kong shiver. Seeing this, Mr. Kong didn't stop her anymore. The eldest princess entered the delivery room. Inside, the young girl was barely alive. She was sweating heavily. When she saw the princess come in, she gave a weak smile, like a bright flower blooming amid suffering. The princess was silent for a moment and asked, "Do you know who hurt you?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know who they are." "They?" the princess asked suspiciously. "Yes, they. I don't know if it's the same person. They come to bother me at night. At first, I was scared and hid, but the village is small, and I couldn't escape. Later, when I was pregnant, they still came. I stopped hiding because I got used to it." "Your father?" the princess inquired. "My father died long ago. I only have my mother and 2 older sisters. My sisters are married, so they bully me because I stay with my mother." "Noble lady, I heard everything. I am going to die. Do you think in my next life I can be with a good family like you and not suffer anymore?" "Yes," the princess nodded. The girl smiled, a look of relief on her face, and closed her eyes. It's so good. This life is finally over. After saying that, she forever closed her eyes. The princess's expression turned cold. She shouted sharply, "Doctor." The doctor hurriedly entered. "Your Highness," the princess ordered, "cut open her belly and take out the baby." The doctor was startled. "Your Highness, that might not be appropriate." "Not appropriate?" The princess looked at him coldly. Her presence was so commanding that it made him tense. He quickly obeyed her order, taking out a knife to cut open the girl's belly. The princess turned and left the room, commanding, "Gather all the men in the village and identify the culprit." Shuigang hurriedly went to call the villagers. As Shuigang left, Aunt Tian arrived. She looked tired and worn out, with dark, aged skin. She also smelled of sweat, clearly having just finished farm work. "Third sister, where's our third sister?" Aunt Tian asked the village chief nervously. The village chief looked inside the house and secretly glanced at the princess. Aunt Tian followed his gaze and looked at the princess. The princess glared at her and asked, "Do you know who the baby in her belly belongs to?" Aunt Tian shook her head, crying, "I don't know." "She says she was harmed many times and you didn't know at all?" the princess asked coldly. Aunt Tian covered her face, unwilling to speak more. The princess's expression grew colder and more serious. Soon after, all the men in the village gathered together. The imperial doctor carried out a baby. The baby was quiet and still, with purple marks on its body. It had already died inside Aunt Tian's belly. The princess looked at the swaddled baby and said, "It's a boy. Whose child is it? You can take him home." None of the villagers claimed the baby. The princess stroked the prayer beads in her hand, her face cold as ice. "Since no one claims him, I will take strict action. If anyone can identify who harmed third sister, I will only punish the culprit. If no one steps forward, then the village chief will lead the punishment. Each man will be whipped 20 times. Why should we?" As soon as the princess finished speaking, a man in the crowd spoke first. The princess sneered. "Why? If no one admits to being the culprit, I have reason to suspect that all the men in the village are guilty. As for the village chief, a 10-year-old child was harmed multiple times, and he knew nothing. I haven't killed him. That is mercy." "Village chief, do you have any objections?" The village chief, old and trembling, broke out in a sweat. Even though he didn't want to be beaten, he dared not object and shook his head, saying, "I have no objections." The princess ordered, "Shuigang, carry out the punishment." Shuigang brought a thick stick. 2 guards held the village chief down on a bench. Even though the village chief was old, Shuigang was merciless. With one strike, the village chief's vision darkened. But he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't make a sound. He didn't cry out from the first strike. After several strikes, he couldn't bear it anymore and begged, "Honored guest, have mercy. Have mercy. I'm old. If you keep hitting me, I will die. I don't know if you will die, but I do know that I want to find out who defiled Tian Sanyang. If you tell me who it was, I will spare you from the rest of the punishment. Otherwise, you will only be beaten to death, even if you are innocent. You must accept it." The crown princess's tone is firm. The village chief desperately shouts, "But I really don't know." "Beat him," the crown princess says lazily, unwilling to waste words. Shuigang immediately raises the stick again, without hesitation. The village chief grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down as he endures the punishment. In this village, the village chief is the most authoritative person. He cannot explain anything, so he receives 20 solid lashes. After 20 hits, he falls silent. The guards throw him aside. Someone tries to help him up. The crown princess sneers. "Who dares to move him? Do you think that after 20 lashes, this matter is over? No, it's not. If no one is found guilty after everyone has been whipped 20 times, I will make everyone repeat the punishment until the culprit is caught, or until I decide to stop." All the men present immediately look shocked. Lord Kong's expression also turns serious. Some women shout, "Why are you hitting my man? He didn't do anything wrong." The crown princess narrows her eyes. How can you be sure? The woman protests. My man is honest and decent. He wouldn't do such a disgusting thing. Really? The crown princess's eyes turn deep. Who is your man? As she speaks, the woman pushes a man forward. This is my man. The man nods and bows, looking very servile. The crown princess sneers. Shuigang hit him. The woman and the man are both shocked. The woman tries to stop it. The man tries to run away. But under the guard's control, the woman cannot protect him, and the man cannot escape. He is forced onto a bench and receives 20 solid lashes. The woman screams and threatens. You are taking lives recklessly. I can report you. The crown princess ignores her threats and says to Shuigang, Come, all the men here, execute the punishment. The guards rush forward, holding each man firmly. A thick wooden stick fell with a loud crack, and shouts erupted. At this moment, Shuigang approached the princess and said, Last night, the princess couldn't sleep because of a dog's barking. When I went to find the dog, I saw something like this. Which 4? The princess asked. Shuigang pointed to 4 people. The princess didn't even look at them and immediately ordered, Each of these 4 men will be whipped 20 times. She gave the order. One of the men, who was about to be whipped, hurriedly explained, Your Highness, we are innocent. The girl you saw last night is our adopted sister and the wife of my 4th brother. She was just feeling unwell, and we came to see her. How could your highness wrongly accuse us? Shuigang sneered. Do you need to watch someone late at night? If she were a man, and you watched her secretly, I would suspect you and call it false accusation. But she is a woman. Do you think you can fool anyone with a single look? The guards immediately increased the punishment. After 40 lashes, the 4 men were too scared to move. One of them cried out, 4th sister, I hurt. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Hearing the man's crying, Shuigang looked into the crowd and found the girl who hadn't spoken last night. She was staring steadily at the 4 men being whipped, her eyes full of deep resentment. If anyone is willing to identify the culprit, they will be spared from punishment. If no one volunteers, the punishment will continue. Shuigang waved his hand. The men who had already received 20 lashes were to be whipped again. Suddenly one man shouted, I will identify. I will identify. As he shouted, others cast warning glances. But the man who was shouting was unafraid and said, I want to identify Zhang San. He climbed over Tian Sanyang's wall last night. The princess asked, Who is Zhang San? The man quickly pointed to Zhang San. Zhang San's face turned pale as he denied, I didn't do it. You're lying. The princess ignored his denial and ordered, Beat him. The thick stick struck hard. Zhang San took a few lashes, blood trickling from his mouth. He struggled to speak painfully. I want to identify someone too. The beating paused for a moment. Everyone looked at Zhang San. He immediately pointed to Wang Si. Wang Si told me he was involved with Tian Sanyang. Wang Si looked terrified. Without waiting for the princess's further instructions, the wooden stick was swung down hard on him. Wang Si's face was fierce, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I also want to point out that I saw Big Brother Zhang dishonor Miss Tian, which is why I followed this path. The blame was placed on Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Zhang hadn't begged for mercy yet. Sister-in-law Zhang was paralyzed and muttered, How could this happen? How could it be like this? Big Brother Zhang was nearly 60 years old. His skin was wrinkled, and his granddaughter was even older than Miss Tian. Yet, despite being a grandfather, he was accused of such terrible acts. The eldest princess looked at Zhang and said with disdain, What a shameful person. Since you can't follow the right path, I will disable your legs. The guard's stick struck Zhang's legs harshly. He let out a pitiful cry. But even as his legs were badly deformed, the sticks didn't stop. One strike after another, Zhang fainted from the pain. The eldest princess then said, If you don't walk the right path, then lose your legs. If your hands like to touch what they shouldn't, then cut them off. Zhang, who had fainted, was still restrained tightly, and the sticks kept hitting his arms. He was jolted awake again by the pain. One strike after another, he suffered so much he thought he would die, and his arms were also damaged. He was barely alive and fainted again. He was thrown to the ground, still breathing but unable to control his bladder.
But this wasn't the end.
The eldest princess continued, the ones who pointed out the others earlier. I will also disable their hands and feet. Please, your highness, spare us. Isn't it true that pointing out others can save us from punishment? But no one paid attention to him. Spare them from punishment? That's impossible. They had committed such heinous acts. If they weren't punished today, more men would commit terrible crimes in the future. The eldest princess knew she couldn't stop the root of the problem. Maybe deterring some with bad intentions could reduce the crimes. The men who dishonored Miss Tian were eventually disabled, lying on the ground bleeding and barely able to breathe. The eldest princess coldly warned, having power as a man isn't for bullying women, especially children. As humans, you shouldn't act like beasts. Do you really think that living in a remote village gives you the right to do whatever you want? This is the Xiao country. Whenever I, the princess, am present, I declare that anyone who commits a defiling crime must die. Since you all prefer to be beasts rather than humans, go reincarnate and start anew. Fight until you are dead. Hearing that they would be executed, the group immediately panicked. Someone weakly begged for mercy. Please spare us, noble lady. We will never do it again. But unfortunately, they had no chance to admit their mistakes and change. In front of everyone, the sticks were used to kill them all. Blood, urine, and waste flowed onto the ground. It was shocking to see. But the princess's expression remained cold, without any other emotion. At this moment, Lord Kong was deeply shocked. Not because of their deaths, but because of the princess's decisiveness. She used the lives of all the village men to lure out the culprit. Such firm and ruthless action, even he could not do. But the 4-year-old princess managed to do it. No wonder the emperor was so indulgent toward her. She has a natural, strong will to fight and decide. Given time, if she ascends to a high position, all officials and soldiers in the court would bow and submit, never daring to have any rebellious thoughts. After the person who defiled Tian Sanyang was beaten to death, the atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, a woman rushed out and knelt before the princess. She looked at the princess and started shouting. Everyone, including Shuigang and others, looked at her with confusion. But the princess understood immediately and asked, "Whose do you want to accuse?" Seeing that the princess understood her meaning, her eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and pointed at several men. The 4 men she pointed to were the same ones Shuigang saw last night. One of the accused, panicking, said, "Second sister, why are you accusing my brother? We haven't done anything wrong to you." The woman couldn't speak, but she could act. She pointed at the 4 men, then began to remove her clothes. Everyone present was not stupid. They understood what she was trying to say. "Noble lady, what she said isn't true. She doesn't mean it that way," the accused men hurriedly denied. Seeing the culprit deny, the woman was afraid they might escape punishment, so she quickly pointed at the dead person and then at the deniers. Her meaning was either that the deniers were also guilty or that they were the same as the dead person. No matter what meaning is intended, they all mean the same thing. That is, they deserve to die. The woman desperately wanted to speak, but she could only make sounds. The princess looked at her anxious eyes and narrowed her eyes. "I believe your identification, so kill them." When she heard she would be killed, the defenders immediately panicked. One of them shouted angrily, "Noble lady, she's lying. Even if she accuses us of tarnishing her reputation, what about him? He's her husband's brother, and she even points to her own husband? They share a room, which is normal. But she accuses her own husband? Is she trying to use her inability to speak to harm him? Her husband's brother is the simple-minded man who said, "Fifth sister, I love you." Although the mute girl couldn't speak, she could understand words. When someone exposed her, she nervously clenched her clothes. Clearly, she was a little afraid. Afraid that the princess might suspect her intentions. But just then, Shuigang spoke up. "What if she points to her own husband? He guards the door for you, letting you bully his wife. Then he deserves to die." Hearing this, the mute girl's eyes lit up, and she clenched her clothes even tighter, excited and nervous, looking at the princess. The princess did not disappoint her. She coldly ordered, execute by whipping, so without a doubt, the 4 men Shui gang met last night were also beaten to death. Seeing the blood and bodies on the ground, everyone present turned pale. Some secretly wiped tears. I don't know if anyone among you has not been identified, but I will say this. If anyone has been tarnished, go and report it. If the county magistrate doesn't handle it, report it higher. As soon as I find out, I will make sure they die without a burial. And these people, don't let them return to their families. Throw them into the mountains, feed them to wolves, or drag them away. Nearly 10 bodies were dragged away, leaving a trail of blood. The princess looked on, still expressionless, her gaze flicking to Tian Sanyang's child. Her expression was cold, with no other emotion. Find a place to bury him. Bury him far away, so he doesn't dirty Tian Sanyang's path. Although the child was innocent, the bloodline of a beast might be another beast.
Better for him to be dead.
The princess looked at him with disdain. Finally, Lady Tian was sewn up by the doctor and taken home. Before leaving, Aunt Tian bowed deeply to the princess 3 times. If it weren't for the noble person, third sister would never get justice or revenge. It's my fault for not protecting her. Actually, when she was first harmed, she wanted to end her life. I held her back and didn't let her die. It's already hard enough for us to stay alive. She didn't want to be harmed, so I believe she shouldn't blame herself or think of ending her life. Even if I tried to stop her, I knew she had already given up when she was first hurt. Living this past year was like living in hell for her. It's better if she's gone now. She can be free. Lady Tian was taken back to her home. The guards helped bury her. A sad atmosphere filled the village. But this didn't stop the villagers from working in the fields. The princess had killed nearly 10 people, but still wandered outside as if nothing had happened. The villagers kept their distance from her. However, a little girl happily ran up to her and handed her a pancake. The girl's bright eyes looked at the princess and said softly, "My mother says you are a very kind, noble person. You saved many people. When my mother talks about you, she's so happy she even made pancakes. My mother's pancakes are very delicious. We can't usually eat them during the New Year. So, since you're such a kind, noble person, would you like to try a pancake? I brought one just for you." Mr. Kong looked at the princess. She had delicate features with a cold expression, but her face was so pretty and innocent that it made her seem less distant. The girl was young, with clear, bright eyes. She wore rough cloth clothes, and her hair was messy. Her hand was dark and rough, either from skin or dirt. The pancake didn't look very good either. Mr. Kong thought he should take it first, thank the girl for her kindness, and not hurt her feelings. But the princess took the pancake, broke off a piece, and put it in her mouth. People's feelings about food vary depending on their environment. Naturally, the taste was different. This pancake was greasy and not very tasty. But for children and their lives, being able to eat a greasy, delicious pancake was a small happiness. "Is it tasty?" the girl asked eagerly, watching the princess take a bite. The princess dowager nodded and said, "It's delicious." Then she tore a small piece of the baked flatbread for herself, giving the rest to the children. "I can't finish it all, don't waste it." The child smiled happily and took most of the bread handed to him, then ran off cheerfully. Seeing this, the princess dowager broke the remaining bread into smaller pieces and gave one to each of Lord Kong and the others. Lord Kong ate his piece of bread, feeling his lips become greasy, but he also sensed a hint of sweetness in it. Another night passed in the village. The next morning, everyone set out again. Lord Kong's back injury was not fully healed, so he had to stay in the carriage. But this time, the Princess Dowager did not ride her horse to tease him beside the carriage. They traveled quietly for several days. Because during the time monitored by the Astronomical Bureau, in early October, there would be continuous autumn rain lasting about half a month. So, the group needed to head to Jiangnan at the beginning of October. The misty rain in Jiangnan, with its water towns, looks like a beautiful painting. Walking there feels like stepping into a flowing ink scroll. In the rain, ancient bridges and flowing water are peaceful and gentle. On the boat with black covers, the scenery of Jiangnan makes worries melt away. The place the Princess Dowager and others are going to is the Jiangnan governor's office. The Jiangnan governor, a second-rank official, holds high power and status. Even Lord Kong has to show some respect. When they meet, the governor and the Princess Dowager observe each other carefully, guessing each other's thoughts. Lord Kong quietly watches Governor Xiao and the Princess Dowager. After a while, Governor Xiao speaks first. "I am Xiao Hai," greeting the Princess Dowager. The Princess Dowager responds calmly. "Governor Xiao, no need for formalities." Governor Xiao then calls over 2 children and introduces them. "These are 2 children from my grandchildren, around the same age as the Princess Dowager. During her time in Jiangnan, they will accompany her. Xiao Chan, greetings to the Princess Dowager. Xiao Ge, greetings to the Princess Dowager. Xiao Zhan is a boy, Xiao Ge is a girl. They are young but carry themselves with dignity and grace. They clearly are favored children of the family." Governor Xiao is busy, either dealing with the autumn rains or entertaining guests. He holds a second-rank official position and manages Jiangnan very well. But Jiangnan has many noble families. If he wants to improve governance in Jiangnan, he will inevitably need to socialize. Most of the time, the prominent families respect him. But Governor Xiao is good at handling relationships. Usually, he gives face to those families. A few days after the princess and her group arrived, Governor Xiao invited Lord Kong to go drinking. Lord Kong didn't refuse and went along. Governor Xiao introduced him to many family heads. When they learned Lord Kong held a high official position, they showed him respect and greeted him warmly. At the banquet, Governor Xiao praised, "The reason Jiangnan looks the way it does today is thanks to these family heads." The family heads, who were praised, smiled calmly. Lord Kong raised his glass and said, "Jiangnan is fortunate to have them. Their presence is a blessing for Jiangnan and for Xiao country as well." Of course, the governor also played a big role. I believe the emperor knows this in his heart. His compliment pleased Governor Xiao and the family heads. Governor Xiao smiled and said, "Lord Kong is really good at talking. Come, let's drink and not talk about these empty words." After exchanging drinks, Lord Kong, a bit drunk, returned to the governor's residence. When he saw the princess, he stammered and asked, "Princess, you're still awake?" The princess looked at Zhou Wu silently, asking without words. Zhou Wu replied, "The governor took Lord Kong to drink with those family heads. They drank a lot." The princess remained silent and signaled Zhou Wu to take Lord Kong back to rest. The next morning, Lord Kong woke up with a terrible headache. But Governor Xiao looked fine as if nothing had happened. Seeing Lord Kong's condition, Governor Xiao asked with a smile, "Are you okay, Lord Kong? There's another banquet tonight. Can you manage?" Lord Kong said, "I think I'll recover in time." Governor Xiao nodded. "Tonight, we won't drink as heavily as last night. If you can't handle it, just refuse. No need to be polite." After nodding, Lord Kong looked at the princess again and said, "Tonight is Grandma Chui's 90th birthday. Almost all the important people in Jiangnan will attend. Princess, if you're free, why not go too?" After Governor Xiao finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Xiao Zhan accompanied the Princess Chong and Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge said, "In Jiangnan, besides my grandfather's official position, the Chui family is the most respected and influential. As long as the head of the Chui family gives an order, most people in Jiangnan will follow. My grandfather has always shown respect to the Chui family, and they have also contributed greatly to his governance of Jiangnan." The Princess Chong looked at her more carefully after hearing this. She then said, "The youngest son of the Chui family is named Chui Jinsi. He is only 10 years old but outstanding and already a leading figure among the younger generation. The current head of the Chui family has high hopes for him. Everyone in Jiangnan knows he will be the next head of the Chui family. Jiangnan is a rich and beautiful place. But it is also very exclusive. Foreign powers find it hard to gain recognition here. So, Qiao governor's ability to work well with these forces is undeniable." When going out, the Princess Chong didn't have many precious gifts to give. Therefore, out of politeness, she needed to choose a gift for the elderly Chui lady. Master Kong naturally didn't want to seem impolite. So, he went with the Princess Chong to pick out a gift. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Go accompanied them. They went to the most luxurious place, Lianlong Pavilion. This place displays the most precious and rare items. Any item here is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Master Kong looked at the casually placed items worth tens of thousands of gold coins and remained calm, though his expression slightly stiffened. Jiangnan is indeed wealthy. Xiao Go explained, Lianlong Pavilion is one of the top treasure houses in Jiangnan. The Princess Chong and the adults can choose freely. Don't worry about the value. Although the Chui lady is highly respected, she never cares about what others give her. To avoid gossip, I brought the Princess Chong and the adults here. Of course, if the Princess Chong and the adults feel uncomfortable, I can take you somewhere else. Master Kong said nothing and looked at the Princess Chong. She didn't speak but focused her gaze on a painting. It was a longevity picture. The ink was fresh and still new. Xiao Go explained, this Lingling Pavilion not only collects rare treasures, but also displays musical instruments, calligraphy, and paintings. Some painters bring their artwork here for appraisal. If Lingling Pavilion finds the painting valuable, they will hang it and sell it. The princess saw that this painting was recently created by a young man who brought it here for appraisal. Having your work displayed in Lingling Pavilion is a sign of reputation. The princess intends to buy this painting. The princess shook her head and refused. She was about to look away. Suddenly, a voice asked, "Why does the young lady dislike this painting?" The princess looked toward the voice. She saw a young boy. The boy had handsome features and wore a red robe. His bright appearance was like the sun in the sky, shining brilliantly. He approached the princess and her group, looked into her eyes, and asked again, "Why does the young lady dislike this painting?" The princess examined his face and asked back, "Did you paint it?" The boy nodded. The princess replied, "It's quite good, but does that mean I have to buy it just because it's well painted?" The boy hesitated and said nothing, but his furrowed brows showed he was a little upset. However, the princess didn't mind his mood. She pointed to another painting, almost identical to the boy's, and said, "Buy this one." When Xiao Ge saw Chui Jinsi approaching and learned that the painting the princess rejected was made by Chui Jinsi, she immediately tugged at her dress behind the princess. The princess glanced at her silently, asking a question. Xiao Ge whispered softly to the princess, avoiding the boy, "He is Chui Jinsi, from the Chui family." Chui Jinsi? The youngest member of the Chui family, only 10 years old, talented and highly regarded, the future head of the Chui family? The princess raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. She had just met the future head of the Chui family so soon. "Young lady, this painting was created by young Master Yu from the Yu family. Young Master Yu is honored that you like his work and wishes to give this painting to you." The princess looked in the direction of the shopkeeper's gaze. She saw a boy similar in appearance to Chui Jinsi. Qiao Ji's expression suddenly became serious. She looked at Chui Jinsi and saw him staring at young Master Yu. Qiao Ge quietly advised the princess regent, "Young Master Yu and Chui Jinsi come from equally noble families and are both talented. They have been competing with each other for a long time. Princess Regent, I think you should hold off on accepting the painting from young Master Yu for now, to avoid offending Chui Gongzi." They were about to attend Chui's birthday celebration soon. Offending Chui Jinsi now would clearly be unwise. However, the Princess Regent did not listen to Qiao Ge. She directly accepted the painting from young Master Yu. Qiao Ge looked worried. "Your Highness, Chui Jinsi is very close to old Madame Chui. If he finds out that you received the painting from young Master Yu, it could cause trouble." Qiao Ge knew that Chui Jinsi and young Master Yu did not get along. So, seeing the Princess Regent insist on accepting the painting, he became anxious. Her grandfather wanted her to go to Chui's house to celebrate the birthday. It was clear he hoped she would build a good relationship with old Madame Chui. But if the Princess Regent offended Chui Jinsi because of young Master Yu, it would be difficult to strengthen ties with the Chui family. He repeatedly advised her, his eyes fixed on Chui Jinsi. Chui Jinsi, a young man in a bright red robe, looked bold and striking. Meanwhile, young Master Yu, dressed in black, had sharp, cold eyes and a distant expression. They looked at each other calmly, yet there was a hint of rivalry. Young Master Chui. What a coincidence. Young Master Yu greeted coldly, with a hint of challenge in his tone. Young Master Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to also bring a painting to the Lianlong Pavilion auction. Actually, I heard that Chui Jinxi painted a picture and brought it here for the auction. I also painted the same picture and brought it to the auction, just to see who is better, my painting or Chui Jinxi's. Clearly, I won. As soon as young Master Yu said this, the tension between them was obvious to everyone. Master Kong's gaze involuntarily shifted to the Princess Regent. She came from one of the top families in Jiangnan. Her family was equally prestigious, so her connections were not simple. Therefore, she could not afford to offend Chui Jinxi or young Master Yu. So, how should the Princess Regent choose? The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Young Master Yu looked at the princess and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I won't accept your silver for this painting. I'm just curious, why did you choose my painting and leave behind Chui family's painting?" Young Master Yu's question showed his doubt. Chui Jinxi was also curious. Both of them looked at the princess at the same time, hoping for her explanation. Chao Guo also felt nervous for the princess. After all, this was a delicate situation. If not careful, they could offend the two most respected families in Jiangnan. When everyone looked at her, the princess calmly said, "What I want to buy or not buy, do I need to explain to you?" Her words sounded proud, and her confident expression showed her status as a princess. Earlier, when Kong Darren was confused, he was surprised when the princess directly used her identity to pressure others. Then he found it amusing. After all, the princess is a princess. Even if the Jiangnan noble families are influential, under the emperor's power, they are only subjects.
Chao Guo was also surprised.
Then his tension eased. The princess going to Chui's house to celebrate Granny Chui's birthday was already a sign of respect. If Granny Chui still dared to show disrespect to the princess, Chui family would truly be unwise. Offending the royal family, even as the top family in Jiangnan, Chui family might not last long. After understanding this, Chao Guo no longer worried about the princess offending Chui family. He was more concerned that Chui Jinxi, the young master, might not understand why the princess chose young Master Yu's painting and left Chui's painting behind. He might try to stir trouble at the birthday banquet, causing the princess to be displeased. Originally, Chui Jinxi, who was eager for a result, and young Master Yu, both stunned when the little girl in front of them called herself a princess. While they were lost in thought, the princess only glanced at the two of them and then left with her people. It took Chui Jinxi and young Master Yu a long time to recover. That night, the Chui family was bustling. People dressed in fine clothes moved around and talked in the Chui residence. They were originally scattered in small groups. But when Granny Chui appeared and headed toward the gate, all their attention was immediately drawn to her. They followed her, casting glances. They saw Granny Chui leaning on her cane, accompanied by the main matron of the Chui family and others, standing at the gate, looking out eagerly, as if waiting for someone. Some people wondered, old Lady Chui rarely receives guests. Who is coming today that she is so grandly waiting at the door herself? Could it be Governor Chao? In Jiangnan, besides our noble families, only Governor Chao is worth old Lady Chui personally greeting. It definitely isn't Governor Chao. I saw earlier that Governor Chao has already arrived and is having tea with the head of the Chui family. Then who else could it be? Who in Jiangnan would require old Lady Chui to wait at the door? Usually, others come to see her. I heard that the current princess going to the Meng Kingdom to celebrate the king's birthday, along with Master Kong, has arrived in Jiangnan. Yesterday, Governor Chao even took Master Kong to drink with many family heads. So, old Lady Chui waiting at the door is to welcome Master Kong. Master Kong is coming, but it's unlikely old Lady Chui would personally greet him. Besides, Master Kong is a man. If the Chui family is to welcome him, it should be the head of the Chui family, not old Lady Chui. I think it's probably the princess coming. The princess? The royal princess is coming to celebrate old Lady Chui's birthday. If that's true, it would be a great honor for the Chui family. Old Lady Chui's status must be unmatched. Someone sighed with envy. It's because the Chui family is close to Governor Xiao. The princess is now staying at the governor's residence. If the governor speaks well of Old Lady Chui, the princess will naturally show some respect to Governor Xiao, giving Old Lady Chui face. While everyone was talking excitedly, Governor Xiao's carriage arrived at the Chui residence, bringing the princess, Master Kong, and others. Because Governor Xiao had informed the Chui family in advance. That's why Old Lady Chui, the birthday star, had prepared a grand celebration and was waiting at the gate. When the princess stepped down from the carriage, Old Lady Chui's eyes lit up immediately. The princess looked at her with a kind smile. She was the first to notice the heavily dressed Old Lady Chui. Behind Old Lady Chui, a crowd had gathered. Seeing the small princess, everyone was surprised. Is that really the princess? Who would have thought the princess would come to celebrate Old Lady Chui's birthday? Old Lady Chui, trembling, supported herself with her cane and went forward. Her old bones almost knelt before the princess. The princess reached out and helped her up. Madam, there's no need for such ceremony. Thank you, Princess Chong. It is a great honor for me that you came to celebrate my birthday. Please come inside quickly. Princess Chong was led into the house. Although she was young, she carried herself with great presence. Her elegant attire made her seem very noble. Everyone around her bowed respectfully to greet her. At this moment, Chao Go, who was following the princess, felt the power she held. Under such absolute authority, even the top families in Jiangnan like the Chui family and other exclusive noble houses had to bow and submit. As soon as the princess arrived, the major families gathered around her. Old Lady Chui spoke. I hear the princess is going to Menuan to celebrate the king's birthday. Even at such a young age, she works so hard for Xiao country. It's truly a blessing for us common people. The people from the noble families nodded silently in agreement and praise. The princess, who was being praised, showed no embarrassment or unnecessary emotion. She remained calm, indifferent, and spoke casually. It is my duty as a ruler to do so. Her gaze shifted, sweeping over the noble families, and she continued, as a ruler, you have responsibilities. As the people, you have responsibilities. Everyone should do their part. Only then can Xiao country be better. Her words were calm, but carried a subtle warning. The noble families in Jiangnan tend to be exclusive. They seem to compete for power. But when outsiders try to surpass them, these families will unite against them. It is not easy for Governor Xiao to gather the families and keep them in check. And the princess's words were also a warning to these families. Jiangnan is far from the imperial city, but they are still citizens. Xiao country belongs to Xiao country. They must remember their duty to the people. They should not do anything that harms Xiao country. Otherwise, Jiangnan is far from the imperial city, and the royal family will not tolerate their arrogance. Of course, if they remember their duty and do not harm Xiao country, the royal family will leave them alone. Jiangnan will still be their land, and they can continue to rule here. Old Lady Chui's eyes flickered slightly, sensing the meaning behind the princess's words. Many of the noble families also understood her message. They were all deeply shaken. I didn't expect that the young princess could be so skillful at subtly guiding them, even at such a young age. As she grows older, how unpredictable will she become? Although Lord Kong had known for a long time that the young princess was different from other children, seeing her confidently and quietly challenging the major noble families made him quite surprised. After she lightly criticized each noble family a few times, they all dispersed. Old Lady Chui, who was 90 years old, felt tired after chatting briefly with the young princess. She asked her daughter-in-law to entertain the princess. The head lady of the Chui family knew the princess was very important and always showed her great respect. Even when hosting other guests, she would find her daughter to stay close to the princess. Many children supported the princess. Chui Jinsi and young Master Yu often kept their eyes on her. After a while, Chui Jinsi said, "Today is lively, and since the princess is here, why don't we each draw something for her to judge?" As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Yu, was the first to agree. Everyone else was surprised. They all knew Cui Jinxi and young Master Yu had been competing against each other for a while, but this was the first time they openly challenged each other. Only Qiao Zheming understood. The two were upset because they hadn't reached a final decision in the Lingling Pavilion matter. Cui Jinxi wanted to understand where he had lost. Young Master Yu wanted to know why the princess chose his painting. He hoped she would clearly tell Cui Jinxi what his advantages and winning points were. Would the princess like to give us her opinion? Young Master Yu asked. Everyone looked at the princess. These young noblemen had been raised to be the center of attention since childhood. But in front of the princess, they felt much lower. Her presence made their curious gazes even more intense. But they were even more curious about what kind of decision the princess would make. The princess gently touched her teacup and said, "Since you all want to compete, then let's do so." As soon as she finished speaking, Cui Jinxi ordered someone to prepare brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. They were laid out in front of the noble young men. Some volunteers chose to give up the contest. Others wanted to see who was better, Cui Jinxi or young Master Yu. So for a while, many people were painting. Although the young masters of the great families were competing with each other, their competition was honest and fair. In this way, winning meant being respected, and losing did not mean being looked down upon. After a few cups of tea, someone finished their painting. Once they finished, they sat quietly and waited. Only after all the young masters finished their paintings did someone bring each one to the crown princess. The crown princess looked over each painting carefully. In the end, she kept 3 paintings. 2 of these were clearly the 2 identical paintings from the Lingling Pavilion. It was obvious that Cui Jinxi and young Master Yu were eager to see the results. The crown princess glanced at the paintings and looked at Cui Jinxi. "It seems you really want to know where you lost." Cui Jinxi didn't beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "Knowing where I lost helps me understand how to win next time. Since the crown princess has seen through my intention, I hope she will tell me clearly." The crown princess stroked her prayer beads without directly saying where he went wrong. Instead, she asked Cui Jinxi, "As the head of the Cui family and a clever young man since childhood, you must have been raised with great care and love, right?" Cui Jinxi didn't understand what she meant but nodded. "Yes." After hearing this, the crown princess didn't say more. She looked at young Master Yu and asked, "Young Master Yu, your treatment at home should be different from Cui Jinxi's, right?" Young Master Yu frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I am a commoner's son." He was honest about being a commoner's son, showing no shame or inferiority. His calm and composed attitude showed he was mature and steady. The crown princess nodded. "From your painting, I can see that you are more mature in mind, while Cui Jinxi's painting looks more childish. Do you understand my choice now?" Cui Jinxi didn't understand completely, but he didn't ask further. However, young Master Yu understood. He understood that the crown princess saw through his painting. Cui Jinxi was the legitimate son of the head of the Cui family, raised with great care, unaware of the hardships of the world, which made his painting simple and pure. But young Master Yu was different. He was born from a concubine, and his biological mother only had a daughter. His father valued his son more than his daughter. His biological mother came from a noble family and was a daughter of a prominent household, married to his father. Therefore, no matter how much his father liked his son, he would not let his son overshadow his first wife. His biological mother treated him kindly, but she also disciplined him sometimes. She also made his concubine mother set rules in his presence. Young Master Yu was very perceptive and knew how to behave appropriately. Because of this, his paintings looked more mature. When he and Cui Jinxi painted similar pictures, the crown princess chose Master Yu's work for its style. It wasn't because his painting was better, but because it looked more mature and sensible, which the crown princess liked. After comparing Cui Jinxi's and Master Yu's paintings, the crown princess said, "Your 2 styles are different. Master Yu's style suits me more, but the best painting is this one." She pointed to the 3rd painting, a birthday celebration picture. Old Lady Cui entered with the crown princess from the Cui residence's main gate. She wore a happy smile. The crown princess beside her looked young but radiated noble dignity. Very impressive. This painting mainly featured the crown princess and old lady Chui. But the expressions of the people around them were also very lively and realistic. Most importantly, the lines in the painting were very detailed and complex. The artist managed to create such a wonderful piece in just a few tea breaks, showing exceptional skill. The outstanding painting immediately drew everyone's attention, including the two who had been competing earlier. Chui Jinsi asked, "Who made this painting?" A young boy, not very handsome, stepped forward and said, "It's me." He was younger than Chui Jinsi and Master Yu. He looked innocent, with clear eyes. Chui Jinsi looked at him and then at the painting, seeming a bit doubtful that he could have created such a work. Master Yu asked, "Which artist did you learn from?" The boy replied, "From the artists at Xingde Academy." Xingde Academy is the most famous school in Jiangnan. Chui Jinsi and Master Yu both studied there in the Confucian arts. Master Yu asked again, "There are many artists at Xingde Academy. Which one taught you?" The boy answered, "Master Chung." Currently, he is not the best student of Master Chung, but he has taught students who are better at painting than they are. For a moment, Chui Jinsi and young Master Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Some observant people in the crowd teased, "Shui Zhao, I didn't expect you to have such painting skills quietly. It really opened our eyes. The princess long praised your painting as the best. If you took your painting to Lianlong Pavilion, it would probably fetch a higher price." When praised, the young master didn't know whether he was simple-minded or acting on purpose. He said, "Father doesn't want me to take my paintings to Lianlong Pavilion. He says that good things are hard to buy with money. Once their value is set, they are no different from ordinary objects." When Chui Jinsi and young Master Yu had previously taken their paintings to Lianlong Pavilion for auction and were called ordinary objects, their expressions immediately stiffened. The young master trying to smooth things over also looked a bit stiff. Some people who like to see the fun asked Shui Zhao, "Shui Zhao, you said that things with defined value are all ordinary objects. I heard that Chui Jinsi and Yu Zijin both took their paintings to Lianlong Pavilion. Are you saying their paintings are also ordinary objects?" Shui Zhao, who hadn't fully reacted earlier, was caught off guard by this question and looked stunned. This reminder made Shui Zhao realize he had said something offensive. But he didn't panic. After a moment of silence, he said, "Jinsi and Zijin are truly famous gentlemen from Jiangnan. They don't need to seek fame like I do. I am different. I can't succeed in literature or martial arts, but I have some talent in painting. That's why my family wants me to succeed in painting. If I chase after false fame, I apologize for causing laughter." Although Shui Zhao belittled himself and praised Chui Jinsi and Yu Zijin, no one thought he was truly putting himself down. Instead, people saw him as clever and good at handling situations. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Chui Jinsi and Yu Zijin looked much happier. Chui Jinsi even admitted, "My painting skills are slightly better. I have nothing to be ashamed of. In the future, I hope to have a chance to learn from young Master Shui." Yu Zijin added, "Count me in too." At this point, the tense atmosphere completely eased. Shui Zhao then stepped into the territory of the Chui and Yu families. After dining at the Chui family, the princess was sent away by old lady Chui and the head lady of the Chui family. She had just arrived at the governor's office when the governor brought her a box of rare treasures. He explained, "Old lady Chui thanks the princess for celebrating her birthday. Since the princess is of noble status, her visit is already a sign of respect. I heard she also sent a gift, so she selected these items as a return gift. I hope the princess won't mind. I think the Chui family is trying to please her, so it's best to accept these." Gaining recognition from such a noble family is quite rare. The princess remained calm and said, "If that's the case, I will accept them." The governor smiled and nodded before leaving. Back in his study, he called Xiao Chan and Xiao Ge. He asked them to tell him everything about following the princess these past few days. Xiao Chan didn't say much, but Xiao Ge talked non-stop, giving very detailed accounts. Finally, the governor looked at Xiao Chan with a disappointed expression and asked, "Chan, don't you want to follow the princess?" Xiao Chan replied, "Father, The princess is a lady. It wouldn't be proper for me to follow her. My sister Ge is also a girl, and she is more suitable to follow the princess. Besides, I can see that Ge really likes the princess. I think she is willing to follow her. The governor didn't expose his dislike for the princess but asked, "Are you sure about your choice today? Do you have no regrets?" Xiao Chan answered firmly, "I will never regret it." The governor nodded. "Since you've made your decision, I won't force you. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to follow the princess anymore. You may go now." Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. "I will take my leave." The governor watched him leave until he was out of sight before turning to Xiao Ge and asking, "Does Ge like the princess?" Xiao Ge honestly replied, "The princess isn't like other young girls. She's very clever and reserved. I believe she'll be very influential in the Xiao kingdom in the future. Most importantly, I think my grandfather wouldn't be mistaken. Since he asked us to get close to her, it must be because he sees potential in her." The governor was pleased with Xiao Ji's insight and nodded. He then reminded him, "If you follow the princess, you can't stay in the house and be a pampered young lady. Are you ready for that?" Xiao Ge nodded. "I've thought it through. I want to follow the princess and serve her. I hope grandfather will speak well for me. The future looks bright, but she prefers a comfortable life. She chooses to work hard for a promising future." Seeing that Xiao Ge made her decision without hesitation, General Qiao nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good. Your determination is admirable. It's no wonder your grandfather chose you among your sisters. I heard the Crown Princess's companion reader has not been selected yet. I will make sure you are one of her companions. In the future, you must carefully assist the Crown Princess. Only then can you stand taller and stronger. In this world, only those who stand tall can find their own path and protect the people they care about. Remember my words today." Xiao Ge looked serious and replied, "Granddaughter will remember." The next day, only Xiao Ge appeared beside the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess didn't ask much. Instead, General Qiao invited the Crown Princess to join him on a patrol. It was a rainy day in Jiangnan. General Qiao wore a raincoat and a bamboo hat while riding a horse. He had specially prepared a small raincoat and hat for the Crown Princess to invite her. Although he knew the Crown Princess could ride a horse, he was still impressed to see her skillfully riding. Jiangnan is a water town with many rivers and canals. It rains often here. Regular patrols are necessary to prevent water from blocking the channels and flooding the area. General Qiao's ability to earn the respect of the local noble families comes from being a responsible and diligent official. During the patrol, he explained a lot about Jiangnan's water conditions to the Crown Princess. He was an old man, but he treated her not as a child, but as a future ruler. This shows that General Qiao is a clever and strategic official. No wonder he is successful in Jiangnan. Finally, he brought up an important matter, saying, "I've heard the Crown Princess is still choosing her companion reader. I wonder if my granddaughter, Xiao Ge, is qualified." The Crown Princess didn't speak, only looked at him. Her gaze was not innocent like a child's, but deep and mysterious. Although General Qiao was in Jiangnan, he had many spies in the Imperial city. As a high-ranking official living far from the capital, he needed to keep an eye on things. Jiangnan is a wealthy place. If he had no contacts in the capital, he might be vulnerable to envy or threats. So, even though he was in Jiangnan, he also knew that everything related to the Crown Princess was very important. Originally, he was very curious about this Crown Princess from the letter from the Imperial city. From the letter, he could see that the Emperor intended to make the Crown Princess the First Lady. Therefore, he seized the opportunity when the Crown Princess came to Jiangnan. He sent people to be close to her. Grandson Xiao Chan had shallow insight and was very disappointed. But luckily, his granddaughter had a long-term view and understood his intentions. Although he now held a high official position and managed Jiangnan well, the younger generation in his family, because they lived far from the imperial city, were not officials at court. If time passed and he passed away, the Qiao family's status would decline greatly. At that time, with so many members in the Qiao family, where would they go? But if his granddaughter Xiao Ge followed the Crown Princess, and if, over time, the Crown Princess truly became empress, then the Qiao family could still remain prosperous. Moreover, even if the crown princess does not become empress in the future, her intelligence and her importance in Xiao Kingdom would be very significant. From the moment the crown princess first arrived in Jiangnan and met him, and from what he learned from his granddaughter about her recent actions, he was very certain of this. Commissioner Chao's eyes flashed with a dark light, but no one could see it.
Companion?
Commissioner Chao, you hold a high official rank, and your granddaughter is noble.
You are far away in Jiangnan.
Are you willing to let your granddaughter follow this princess? The crown princess asked. The crown princess's surroundings are dangerous. As her companion, she naturally has to worry about her and help her with everything, not just solve her problems. So, Chao's family being in Jiangnan and Xiao Ge following the crown princess is not a wise decision. Commissioner Chao did not answer whether he was willing or not. Instead, he asked back, although Gear has only been with the crown princess for a few days, I believe the crown princess can see that Gear is an extraordinary girl. Moreover, Gear chose to follow the crown princess willingly. I think she has chosen her own path and will give her all to succeed and shine brightly. The crown princess looked to the side where Xiao Ge was riding a horse, dressed in a simple raincoat and straw hat, wearing a servant's outfit. She asked, I am going to Menuan to celebrate the king's birthday. If my guess is correct, Menuan will try to secretly harm me during this trip. It's very dangerous. Miss Ge, are you willing to follow me? The crown princess's future was destined to be the highest peak. Although Xiao Ge was a young girl, she was to stay close to the princess. The princess wouldn't allow her to be just a delicate flower. If Xiao Ge insisted on being her companion, she had to be able to handle hardships and challenges. The princess's words made Qiao's supervisor pause. He looked at Lord Kong. Lord Kong also looked surprised. But they exchanged glances without saying anything. Inside, they were deeply shocked. Because the princess knew there was a risk of assassination but remained calm and brave. This kind of courage was rare for most adults. Because of this, Qiao's supervisor became more certain. If Xiao Ge was willing to follow the princess, her future would be very bright. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fell on Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge met the princess's eyes and firmly said, I swear to follow the princess forever, and I will never regret it. Her firm words didn't make the princess change her mind. Instead, she said, I don't like double-minded people. If Miss Ge follows me, she must be loyal. Otherwise, it could bring trouble to her family. So, Miss Ge, do you still want to go? Xiao Ge looked at her grandfather. Seeing his determined look, she nodded firmly. I won't change my mind because I will never be disloyal to the princess. The princess suddenly smiled. Her smile was gentle but profound. Xiao Ge didn't understand what her light smile meant. Until the princess said, Since that's the case, Miss Ge, get ready. After this rain passes, we will go to Menuan together to celebrate the king's birthday. Qiao Ji's face lit up with joy, and she quickly replied, I obey, Your Highness. After the princess agreed, Qiao Ji's outfit became much simpler and more practical. Her mother also asked her, why would a well-behaved young lady leave her home to serve the princess? Although the princess was very noble, but serving others is always considered a lower position. Her daughter, who is spoiled and cherished. Naturally, she hopes her daughter will always be cared for and loved, not serving others. Xiao Ge asked her back, Mother, how did I become this young lady? And where is my honor? Her mother instinctively replied, Your grandfather is Qiao Zongdu, a second-rank official. As his granddaughter, how could you not be noble? Xiao Ge listened without questioning and asked, But what if one day, grandfather is gone? Her mother was startled and murmured, How could that be? Xiao Ge sighed. It can happen. Grandfather is old, and only he holds an official position. Looking at your uncles and father, none of them are officials. So, when the Princess Dowager visits, grandfather chose my brother and me to accompany her. The goal is to hope that someday grandfather will step down or Qiao family can have others to carry on the family name. Her mother suddenly understood but then questioned, But you're a girl. But you're a girl? This sentence made Xiao Ge very unhappy. She couldn't help but think of the scene when the Princess Dowager was at Chui's house, where the heads of noble families bowed and greeted her respectfully. If you have absolute power, then being a girl doesn't matter. You can still make people bow and submit. Thinking of this, Xiao spoke with a displeased tone, questioning her mother. Mother, I am your daughter. The path I choose is mine. You shouldn't doubt me but trust and support me. Even grandfather chose me among my sisters because he believes I have the ability to rise quickly. Yet, mother, I was raised by you. Why don't you believe in me? Her mother sighed. Mother doesn't doubt your intelligence, but she's worried you're still young. The official world is dangerous, and the Princess Dowager's side is even more perilous. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. Xiao scoffed at her mother's worries. Danger or not, if I can reach the highest position, even if it means risking my life, it's worth it. Her mother didn't expect her daughter to be so ambitious. She was stunned for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. Xiao has ambitions. These ambitions have been with her since she was young. Her grandfather holds a second-rank official position, supported by powerful families in Jiangnan. Xiao family, who is favored by him. In her dealings outside, she always finds it easier. The most memorable time was once, her mother and her great-aunt went to a banquet together. The great-aunt brought her daughter, and her mother brought her along. During that event, her older cousin got into a fight with someone. Seeing this, she went to help. However, in the end, the other person only spoke a few words and let the matter go. When it was her turn, the other person refused to give up, demanding she kneel and apologize or complain to her grandfather. In the end, she not only kneeled and apologized, but was also made to kneel in the ancestral hall for several hours, nearly risking her life. Afterwards, her grandfather asked her, "Are you upset with me?" Xiao felt resentful, feeling unfairly treated. She had only fought to help her cousin. Yet, her grandfather did not punish her cousin, only her. Her grandfather was not angry about her resentment but asked, "Do you understand why the other person keeps targeting you, while they easily let go of your cousin, the main person involved?" Xiao quickly replied, "Because my cousin's father is the eldest son of the family, and the grandfather loves him. The other person is trying to show respect to the grandfather by letting go of my cousin, but is targeting me to gain the grandfather's favor." Her grandfather was silent for a long time before finally saying, "You are very clever, Gear. In the future, you must think carefully before acting. Although I hold a high official position, I am not all-powerful. I need to maintain balance. If I make a wrong move, many people will swarm in and threaten to destroy everything. The Xiao family could be ruined. So, this time, you must accept the hardship." Although such incidents only happened once, Xiao remembered it deeply. From that moment on, she always thought carefully before acting, to ensure she wouldn't become a scapegoat again. After that, Xiao yearned for power. Only with power could she have more choices and be the one chosen, not the one doing the choosing. Soon after Xiao became the attendant to the eldest princess, news spread quickly. Taking this opportunity, Xiao expressed her desire to win over the children of noble families who would become future heads of the southern families. If Xiao can control them, then Jiangnan will also be under the Long Princess's power. The Long Princess did not doubt Xiao Ji's ideas. She simply said to her, "As long as you do not betray me, you can do as you wish." What Xiao can hold on to is beneficial to the Long Princess. So, she is willing to give her authority. Having gained power, Xiao feels excited. Without hesitation, she wrote a post inviting young members of noble families to attend the banquet. In the past, Xiao would not have been listened to if she invited noble children. But now, since she has become the Long Princess's companion, even though the future is uncertain, her backing is the Long Princess. The noble children all give her respect. The banquet is lively. Among the crowd, Xiao is surrounded and led by others. Everyone talks with her at the center. Even Chui Jinxi asks, "Since Miss Xiao has become the Long Princess's companion, will you follow her to the Imperial city in the future?" Xiao nods. "Of course." Chui Jinxi says, "I haven't been to the Imperial city yet. If I have time someday, I hope Miss Xiao can host and give me some advice. Xiao Ge replies, "You're too polite, young Master Chui. We are acquaintances. If you need help in the future, I will do my best to assist." As soon as she speaks, others agree and support her. The future is unpredictable, but if she can connect with the Long Princess, it's a big advantage. So, many noble sons pledge loyalty to her. Xiao Ge welcomes everyone, especially since this banquet was held to gather noble families. Even the girl, who once made her kneel in punishment, smiles and talks with her. She initially feels shy and apologizes. "Miss Xiao, I was wrong before. I apologize." She apologizes openly in front of everyone. Xiao Ji's worries fade away. She smiles kindly and says, "We were young and naive. The past is the past. Miss Jiang, please don't take it to heart. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Xiao." Miss Jiang politely thanked everyone and finished the matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge was lively among the young masters of noble families. In a corner, Xiao Chan watched this scene with a frown. Other Xiao family juniors beside him said, "Ge has become the Long Princess's reading companion. She's really impressive." Yes, she is impressive. Gathering the children of noble families, even the son of the main Xiao family official's eldest son, doesn't have this kind of face. But now, Xiao Ge has it. Because she became the Long Princess's reading companion. She has become the most outstanding grandchild of the Xiao family. At this moment, she is shining brightly, radiating light everywhere. Even though the Long Princess hasn't appeared to support her, her role as a reading companion is enough to make these young noble children want to build good relations with her. After all, these young nobles also want a strong backing to help them compete for power within their families. For example, Chui Jinsi. Although he is destined to be the future head of the Chui family, many other Chui family members are eyeing him, trying to push him down. If Chui Jinsi makes enemies with the Long Princess and other Chui grandchildren befriend her, then Chui Jinsi, no matter how talented, will lose the chance to become the head of the family. Brother Jean, wasn't it originally decided that you and Ge would stay with the Long Princess? Why did Ge become her reading companion, but you weren't chosen? Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, looking unhappy. He originally didn't want to follow the Long Princess. She was young and a girl, with little future. But now, seeing Xiao Ji's success, he felt a bit regretful. If he had become the Long Princess's reading companion, he would be the one being celebrated now. Someone asked Xiao Zhan, but he didn't answer. Instead, he gave a reason, probably because Brother Jean didn't want to be the Long Princess's reading companion. After all, the Long Princess is just a girl, very delicate and prone to crying. My sister is the same. If I had to stay close to her all the time, I wouldn't want to either. Brother Jean probably thinks the same. Xiao Zhan didn't reply. He turned around and left. Back in the courtyard, his mother asked him, "Why was Ge chosen as the Long Princess's reading companion? You weren't selected? Didn't your grandfather want both of you to stay close to the Long Princess?" Xiao Zhan sat down angrily, scolding. "Angry? Why are you angry? Is it because you weren't chosen?" Madame Xiao saw how temperamental Xiao Zhan was and frowned. "Where is your anger coming from? Taking it out on your mother without reason? I only asked a question. If it's not there, then it's not. Can't you speak nicely?" Realizing he had been rude, Xiao Zhan understood he had acted improperly. He didn't apologize, but sat silently, feeling upset. Madame Xiao didn't want to bother him and thought he would calm down on his own. But after a moment she asked, "Are you upset because you weren't chosen?" Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's because I didn't want to serve the crown princess." "Then, is that why you're unhappy?" Madame Xiao asked with a frown. "Mother, you saw it too." Today, Xiao Ge was very impressive. She gained the support of many noble families and became a companion to the crown princess. In the future, the Xiao family will have to follow her lead. Xiao Zhan's words made Madame Xiao silent. Because it was true. This was a fact. And right now, it was a thorn in the Xiao family's heart. A young girl, who in the future would surpass her uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Though they were family, the most successful wasn't their own biological daughter. Feeling regretful, the Xiao family couldn't help but develop some other thoughts. Since genre has made his choice, don't have other feelings. Don't let others laugh at you, Madame Xiao advised. Not having other feelings? Xiao Zhan knew he couldn't do that right now. His heart was heavy. He didn't want to serve a young girl, afraid of gossip. But he also envied Xiao Ji's success. His heart was in turmoil. So, when he learned that his grandfather had returned home, he hesitantly entered his study. Grandfather Xiao saw him come in, but said nothing. He wandered nearby, occasionally glancing at him. Grandfather Xiao guessed his feelings, but didn't say anything. In this world, any different choice means accepting different consequences. He had given Xiao Zhan and Xiao Go opportunities. Xiao Zhan didn't seize his chance, and now that he wanted to change his mind, it was too late. Xiao Zhan saw that his grandfather was ignoring him. He pretended to cough twice. But Grandfather Xiao still paid no attention. He looked down at the report in his hand. Grandfather Xiao held a high official rank and was very clever, like a beehive full of bees. Xiao Zhan, just a young boy, was no match for him. Seeing that his grandfather still ignored him, Xiao Zhan hesitantly called out, "Grandfather." Grandfather Xiao didn't look up and asked, "Is there something?" Caught off guard, Xiao Zhan didn't know what to say. His grandfather was always strict at home, so Xiao Zhan didn't dare bring up this matter.
And he didn't know how to say it.
Should he say he regretted it? Or praise his sister's good fortune? Or ask, "Grandfather, why didn't you tell me earlier that I would be a companion to the princess?" Or suggest, "Grandfather, maybe I should be a companion to the princess too." He didn't dare to say these things, and he felt ashamed. After all, his grandfather had once reminded him, "Do you regret today's choice?" He had promised, "My grandson will never regret. Nothing more, go back now. Grandfather is busy and doesn't have time to see you." After speaking, Grandfather Xiao lowered his head to look at the report again. Xiao Zhan pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave directly. As soon as he stepped out of his grandfather's courtyard, he met Xiao Ge. Xiao Zhan's expression froze. He stopped in front of her and said, "Grandfather is busy. He doesn't have time to see anyone." "Xiao Ge, I'll tell him you have something to say. Come back later." Xiao Ge looked at him meaningfully. "But it was grandfather who asked me to come." Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank suddenly. Xiao Ge ignored his stiff expression and walked past him into his grandfather's courtyard, heading toward his study. Inside the study, he heard footsteps. Grandfather Xiao looked up. Seeing it was Xiao Ge, he smiled and said, "Ge, you're here, grandfather." Xiao Ge bowed politely. Grandfather Xiao nodded with satisfaction and praised her for her behavior at today's banquet. "Even surrounded by many, you remain calm and composed. You've made peace with past grudges and shown great skill. Grandfather was right to trust you." When praised, Xiao Ji's face couldn't hide her happiness. Although she was young, she suppressed many thoughts. She believed that as the Long Princess's companion, she had little to show for herself. So she thought of using her grandfather's influence to win over the noble families. If someday they could do something for her or the Long Princess, she would gain much support. Grand Tutor Xiao nodded and said, "You're thinking correctly. If there's a shortcut, there's no need to take the long way. Although these families are gathered in Jiangnan, there are many forces across Xiao country. If you can hold them in your hand, it will be very helpful to you." Xiao Ge nodded. She agreed with this idea. "However, I must remind you, although the Long Princess has given you authority, you must remember not to act in her name for everything. The Long Princess is very precious. If you damage her reputation, it could be dangerous for you. Especially." Grand Tutor Xiao understood that the Long Princess, though young, was very clever and scheming. Today, his granddaughter managed to get the Long Princess to speak and become her companion. Tomorrow, a single word from the Long Princess could ruin her completely. In this world, glory and power are often just a thin line away from disaster. Grand Tutor Xiao's warning was taken seriously by Xiao Ge. "My granddaughter understands. Although this gathering of noble children is under the Long Princess's name, I have already reported to her." Grand Tutor Xiao nodded. "As long as you understand, that's enough. Today, I want to tell you a few more things. Since I have sent you to be with the Long Princess, I will use all my influence to support you. But Gur, remember, you are from the Xiao family. No matter how high you stand, you must protect your family. Family members can argue, but no matter what, your sword must not be pointed at them, unless they point theirs at you. Xiao Ji's expression became serious. I will remember my grandfather's words. When Xiao Ge left the study, Xiao Chan had not yet gone. He had just overheard the conversation from the courtyard. His grandfather said he would use all his influence to support Xiao Ge. Xiao Chan looked at his sister walking toward him. She was half a head shorter than him. Her face was innocent and young. When she fell and cried loudly as a child, he had comforted her. She was 2 years younger than him and had never been to a school. But her grandfather wanted to use all his influence to help her rise quickly. Originally, Xiao Chan didn't know this. Just now, in the study, there was a conversation between grandfather and Xiao Ge. It made him realize, in the future, Xiao Ge will be the head of the Xiao family. She will be the future Xiao governor.
How can this be?
The future Xiao governor should be him, Xiao Chan. He and his grandfather are both men. His grandfather is not helping him advance smoothly. Instead, he is paving the way for Xiao Ge, a girl, to rise easily. This is simply a joke. Ask yourself, in today's Xiao Kingdom royal family, are women allowed to hold official positions? Xiao Zhan's expression clearly shows his displeasure. Xiao Ge looked at his expression, her eyes flickering slightly, but she remained calm and said, Brother Zhan, why are you still here? Are you here to see grandfather? If you have something to discuss, just go quickly. It's late, and after finishing your business, you should go to bed early.
Cao Zhan Sana Inwali.
Even if he had something to discuss with grandfather, he probably wouldn't want to talk to him now. The Xiao family has many grandchildren. When will it be his turn, Xiao Zhan, to do whatever he wants in front of grandfather? But Xiao Ge will definitely have that chance in the future. Originally, that chance should have been his. But he didn't seize it. What he didn't know was that grandfather intended to send him to be a companion reader for the eldest princess. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have refused. So, even if he changed his mind, it wouldn't be considered wrong. Thinking of this, Xiao Ji's expression suddenly darkened. Seeing her like this, a cold flash crossed her eyes. Xiao Ge is not stupid. She knew that getting the chance to be the eldest princess's companion reader meant her quick thinking. So now, seeing Xiao Zhan's unhappy face and his earlier attempt to stop her from seeing grandfather, she could guess that Xiao Zhan was regretting his choice. But there is no regret medicine in this world. What she has obtained, she will not give up. With a cold smile in her heart, Xiao Ge appeared calm on the surface and said, If there's nothing else, I'll go back first, sister. She stepped forward to leave. Xiao Zhan, however, sarcastically said, Gur, today you really looked impressive. Xiao Ge paused, then sarcastically replied, As the companion to the eldest princess, of course I am proud. Actually, my sister should thank her brother. After all, our grandfather first asked if he was willing to follow the eldest princess. If he had chosen to follow her that day, then the role of companion would belong to him. My sister might want it, but probably wouldn't have a chance. Luckily, my brother didn't want it, so thank you, brother. Although Xiao Zhan has a narrow view, he is not stupid. He naturally understood Xiao Ji's gleeful mockery. His face darkened with displeasure. Sister Ge now has the support of the eldest princess, so she is quite confident. But are you sure your role as a companion is secure? Feeling threatened, Xiao Ge remained calm. What I have, I will hold tightly so it doesn't slip away. As for you, brother, having made a choice and then regretting it, does that make you look like a joke? And do you think that just because you regret, you still have a chance to change things? Xiao Ge stepped closer to Xiao Zhan. Grandfather gave us a fair chance to compete. It's your own mistake that you missed it. Now you come to trouble me? Xiao Zhan, think about it. There are many children in the Xiao family and plenty of brothers your age. Why did grandfather choose to give me this opportunity among so many grandchildren? Xiao Zhan's threats didn't scare Xiao Ge. Instead, her questions made Xiao Zhan's heart shake, and he suddenly panicked. Perhaps subconsciously, he felt that Ge was the most suitable for the role of the eldest princess's companion. As Xiao Zhan doubted this, Xiao Ge revealed her suspicion. Because in grandfather's eyes, I am the most suitable. So your loss was destined. Loss? Xiao Zhan refused to admit defeat. He didn't want to lose either. So, when Xiao Ge said he lost, it immediately angered him. Then I want to see if you really will lose. Humph. Xiao Zhan's expression turned cold as he snorted and turned to leave. He didn't see the mocking look in Xiao Ji's eyes as he walked away. If this role of her companion was something she had schemed for, she might really struggle to hold on to it. But her role as a companion was clearly approved by both her grandfather and the eldest princess. She didn't need to worry about anyone taking her position away. No matter what methods Xiao Zhan uses, he will only be seen as a petty clown. Xiao Zhan returned to the courtyard, furious. He threw things around. The servant quickly delivered the message to Madame Qiao. Madame Qiao frowned and came to Xiao Zhan's courtyard. Where did you get hurt again? Coming back and throwing a fit? If your grandfather hears about this, what good impression will he have of you? Your grandfather gave you a chance with the reading companion, but you didn't seize it. He might already be disappointed in you. If you cause more trouble, how can you expect to have any face in front of him? The Qiao family has many grandchildren. If Xiao Zhan can't earn respect from the head of the family, his future will be bleak. Madame Qiao spoke kindly, hoping to help Xiao Zhan. But, unfortunately, Xiao Zhan was upset because of Xiao Ge. So her words didn't calm him down. Instead, they made him even angrier. In front of Madame Qiao, he picked up a teacup from the table and threw it down hard. With a loud crash, the teacup shattered into pieces at her feet, and her face darkened instantly. She shouted angrily, "Xiao Zhan, you are so rude. Have you forgotten your manners? How dare you throw things in front of your mother? Are you planning to stop respecting me as your mother? When did you become so lawless?" Xiao Zhan, already upset, felt a wave of sadness rise in his heart because of her scolding. Tears filled his eyes as he cried out, "Xiao Ge makes me suffer. Grandfather doesn't like me, and now you're scolding me too.
No one wants me.
If I'm not wanted, I might as well die." After shouting, he tried to run outside. Madame Qiao was startled. She quickly grabbed him.
Cao Zhan Stuga Lao.
Madame Qiao signaled to the maid to help. The maid also hurried to stop him. Xiao Zhan silently cried as he was held back. Madame Qiao was also angry inside. Her son kept crying and shouting, even talking about dying. Meanwhile, other girls are calm, clever, and thoughtful, making people smile. But no matter how good other girls are, they are not hers. Her own son may not be perfect, but he is still part of her. She worked hard for 10 months, risking her life to bring him into the world. She endured many years to raise him into the person he is now. How could she let others deceive him? Madame Qiao reached out to comfort Xiao Zhan, soothing his feelings. Since Xiao Zhan is still a child, he is treated gently. He felt even more wronged. He threw himself into Madame Qiao's arms and softly called out, "Mother." Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Zhan, if you feel wronged, tell Mother. I may not be the head of this household, but I will think of ways to help you." When the maid saw they were about to discuss a secret matter, she wisely stepped back and closed the door to keep their conversation private. Now only Madame Qiao and Xiao Zhan were inside. Xiao Zhan then shared his feelings of regret. "Mother, I regret it. I also want to be the crown princess's companion." You don't know. He recounted what he overheard outside the study, conversations between General Qiao and Xiao Ge, and told Madame Qiao everything. Madame Qiao's heart pounded fiercely. Her father was putting the future of the Qiao family on Xiao Ge, just because she was the crown princess's companion?
Why?
Even if she was a princess, she was only a princess of a small country. She would never become the ruler of Xiao Kingdom. Her father didn't plan to place hopes on the princes, but instead focused on the crown princess. He was willing to do everything to help Xiao Ge rise to power. She was just a girl, and no matter how promising she seemed, she was only a maidservant serving the princess. Could there be some other secret behind all this? Madame Qiao couldn't guess what other secrets there might be. But since her grandfather could help someone rise quickly, why couldn't it be her son? If her son rose quickly, she would also benefit from his success. As Madame Chao's thoughts raced, she remained deep in contemplation. Xiao Chan complained, "It's all my grandfather's fault. He didn't clearly tell me I was going to be a companion to the princess. I thought I was just supposed to serve her nearby, so I refused to follow the princess. If I had known I was to be her companion, I would have gladly gone. I wouldn't have given the chance to Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge is fine, I even gave her the opportunity. She just mocked me earlier, saying I was bound to lose in the competition. Now that she's the princess's companion, she doesn't even show me the basic respect I deserve. Mother, she's so arrogant. I can't accept it. That should have been my place." Xiao Zhan's exaggerated words successfully made Madame Chao dislike Xiao Ge. She sneered. Before the princess left, "Xiao Ge already relied on her position as a companion and didn't regard you, brother. If she rises further in the future, she might even forget about you. Mother, what should I do? I don't want her to become the princess's companion. That should be my position. I want to take it back." Madame Chao's eyes flashed with a secret light. "Genre, don't worry. Mother will help you. This is her son's thing. She wouldn't let anyone else take it away." She comforted Xiao Zhan's feelings. Madame Chao left Xiao Zhan's courtyard, deep in thought. She wondered how to remove Xiao Ge from her role as a companion. But before she could think of a plan, the next day at noon, Qiao the governor gathered all the household heads. He announced Qiao Ji's new role as a companion to the princess. During the lunch banquet, Qiao the governor said, "Since Gur has become the princess's companion from now on, except for me, everyone in the household must prioritize Gur." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhan was so angry his eyes turned red. Others looked at Xiao Ge with different expressions. Xiao Ge stood calmly beside her grandfather, unbothered. It seemed she accepted the fact that the household's priorities now centered on her, as if it was natural. Someone asked doubtfully, "Grandfather, didn't you say earlier that genre was sent to the princess? Why is Xiao Ge the only one becoming her companion?" Governor Chao's gaze fell on Xiao Zhan. Although he felt disappointed inside, he did not judge his grandson as short-sighted in front of everyone. He simply said, "Genre doesn't want to do it, so I won't force him." He was thinking only of Xiao Zhan's reputation. But Xiao Zhan interrupted him. He said, "Grandfather, I am willing to be the Long Princess's companion, but you didn't ask me if I wanted to do that." This was a false accusation. Governor Chao's face darkened immediately. Seeing his serious expression, Xiao Zhan shrank back. But he knew this might be his only chance. So he quickly added, "Grandfather, I didn't know you wanted me to be the Long Princess's companion, so I refused to follow her. I let you down. Now I regret it and hope you will give me another chance." In front of everyone, Xiao Zhan knelt straight down with both knees. What Xiao Zhan wanted made the crowd's expressions change again. There were 4 companions for the Long Princess. Xiao Ge had already taken one spot. Since ancient times, the role of a companion was a balancing act. A family couldn't have 2 companions. Xiao Ge had the position, so Xiao Zhan could only be left out. If Xiao Zhan took the spot, Xiao Ge would have to step down. Everyone looked at Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ge, and then at Governor Chao, waiting for his decision. They wondered whether he would choose his grandson to rise smoothly and become the future head of the Chao family, or his granddaughter to do the same. Under everyone's gaze, Governor Chao was silent for a long time. Xiao Ge remained calm because she believed her grandfather would choose her. Becoming the Long Princess's companion was not a joke. If Xiao Zhan changed his mind before the grandfather told the princess, there might still be a chance. But the grandfather had already spoken to the princess. Even though he was a second-rank official, he couldn't go back on his word in front of the princess. Otherwise, the princess would be angry. "Father, when men go out, they should do things more conveniently. Otherwise, you might as well let genre become the Long Princess's companion." Old Chao suddenly spoke. Madame Chao kept giving her husband meaningful looks. Seeing his wife's expression, Chao Er looked at his kneeling son and then spoke. "Father, if genre becomes the Long Princess's companion, he will have a place in the court in the future. As for Gur, If she becomes the Long Princess's companion, her path will only be to serve the princess. Sending Xiao family's grandchildren to serve the princess is ultimately for the family's benefit. Since Xiao Ge and Xiao Zhan are choosing, and Xiao Zhan's future looks brighter. What do you think, father? Old Xiao heir also spoke up for Xiao Zhan. Xiao San was not willing to accept this. He snorted softly. Big brother, second brother, what you're saying is that becoming the Long Princess's companion requires her approval. Gur has already gained her approval. Now, if we send Xiao Zhan, we might anger the princess. The princess's status is high. We can't decide who she chooses. If we could decide, why not let Zhan and Gur go together as her companions? But of course, that's impossible. Naturally, it was impossible. So, changing the person was also impossible. Old Xiao and Xiao heir immediately fell silent. Xiao Ge looked at Xiao Zhan with sharp mockery in her eyes. Xiao Zhongdu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. I learned that the Long Princess will pass through Jiangnan and seek shelter at the governor's mansion. I plan to choose one of you to be her companion. Genre, originally, I had decided on you, but to prevent you from being overlooked, I also chose Gur. As I predicted, the result turned out as I expected. Xiao Zhan argued, but grandfather didn't say I was going to serve the Long Princess as a companion. I thought I was going as an attendant. Seeing he refused to change his mind and trying to shift the blame onto himself, the governor sneered. Going to serve the Long Princess is essentially being an attendant. Companion is just a fancy title. Moreover, the princess is a ruler and you are a servant. Even as an attendant, it's a great honor. But you, with your high opinion of yourself, look down on the attendant's role and refuse to go. But look at Gur, since becoming the Long Princess's companion, how much simpler she has become. She was willing to serve the Princess Dowager and even dressed herself to look like a servant. Xiao Zhan, you should accept this with an open heart, instead of complaining about your grandfather not explaining everything clearly beforehand. Do you think the Princess Dowager's attendants are easy to serve? Do you think going to serve her means you will be treated as a high-ranking master? No, you are there to be a servant. Your grandfather didn't tell you earlier because he was worried you wouldn't understand. But you clearly don't understand. You look down on being a servant to the Princess Dowager. With such high pride, how could the Qiao family send you to serve her? The Qiao family is large, but with your arrogance, not only will they not rely on you in the future, but you might even cause trouble for the family. The Governor Qiao was very angry. Even Uncle Qiao and second Uncle Qiao had no objections. No one wants to be involved in trouble. Serving a ruler is like walking with a tiger. Xiao Zhan's pride is too high. With such pride, how can he serve others? If he were to be in front of the Princess Dowager, he would likely act arrogantly and refuse to listen. Wouldn't that lead the Qiao family to ruin? Genre, since you refused yourself, don't regret it now. My third uncle is right. The role of a reading companion has been approved by the Princess Dowager. This cannot be changed now, so let's forget about it, she said. Xiao Zhan immediately became anxious. His eyes reddened as he looked at Madame Qiao. Madame Qiao naturally wanted to help her son. She quickly said, Father, perhaps the Princess Dowager didn't know that Genre was among the candidates. Why not ask her what she thinks? If the Princess Dowager still chooses Gur, then Genre will accept it. If she prefers Genre, then Gur will accept it. What do you think? Madame Qiao's words made Xiao Ge laugh. She wondered why she thought that. Compared to Xiao Zhan, would the Princess Dowager choose Xiao Zhan? Could it be because Xiao Zhan is not as good as her in every way? Or because Xiao Zhan is a boy? Although Xiao Ge felt sarcastic, she didn't agree with Madame Qiao. She didn't want to agree. She believed her grandfather wouldn't agree with Madame Qiao either. Sure enough, as Madame Qiao finished speaking, Governor Qiao said, This matter is settled. How can you change your mind overnight? There's no room for discussion. Everyone disperse, he said coldly. Governor Qiao left angrily. Xiao Ge was about to leave too. But Madame Qiao stopped her. Mrs. Qiao San and her husband were worried that Mrs. Qiao heir might bully their daughter, so they stayed close to Xiao Ge to protect her from her sister-in-law. Mrs. Qiao heir looked surprised and then smiled kindly, saying, Gur, your brother Jean used to protect you so well. Now you're planning against him. Why is that? Planning against him? Xiao Ge frowned. She quickly asked, where do you get that idea, second aunt? Without any reason. You accuse my niece of scheming. As an elder, you shouldn't ruin her reputation without cause. If this gets out, will you still have the face to see others? Xiao Ge responded sharply. Mrs. Xiao Er's mouth twitched. Mrs. Xiao San hurriedly said, second sister-in-law, I don't agree with what you said. Our father just explained clearly that Jean thought serving the princess was beneath him and refused to be her attendant. How did it turn into Gur doing something wrong? You're the elder. You shouldn't be unreasonable. Otherwise, how will you teach the children? They might learn bad habits from you. Mrs. Xiao San looked at Xiao Zhan with a meaningful expression. That look seemed to say that Xiao Zhan had been influenced badly by Mrs. Xiao Er. Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao Er sneered coldly. Now, sister-in-law, you're really bold. You're even being sarcastic. In the past, Mrs. Xiao San always valued harmony and avoided conflict. But now, she dared to provoke Mrs. Xiao San over Gur, so it was no wonder Mrs. Xiao San said she was being bold. However, this was unreasonable. Although Mrs. Xiao San used to prioritize peace, it didn't mean she had no temper. When someone crossed her before, she wouldn't just accept it. Especially now when her daughter was involved. Mrs. Xiao Er was willing to stand up for Xiao Zhan in front of the governor. So, how could Mrs. Xiao San not defend her beloved daughter? Whether sister-in-law is bold or not depends on what you do, sister-in-law. If you want to step on Gur to lift Zhan, you're just dreaming, Mrs. Xiao San said bluntly, giving no face. A single phrase, just dreaming, made Mrs. Xiao Er's face turn pale. She gritted her teeth and said, whether it's a dream or not, we'll see. Humph. Mrs. Xiao Er angrily turned and left. Before leaving, she shot a fierce look at Xiao Ge. But Xiao Ge remained unmoved. Everyone else had left. Only Xiao Ge and her parents remained. Grandpa Xiao said, Gur is really impressive. She became the main princess's reading companion.
I'm prude. Koyes mi led.
Madame Xiao said, I think the second household won't give up easily. Gur, be careful these days. Xiao Ge nodded to show she understood. On the way back, Xiao Zhan asked Madame Xiao, Mother, what should we do now? Grandfather doesn't want to let Xiao Ge step down. Madame Xiao sneered. What does grandfather's opinion matter? As long as the princess agrees, that's enough. Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. Mother, do you have a way to make the princess agree? Madame Xiao said, if there's no way, we will think of one. The princess is just a young girl. As long as we persuade her well, there's nothing we can't do. Xiao Zhan was happy and agreed. You're right, Mother. The Imperial Observatory once predicted the weather. There would be rain starting at the end of September that would last for half a month. So, the princess would stay at the governor's residence for about 2 weeks. This gave Madame Xiao time to plan. First step, buy various small, fun toys that girls like from the street. Let Xiao Zhan give them to the princess. Have Xiao Zhan frequently appear in front of her. She believed that if the princess liked Xiao Zhan more, she would agree to let him replace Xiao Ge as her reading companion. So, encouraged by Madame Xiao, Xiao Zhan started giving gifts to the princess. The first gift was a sweet and sour candied fruit stick, a favorite among girls. Princess, this is the most popular candied fruit stick sold on the street. I bought it especially for you. I hope you like it. The princess had a good memory. Her father once bought her a candied fruit stick. That candied fruit stick wasn't very tasty. It wasn't because the princess disliked Jiangnan, but she still thought that most candied fruit sticks in the world were similar. The candied fruit sticks in Jiangnan and those in the Imperial City should be about the same. And she didn't like the taste of the Imperial City. Naturally, she wouldn't like the taste of Jiangnan, which was not much different. Things she didn't like to eat, she wouldn't eat. And she wouldn't force herself to eat just for appearances. The Princess Chong directly said, I do not like candied hawthorn sticks. Not liking? Such a straightforward rejection. Causing Xiao Zhan to be momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, he awkwardly withdrew the candied hawthorn stick. Xiao Ge looked at Xiao Zhan, who was rejected, with clear sarcasm in her eyes. Xiao Zhan, faced with her blunt mockery, always couldn't help but feel embarrassed and retreated. As he left, Xiao Ji's eyes flickered, and she began to complain to the Princess Chong. Princess Chong, actually, earlier, my grandfather wanted to choose one of my brother or me to be your companion reader. At that time, my brother thought it was to be your attendant, so he refused. It was me who wanted to follow you, so my grandfather finally chose me. But later, after I invited young men from noble families to a banquet at Xiao's house, he saw how well I was doing and regretted it. He even went to my grandfather, trying to persuade him to ask you to replace me with him. My grandfather didn't agree. Then he set his sights on you, Princess Chong, probably thinking that if you agreed, even if my grandfather didn't, he would still get his way. Princess Chong listened to Xiao Ji's story without showing much emotion. She just lowered her head, looking at the book in her hand. Seeing this, Xiao Ge didn't bother her further. After pouring her tea, she sat beside her and started reading a book as well. Although Xiao Ge had never been to the academy, she was not uneducated in literature and writing. She had once asked her mother to invite a female tutor for her. Few people knew about this, because she always studied behind closed doors. Moreover, she was a girl. Before becoming the Princess Chang's companion reader, the children in the household didn't suspect her, because they would never believe that Xiao Ge, in the future, would rise rapidly. But the truth hit them hard. Xiao Ge, quietly and without fuss, soared to great heights. Xiao Zhan's first attempt to give the Princess Chong a candied hawthorn stick was not successful. That night, Xiao's second wife took a different approach. She invited the best chefs in the city to prepare a feast for the Princess Chong at her residence. Xiao's second wife smiled and said, "I don't know the princess's taste, so I asked several chefs to prepare a variety of dishes, hoping she will be pleased." Faced with a table full of delicious food, the Princess Chong did not refuse. Meiying served her food. Whenever she saw a dish, Meiying would put some on her plate. If she liked it, the princess would eat a few more bites. After the meal, the princess nodded happily. "Thank you, madam. I appreciate your kindness. I don't want to take advantage, but I wonder what you want in return? I will reward what I can." Next to the princess, Xiao Ji's expression suddenly stiffened. Since Madame Xiao appeared before the princess, she understood her purpose. She was asking for a chance for Xiao Zhan to be her reading companion. She originally believed the princess wouldn't change her mind about choosing a reading partner. But now, the princess relaxed her stance, and Madame Xiao would likely take this chance to speak her mind. Indeed, the princess isn't short of reading companions. She needs someone more useful. If the princess finds Xiao Zhan more helpful, she might abandon her and choose Xiao Zhan instead. Sure enough, Madame Xiao understood the princess's words. She looked at Xiao Ge with a meaningful gaze and said, "Your Highness, I won't hide it from you. I have a personal wish. I heard you want to select a reading companion. My son John was one of the candidates. I don't know why, but he wasn't chosen. I was thinking if there's a chance, could you give my son a shot? He's very smart and would serve you well." Madame Xiao's straightforwardness made Xiao Ge feel nervous for a moment. She looked at the princess's expression. She saw that the princess was calm, with no anger at all. The princess gently stroked her prayer beads and looked deeply at Madame Xiao, asking, "A reading companion?"
Madame Cao nodded.
"Yes, I want to recommend my son. I hope you can give him a chance." The princess raised an eyebrow, withdrew her gaze from Madame Xiao, and looked at Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge immediately froze, her heart pounding. Madame Xiao's eyes narrowed, feeling nervous too. "I have 4 reading companions around me. One is the son of General Fu, another is the grandson of the Grand Tutor. There are 2 more spots, but the Qiao family isn't qualified for 2 of them." The princess's words made Xiao Ge and Madame Xiao feel a shock inside. The grandson of the Grand Tutor, the son of a general, these are the princess's companions. What kind of importance is this? In an instant, both women felt a shiver run down their spines. Mrs. Qiao unexpectedly understood why her father wanted to send the Qiao family's grandchildren to be companions to the Princess Chong. The grandson of the Grand Tutor and the son of a general are usually chosen as companions for the Princess Chang. If her genre could become a companion to the princess, then she would have a powerful connection. With such a relationship, she wouldn't have to worry about a bright future. Mrs. Chow thought of this and became very excited. She couldn't hide her excitement and said to the princess, "My lady's idea is that since the princess will stay in the south for a while, why not during this time, the princess can test Chow Gur and genre? In the end, whoever is more suitable will be chosen. Do you think this is possible?" The Princess Chang smiled gently and asked, "Is this what Governor Chow means?" Mrs. Chow's expression stiffened, and she replied, "My father naturally respects the princess's wishes. I just don't want genre to be rejected, so I humbly ask the princess for a chance. Please, give us this opportunity." The princess nodded and said, "All the companions for the princess must pass a test before being chosen. Chow Gur, since your aunt wants to give her son a chance, I will give her that chance, but I will also give you a test. Before I leave, your task is to ensure that I do not decide to change my mind about the companions. If you cannot do this, then your brother will take the position. Do you agree?" Could Chow Gur have an opinion? She couldn't have one. She didn't dare to have one. Moreover, she was confident that Chow Zhan wouldn't take away her position as a companion. So, she kept a calm expression and said, "Rest assured, Princess, Gur will pass the test and keep his place as a companion." Mrs. Chow, who had gained the princess's favor, was very happy and quickly went to tell Chow Zhan. Chow Zhan, upon hearing this, also felt happy. He asked Mrs. Chow, "Now, how can we make sure Chow Gur doesn't lose his place before the princess leaves? We don't have much time." Mrs. Chow smiled slyly and said, "That's easy. The princess is noble and doesn't need unwell people around her." Chow Zhan's eyes lit up and asked, "What do you mean, mother?" Mrs. Chow replied softly, "Since Chow Gur is not clever enough, don't blame me for being harsh on her." Just after the governor confirmed the companion arrangement, he heard that his daughter-in-law was asking the princess for a chance for her son. The governor was very angry, but didn't cause trouble for Mrs. Chow. Instead, he went to the princess's residence to apologize. "I am responsible for my poor discipline, which caused trouble for my family and brought it to the princess's attention. I apologize to the princess." The princess looked calm. "It's just one chance. If it's given, it's given. If Chow Zhan truly has the ability, he can replace Chow Gu. But if he can't even handle Chow Gu, then he has no right to be my companion. I don't want useless people." Chow the governor understood what the princess meant. He felt deep inside that his granddaughter, daughter-in-law, and grandson were all being toyed with. He thought, how could his daughter-in-law still try to show off clever tricks in front of her? He really didn't know her limits. Seeing that the princess was not angry, Chow the governor left. When he returned to his study, he saw his eldest son waiting at the door. "What are you doing here?" Chow the governor asked as he entered. Old Chow said, "Son is just curious. Why does father send a companion to the princess?" Chow the governor sat down and asked back, "In the royal family, how are the companions for princes and princesses chosen?" Old Chow thought for a moment. Princes choose officials close to the court as companions, and princesses choose court ladies. Chow the governor asked again, "How many companions can each prince and princess have?" Old Chow replied, "The prince and princess each choose one. The crown prince has 4. He only said half of the number." Old Chow's face suddenly changed. He looked shocked and said, "The crown prince will have 4 companions, but the princess has already chosen 2. Chow the governor chuckled. "Yes, the princess has already chosen the grandson of the Grand Tutor and the son of a general as her companions. The Grand Tutor's daughter and the general's daughter are almost certain." Old Chow's whole body suddenly got goosebumps. He couldn't believe it and said, "How many princes are there now in the court? The emperor is already planning to make her the crown princess at such a young age. How is that possible?" Many people thought it was impossible. When Chow the governor received the letter from the Imperial city, he also doubted it at first. But after hearing about the various things happening to the princess and seeing her in person, he believed the letter from the Imperial court was correct. The emperor truly intended to make the princess the crown princess. At Lord Chao's place, he received definite news. On his way back, Lord Chao still looked a bit dazed. If the crown princess is the future empress, then her attendant will surely hold great power in the court. By then, Chao Ji's position will be unmatched. Father, a voice pulled Lord Chao back to his thoughts. He looked up at the young boy standing in front of him. It was his son returning from the academy. Chenner, Lord Chao's face lit up with happiness. What was father thinking about? Your son called you a few times, but you didn't hear, Xiao Chan said worriedly. Thinking about what? Thinking about Chao Ji's future path. She is just a girl, but with her father paving the way, she will rise quickly and gain great influence.
But why?
Why is this happening to her? Although Chao Go is his niece, Lord Chao still feels uneasy.
Why?
Shouldn't this kind of thing happen to his son? His son is smart, knows when to act, is respectful and filial, and is talented both in literature and martial arts. The role of the crown princess's attendant should be given to his son. Chinner, have you heard that your sister Chao Go has been chosen as the crown princess's attendant? Lord Chao asked.
Xiao Chan, not that.
Yes, I heard. Heard about it? And he remained so calm? Lord Chao was initially surprised, then hesitated before asking, Chinner, haven't you thought about becoming the crown princess's attendant yourself? Xiao Chan smiled. Father, the crown princess is only 4 years old, and I am already 11. The age gap is too big. I think since grandfather chose Chao Ge, there must be a reason. Father, don't worry about me. Grandfather is fair. Even if I don't become the crown princess's attendant, he will treat all his grandchildren equally in other matters. So, father, just listen to grandfather's decision. Xiao Chan shook his head. Not yet. I just got back and was about to visit my grandfather when I ran into my father. Old Master Chao said, it's getting late. You should go see your grandfather first. If you have anything to say, we can talk tomorrow. Xiao Chan nodded. All right. Then I will let my father rest early. Old Master Chao nodded in return. After watching his son leave, he calmly went back home. Xiao Chan went to General Chao's study to pay his respects. Grandfather, Chun has returned. I come to greet you. Seeing Xiao Chan, General Chao's face lit up with a smile. Chun has come back. How are your studies lately? Xiao Chan replied. Thank you for your concern, grandfather. My studies are going well. General Chao nodded, stood up, and pulled Xiao Chan to sit beside him. Did you run into your father? Xiao Chan nodded. Yes, I did. General Chao understood. So, you've heard about Gur's sister? Xiao Chan didn't hide anything. He spoke frankly. Father is a bit envious of Gur's sister, but that's all. Grandfather treats all family members equally. Father knows this well. Even if he has some wrong thoughts for a moment, it's nothing serious. General Chao smiled but didn't expose his grandson's kind words for his son. He only said, Chun is smarter than them all and also kinder. With grandfather here, everyone in the family is kind. Even if there are disagreements, they are temporary. You don't need to worry. Xiao Chen's words made General Chao feel emotional. Chen, do you know why I didn't choose you as the main princess's companion? Xiao Chen replied, Grandfather has his reasons for not choosing me. But I think, perhaps, you believe I am not suitable to be the main princess's companion. General Chao nodded. Chun is smart. You are indeed not very suitable for that role. Moreover, I will prepare other paths for you. Focus on your studies now. Don't worry about other things. If anyone talks nonsense in front of you, don't mind them. Do you understand? Xiao Chan nodded. I understand, grandfather. Good. Go back and rest early. Yes, Xiao Chan truly wouldn't mind. But someone else would. For example, Xiao Zhan, Chao's second wife. Chao's second wife had been copying scriptures for several days and sent them to the temple to nourish her health, to the wife of the governor. The governor's wife looked at the scriptures and asked Chao's second wife, Why are you sending these scriptures to the temple? Are you all right? Mrs. Chao said, I just miss my mother and came to see her. My mother isn't feeling well, so I thought I would bring some scriptures to the Buddhist temple for offerings. I hope the Buddha will bless my mother with good health and long life. The governor's wife nodded and said, That's very thoughtful. Mrs. Chao looked respectful and replied, It's what a daughter-in-law should do. After delivering the scriptures to the Buddhist temple, Mrs. Chow stayed there quietly for 2 days, eating vegetarian food and praying sincerely every day. When it was almost time to leave, she finally spoke. "Oh, I forgot to ask something." Gua was chosen to be the companion to the princess. In a few days, she will leave Jiangnan and go to Menuan with the princess. I don't know when we will see her again. "Mother, should I call Gua to stay with you for a few days?" The governor's wife was surprised and asked, "Gua is leaving Jiangnan?" Mrs. Chow nodded and said, "Her father has arranged for her to be the princess's companion." "It's already decided. Didn't you know?" The governor's wife didn't know about this, but she wasn't upset that her husband didn't discuss it with her. She frowned slightly and said, "Your father always acts with reason and careful planning. If he has done this, he must have his reasons." Mrs. Chow remained calm and nodded. "You're right. But I worry that if Gua leaves Jiangnan, you might miss her. That's why I thought, before she leaves, maybe she could stay with you for a few days. It might be hard to see her again after that. Also, Gua grew up in Jiangnan, and if she is to stay with the princess, she needs to learn some rules. Since I have been in the Imperial city with your father before, I think it would be good to call her over and give her some advice, so she won't make any serious mistakes in the future." The governor's wife nodded and said, "You're right. I will go back and arrange that." Mrs. Chow quickly stopped her and said, "Mother, you're not feeling well. You've been resting at the Buddhist temple for a long time, and you're better now. Don't overexert yourself. Let Gua come to the temple. She's young, protected by guards, and in Jiangnan, she can move around freely. You can rest assured." The governor's wife nodded and said, "Fine. Since you're going back, just send a message for Gua to come to the temple." "Yes," Mrs. Chow replied with a smile. Mrs. Chow returned to her home and conveyed the governor's wife's message to Gua. After hearing this, Chow Ji's face looked a bit unhappy.
But she didn't say anything.
Madame Chow, the second wife, frowned and sneered. Second sister-in-law is really clever. First, she sends Buddhist scriptures to the temple, then she calls Gur to go. At such a critical moment, if something happens to Gur, she will lose her position as a companion. Second sister-in-law has planned so well. Is she really not afraid of father getting angry? Madame Chow, the second wife, frowned. My younger sister-in-law's words don't make sense. When mother mentioned that Gur should serve the princess, she asked her to go to the temple for some advice. But now, it seems like mother wants to harm her. If your true intention is like that, I think my sister-in-law has already told mother about it. Madame Chow, the third wife, doubted Madame Chow, the second wife's motives. She didn't doubt mother's intentions. So, her words shouldn't be told to mother. Otherwise, it might hurt the feelings of the lady governor. The lady governor is kind and treats her 3 daughters-in-law equally. Mother probably doesn't know what Madame Chow, the second wife, is thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Gur to go to the temple, nor would she punish Madame Chow, the second wife. Seeing Madame Chow, the third wife, speechless, Madame Chow, the second wife, then said to Gur, "Gur, pack up and go quickly. Don't keep your grandmother waiting." "Humph." She chuckled softly and turned to leave. Gur clenched her fists and stared at her back. "Gur, your second aunt probably plans to cause trouble," the third wife worried. "Even if she does, I still have to go see my grandmother, but she wouldn't be controlled by others." So, early the next morning, Gur went to find the governor, Chow. She told him she wanted to visit her grandfather at the temple. The governor frowned and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to see your grandmother?" "The princess is about to leave at any time. If you leave now and lose her favor, it will be a big loss. Such a thing is not appropriate." "Gur, you shouldn't even consider it." Chow Gu was scolded but did not feel wronged. She honestly said, "I didn't plan to go to the temple to see my grandmother at this time. However, second aunt went to the temple a few days ago to send Buddhist scriptures and conveyed the news that my cousin was leaving Jiangnan to follow the princess. My grandmother probably wanted to give me some advice, so she asked me to go there. I thought, before leaving, I should see my grandmother. But I also wanted to ask my grandfather for some people to accompany me to the temple. It's not that I am suspicious, but I doubt second aunt's intentions at this moment. So, I came here to ask my grandfather for some people to go with me. I want to see my grandmother quickly and say goodbye, then return swiftly. Moreover, I believe the princess would be happy to see how I escaped from second aunt's hidden motives. Xiao Ji's words were correct. The reason the princess gave second aunt a chance was to test whether Xiao Ge could handle her second aunt. If she couldn't deal with her second aunt, how could she handle the fierce wolves and tigers around the princess? Xiao Ge understood the princess's intention and was willing to accept the challenge. After hearing her granddaughter's words, the grand tutor nodded. He thought that in the future, Xiao Ge would follow the princess to the Imperial city. It was necessary to have trusted people to handle things smoothly. So, he directly gave her 10 guards. These 10 people would follow Xiao Ji's lead.
Cao Ge Thanh kết hơ gờ đằng phát.
She then made some plans and headed to the temple. When second aunt learned the news, she immediately followed to arrange things. The temple was on the mountain. After the official road, there was a small path and then it was a walk. The road was crowded with people. If one was careless, accidents could happen. On the way to the temple, accidents occurred and it was hard to find evidence. Without evidence, one could only accept bad luck. After getting out of the carriage, Xiao Ge went up the mountain with only her maid and 2 guards. Her grandfather's 10 people were scattered in different places, stationed there by her grandfather. Because of the trusted guards, Xiao Ge was not worried. But in the shadows, second aunt's people were also ready to strike. Inside the temple on the mountain, the governor's wife was chanting scriptures and beating a wooden fish. Suddenly, her prayer beads and bracelet snapped apart with a loud crash, scattering everywhere, and the beads rolled all over the place. The wife of the governor suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the scattered prayer beads on the ground. Her heart suddenly felt uneasy. The maidservant nearby quickly stepped forward to pick up the prayer beads and comforted her, saying, "Maybe the string was old and broke. That's why it happened." "Don't worry, madam." However, her words did not comfort the governor's wife. She frowned and asked, "Today, is Gur going up the mountain?" The maidservant calculated the distance and replied, "It should be today." The governor's wife's face changed. She suddenly remembered that the princess was very noble, and her daughter-in-law had suddenly brought a Buddhist scripture. Without mentioning other things, just the fact that Gur was involved made her suspect that someone had ulterior motives. Thinking that Gur might have been harmed because of her, the governor's wife quickly became anxious and said to the maidservant, "Send someone down the mountain quickly to see if you can meet her. Gur is young. Don't let bad people harm her."